does highlight exactly what this team needs. And I think I've been saying it feels like 6 weeks now.
Yeah, it's almost 2 months.
Bullpen help is the first thing that they should address.
Is it more than one arm at this point?
Oh, I've been saying I think they need they
2,
need
3, 6, 10.
Well, I don't know that they need to actually revamp the entire thing, but yeah, I think they do at least need 2.
Yeah, 2 guys. Swing
for
and
me,
miss has to be the priority, because when you get in the postseason, like I think they did a nice job pointing out, you can't live on contact in the postseason. The ball's going to find spots where the defense isn't. Put them away. Don't let them put bat on the ball.
Yeah, and you get to the postseason, right? And if Cater Montero is on the postseason roster, he can be a long reliever, right? He's not going to be a starter, so he could be one of your long relievers. But I still think you need another long reliever, somebody that's going to get you from your starter to the closer, and I don't know that it's Canely anymore. And I mean, Vest has still been okay. So you got to find a way to get there.
So Holton has stepped up while Canely has walked back. So you went from having 2 guys at the back end of the bullpen to having 2 guys at the back of the bullpen. You need at least 3, and then you do need to, again, 7-game series, you need more than a couple arms. That's why you say they need multiple. Mm-hmm. And again, the deadline is at the end of this month. It's July 31st. They have a little over 2 weeks. I like that they have this exposure right now, because what I would have hated is they have this 4-game losing streak or more in August and September, and you're going, we missed our window to add. This is the time to have your flaws exposed so that you go out and make the moves to upgrade it. Mm-hmm. So then there's no excuse at the end of the season. You'll know you've done everything you can. You've shored up every weakness possible. You've left no stone unturned. And the alternative is to just be blissful. Win 2 of every 3, and then get exposed in the playoffs. Get exposed right now and then do something about it. The Mariners are a good ball club. Now, they came in here and they put a whooping on them.
They did. But like I said, when you come out of the All-Star break, Texas team right around 500, but it's in their ballpark. Pittsburgh, okay, they're Pittsburgh. But Toronto, there might not be a hotter team in baseball than Toronto. In fact, probably the only hotter team is Boston at this point. They just won 10 in a row. You got 4 against them at home, Arizona 3 at home, and then 3 against Philly. And we know what Philly is. I mean, they're the first in their division. They're a machine. They're a good team, and they hit well.
If there's a list of teams you think can win the World Series, Philly's on that short list.
Oh, yeah. Philly's definitely on that short list.
Power arms, power bats, postseason experience, played in the World Series, played in NLCSs. You're going to see them. But that's after the trade dedeadline. Right?
Oh, no. No. Yes, it is. Yes, I'm sorry. Yes. Yeah. Arizona is the last team that they play right up until the trade deadline. So, but I think it just highlights, and I'm not going to sit there and say it's a good thing that they lost 4 in a row. I know you will. And what I would much rather it still be highlighted what they need, as long as they don't overlook and say, well, we're still winning. I would much rather highlight what they need in wins versus in losses.
248-539-9797. The impossible happened. The Tigers lost 4 consecutive baseball games for the first time all season. Bullpen was ugly. Listen, a lot was ugly. What did you take out of it? Losing streak has you feeling weirdly good like I do? How does it have you feeling? It's 97.1.
All right, guys, it's time to step up to the plate against hair loss. Dr. B at Michigan Hair Restoration is celebrating 30 years of turning back time for thousands of men across Southeast Michigan, helping them regrow their hair and restore their confidence. And to celebrate, during the month of July, you can get up to 30% off all hair transplants and medical hair rejuvenation packages. But here's the catch. It's limited to just 30 clients, so don't wait. Dr. B is a true pioneer, one of the first in the world to use your own hair to fortify new growth. This medical therapy once seemed like science fiction. Now it's reality right here at Michigan Hair Restoration. So forget those old school hair procedures. No stitches, no staples, no embarrassing linear scars. Just real results with hair you can run your fingers through. He offers the most advanced treatments, including natural therapies that get better and better every year, and he guarantees them all. So the sooner you go to see Dr. B, the more options you'll have. Don't wait till you're out of innings. Go to MichiganHairRestoration.com to book now. Mention 97.1 and take advantage of these exclusive July offers before they're gone.
Gonna punish pitches like that. Tigers swept over the weekend, 4 straight losses going into the All-Star break. It has you feeling? Well, you let us know. I said it's got me feeling good. Get exposed now before the trade deadline. The need is clear. Address the bullpen. Not one arm, multiple arms. Ticket texters, we need a high level leverage reliever, and I pray Alex Lang could also come back and be good for us.
I mean, yes, he could be, but I mean, but ...
If he's the third addition to the bullpen, I feel better than if he's the only addition to the bullpen.
Yeah.
They didn't just lose 4 straight guys. They got lit up all game against a fellow playoff team. Last year, the pitching was the reason they went on a run. This year, the pitching will cost them. Ominous. Well, it'll cost them if they don't do anything about it.
Well, the pitching could cost them, yes.
If they don't do anything about it, then it's, then it's problematic. I agree, Jim. The losing streak could not have come at a better time. If this happens in a few weeks, there's nothing they could do about it. The sweep makes it undeniable what the Tiger weakness is, and it needs to be addressed before the deadline.
It makes it more public, but if Scott Harris didn't realize that they needed bullpen help before this 4-game losing streak, then I think we got bigger issues.
But didn't it get
it got
exposed?
highlighted?
Like,
Yo,
to me,
sure.
Look, I feel great about the entire first half in general, but we have a Tommy Kahnle problem, and I'm just not going to deny it. He's been awful this month, and Jim said it in the first segment. When that changeup's not on, it gets ugly. You can't have something like that.
The biggest concern you have as a good team, if you continue to win, is that the weaknesses get swept under the rug because you're just looking at the win-loss column.
Why would you bring that up? They have the best record in baseball. You can't say that after this weekend. I know they still have the best record, but you can't just put your head in the sand.
The thing about him being in late high-leverage situations is the minimum 3-batter thing.
Right.
He's out there for 3, and
you're
going through, Judge and Stanton. Good luck. They showed it. Yeah, it proved it. Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you what, they have got it. They need 2 arms, and they need somebody that can look. You got to trust him. He's on your roster, and he's going to be your 7, 8, or 9 at some point. But
Kahnle,
yeah.
Well, and so we talk about the batters all the time. What was the conversation early in April about Riley Green? He can't hit. Yeah, it was like 1 for 25 and can't do this, can't do that. We've had other guys that have. Colt Keith was in a slump. A pitcher could be in a slump as well, and they can also come out of it. Now, you want to make sure that all those slumps happen at this time of the year so that when you get to August, September, October, you've got everything ironed out. So it's not like you just throw him out, say he's no good anymore. He can still be good, but in regards to sweeping things under the rug, it's not just Scott Harris. It's also A.J. Hinch. And I don't think A.J. is going to look at this and go, yeah, we're good. He may say that publicly because that's what he has to do as a manager. Right. We can get better from within. But I think he is having conversations with Scott Harris. Give me another arm.
I think, too. I mean, look, Tommy Kahnle was overperforming. He was for his career. Mm-hmm. And now he's underperforming. He's not this bad either.
Water's found its level?
Yes.
Guys, can we say Meadows and Vierling suck? I mean, my God, they're free outs. Worst part, Vierling got at bats in AAA for a month. Another one says we need a center fielder. To which I'd say,
if you need him, put Javi back in there.
Yeah, but then you got to play Sweeney at short. Again.
But then you go to your need a right-handed bat on the
there you go. And guess who's
left side of the
Guess who's
infield.
going to be in town at the deadline? Eugenio Suarez.
Just tell them to switch locker rooms.
That's right. Saw Heather on TV yesterday when they were interviewing the artist. She looked ready to go in the top of the 6th. Sign Rick. Hot day.
It was a hot day. It always feels like at least 5 degrees to 10 degrees hotter inside of Comerica Park. So if it says 80, to me it feels like 90.
Oh, sure.
It says 90, it feels like 100 degrees. And it was, I don't know what the temperature was. I never actually looked at the temperature on the scoreboard, but it
But the
they should have gone to you for the feels like temp.
I would have said it feels like 100 degrees.
Uh-huh.
The Heather Park feels like temp.
Uh-huh. I think it would be an official stat inside the ballpark. Yeah, because there's not as much wind.
Or shade. I mean,
There's
at
no
least
shade.
where I'm standing.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're in the Tiger's Den, cool. You're actually kind of cool, and that's where you feel the breeze. But if you're out in the sun, whoo, it was hot.
So they had you out because part of the 25th anniversary?
Yeah, I think. I mean, or
short-staffed?
Exactly. And it was like, oh, well, it is the anniversary. Let's see if she wants to come. But
when's
it
the
was
last
fun.
time you did that?
It was, I think I hosted a couple games after I had Emily. So it wasn't that long ago in
No, but a
2021,
couple
but it
years, yeah.
wasn't like my full-time gig then
At that
either. I
point.
think I was just kind of coming in for a couple games. So it was fun. I felt good to be back there, but also strange.
Before we get to Heather with the news, couple more ticket texts. Bo Brisky disappearing really hurts. Jerry and Howell. Not great. Seems like the team was on their break 5 days early. Matt and Novi. And Scott and Carlton says someone needs to tell Gibby to call in and calm everybody down today. Let's get to Heather with the news.
This is a cool story. Ed Sheeran has never heard a louder crowd than in Detroit. Oh, yeah. Those Detroit fans know how to make some noise. He was talking to Kylie Kelsey on her podcast last week and said that the loudest crowd he's ever heard in the world, right?
Oh.
This guy has traveled the world, was at his Detroit concert in 2023. And he did say that there was a bit of a cheat code is what he said, because that's when they brought out Eminem. Right, so it wasn't necessarily the loudest crowd for him.
For him, yeah.
But the loudest crowd he's heard. They brought out Eminem. He said that was the loudest I've ever heard a crowd like anywhere in the world. Like there's never been a louder crowd than that.
That's
which is
awesome.
Pretty incredible. And he went on to talk more about Detroit. He kind of talked about how he loves Detroit's pride and everyone takes pride in their city. And he did say that he wants the Detroit Lions to win the next Super Bowl. So
Yeah, you want to talk
He's
about a
really-
loud crowd. That would be it.
Yep. Amazon Prime Day shattered records this year. Did you guys make any purchases?
I did. I got some new earbuds. Mine have been faltering.
Colin
Yes.
got some new earbuds as
Yes.
well. I bought a ton of stuff.
Did you?
What'd you get?
I got a digital picture frame. I got one for my mom for Christmas, and we set it up for her, and I loved it. So I said, I want one of those
one for you.
myself, and the kids love it. I bought a cleaning tool for like the grout. I bought a ton of stuff. I got a new watch.
Oh.
Mine died, my smartwatch, so I got a new smart. I mean, I was on like a.
You were
it's so
on a
easy.
hot streak, yeah.
Click, click, click. Spend the
Yes.
money. Spend the money.
Ruby did because she's obviously getting ready to go to college.
Yeah.
So for her college room, she bought a bunch of stuff. Yeah.
It's fun, right? I mean, when everything's on sale, it's more
Yeah,
fun. But
till you
this
pay the
year,
bill.
yeah, Amazon stretched out its annual Prime Day sales event, which is why probably the sales were so great, because it was an extended Prime Day. So it lasted 4 days, which is obviously twice as long as it was in the past. And according to the company, Amazon's 11th Prime Day drove record sales and a record number of items sold, larger than any previous 4-day period, which includes any other Prime Day event. So people spent altogether $24.1 billion on Prime Day. And
Well, thankfully, Bezos will be able to pay for that wedding now.
the top items bought include kids apparel, home security products, school supplies, refrigerators and freezers, and games. I bought a game for the kids too.
What game?
I bought some birthday and Christmas. I did it up on
How
Prime
many
Day.
things did
wow.
she went crazy.
Yeah. Hey, you're ahead
But
of
I
the
got
game.
Christmas and birthday presents.
That's
smart.
Smart thing to do.
Everything
Yeah.
was on sale. I had fun. A man is facing federal charges after allegedly groping a young girl on a Delta flight from Tokyo to Detroit earlier this month. Yeah, the young girl told FBI agents that she got stuck behind a drink cart, which is
Yeah.
easy to do after she was returning to her seat from the bathroom. So she couldn't go down the aisle. She had to obviously wait as the drink cart moved. And apparently this man went up behind her and she couldn't go anywhere. There was nowhere for her to escape. There was other witnesses that said, yes, we saw this guy actually walk towards her, walk past his seat to get behind her when she was at this drink cart. Also said that he was acting odd the entire flight. They said including dropping items, roaming around, asking weird questions to the attendants, and appearing impaired. And according to court documents, the flight crew reported that this guy tried to assault another passenger during the flight, and that's when they zip tied him until it landed at Detroit. So, yikes, facing some big charges there. The woman accused of stabbing her boss to death at an East Point McDonald's last week has been charged with first-degree murder and carrying a dangerous weapon. Authorities say the 26-year-old was sent home from work, returned to the restaurant with a kitchen knife, and killed her manager, who was identified as 39-year-old Jennifer Harris. Police say that this woman did confess to the stabbing, said she admitted that she intended to go back to work and kill her boss, stated that she was sent home, drove to a nearby park, I don't know, thought about her options, and then said, you know what, I'm going to go back. She had the knife in her car. She was arraigned on Friday, had her bond set at $25 million. I got one more good one real quick.
Let's end on something different.
National Mac and Cheese Day today.
Oh,
go home
there
and
you
get
go.
some mac and cheese.
All right.
86% of Americans say it is an adult food, not just for kids.
Well, yeah,
And
I agree.
I agree too. 54% eat macaroni and cheese weekly, and people are really obsessed with it. 56% say they would give up coffee or social media before giving up macaroni and cheese.
I don't think I'd give up my coffee. It'd be easy for me to give up social media. But is there anything, Heather, is there anything you like on top of
I
mac
like a
and
little
cheese?
salt and pepper and some
Ketchup.
on the side.
Oh, no.
I'm fine with hot sauce in your mac
I
and
don't
cheese.
mix it in, but I like to a little.
I think some
little dip.
diced up ham in there is good. Bacon as well.
Yeah.
And there's a couple of restaurants locally here you can go to where you can get some pulled pork or brisket on top of your mac and cheese.
Sure.
See, that sounds awesome. I've done that at places.
Yes.
I don't like the breadcrumbs on it though. Texture, it throws it off. I don't want
A little crispy.
No, I don't want the crumbs.
Does it feel good in?
No, it's like sandy.
Oh, come on. Little texture. I like a little texture in there.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, the headline of the first half for the Tigers. It's 97-1. Now's the time to hit the road in style with a deal from Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer in 2024. If you're looking to go electric, hit the road, skip the pump with the 2025 Blazer EV. You can lease it for under $200 a month. That's $199 with zero down on a 24-month low mileage lease. Only at Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Find your ride fast, MoranExpress.com. Stop by. They're out on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Greg Gania, Dan Petrie radio call. Tigers swept by the Mariners, 4-game losing streak going into the All-Star break. Good time for it. Because now your needs are very obvious and you attack the deadline with an increased urgency, right?
I think they were obvious before that.
You can never say it's good to lose. I know,
no,
John.
No, I can't. I can't physically say it. And if you couldn't see that it was obvious that they needed bullpen help, I don't know what to tell you. And if Scott Harris didn't know that, we got bigger problems.
But it's level of urgency. Like maybe you would have been fine with like a mid reliever, and now you go, we need 2 and 1 with some big swing and miss. Does it just push more chips into the center of the table?
Again, I think it was obvious. I don't think we needed a 4-game losing streak. Maybe there were some fans that needed it to get on board with. I think it was you. You needed it because it was your number one thing at the end of last week was we got to have a right-handed bat. And I'm not saying we don't.
They're not winning a World Series without a right-handed bat. But they need to get to the World Series, and I don't know if they're getting there unless they add multiple bullpen arms now, which is funny. Like, people are going to hear this and think sky's falling. We know they have the best record in baseball. Mm-hmm. We know they're going to win this division. But when you get into postseason, if you're striking out a lot and you're not striking out the other team, if they're putting the ball in play and you're not putting the ball in play, you are begging to have things go the wrong way in a hurry and have this whole magical season upended. But it has been great so far. They have the best record in baseball. And, John, the question we want to float to Tiger fans for most of the show today is headline. What is the first half headline for this baseball team?
What's yours?
Redemption. It's a story of redemption. It's Javi Baez. It's Spencer Torkelson. It's Casey Mize. It's a team that didn't win the division last year, lost to the Guardians in the playoffs, putting them in the rearview mirror. It's a story of redemption and revitalization a little bit, too. Like, we're finally getting back to those days where the ballpark's packed, where people are living and dying with every game. It's been a redemption story.
I think the story for me was, well, it's unfinished, but the pain, and I'm only talking about the pain of the last 2 or 3. Let's just talk about the pain since A.J. Hinch has been the manager.
Okay.
Has been worth it. It's been worth it because at the end of last year, when you got to the Little League World Series, right, and it was all of a sudden all of the players that Scott Harris didn't want to block started to blossom. And it wasn't, hey, they're blossomed, they've arrived, they're here, it's every single day. No, they're still young players. Colt Keith's still a young player, but he has, I think for the most part, in the last 6 weeks, 8 weeks, he's justified the contract extension they gave him before he even had a major league at bat. And there is still work to be done, but it is being able to look at some of those young players and that they're not one guy is the reason that this team is successful,
right,
but it is all of them as a collective. It's the definition of a team, and I love a good team. And I love the fact that somebody steps up at every single step. And, 4-game losing streak, no one stepped up when they needed it. That's going to happen throughout the course of 162. But the fact that Scott Harris his theory was, we're not going to block these guys. We're not going to go get Chapman because we want to see what we have. And now he's in a position because he knows exactly what he has. Some of those guys have performed. He also knows not enough have performed. Chase Young,
I was gonna say, that's
didn't
the biggest
perform.
When you say don't block, that's who that was about, right? Because the whole debate was third base. We don't want to block Chase Young because he's going to be our guy at third base.
But now it's very obvious, and they're the best record in Major League Baseball, and it's very obvious what they need to do. To me, it seems like I used the term earlier, it's a neon light. It's shining right in your face. Yes, they need bullpen help, and they need to figure out third base. If they could do both of those things before the trade deadline, I think this is a no-brainer. They're going to be in the World Series. Now it comes down to, you're not going to have a lineup as good as the Dodgers. Can you find a way to beat them in a 7-game series?
248-539-9797. What is the headline of the first half for this baseball team? Nobody saw this coming. Nobody said the Tigers are going to have the best record in baseball at the All-Star break. Nobody said Javi Baez was going to be an All-Star in the outfield, center field of all places. Nobody thought Torkelson was the everyday first baseman. He had to fight for his job. Casey Mize was not on last year's playoff roster. He's their number 2 right now. And I know he just had his worst start of the year this weekend, but he's had a great first half in his second year post Tommy John. Those stories have buoyed and made them a team. Otherwise, yeah, I got Scooble and Riley Green. I had them last year in the All-Star game.
Right.
Now they're joined by a bunch of other dudes, guys who are there and could have been there. They're a much deeper baseball team. They're a much more feisty, competitive baseball team than they were at this time last year. I mean, we just started to see the corner turn before the All-Star game last year when they faced the Dodgers.
Right.
And then it was just a little taste. But then from that moment on, and I use the Little League World Series as kind of that key...
The watershed moment.
But that was in the second half. So we're still in basically 1 year of this. Yeah. But now they're bringing along the Javis and the Mize, and Torque's a positive as opposed to last year.
And I like the fact that this offseason, and up until, 4 weeks ago, we thought Canely was a great addition. And I think he still will be. I'm not going to sit here and say that he can't be a contributor on this team. He's having a little bit of a down slump right now as a pitcher. Mm-hmm. But Gleyber Torres, what a great addition this offseason. And I think we all, when it happened, we were all kind of like, He's an all-star.
You're like, it's like a B move, maybe. It's an A. It's an outstanding move that they made. It's the best move they made.
And so I love the fact that they did go out last year and add some pieces to the puzzle. Now I think the Harris theory, the Harris plan, has paid off in some regards. And it's paid off in almost every regard because it's very obvious what they now need. And I didn't need a 4-game losing streak to see what they needed.
Headlines from you guys, phones and ticket text. Drew in Roseville. Drew, good to hear from you. Hey,
good morning, Drew. How are you?
What's going on, guys?
Hey, what's good?
Well, I'm with you guys. I love this baseball team. I have been in love with it since the beginning of the season, even though when they got swept by the Dodgers, it was like, oh, boy, here we go. Wasn't worried about it, though. But what I would like to say is a headline for the first half. My headline would be, not so fast, slow your roll. We need some improvement. I mean, we need some bullpen arms, and not just one. I'm thinking we need 2 at least, and would like to get 3, because I didn't see anything positive out of that bullpen this weekend, man. And I know it's just a small sample size. It's right before the All-Star break. Everybody's thinking about where they're going for the 3 days they're going to be off. You know, maybe they're not as focused as normally. Man, that was a hard watch this weekend, man. I mean, they weren't even really competitive.
No.
That's the heartbreaking point. You know what I mean?
No, I mean, I would argue they should have won Sunday's game. I mean, when Riley Green gives them the lead and you turn it over to your bullpen, which had been great for 90% of the season, in terms of the back end, the last couple guys, to have both Canely and Vest struggle, that was the one they should have won this weekend.
Yeah, yesterday was a game they've won the entire season, and they lost it. And the reason why is so glaring to why they need the help.
If they win that game, we come in today going, they lose 3 in a row, but they always bounce back. Instead, it was a breaking of the dam. The bullpen, which had already been taking on a lot of water, broke all weekend.
My headline is on par with the Lions. I think this team has every single capability of winning a championship this fall, just as the Lions do. I do. I think they're just as good. And I think they've got the right manager, just like the coach with the Lions, and I think they got the right GM. And it's everything that happened last year was confirmed. Mm-hmm. It's like, but they need some help. Mm-hmm. And the Lions need some help, and they had things happen at the wrong time. Don't get caught with your pants down. Make the moves, Harris.
Yeah, and I think we're having the same conversation that almost every city with a Major League Baseball team is having. That is in contention. There is no perfect team. I think even in L.A., they're looking at it going, we need to go out and get an arm that's healthy.
Yeah.
A starting pitcher that's healthy.
No doubt about that.
You know, you talked about the Diamondbacks are the last team they played before. Yeah. It'd be great if Suarez walked across. Yep. But there was another guy on their team I was eyeing, and he was an old friend, Shelby Miller.
He's had a good year.
But he's got arm issues right now, and he's getting a second opinion.
Yeah, now that he's off the table. Ticket text 248-539-9797. The headlines from you guys from the first half for the Tigers. It's 97.1.
Hey guys, it's Heather, and if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for just $45 a month when you switch and bring your phone. That's Verizon's best price ever on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back, now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Oh my God! How do you pick the Lions? How are the Lions going to win this game? The Steelers, they're so hot.
should have been the one they won this weekend. Instead, bullpen blew it. Again. Tigers, 4-game losing streak going into the All-Star break, but have the best record in baseball. And the first half has been a fairly successful and exciting first half. We asked you guys to come up with the headline. Headline for the season so far at the All-Star break. We're going to get to first half overreact gyms at 7:02 all across baseball. A lot of Tiger stuff in there, but across baseball. We'll do that after the update. John, some of the ticket texts we have. Motor City Magic. Tigers charging towards October. A wolf in sheep's clothing. The team is doing very well. However, if they do not add 2 bullpen arms and possibly another starter, I don't see the best ending to the season. They can score runs, but they need pitching before a bat. Wolf in sheep's clothing. Do you see a little bit of the fans who are feeling like, oh, this might not be real?
I hear it from the fans a lot, and it's been such a quick turnaround from where they were at this point last year to making the postseason last year. A historic end of the season, and everybody's wondering, well, is it real? And then it reminds me a little bit of beating Ohio State the first time in 21. Then you had to go down there in 22, and it was one of those moments where, okay, you did it at home. It was one off. You broke the streak, but you've got to prove that it was real.
It wasn't a fluke.
Right, and they did. So now the Tigers come out this year, and we know all of the obstacles that they had at the beginning of the season. Didn't have a center fielder. Well, Javi goes out there and becomes an all-star center fielder. They had guys step up, and I think there was a lot of people that are still mired in what the Tigers were at this time last year and not necessarily trusting exactly what they are now. There's a fear that they're going to go back to.
No, maybe.
I think there are some Tigers fans out there like that, and I'm not going to say that they're. I understand the apprehension of buying into a good team because it's been such a quick turnaround. I think, Tom, you brought it up at the end of last week. The turnaround has been so quick. It's hard to wrap your mind around. This is the team with the best record in Major League Baseball, and do you trust it? Especially when you have Riley Green, who's hit 24 home runs. But he leads the league in strikeouts. But
it's a bit of a loaded question. Like, do you trust it? What am I trusting? Do I trust that they're winning the division? Do I trust that they're winning the World Series? Do I trust that they're what they were last year? Those are 3 very different things that I'm being asked to trust. I think they're every bit the team that went on the run at the end of last year. That team didn't win the World Series. I don't feel like this team, as currently constructed, is winning the World Series. Does that mean you don't trust them? Does that mean, what does that mean?
I think there's a lot of people that have a fear that they're going to go back to what they were.
Not that far, no. But they had some guys overperforming. Canely was outperforming his entire career. He was. But he's
that's
not
what we had last year. Guys come in with 90 ERAs, and then all of a sudden, they look like they're aces.
Right. That's the great thing about this weekend was that it showed the wart. Mm-hmm. The bullpen is a wart, and it needs to get addressed because – you're putting everything on Will Vest right now. Canely, Jim pointed out again in the first segment, if that changeup's off, you're screwed.
It's a meatball.
It's batting practice. You have to have somebody else to go to. So when that happens, because it will happen. I remember Cleveland roughed him up last year in the playoffs a little bit.
He's with the Yankees, you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't think this team is going to go back to last year, though. There's just no that's a sky is falling super negative point of view.
I agree, and I don't think they are. I don't think they are at all. I think this is a really good team, but I think we do have highlights of what they need.
There are very conflicting headlines on our ticket text. One says the roar is real, speaking to hey, this is legitimate, and then another one says the headline is they may have peaked too early.
Look, they're playing roughly 500 baseball since the beginning of June. I think it's a little
one game over.
Yeah. And what you've done since then is you've inserted Parker Meadows in the lineup, who I love, but he's got to hit better than this. He has to hit like last year,
and
close to it. And Vierling has an under 500 OPS. Now it's 39 at bats, and you've got to let this try to work out a little bit. I would entertain this right now, and you can call it an overreaction or not. I would consider sending Meadows down here for a couple weeks,
I'm not against it.
Let Vierling play. Including some center. Maybe Javi goes back. You platoon it all around.
Figure it out.
But let Vierling, because 39 at bats is still way quick to judge somebody. But he needs to find it because he has no place in this lineup after 100 at bats, this is continuing, right?
Well, Parker, I know you keep saying that 100 at bats. Parker Meadows had 109 at bats, and he's batting under 200 right now.
Send him down. Let Vierling see if he can figure it out. If he doesn't, hopefully Meadows has. You bring back up Meadows, and then you have a really tough conversation about somebody that's been a part of this. But all we wanted from Vierling was last year's Vierling.
Yeah. And all we want from Parker Meadows is Parker Meadows at the end of last year. And what did they do last year? They sent him down. He found his mojo and came back up, and he wasn't lighting it on fire, but he was much better.
Well, think about it. So if option 1 is Parker Meadows is the center fielder. Send him down, try to get him right. If it doesn't work, option 2 is Matt Vierling. You're going to figure it out. Option 3 is Javi Baez. But now I need an infield bat, which takes us full circle to where we've been since the start of the offseason.
I also think, if it was a game 1 of the Seattle series where Parker Meadows in center field dove for a ball and didn't catch it,
yes,
I think he is pressing right now defensively because he feels like I've got to justify what I am on this roster by making amazing plays in center field. So if you have a guy that's pressing to do that, and then all of a sudden, hey, he doesn't get there, that ball gets by him, now it's a triple, they score a run, I do think that he could benefit by going down.
Text on the headline so far as we get to the All-Star break. The Tigers are a good team, no doubt, but first things first, they need to get rid of Parker Meadows before the deadline. We need to fix our bullpen and stop worrying about the All-Star game. If we do that, we'll win the series. Let's go Tigers. My headline is, please don't collapse. They've been a 500 team since June. Let's not forget what Washington did. They need elite bullpen arms and one power right-handed bat. If not, it's going to be a cute season. And another texter says, all for nothing. Justin in Detroit. That's their headline.
I don't think it's all for nothing.
I can't say that unless if we pass and they don't do anything at the deadline, then all of a sudden that text holds more weight. All for nothing. If you don't do something at the deadline, then it'll be all for nothing.
And it goes to what my headline is the Harris theory. It's shown that, okay, it can work in some regards, but it's also highlighted exactly what they need.
It'd be criminal if they don't add a bullpen arm.
Oh, it'd be, especially after this weekend.
You might not like what they had, but I'm
got to be better than what they have.
I'm 100% sure they're adding at least one bullpen.
I am too. Hey, the LA Dodgers lost 7 in a row, and they're not crying, so why are we? Paul in New Haven. Yeah, guys, why are we crying this morning?
I don't think anybody is crying.
I know. It's just funny what people what they hear.
No one's crying. This is still a really good baseball team. But the trade deadline, I mean, what is this, the 14th?
Yeah, we got 17 days.
Yeah.
2 weeks. 248-539-9797. Headline for you. Sky is falling, parentheses, sarcasm. Okay. I think there's a drop of doubt from this weekend that would turn into a bigger thing if they don't do something about it. But I'm not of the belief they're going to do nothing. I think they're getting in plain bold lettering what they need to do, marching orders for the trade deadline. And if and when they do those things, they'll stay at the top of the American League and they'll have their puncher's shot to win the World Series. 248-539-9797. All right, at the All-Star break, we have a bunch of storylines from the Tigers, but across baseball, I've compiled them in Overreact Gyms. It's next, 97.1.
Brought to you by DR Trailer Sales. It was a rough series for Tigers back-end bullpen piece Tommy Canley. Yesterday he gave up 3 more runs and did not record an out, which was a part of a disastrous 4-run 9th inning for Detroit, leading to an 8-4 defeat overall. AJ Hinch sums it up for you. Some bright new beginnings last night for 4 Tiger prospects who were drafted in the first 3 rounds. The first pick, a speedy lefty hitting high school shortstop from Florida, Jordan Yost. Next came high school power bat Michael Oliveto, which some thought may go a little bit earlier in the draft. 2 college guys fouled. The first is Oklahoma right-handed pitcher Malachi Witherspoon. His fastball can reach up to 99. Ben Jacobs was their last pick of the day 1 as well. The 6'1 lefty hurdler came in from Arizona State with a repeatable delivery. New Piston Duncan Robinson spoke with the media at halftime of Detroit's Summer League win over the Rockets. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We hit the All-Star break in Major League Baseball. I have 7 overreact gyms, some with our baseball team and some just with the crazy stories across baseball. My focus is on the D, and we've got new drops to help segue. Each one of these is going to get progressively bolder as we go through the overreact gyms. The first one, the AL Central race is over. I say this even as the Tigers have dropped 4 in a row, their longest streak of the year. They're still up 11.5 games, double the second largest division lead in all of baseball. Everybody else is below 500, and the selling is right around the corner. I know Tom's with me. Will John?
I am not there yet.
Okay.
And to me, it's just a mindset. And I'm not going to sit there and say, hey, this is all wrapped up. It's nice, clean, neat. It's done, because there still needs to be pressure on this team.
But there is. You're chasing a 1 seed, a 2 seed, all
I know,
that
but
stuff.
that's not always. It should be front of mind. It's a little bit different when it is, hey, I'm chasing, or I'm trying to stay ahead of the Blue Jays or the Yankees or the Astros versus somebody in your division. I wish there was another team in this division that was better, that was making a move, so that there was some pressure in division to keep this lead.
All right, this is not an overreaction. I'm with Jim. The division race is over. They will win the AL Central. The only team I can see maybe making a move, and I've still been on them all year long, is the Royals. If they can get a little bit more hitting, they've got a better ERA than the Tigers. Second best pitching in all of baseball, the Royals. That is the one little thing that has me kind of, but look, the Tigers are 1 over 500, as Jim just said, since June, and they've gained ground.
That's so terrible. I love it.
The NL West race is over. The second largest lead in baseball. The Dodgers should add at the deadline. The pitching staff is getting healthy. I'm comfortable saying that division's over.
They're only 5.5 up.
Padres and Giants looming.
Yeah.
But I think the Dodgers are better.
Oh, there's no question. That's not the question.
Well, the better in baseball will hold serve with a 5.5 game lead and an addition at the deadline.
If
you can say it confidently.
If their pitching staff gets healthy and remains healthy.
Even if it doesn't, they got a 5.5 game lead with no pitching. What's it going to look like when they have pitching?
Again, I'm not saying that a team with an 11.5 lead, that race is over. I'm certainly not going to say it with a team that's gone 3-7 in the last 10, that they've got it locked up. You would think so. They're the best roster in Major League Baseball. I don't think there's any debate about that.
This is not an overreaction. This thing's over. The Giants had their chance this weekend to make it a little bit tighter. Jim's right. No matter if their pitching can blow, and their lineup is so potent that they're just still going to end up winning this division. And they usually take off in the second half of the year after the All-Star break.
But we do have more of these than I realized. The Rockies will break the record for most losses in modern baseball history. It was set a year ago by the Chicago White Sox with 121. They're pacing for 125, and I know you're thinking, didn't they settle down after a slow start? Well, they lost 7-9 going into the All-Star break. They've committed the most errors in baseball, allowed the most earned runs in baseball, and their bats lead all of baseball in strikeouts. They are destined for history.
And their run differential is minus 253. that blows my mind that a team could be that bad at the All-Star break. I don't think this is an overreaction at all. I agree with this. I think they will break the record. This is a terrible team. And as you get closer to the end of the season, those guys, their bags are packed. If they sell any good parts that they have,
The few they have.
it only gets worse.
This is an overreaction. I've seen many a team in my life threaten this record, and then nobody ends up doing it. The wisdom from the 2003 Tigers tells me the Rockies will have enough pride late in September to muster up enough wins to get to 42. Think about that, 42 and 120. Oh, my. So they got to win 20 out of their last 66. I know that seems
Daunting.
yeah. But they'll find a way because other teams have always found a way.
Thanks, Ken Maeda.
Hey, bring him back for the pen.
The Tigers will not make the World Series if they stand pat at the deadline. There is simply not enough swing and miss in this bullpen. When Benetti's talking about it, you know we reached a critical mass. 30th in swing and miss out of this bullpen. And, by the way, there's also too much swing and miss at the plate themselves. They won't even make the World Series if they stand pat.
I think this is an overreaction. I want them to add at the deadline. I think they will. I'm not sure they'll add as much as we want them to, but I trust this team, and especially when you narrow it down. I mentioned Kiner Montero. I think he should be a part of the postseason roster, and you could use him as a long reliever. I think that they are good enough to make it to the World Series. I'm not predicting that they will or that they'll win the World Series. I still think they add, but if they don't, I'm not going to sit there and say, well, they can't. They're no longer a viable team.
This is not an overreaction. They have to add a bullpen arm. It's just, like I said, it'd be criminal if they don't. They look like once they get to a 7-game series, they would lose. I don't think they, as is, can get past the ALCS right now.
Yes, I was rooting for Western Michigan. Yes, I'm happy for Western Michigan. How could you not?
There's edits in there, aren't there? That sounded a little
awesome.
Some creative liberties from Greg.
Oh, my goodness, that's awesome.
These next three are spicy. I think the first four I handed out were actually pretty tame. These next three, I think, are another level of bold. Cal Raleigh will break Aaron Judge's AL home run record, which is set at 62. He is pacing for 64. He hit 300 the last 2 months. He's been consistent. 10-plus bombs every month. Raleigh's got the goods to do it.
I think that he can. I don't think that he will. And here's the reason why. In 162 games, if he was just a DH, yeah, I think it's possible. Because he's a catcher, I think you get to the end of the season, legs get a little bit more tired. I just don't know that he's going to be consistent enough in that final month to be able to surpass what Aaron Judge did with 62.
So I think this is an overreaction because they have 66 games left. He has hit 25 home runs in 66 games. I know he's been great so far, but that I just don't see somebody doing that. I think you have to be an Aaron Judge type guy.
He's out hitting Aaron Judge right now.
I know, but in this season, I just don't know for an entire season. Isn't it hard to see Cal Raleigh being the all-time AL home run king?
I would love to see it. I
think they'll DH him more to try to.
I think so as well. Yeah, to try and get more out of him.
It's the proper thickness and length. I'll pause to allow some John laughter. Yes.
What are you talking about?
I don't even know at this point. Pete Crow Armstrong will join the exclusive club of 40-40. Only 7 have ever done it, but we've seen it in back-to-back seasons. It's becoming more common. Ronald Acuna and last year was Shohei Ohtani. He's pacing for 42 homers and 45 stolen bases. He leads the National League in WAR. That's right, even more than Shohei. It's rare. Will we see it?
I don't think we're going to see it.
Will he fall short? Which one? The power
the
or
home
speed?
runs.
Okay.
I think he'll get there with the stolen bases. I just don't see him being a guy that's he's at 25 right now. Can he hit 40 home runs? Absolutely.
He plays every single day.
Yeah.
Young player.
Yeah, I think this is an overreaction too, and I'm with John. Same thing. It's the homers.
Yeah.
Stolen bases, I think he'll get there easy, and you can control that too. I mean, that's something you can go for late in the year, but home runs are home runs still, and he's got to hit 15 in just over 60 games. That's one every 4 games. That's a lot.
He's a huge threat anytime he's at the plate, and I think we don't see it as much as we did, obviously, with Barry Bonds and some of the other power hitters where you just get walked all the time. But I think there are some situations because the Cubs are who they are and where they are in their division that they're not going to want to pitch to Pete Crow Armstrong.
By the way, do you know who's in the 40-40 club? I'll just trivia fact for people. Acuna, Otani, Alfonso Soriano, Sean Green, Alex Rodriguez, Barry Bonds, and Jose Canseco.
Some of those guys were roiding.
You don't say. In addition to being a creep, he's a moron.
Reportedly.
It's been over 7 years. Can't we just leave out allegedly or reportedly at this point?
Tarek Skubal is the best pitcher to throw for the Tigers in the 25-year history of Comerica Park. Yes, more dominant than even Justin Verlander. Skubal has a higher strikeout per 9, lower walk per 9, better ERA, and better whip than Verlander's best season for the Detroit Tigers. And if you're into FIP, which takes out the randomness of your defense, he's a full run better than JV's MVP season. Doesn't mean he's going to win the MVP, but he's the most dominant pitcher we've seen at Comerica Park.
I think over a year and a half, over the course of, this has still yet to be written. We know what Justin Verlander did, and we know how many years he did it for at Comerica. I'm not ready to say it's 1A, 1B, and he could be better than Verlander. I'm not ready. I think this is an overreaction at this point.
This is a barely overreaction because I was looking at that 2011 season, and JV won an MVP, a league MVP. Has Tarek Skubal done that? No.
But does that mean you're
better?
But
it could be written out. You count it. This is just half a season. JV did it for a full season. Mm-hmm. Not to think that Skubal won't do it. JV had 2 no-hitters. I think that's my deal breaker right now. I go barely, so therefore it has to be an overreaction.
Those are your first half MLB overreactions. It's 97-1.
Hey, in sports, when you're sidelined by an injury, it certainly is personal. The same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you need an attorney who's going to make it personal. That someone is David Femininio. I talk about this slogan, and he mentions it all the time. Get David, get paid. It's not just a slogan. It's his promise to take care of you. So if you or someone you know has been injured, you need to tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's a roaring success. Superman debuted over the weekend. John, you saw it. I know many of our listeners saw it. And I'm curious about your review. So, over $200 million at the box office. Rotten Tomatoes, 83%. That's pretty good. What did you think?
It was good. I mean, it held my attention. I'm not a huge superhero
That's why I was
fan.
surprised. Like, you
Well,
were there
we-
like the day it came out.
Yeah, because Teddy wanted to see it. He walks around, doing the theme song to Superman, and you just say, hey, are you flying like Superman? He puts his arms up in the air and starts running around the house. Like, it's one of the cutest things. So yeah, we went and saw it when it opened up, and
Sounds like you have his Halloween costume picked out.
oh yeah, we asked him, who do you want to be for Halloween? Superman. All right. And I mean, his birthday's coming up as well. What do you want your theme to be? Superman. He is huge into Superman right now, and we literally watch the original Superman with Christopher Reeves on a daily basis. And that's my favorite Superman of all time. This one, I want to be careful because I don't want to give away any spoilers.
Okay.
There were some moments in it, right? I can suspend reality for the John Wick movies, and I love it. It's harder for me to suspend reality in some of these other movies because it's just not my thing. So I thought it was okay.
As someone who doesn't really like superhero movies,
Right.
you thought it was okay.
It was okay. There were some moments in it where I kind of rolled my eyes. I'm like, oh, really? Come on. But it had nothing to do with the superpowers and all that stuff. There were some cheesy moments.
So I read that it was kind of cheesy, but in a good way. Like we've seen this era of superhero movies going back to like The Dark Knight, where it was all like darkly lit and dimly lit and serious. And this was, I guess, more. What? I didn't see it. It was more like whimsical. I don't know.
There was a little whimsical to it, and it was now one of the actors in it, Nathan Fillion, who I don't know if you've watched any of Castle, the old TV show, or The Rookie that's on now. He's the lead actor in both of those.
What role does he play in this?
He's the Green Lantern.
Oh, the Green Lantern's in this movie?
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that.
And I didn't really like him cast as that because there's a lot of the whimsicalness comes from that group of superheroes being in this movie.
So that's the thought, though, is they're going to reboot the whole universe. Like this is kind of the kickoff. They did this maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and I don't think the reception was that great. So now they're rebooting the whole franchise.
Yeah. I didn't like him cast as that because his delivery of some of the lines, Do
you like him in the other stuff?
Yeah, I like him in Castle. I haven't really watched The Rookie. My kids watched that one. Ellie's really into that one. But it just didn't, to me, fit. I thought it was just a bad casting job.
For those that saw it, and the numbers would suggest plenty of you went and saw it this weekend, what'd you think? 248-539-9797. Do you want to see it would be the other question. Like, I think I'm going to see it at some point.
I liked it that it wasn't super long.
How long was it? Like 2 hours? Less?
Yeah, it was right around there. I don't.
2 hours and 9 minutes.
Okay, yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah, it wasn't super
one of these
long,
like 3 hour movies.
And we actually did this one right, where it was kind of a last minute decision, and so we had to go. We went to the Imagine Theater in Novi, and had to get from our house in Canton over there at rush hour, and so it was. I think the time the movie was supposed to start was about 6, and with the previews and the commercials that they now have. It really didn't start until after about 6, somewhere between 6:15, 6:20. It's about time we showed up. So it was perfect for Teddy because when the lights get dark, he thinks the movie should be starting. And then there's these previews. He gets a little antsy, and it kind of sets us behind for not being able to make it through the entire movie. We showed up right as it was starting. Lisa was in line for snacks and food, and it worked out well.
So what do you guys like? Popcorn a must, right?
Oh yeah, popcorn.
What's the
Swedish
candy?
fish is
Now you got Heather's attention.
Swedish fish, good and plenty. A peanut butter M&Ms.
Good and plenty.
Oh, wait, no, was it good? Not good and plenty.
Gross.
The good and plenty is the fruity ones, right? Or
Good
am I-
and plenty is
Mike and
black
Ike's?
licorice.
No, that's not Mike and Ike's. Yes, sorry, Mike and
okay,
Ike's.
that's
yes.
much
Yes.
better.
Well, they're not. Mike and Ike still aren't that good.
They're good.
They're better
Yeah.
than good and plenty, but that's not
Well,
saying
yeah,
much.
good and plays would be
I
mine.
like Mike and Ike's.
Yeah, Mike and Ike's and the Swedish Fish are his jam. But for me, it's the peanut butter M&Ms. 100%. I can't go without getting peanut butter M's.
So you went to Imagine?
Yeah.
You didn't go to MJR?
It's more fun at MJR.
Oh, the claps.
Has Teddy done that yet?
MJR?
Yeah. Take him to MJR just so when they do, it's more fun at MJR, and they clap.
Oh,
Are you
No.
familiar with this?
No.
We're breaking this to
All
you?
right, you need to
Yeah.
go to MJR. You
I
do.
don't know that there's an MJR around me.
So I don't think there's one around me either. So we go to Imagine as well.
Actually, I think there's an MJR right off of like Livernois and Clawson. It's been years since I've been to that one.
Go to one. You got to experience the clap.
Okay. No, thanks. I've gone my whole life without that. Yeah. Thanks, Greg.
Awesome. Well, guys, a brother and sister duo are both in jail after they were arrested in a string of Oakland County purse snatchings. So, according to police, these siblings stole purses from women in parking lots basically all over Oakland County, Commerce Township, Auburn Hills, White Lake. Police eventually were able to set up a surveillance at several locations in an attempt to try to catch these guys. Last week, they were located at 2 homes and were taken into custody. And basically, they're saying, like, this could have been much worse. Some of the thefts turned violent, but not as violent as they could have. Like, there was no major injuries to any of these women, but it could have been something different depending on how far these people wanted to go. So good thing they were taken off the streets. A Roseville police chase ended in a multi-vehicle crash over the weekend, which took the life of a 28-year-old husband and father from Madison Heights. Police initiated the pursuit around 3 a.m. on Saturday. Like I said, ended with a crash in Warren, killing this young man, Alex Habib, who was just an innocent bystander. And you read about him, a married man, young children, a 1-year-old and a 3-month-old at home. It sounds like the crash remains under investigation. Former Detroit Lions star Ndamukong Suh announced his retirement from the NFL after 13 seasons. So over the weekend, he broke the news in a heartfelt statement on social media. It was actually on the 1-year anniversary of his father's death. And Suh shared that before his father passed away, he gave one final piece of advice, and that was that it was time to let football go, that you've done everything you've set out to do, and now it is time for your next chapter. And he basically said that after that conversation, he decided that that was going to stick with him, and he was going to honor his father's last wish and retire.
It's a hard. We've talked about this before. It is so hard to you never fully let football go. And congratulations to him on a great career. And whatever that next chapter is, I hope he has something to turn the page to.
Yes.
He hadn't played the last 2 seasons.
Yeah.
So I didn't know that he was still active. I know you have to make the decision to retire, but I think the league had kind of made that decision, right? Like nobody was going to.
Well, I think his phone probably rang, and it was probably one of those things where somebody wasn't willing to pay what he wanted, which he held out the cards. Like, you don't have to play.
So former Michigan football staffer Connor Stalions back in the news.
Oh, boy.
He says he knew almost every signal opponents used in 7 games over 2 seasons. So he shared this detail on social media over the weekend, and he was actually responding to TCU coach Sonny Dykes, who said that his team changed their play calls ahead of the 2022 college football playoff semifinals against Michigan after they were apparently tipped off about the Wolverines' sign-stealing plans. And you can go and read the whole post that Stalions made, but he fired back saying that there were 7 games in his time at Michigan where he knew almost every signal the whole game. He goes on to list those games. Then he says we lost 3 of those games because we didn't tackle well and Georgia was historically good. And then he said we won 4 other games because we dominated the line of scrimmage and tackled well. Went on to say that blocking, ball security, tackling, run fits, and coverage tools, that's football. That is not rocket science.
He keeps trying to justify what he did. and just simply won't go away.
Yeah, simply,
like he
just
loves
go
the
away.
spotlight. I mean, it's just it's so nauseating. Anytime
You hear his name?
his name comes up, I want to vomit.
So his point
Eye
is
roll.
the work he did was meaningless? Is that what we're supposed to like? Just go away.
Yep. This is an interesting new trend that is apparently emerging. Parents are now crashing their kids' honeymoons.
What?
No,
Yes.
no.
Yes.
No.
Apparently, it's true. A lot of people have been jumping online to share their stories, or people they know. One person said, I had a neighbor whose mother-in-law and father-in-law went on their honeymoon with them, and they felt that they could go because they gifted the couple their honeymoon to Hawaii.
No.
One other person said, oh, yeah, we went, and my mother-in-law was in an adjacent room, like one of the rooms with the doors that connects to your room.
This is they're all sorts of wrong. All sorts of
I
wrong.
totally agree. There's one psychologist who says bringing family on a honeymoon is an interesting concept. And she goes on to say that, first off, if it's going to happen, both parties need to be in full agreement, right? This isn't something where it's like,
you just show up.
yeah, or like
My God.
the bride is like, no, I don't want this. I want just time with my new husband. But the in-laws are like, we're coming along anyway. Like everyone needs to be in agreement. She said, I guess if everyone is in agreement, it could be all right, but
then it's not your
basically
honeymoon.
saying,
You're not. The honeymoon's
just a
for
family
you guys.
vacation.
Yeah.
but they're saying, she said, if it does happen, you need to pre-establish alone time and boundaries. You need to know going in, okay, fine, you're coming, but here are some rules, the ground rules. We're not going to hang
Yeah.
out every second of every day.
Or just avoid that scenario altogether.
I agree.
Or you show up and they've got an adjacent room. I'm going down to the front desk. I'm sorry. No, we need a different room.
Knock, knock, knock. Sweetie,
Yeah. Can I borrow your toothpaste?
no.
What were those sounds last night?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Boundaries.
Yes.
Heather with the news. Got some interesting ticket text on the Superman stuff. Also want to get to the Tigers. They lost 4 games in a row going to the All-Star break. Still have time before the deadline. We'll get to that next. 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch every single sporting event is Stadium Swim, and we got the football season on the horizon, so make your plans now. That's located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience absolutely built for us, the sports fan. You can chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels, and if you're there on the 21st or the 22nd of August, you might actually see Cabana Boy in his Cabana outfit. You got a perfect view no matter where you are of the massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Mariners launching bombs yesterday. Complete a sweep of the Tigers, who lost 4 straight going into the All-Star break. Season-long losing skid. 4 straight. We'll get to that. Couple ticket texts. John, you went and saw Superman as it came out this last week.
I got some Twitch comments about Heather's news stories as well. But let's get to the texters first.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah.
You nervous what the Twitchers think of the news?
Nah.
Nope.
No.
She shouldn't
all
be worried
good,
about
clean fun.
Yep.
Texter says, John, the movie was trash. Second worst superhero movie next to Green Lantern.
Well, Green Lantern was in this one, so I understand it.
Superman was super peak. Was a nice comic-y movie we haven't seen in a long time. I think that's what they're hoping to do is reboot, rebrand, because ticket texters have pointed out that this was much better than the last iteration with Henry Cavill. Says, and this one says Nathan Fillion was awesome as the Green Lantern.
Well, I mean, it's
Different folks.
Yeah. Different strokes, different folks.
Superman was one of the only films I've ever walked out on. I went to see Jurassic World instead. It was bad too, but hey, Scarlett Johansson. That's John in Lake Orion.
You know what? Teddy's into Jurassic Park too. We went and saw that one. I can't believe I don't like going to movies, but we've gone to a handful because Teddy likes them. I thought actually Jurassic World one or whatever it's called was really good.
People are taking issue with your movie etiquette. So John is one of those families that gets there late and has to climb over everyone to get to their seats before the movie starts.
No, if you're in the Imagine Theater, you don't have to climb over anyone. There's plenty of room to.
They have recliners.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
The recliners kind of suck though because they're
do?
for short people. Yeah.
Oh, I guess that's why I don't have
when
an
when
issue.
when the legs go up, it literally hits me in the back of the knee, and it just my feet are still
They're
touching
heated?
the ground.
They're heated. They're great.
I'm not.
I bring
big
a
fan.
blanket?
Yeah, I like the space. I mean, it's
Yeah.
like sitting in a lazy boy.
I'd wait until it comes out on DVD. The claps are stupid and annoying. Steve and Warren.
On DVD? Who's waiting for it to come out on DVD?
Just read the text.
Yeah.
Nobody's buying DVDs.
Nobody's buying DVDs.
You're going to get
anymore.
it streaming on your TV at home. But he's referring to the MGR claps. This one says MGR is an Oakland County thing, apparently. I grew up in Wayne, never heard of it. Was pretty confused when I went to a movie theater as a 35-year-old and a bunch of people started clapping.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't go to an MGR growing up either.
JR. J.
What did I say?
MJR.
Yeah, what did I say?
G?
Yeah, I don't know.
Or maybe you say your J's wrong.
G, J, GIF or GIF?
GIF.
Yeah, I don't know.
I was saying because we went to like
Yeah.
AMC's and now we go to Imagine, but
Right.
MGR does.
Yeah.
MJR, I just caught myself, does the clapping as part of their little intro song.
Yeah. So the Twitchers are in reaction to Heather's news story about the family honeymoon.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
This sounds like a Costa-style honeymoon. Sharing is caring in the Costa household.
Gross.
Couples cruise, anyone? Don't forget the cat. LOLOL.
The idea that someone else would go on your
out loud twice.
honeymoon, mom, dad, brother, even pets, like you should have the time for just you two. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, you don't take a pet.
On a honeymoon?
No.
Oh, we
No,
took
no,
our
no,
dog.
no.
No, go get away. You're on vacation. Spend time together. You just got married.
Mm-hmm.
This was in White Lotus. I know you only made it one episode.
Didn't
but
even
this
make
was-
it through the whole first episode. It was literally like 20 minutes in. What?
But that's what happens. The first episode of the first season, his mom, not mom and dad, just overbearing mom crashes the honeymoon. I can't
I didn't
believe
even
that's a
make it that
real
far.
trend.
Apparently it is.
So it
I
can't
don't
be a
know.
trend. It has to be like
Well,
a,
it's happening
a
more and more,
phenomenon?
which would be a trend. Happening more than it did before. It's trendy.
Yeah, but if it's like
Trending.
0.0001%, I wouldn't necessarily call that a trend. I can't believe that this would be something that people would be like, yeah, this is a good idea.
John, it's years away. But when one of your kids gets married, any chance you are
I don't
want to
be there.
I know, that's
I
what I'm
don't want to
thinking.
be there. I don't want to be there.
I feel like I have heard it happen when you have a destination wedding. You go to Jamaica to get married, and then you honeymoon after your wedding, maybe at the same resort where you got married, and some of your family stays or your buddies stay, and then it's
That's
kind
a
of
little bit different, though,
Is it,
because
though?
if you're making a destination wedding and somebody is paying money to go on vacation to go to your wedding, I would expect that they would want to stay for a little bit.
Well, then I'd be out of Jamaica and headed somewhere
Sure.
else.
I would too. I don't
We
want
went to Jamaica and got married, and
You did?
Yes,
I didn't know that for some reason.
I've told you before.
I
Thanks
forgot.
for remembering.
It wasn't
Sorry.
important to you.
This is the first time I've heard it. A destination wedding for
You just
the.
forgot about it because you're bridezilla, right? I'm just kidding.
It's all about me. That's all I can think about. No.
But family stayed for a little bit, and then we still were there like 6 days by ourselves.
Okay.
Okay.
Did anybody else stick around and crash the honeymoon?
No.
No, you go home.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's good.
That seems to be a little bit more acceptable.
Okay.
But if you have a honeymoon stateside, or you have a wedding stateside, and then you go on a honeymoon, no one else is going.
No.
I can't even imagine the parents who would want to be there.
I don't think this is a super common occurrence, but on the off chance that somebody listening has had this happen to them or has gone on one of these honeymoons, 248-539-9797. We may as well throw the number out. I know we're going to do a lot of baseball talk, but this clearly struck a chord with the people on the ticket text.
Mm-hmm.
But this is a hard no, and it should be a hard no. 248-539-9797.
We'll just say emphasis on the no.
Not emphasis on, anyway. Okay, we want to talk Tiger baseball. They lost 4 straight going. Thank you, Rieger.
I hate that drop. Don't use that.
Which one? I'm just.
Which one? The one with her for a second. Does it matter if it's summer or winter? I was just going to say.
Well, temperature can play a factor.
Took an hour and 43 minutes to All-Star Week to go here. Just wait. Drop tournaments this week, by the way.
It is Wednesday.
What else are we going to hear in that?
I don't know.
Come on, just fire away. No
just,
one know.
just click random buttons. Just
No.
All right, we'll talk Tiger baseball coming up next. They lost 4 straight going into the All-Star break, and I think it's a good thing. Everybody's in a bad mood today. It's a good thing. It's 97.1.
Hey, we're in the heat of summer right now. If you woke up over this weekend and you're like, why is it so hot in the house? You need to call the team at Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They take care of my house in all 4 of those aspects. They'll take care of yours just the same. Upgrade your system now and save up to $1,000. If you call for details, you can also schedule a free in-home estimate. They also offer same-day service. So like I mentioned, if you woke up, it's hot in the house, it's humid in the house, don't waste another minute. Give them a call. If you call before noon, they're going to be there same day. For more information, you can find it on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
8 o'clock hour, one NFL team is listening to phone calls about their superstar. I want to talk Tiger baseball. They lost 4 straight going into the All-Star break. Longest losing streak of the season. 4 whole games. The way they lost, though, pretty emphatic. Specifically against Seattle, this 3-game sweep, they were outscored 35-14. Big totals, bats mashing up Tiger pitching. And I know people are feeling like, boy, there's some issues with this baseball team. And there are. But
They're not new.
I'm happy this happened. I wanted to see some level of urgency forced into this baseball team before the trade deadline. I don't want them to add just one reliever and stand pat and run this thing into the postseason. I want them to look at this as a pretty clear warning sign of what happens if they don't take the deadline seriously.
My question is, do you think there is more of a sense of urgency from Scott Harris today than there was last Wednesday?
I would think so, yeah. I mean, Canely has been nails all year, and he's had a rough month. If you were talking about we need to add a
month, it wasn't just the last couple of days, so it's been very obvious.
Right, but this is the exclamation mark. This is the black lettering, bold lights, whatever you need to say. This is what you need to see. This team has to do something about it. They can't just go, well, got the best record in baseball.
Yeah, but I don't think you're giving Scott Harris or A.J. Hinch or the organization enough credit to think that just because they lost 4 in a row before the All-Star break, and it was clear yesterday, like that was a bullpen loss, that, okay, now we need to add an arm. I think they have been probably making calls, evaluating, and deciding what they want to do because when we had Scott Harris on, he said, yeah, we're in position to add. We want to add to this roster. I've said for 6 weeks, 2 months, they need to be adding in the bullpen. That to me was my number one concern. It was highlighted yesterday, and I just don't think that all of a sudden a light bulb went off with Scott Harris that says, oh, well, okay, now we need to add a bullpen arm.
It's not a light bulb, but it's a level of urgency to get something done. I might be willing to give up more than I previously thought because the problem is bigger than I previously thought. John, they're 30th in swing and miss out of their bullpen. You get to the postseason, and if the ball gets put in play, bad things happen. You have to put people away. That was a need. It's a bigger need, and it's unavoidable now that they do something. And it's probably more than one arm if we're being honest.
Yeah, but again, I go to the premise of the question, and that is, do you think that this puts the exclamation point on them needing? I think the exclamation point is only for the fans, for those that are watching. This is something that I gotta believe Scott Harris has been very aware of a need to add in the bullpen. A.J. Hinch, very aware. Maybe he doesn't say it publicly, and I know he's talked about, well, maybe some of the best additions are from within. Guys get healthy, guys come up. That can be true, but that's what I expect him to say. But I would 100% expect behind closed doors, he has probably told Scott Harris, I need another bullpen arm. I probably need 2 bullpen arms. If we want to make a run at a World Series championship, we need more help in the bullpen. I don't think this is breaking news to the organization. Maybe it is to fans, and maybe they have switched. It feels to me like you've switched from Friday to today, where your number one on Friday was they need a right-handed bat. Well, I'm not saying that they don't.
Right. I think to win the World Series, they need a bat. But I think to get to the World Series, they need an arm.
So
you got to get there first.
The most important thing is an arm in the bullpen.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this weekend, it's undeniable right now. And
you've shifted.
Sure, if you want to put it that way. I mean, I think you struggle with saying losses are ever good.
Yeah, no, losses are never good.
But I think if they reinforce urgency from management, that is a good thing. Because if this had happened 3 weeks from now, you're out of options. All you have is your internal guys. All you have is fingers crossed.
I don't know what Scott Harris is going to do, and I don't know what his options are. I'm sure he is working the phones. He is exhausting all options and going to try and make the best decision for this franchise. And I don't think that losing, 3 to Seattle, 4 of going into the break changes what he's going to do at the deadline.
But you would agree when you're winning, it's easy to overlook some of the flaws of your team. It's easy to think that your S doesn't stink. It's easy to say, we're great, we're going to be great, all we do is win 2 of 3, we're a machine. And then someone points out, hey, what about that? Shut up, we have the best record in all of baseball.
I think you're having two different conversations. You're having a fan conversation versus a good GM is not going to sit there and say, oh, well, we're still winning 2 out of 3. We're going to be just fine. No, they're going to look at the numbers and say, well, our luck could run out. And so we need to add a bullpen arm.
Or two,
and a bat, whatever it is.
Do you feel like Scott Harris is adding 2 bullpen arms and a bat? I would hope so, because I think it puts them in a great position to win the World Series. What I would hope is that he's willing to part with some of these prospects. He's done a great job restocking. And they just added a bunch of dudes yesterday with the draft. Mm-hmm. But it's pretty clear that they have to do something more than the minimum. Like, he used the word pragmatic when we had him on.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, but maybe you got to get a little more uncomfortable to make these type of moves to get yourself where you need to be.
I guess on the flip side of that conversation, I would say if Scott Harris was overlooking the bad parts of this team, the concerning parts of this team, and it just now became apparent, we got bigger problems than just adding at the deadline.
Well, something happened. This has been going on since the beginning of July with Canely.
Yeah.
Right? His ERA is 46.5.
Say that again. That's decimals in the right spot there. 46 for an ERA.
Yeah, and I think that's what got exposed for good over the weekend. Is this guy was overperforming before July this year. He wasn't getting hit around at all. And the thing is, when you lose your changeup, that's all he throws. When the changeup is off, he's cooked. It's batting practice.
It's a meatball.
Now, this is going to correct itself somewhere back to where he was at, but he was overperforming. So we never talked about that, right? We never, because things are good and everything's great, and you got Canely invest, and it's all just good. Well, no, you have a problem. The fact is he has to face 3 batters because of the bullpen rule that you need to definitely this has definitely been elevated risk, I think, for this team winning a World Series, because the truth is somewhere in the middle with who he is throughout his career. So you're going to have to add something rather significant in the bullpen. And I don't know what you just said, Jim, about, okay, you got the bat. And you know I'm big on the bat too. And then you need to go pretty big with a bullpen arm. Is he going to be willing to give up all prospects in order to get that second bullpen arm too? So you're talking about making 3 trades potentially. I'm not sure if he's going to go there. So maybe you're talking about trading somebody off the active roster.
Like Veerling? Like Meadows?
Maybe Meadows.
Okay, that's your guy.
I know. Well, look, that's the other alarming thing here. Okay, he's had 100 at-bats now. Where's this going? Does he have to go down again? Usually 100 at-bats is where you give a guy a chance to. Veerling's only at 39. To me, you got to still let him try to work this out a little bit. But they're hurting the team.
They are. And look, when you have an 11.5 game cushion in your division, you have some time to figure some stuff out, right? You have at-bats to hand out, and they've been pretty vocal about Parker Meadows giving them so much beyond his batting average, right, with his glove and what he does in the base paths, that they're not really in a do or die, either he delivers now or he's sent down mentality. The only reason they'd send him down is if they think he needs it developmentally to get back his confidence. But they're not, like, even the Veerling thing, I'm not happy with how he's hitting. Nobody is, but they're not under the gun right now.
No.
They can hand him another 100 at bats each if they really wanted to.
But don't you kind of know when you go to the deadline and you are addressing a need, isn't after the deadline you know the 26 you're going to try to roll with?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, give or take. Sure.
And you've got a couple question marks right now in center field that we're talking about. Veerling can play third, too, or other outfield positions. But you have that, and then the Canely question is there right now. I mean, I don't feel comfortable right now going Canely in the 8th and Vest in the 9th to get all the way to a World Series.
No, if all you're going off is the month of July, then no, absolutely not.
That's the most recent month, so it's what we're going off of. But you guys tell us. It's a 4-game skid. It's the longest losing streak of the year for the Tigers. It's not a long losing skid. They have the best record in baseball. They have a hefty lead in their division. How does that have you feeling? Knowing, hey, you still got 17 days before the trade deadline. Is there any angst about, they're not that good or a second half collapse is coming? I'm not going to do that. It's just, does this make it more obvious, more glaring what they need to do at the trade deadline? It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers' 25th anniversary celebration of Comerica Park was spoiled thanks to a sweep by the Mariners. It was capped off by an 8-4 loss yesterday. Didn't quite seem like it was going that direction after this, though. Tommy Kahnle was rocked for 2 homers and 3 total runs in the 9th, and it was a 4-run inning in total. The 6 Tigers are now off to the All-Star game as they pose for a photo on the tarmac in front of the team playing with team owner Chris Hillis. Tarek Skubal, who is poised to start for the AL, posted it on Instagram. The MLB draft began yesterday. The Tigers took 2 high school products and a pair of college arms. Their first pick saw them select a Florida high school shortstop, Jordan Yost. There was plenty of local flair outside of the Tigers selections, though. Michigan second baseman Mitch Voigt was snagged number 38 overall by the Mets. That marks the highest draft selection of a Wolverine since 2000. Michigan State also saw their lefty arm Joseph Gurwa head to the Baltimore Orioles 20 selections later. But the Spartans, it's their highest selection since 98 when Mark Mulder was picked by the A's. Ike Irish became the first Orchard Lake St. Mary's grad to be picked in the first round of any sport when he went 18th overall to Baltimore as well. The Pistons are halfway through their 4-game Summer League slate thanks to a 98-93 win over the Rockets. 2025 draftee Chaz Lanier made his debut, scoring 14 points, including 4 threes. The Mavericks also have reportedly shut down Cooper Flagg after 2 games. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
$97.1. Sun's out. It's a Monday. Gang's all here. We have Overreact Gyms from the first half of the baseball season coming up at 8:35. We have an NFL team listening to trades about their superstar. And we have a baseball team that goes into the All-Star break with their longest losing skid of the year. 4 straight.
Mm-hmm.
This team hasn't gone on long skids all year.
No.
This is the most pronounced. It was the most glaring, specifically with the pitching and the bullpen. And it happens at a time where you still have time to address it. The trade deadline's 17 days away. John, your point is Scott Harris didn't need an exclamation mark. He didn't need a billboard on his way into work today about how much this bullpen needs to be upgraded. But for anybody who was on the fence, or even if he was thinking, I'm going to add 1, maybe now you got to add 2. Because it's unacceptable to roll into a bullpen into the postseason 30th and swing and miss. It's just not a recipe for success.
No, and my point is, I get what you're saying. It was highlighted.
Yes.
In the last 4 games, especially yesterday, that they need bullpen help. Over the weekend, it was around baseball all weekend. Jack and Ellie both had games. And there was a lot of debate over the conversations that we had last week. Is the right-handed bat versus the reliever? Who should they add? Who are they most desperate to add? Mm-hmm. And there was a lot of people that said, we agree. They need to add a reliever. And if fans are looking in that, if I'm saying that, I'm not a baseball guy. I'm a baseball fan. Right. I got to believe that Scott Harris and all of the minions that he has crunching all the numbers and saying this is working, this isn't working, like they have been able to tell him, I think we need some bullpen help. So I don't think it's breaking news to him.
No, it's not. And I think this is maybe the way I need to present it to you because I think you get what I'm saying. This added desperation more than there was before the weekend. Everybody acknowledged get some swing and miss.
For the fans.
For all the fans had acknowledged get swing and miss, and I'm sure Scott Harris and his minions, as you put it, I picture the little yellow guys with the...
Sure.
They were all figuring this out well before all of us. But it does add desperation, even for Scott Harris going into the trade deadline. It's worse than you thought it was 3 days ago. It's worse than you thought it was 3 weeks ago. It's at a critical mass. You don't have Kahnle and Vest. You have Vest. And maybe Holton's coming back to earth, or coming back to what he was last year, but you don't have 3, 4, 5, 6 guys in this bullpen. You have maybe 2. So you got to add at least 2. It adds a desperation that wasn't here a week ago. That's all I'm saying. I'm not suggesting Scott Harris woke up today and goes, whoa, I figured it out. We need a bullpen arm. But I think it adds desperation, which is, I think, a good thing. Because what I didn't want is to rest on their laurels and go, well, we can get a 7th-inning guy from the Rockies. No, go get me a flamethrower who can pitch the 8th or the 9th inning because this team's trying to win a World Series.
I still disagree because I don't think he woke up today and said, "Oh, we need a bullpen arm." I think that's been something that he has had the realization for some time that they need to add in the bullpen. And 3 games going into the All-Star break, 4-game losing streak, 3 to 1 team in Seattle that they could face in the postseason. Again, I think this is something that we talk about here, that fans maybe came to the realization, but I don't think it's a huge red flag for Scott Harris that all of a sudden we need a bullpen arm. I think he has been aware of that for some time.
But I guess you guys are splitting hairs here. Where I'm with Jim is it's a significant arm. I didn't feel that before Friday. I was aware of Canely was not pitching well this month before Friday's show, okay? And I thought it was too early to say something about it because this team has been playing so well, you're nitpicking. But the thing is, he doesn't have an answer because of the style of pitcher he is. He has one pitch.
Yeah.
And when it's off, he sucks.
Yeah, he's not someone you want to throw out there.
You can't put that pressure on Will Vest all the time because he'll fold eventually. So you got to try. Canely is part of this, and he's a crucial part of this still. But you're going to have somebody else in the mix that isn't there right now. And I didn't feel that way. I kind of felt it to myself a little bit Friday, but I wasn't willing to kind of go public with it yet.
But that's
because
my point, is you felt that way.
Yeah.
Fans have felt that way. I don't think Scott Harris felt that way. I think he was very aware that they need a significant bullpen arm. Everybody that has Jeff Passan and all of these other people who are writing about the Tigers have said, yeah, it would be great to add a bat, but the number one thing that they have always said for the last 4 weeks is arms.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. I'd get 3 bullpen arms, a starter, and a right-handed power bat, but I know that's not going to happen. No, it's not.
Yeah, you don't need to remake the entire roster.
Canely blows. One thing that can't be tolerated in the bullpen is walks. He walks batters on 4 straight pitches. Guys, I've held this opinion for a while. It's not just the last 4 games. I think the roster's very mediocre, especially the pitching staff.
I wouldn't say it's mediocre.
They said very mediocre. Yeah. What are these people coming out of the woodwork for? There's stuff they got to get better at. They're not a mediocre roster. I think Scott Harris loves his prospect, the guys he's acquired and drafted. If there's so many moves, it'll probably be Avila prospects. I'm not sure how much value any of them have.
I think Scott Harris, I mean, okay, we are still, this is year 3?
Yeah.
So we're still figuring out what he's going to do when the team is bad. And we know at the trade deadline with Erod, that was a misstep. Last year, I think he did well at the trade deadline, sending off Jack Flaherty, getting Sweeney, who last year did help in getting them to the postseason. Now, he's not a huge factor now. And would you like to see a better bat, maybe a better glove? Sure. But I think that they need help in the bullpen. That has to be their number one priority.
Texter says the team is cooked if they don't make a serious bullpen move. It scared me all year, and I'm glad it's coming to a head now rather than later. Maybe they'll decide to make a splash. Team is cooked if they don't make serious bullpen moves. What are bullpen trade options? Well, the good news is there's a lot of guys out there. You mentioned Jeff Passan, David Bednar is a name that people have linked. Pittsburgh Pirates reliever. If you're willing to make trades in the division, and they do happen.
Yeah.
Minnesota's got a couple big-time swing and miss relievers. Cleveland's got a couple swing and miss relievers. I don't think Chapman's on the table with Boston going on this 10-game win streak, but look around. I'd love Mason Miller from the A's. Where are they going?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to cost
more. They're not sure. They're Sacramento.
That's a good point. Vegas eventually.
Not sure.
248-539-9797.
Would you give up a Lorenzo for Miller?
Of course.
Would they want
That's
more?
multi-years of control. And here, by the way, Harris will look brilliant. He gets Lorenzo for Flaherty, gets Flaherty back, and then flips Lorenzo for a closer.
Mm-hmm.
And he still has Flaherty.
The ultimate shell game. He looks like the boy genius, right?
That was the shame yesterday is they should have won that start for Flaherty.
They should have.
They needed him to really show up yesterday. And I'll say this, too, about yesterday. Yesterday's a game they've won all year long. And you're just not going to keep winning that way.
Right.
Eventually it's going to catch you. Look, I think we sound like we might be overreacting a little bit to
No, we're not, because the backdrop is winning the World Series. Nobody has disputed whether they're winning this division. It's
still
about
think-
winning the World Series. That's the only reason we bring it up.
I think they're good enough to get to the ALCS, but beyond that, I would have a tough time picking them. I think a 7-game series exposes the depth of this bullpen when starting pitching gets pinched, and then the way they strike out.
Mention we got an NFL headline, and that's all it is right now, John, is an NFL headline.
Yeah.
TJ Watt's future with the Pittsburgh Steelers has never been more uncertain. Superstar edge rusher is still in a contract dispute with the franchise. He is a free agent in 2026 after this year. And there are reports the team is exploring the trade market to see his value at this stage.
I think he is as available as Myles Garrett was. Myles Garrett came out and said, I don't want to be here. I am requesting a trade. And what happened? They gave him more money, and he is still a Cleveland Brown.
He wants to be the highest paid non-quarterback. Stop me if you've heard that before. That title is currently held by Jamar Chase, who makes $40 million annually. But we're in that same neighborhood as Myles Garrett. And when we had the Myles Garrett stuff, we took so many phone calls about how we need to go get Myles Garrett.
Yeah.
Are you kind of burned out by it?
Yeah.
Because I am.
I am, but
It's not going to happen.
No, it's not going to happen. He's still going to be in Pittsburgh. And the only tea leaf that may say, okay, maybe he's not in Pittsburgh. Well, first of all, I don't think it's Detroit. And here's the reason why. They've got 1 year of Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers has said in most, like word soup, but this is his last year.
Yeah.
What do they need after Aaron Rodgers? They need a quarterback. So if they're going to trade TJ Watt,
I want high picks.
they want high picks. You're not going to get a high pick from the Lions. So
Give
if
him
he's
Hooker.
Okay.
Jamar,
Heartbroken in Westland. Look, Aaron Rodgers, they're in a win now mode, right? They just gave up their own first round pick, did they
Right.
not? Did people
Yes.
maybe miss that trade? They gave up their own first round pick in a deal where they got Ramsey and Jonnu Smith and sent out Minkah Fitzpatrick. Their quarterback is this is the last year. I mean, dangerous to take Aaron Rodgers at his literal word, but I think this is his last go round. They're not trading away their best defensive football player this season. The worst case scenario, he'd play out this year, or he'd threaten to hold out, and he'd play out this year, and then they tag and trade him in the offseason.
yes, to a team, again, not named the Detroit Lions.
Even if we kick and scream and beg and plead, it's not going to happen. It's 97-1.
Hey, Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in Michigan for over 25 years. Their focus has always been on using the highest quality ingredients, and you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. With that dedication in mind, their all-day IPA is crafted for every and any moment. It's easy drinking, refreshing, and flavorful. All-day IPA is the kind of IPA that's never out of place, and hey, we got tailgates aplenty coming up. So make sure you plan ahead. It's tailgating, it's grilling all summer long, it's hitting the beach, or just kicking back in the backyard. Whatever it is, All Day IPA is smooth, full of flavor, and endlessly crushable. It goes where the good times are. Look for an All Day IPA at the store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Are you ready for a straighter smile without the metal braces? If you've been thinking about Invisalign, now's the perfect time to make your move with Brightside Dental. Invisible, comfortable, and now more affordable than ever. Free Invisalign consultation, that's no pressure, just answers. And if it's right for you, start your Invisalign journey for as low as $59 a month. Straight teeth, straightforward pricing. That's something to smile about. Mention Jim Costa in the morning show. Lock in that price. Call 1-800-PAINLESS. Go to brightsidedental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. '97-1. We mentioned TJ Watt and some of the angst right now in Pittsburgh. The latest report, they're doing their due diligence, listening to potential trade offers for TJ Watt. Nobody knows if anything's going to get done. Look, they have Aaron Rodgers. They're trying to win a Super Bowl this year. They traded away a pick, first-round pick, already this offseason. So I don't know why he would be moved, but they're doing their homework on it. And on our Odyssey station in Pittsburgh, they had an insider come on and say, if it gets to the point of no return, a second-round pick is what it could take. Which, I mean, we're sitting here in Lions land going, I'll give you a first. What are we talking about? Get the deal done right now. Now, clearly it comes with a contract extension and all kinds of hoops to jump through. But, John, it's not happening. We bring it up because it's a big name and it's a pass rusher and there's kind of an obligation to bring it up, but it's not happening. The move that we could bring up, Sunday, less than a week from now, the Lions are going to report to camp. Za'Darius.
Awesome.
Za'Darius is the name we could bring up, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we've talked about Trey Hendrickson and the possibility of trading for him, not trading for him. I don't believe that's going to happen. I think he ends up in Cincinnati. It's the same thing in Pittsburgh. TJ Watt. Okay, they may be trying to find out the value, and they're going to find out that nobody really wants to give up what it would actually take to get the deal done in Pittsburgh. So TJ Watt will be in Pittsburgh. The deal that does need to get done is Za'Darius Smith. Now, when does that happen? They may have, I would anticipate that there have been conversations between the Lions and Za'Darius Smith. Za'Darius Smith was very vocal. Where does he want to be? Detroit. Where does he think he can win a Super Bowl? Detroit. Does he care about how much money he's going to make? I'm sure on some level he does, but he wants to be in Detroit. I don't think it happens before Sunday. And I don't think it actually happens before the Hall of Fame game, which is the 31st. I do think it happens sometime in training camp.
August.
They bring him in and he doesn't have to, have those extra week or days of training camp. He comes in, he knows the system, he knows the players. He's going to benefit greatly from being opposite Aiden Hutchinson. Where did he benefit greatly? Was in Cleveland.
Yeah.
At this point of his career, he's not the feature rusher anymore, but he was really good opposite Myles Garrett. Same thing in Detroit. And I think that he will be back. It's just not going to happen on the timeline that all of us would love to have the roster finalized and have Za'Darius there. We'd love to have that peace of mind that there is somebody competent opposite Aiden Hutchinson. I do think it happens.
Well, that's good because I think we all want to see extra teeth to this pass rush. Mm-hmm. I think the reason people get angsty isn't that. I think it comes down to this, is that Brad Holmes, at least publicly, has denied this is a position of need. That doesn't mean he's not lying through his teeth and he's maintaining leverage, but when the public comments are made and made as strongly as they are from the general manager, it does create a situation where I don't have the same confidence you do that he's back.
Well, but I also think you could say he's lying through his teeth, but he has said two elite pass rushers. Who has two elite pass rushers? Well, no one. And even if they sign Za'Darius Smith, are they going to have two elite pass rushers? No.
But John, when we had him on. When someone asks you about a pass rusher, it doesn't have to be TJ Watt, just any old pass rusher. I don't understand the question. This is not some need that you in the media are persisting it to be, that are trying to create it to be, I am running this football team. It is not a need. We are very happy with our guys. Stop asking me about a pass rusher. I mean, that is effectively what we were told. So when it's said that verbose, that repeated message, I don't have some confidence that he's here. I'd love him to be here. He wants to be here. Fit the culture, was productive. Isn't going to... John, it's got to be a one-year deal at this point. No one else is offering him anything. It should happen. I just don't have the same confidence that you do that it will happen.
The risk that you run of not getting it done sooner is week one of NFL training camps, somebody's edge goes down.
Right.
Now all of a sudden,
Cost
who are they
goes
going to
up.
call?
Yep.
They're going to call Zadarius will be one of the guys that will be contacted first. Hey, do you want to come to 31 of other teams other than the Detroit Lions, because we're going to pay you more. Our need is now greater.
I also have to correct something. I was spacing out. I swore I saw that there was a first-round pick traded in that Jalen Ramsey, Minkah Fitzpatrick swap. It was not a first-round pick. Nobody traded a first-round pick. The Steelers still have their own first-round pick. So I appreciate the ticket texters for politely and only subtly reminding me of that. I screwed up. My bad, guys. They still have their first-round pick. Quick phone call. Philip in Detroit, you're on 97.1.
Hey, how's it going? What's going on, Cookies? What's going on, Justin?
Good
What's
morning.
So Cookies, this is what I think you kind of missing with Jansen is saying when it comes to Scott and Brad Holmes, which I kind of take a little exception with Brad Holmes. I'm confused on what he's doing. But what Jensen is saying is that pretty much that's not how management works. They know, they are aware of what's going on. They're not in the business of tipping their hand or in the public eye or in the public press conference. They're not trying to win press conferences, which to some degree, and I don't mean it in a point where they don't care about what the fans think, but
they shouldn't. No, Philip, they shouldn't.
Yeah.
They shouldn't care about what you say when you call in, what I say when the mics get turned on at the crack of dawn.
Exactly.
They shouldn't care what we have to say. And Philip, I think that's John has made it pretty clear that Scott Harris knows this team needs a bullpen ad. My only pushback is if he thought it was a 7 out of 10 need, it's probably a 9 out of 10 need now. It ups the urgency and the desperation, which if it means they get a better bullpen piece because of what happened this weekend, it's a good thing. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
248-539-9797. Let's get to Heather's news.
Well, Cleveland Browns rookie running back Quinshon Judkins woke up in a South Florida jail this weekend after being arrested for domestic violence. So he was arrested on Saturday and appeared in bond court on Sunday. During his hearing, the judge found probable cause and ordered him to not be in contact with the victim, have no access to firearms, and his bond was set at $2,500, which I believe he posted because he was released. The Browns have stated that they are aware of the situation and are gathering more information.
It's been a tough couple of years for the Browns and Buckeye draft picks. But they have, was a Michael Hall Jr. Had a domestic issue. Now Quinshon Judkins. Tough streak.
Former Detroit Lions star Ndamukong Suh. I've got it, but when you look at it,
Yes.
when you look at the spelling, then you can't say it. If you just say it as you know it.
Yeah. It's like
Gosh.
Estonian pterodactyl.
Yeah, exactly. You see that there, then you don't know what it is.
Omnipotent.
Exactly. Well, he announced his retirement from the NFL after 13 seasons. So he made the post on social media. He did it on Saturday. It was a heartfelt post. It was actually on the 1-year anniversary of his father's death. And he kind of shared that before his dad passed away, his dad gave him a final piece of advice, which was to kind of let football go, that he had done everything he set out to do, and it was time for the next chapter. And Sue said, hey, I'm going to follow this advice, and I'm
On to the next
hanging it
chapter.
up. Yeah, on to the next chapter.
Good for him.
So,
I hadn't realized he hadn't already retired. He hadn't played the last 2 years, but now it's official.
now it is official, yes. Well, 50 years after the Edmund Fitzgerald sank into Lake Superior, 68 swimmers will complete the ship's remaining 411 miles. So the Edmund Fitzgerald Memorial Swim is scheduled to begin on July 26th. There we go. And the 411-mile relay swim will start from right above the shipwreck site in Lake Superior, and it will finish August 27th in Detroit, which was the ship's intended final destination. So over the course of a month, 17 teams of 4 relay swimmers will cover the entire course, and then they'll deliver iron ore pellets to Detroit Mayor Mike Duggan.
Are they
And-
swimming with the pellets
I would imagine so.
in their pocket?
Their Speedo just tucked right in. The
Where are you gonna put
swim
those?
has a dual mission. Obviously, one is to preserve the memory of those who died on board. And then the other is raising money to preserve the Civil War era Whitefish Point light station. And so far, they've raised over $187,000,
that's
which is
cool.
a lot of money. And it could be
Cool.
even more since
On your trips up to the UP, have you stopped at Whitefish Point?
I have, but it's not. I've been there, but we
Yeah.
don't typically go there because it's
It's out of the way.
way out
Yeah.
of the way. But
Yeah.
yes, I have been there.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool. The
It is.
shipwreck museum, the lighthouse, all of that stuff is pretty cool.
Very, very cool. So good for them. There's some drama brewing between an Arizona homeowner and their HOA. The dreaded HOA, right? So for 5 years, there's a man named David Martin who's been handing out cold water bottles to neighbors, to delivery drivers, because it's very hot in Arizona, specifically this time of year. Well, he said it started during the pandemic, and it was kind of a way to create a feeling of unity, togetherness, something he could do to bring the neighbors together. Well, last year, this is when the rift began with the HOA, and they fined him $50 for storing the items in plain sight, in a cooler, I'm
Right.
imagining.
At the end of his driveway, it sounds
Yeah.
like, yeah.
Well, yeah, and then he refused to pay that bill because he said, well, that's ridiculous. They fined him $100 for non-compliance 3 months in a row, which he also says,
I
I'm
ain't
not
paying that either.
He said it's a water cooler. He said that he stores it next to his garage, but it's inside of his neighbors can
Right.
see this cooler sitting there. Anyway, the HOA says, we have no problem with you handing out the waters. That's great. Nice gesture. But it does not like that it is advertising. It says such projects on his lawn. The community rules say that you are not allowed to advertise water bottle distribution from a portable ice chest. And he says he's taken matters into his own hands. He's actually had a petition started and had all these signatures to boot the board members
Right.
off the
I think
board.
3 of them
for
got
him.
booted.
And
yeah.
3 of them got the boot, but now those board members are saying, was this really enough signatures to get us? It sounds like there's a lot
we'll
of
go
drama
get more then.
going on.
We'll go get more. You don't like me
Yeah.
helping out these hardworking people on hot days? You want to be on the other side of that
Seems a
issue?
little ridiculous.
We'll go collect more signatures. We can play that game.
I mean, I haven't seen a photo of
Yeah.
the said cooler.
It's a slippery slope because if they agree to this and now all of a sudden somebody else puts a sign out for something else,
like a lemonade
How do
stand,
they-
God forbid.
I'm just saying.
Well,
Come on. These HOAs are way too uppity.
Well, I've seen some of this in our neighborhood. They've said, okay, you can't have like yard signs,
Right.
but happy 5th grade graduation, little Jeremy or whatever. Like, okay, so what?
Where's the line?
Right. And some of it
I
is
love my library. We've got a lot of those. Like, okay. Well, then
Gotta read the
how do you
fine
draw
Right,
the
that's
line?
where do you draw the line? And if
Yeah.
if you allow this, then you have to allow other things.
Exactly.
You set a precedent.
I know.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, MLB first half overreact gyms. As the show rolls on, we'll give the headline from the first half from the Tigers. And John with a movie review, channeling Roger Ebert. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your taste can take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call, your only call, should be to Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. So whether it's personal income tax or business payroll taxes that got you jammed up, Maurice and Jerry are the only team of local lawyers you need, not a tax organization with some random person that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today, or you can call them at 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Guys, if you're injured in an auto accident, listen up. You need a law firm that cares. That's KG Law. Lawrence KG and his team. He's a Detroiter, and he's not your stuffy, slimy lawyer type. Down to earth, approachable, going to work for you because he cares about you. 98% success rate. Phone number is 877-KG-CARES. That's KAJY. Online at kgcares.com. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call KG Law now. Visit kgcares.com. That's kgcares.com. 9 o'clock hour, we'll get John to channel his inner Roger Ebert, a movie review. It's one that everybody saw over the weekend. Super big box office. Mm-hmm. Tigers at the All-Star break. Headline from the first half. John, what is it?
That the Harris theory has shown the positive and the negative. And I think all of them, and it's the whole don't block them, because they didn't want to block Cole Keith. They didn't want to block Spencer Torkelson. They didn't want to block, Jace Young. So, again, the good with the bad. Yeah. And so Cole Keith has obviously played well. Spencer Torkelson this year has blossomed a little bit. And they also know extremely well this year that Jace Young's not a part of it.
So
he's not going to be.
So I'm trying to picture this on a newspaper. Your headline is maybe too long.
Yeah, it's way too long.
It's a little wordy. Copy editor's going to get on you for it.
But I think it's made obvious what they need at this point.
Yeah.
They have given all of these young guys the opportunity. And they found out, okay, even the ones that they thought weren't going to pay off. And that was Spencer Torkelson. All right, let's move Cole Keith over the first. Let's bring in Gleyber Torres. Right? It highlighted the fact that they needed to bring in Gleyber Torres to play second base if Cole Keith was no longer going to be there. Now it highlights the fact that they do need somebody at third base. And because it's not Jace Young. You could talk about Vierling,
right,
McKinstry, Baez. You could talk about all the guys that they've had circled in there.
Your point is they've seen their options. They've canvassed every option internally to figure out who they are, what they are, and what they need.
Right. And they don't have one.
My headline was shorter. Redemption. The story of this Tigers team has been a story of redemption. It's redemption for Javi Baez, who's going to start the All-Star game in center field. It's redemption from Spencer Torkelson, who did not have a job when spring training started, and now he's leading all the American League first basemen and homers. It's Casey Mize, who wasn't on last year's ALDS playoff roster. Now he's the number 2 starter on the team with the best record in baseball. 2 years removed from Tommy John. He's a redemption story. The team, okay, what you did last year in the second half was cute. It was a flash. Is it real? They've more than proven they could extend it now for a full calendar year. Redemption. Well, what about the Guardians, who've been a thorn in their side? Just swept them the last time we saw them. Redemption with an exclamation mark is the headline, and it's probably Javi Baez foul through on the walk-off homer against the Red Sox is the photo below it on the paper. Redemption. You guys let us know what your headline is, okay? There's plenty of good, and with this weekend, maybe there's some doubt creeping in, but what's your headline? 248-539-9797. See, I think this 4-game skid is only a problem if they let it be, and the beauty of it is they don't have to let it be.
Right.
Let's get some headlines. 248-539-9797. Tom, what was your headline?
I said on par with the Lions, meaning I think they're fully capable of winning a World Series, winning a championship, just like the Lions going into last year and going into this year. They have the right manager. I think they have the right GM. I think they are maybe ahead of most teams in the game right now in terms of like strategy, how to build a lineup, how to handle a pitching staff. They got probably one of the best pitching coaches. So they're every bit on par. If you ask me right now who I'd pick to win a championship first, I'd say the Tigers. And to me, that is the ultimate compliment to what they've done. Doesn't mean they're going to do it, and they have things to fix, just like the Lions did. And then the Lions even got more injuries, So
here's why they're like the Lions. In addition to everything you said, because I think it's right, coaching and mentality. The Lions are at the stage now where the only thing that will satisfy us happens when the regular season ends, right?
Postseason.
So the Lions went 15-2, and so what? And the Tigers will win. Who knows whether it's 95 or more wins this year? I think they're pacing for 98, and none of it will matter unless they do it in the postseason, just like the Lions.
Right. Now, I think there would be a little value. Like last year, if the Lions would have made the Super Bowl but lost, although that's not what we want and we don't celebrate that necessarily, it would have been progress.
Right. But a step further.
Yeah. And to me, the Tigers, like going out, like if somehow they fell to the 3 seed and lost in the best 2 out of 3, it'd be borderline a disaster like the Lions were last year.
Yeah.
Like I don't think they should have lost that game last year, the Lions.
No.
And if it would have happened the next week to Philly, I could have bought
more
that.
Understandable.
But
like if
this is ALCS minimum.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if they lost in a 7-game series to the Yankees or the Astros, I'm trying to think of the other heavy hitters in the American League right now.
Boston
Toronto,
is coming on.
Don't do this to us. Don't do this world where Bregman knocks them out, and then I got to come on the next day. Don't do that.
The Tigers do finish in Boston, remember?
I know.
Last 3
Well,
games.
And they've
And
won
it's-
10 in a row. They're in right now.
I think your comparison is really good because I don't think anybody last year thought that the Lions had the best roster, but they had a chance to be a Super Bowl champion. Ultimately, it didn't come through. This is a good team, really good team. But I don't think anybody's going to sit there and say they have the best roster in baseball, but they have a chance to win a championship.
They do. Texter says, water finding its level. I've always thought this roster was extremely mediocre, punching above their weight class, and now it seems like they're headed back to where they should be. What does extremely mediocre mean?
So,
Like, this team's not extremely mediocre.
No, they're not. But I do think that there are some people, because the turnaround happened so quickly, and they did prove that what we all saw at the end of last year was legitimate because they followed through at the start of this year, even though they were up against it with no center fielder. They had to mix and match pieces and parts, and they haven't done the whole, pitching chaos, but the A.J. Hinch's ability to put guys in position to be successful, in large part, whether it's at the plate or on the mound, has been successful this year.
I don't understand the mediocre, and I'm not going to do the whole we have 6 All-Stars routine. I just, there's a lot of great players. Great may be a strong word. There's a lot of players who are far from mediocre,
right,
who've stepped up on this baseball team, and not for a week or a month, but for the entirety of this season. And if you go back the entirety of a calendar year for this team, they're not extremely mediocre. Now, if you have some questions about the ceiling and can they get it done at the end of October, fine. That's a conversation worth having. But I don't think this extremely mediocre narrative makes sense. Texter says, best team in baseball with a question mark. Emphasis on that question mark. Doug and Oxford. Now, I think that's interesting. You have the best record. You just said they don't have the best roster.
Right.
So the question mark, and I think the devil is in those details.
Well, there's no question. I mean, the best roster in baseball is in L.A. And I don't think there's not much debate about that. The problem that they're having, and the issue that every team, every city that has a Major League Baseball team is talking about right now, especially if they're in contention leading up to the trade deadline, is there is no perfect team. They need pitching help with the Dodgers. They don't need any help at the plate, but they need pitching help.
You heard our headlines. We want to hear from you. 248-539-9797. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. It was a bit of a wild game between the Tigers and Mariners last night. Detroit was feeling good after a Riley Green homer put them ahead in the 7th. Things really started to take a turn in the 9th, though, with this. Seattle would score 3 more runs and sprint to not only an 8-4 win, but a series sweep as well. Tommy Kahnle gave himself some things to think about heading into the break as he gave up 3 more runs without recording an out. That marks 7 runs in the series in total for him. Jack Flaherty started. He tossed 5 innings of 2-run ball. The Tigers added 4 more pieces to their farm system last night as the MLB draft kicked off. The first 2 selections were high schoolers. Their first pick, Jordan Yost, comes from Florida and plays shortstop. He's a speedy left-handed batter who seems to fit Scott Harris's model of commanding the strike zone. He only struck out 1 time last season. The Pistons took down the Rockets 98-83 in Summer League. Dennis Jenkins was impressive, logging 23 points and 6 assists. Jazz Lanier, their only draft pick from this year, buried 4 of his 11 threes while logging 14 total points in his debut. And finally, 23-year-old Yannick Sinner became the first Italian to win Wimbledon yesterday. At the Corval Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Sean, they've been doing that Wimbledon thing for a few years now, huh?
Yeah. Did you watch any of it over the weekend?
I did not.
Even after the conversation we had on Friday, you didn't pay any attention to it?
No, I didn't.
There was a possibility of having a U.S. woman win Wimbledon on Saturday, and it just didn't. You didn't care.
No, I really didn't pay any attention to it. I thought, if anything, our conversation reinforced that I didn't need to. Nobody seemed outraged that we don't talk enough tennis on this show, so I just felt like, all right, we'll move on. We'll talk Tiger baseball instead. No, but I did miss the first Italian to win Wimbledon, a fellow Paisan.
Yeah, Yannick Sinner. I did not know Yannick was an Italian name. Did you?
I didn't either.
Yannick Costa.
Got your cousin Yanni?
Celebrate with a little bolognese.
There you go.
I did look up some stuff on him. His dad was a chef.
Really?
Well, still could be. I don't want to do past that.
Is it still alive? He could probably still cook something up.
I mean, he's only 23. He should be here.
He's going to be here for a while. But he's won, 3 of the last 4 tennis majors? Get used to this guy, this Italian stallion.
Going full Rocky.
Pretty much. We'll get to, speaking of movies, we'll get to your movie review coming up at 9:18. We have ticket text on the headline from the first half of the Tigers, 248-539-9797. Tigers' holes are starting to show heading to the deadline. Gonna have to try.
I don't know that it's more obvious now than it was last Wednesday.
Oh, it's certainly more obvious. I mean, it was on full display.
Maybe more obvious to fans.
It reached a new low, so I would say it's more obvious.
To fans.
Statistically, it reached a new low. Factually, to anyone with eyes, ears, and the ability to pay attention.
I don't think Scott Harris is waking up this morning going, oh, we need a reliever.
Aha!
No, he knew that last Wednesday. Now it's a matter of when are they going to pull the trigger, and are they going to? How many moves are they going to make?
Hinch did pitching chaos last year as a headline, but guys, this year it's failing and failing miserably. Holton and Herter are serving up meatballs. Oddly enough, Holton's actually been good in the month of July. It's Canely and Herter.
Well, and they've had better starting pitching throughout the course of the year than they had last year.
Yeah. Pitching chaos, they're not going to rely on it this year the way they did last year.
Nor do they need to.
Dodgers are 3-7 in their last 10. Are they done too? Why is this the flippant response we get from people?
Well, you put it out there.
What?
But both the Tigers and the Dodgers have their series, their divisions locked up, according to you.
Yes, I do think both divisions are locked up, even with a modest losing skid.
Yeah, and Gov as well.
But this idea that, like, well, if it happens to the Dodgers have a better roster. The Dodgers are the reigning World Series champions. The Dodgers, it's not an if, it's how much they're going to add at the deadline. They're not the same team. I don't know why people get all offended that we would point out concerns with the Tigers as if...
Well, and my point was, every team has concerns. There's no perfect team out there right now. If you ask any Dodgers fans, they're probably panicked right now because their starting pitching is all hurt. And they have more on IR in terms of salary than some teams have total.
You're right about that. Ticket texters, this one says, the Tigers remind me of when you lose weight too quickly. It seems to come back. Sorry, John.
I'm 3 years in.
You've done a good job. You've held it off.
Mine's still off, yeah.
But this, like, snap back effect.
Yeah, the rebound.
You can't be extremely mediocre. That's like buying an extra medium shirt. You can be extremely good or extremely bad. You can't be extremely mediocre. That's just mediocre. Yeah. That's kind of what I was getting at.
Yeah.
Texter says they're not a mediocre baseball team. They're struggling a bit because of Meadows and Veerling. They're giving them next to nothing right now. That's 2 holes in the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that.
I agree with that. They're one game above 500 pretty much since Meadows came back.
I think June 1, they're 1 game over.
And he came back, I think, the second.
Okay.
And it's so different than their record last year when Meadows came back up.
Yeah, they're like 100-win pace when he played.
Yeah.
Look, I would not be against them sending Meadows down to see if he can get his bat right. And in the meantime, Veerling plays. And then if Veerling's not right, by the time you hope Meadows could come back.
Then Javi's playing center.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, you should be adding a bat because you don't want to be relying on everybody hitting at the same time.
Exactly. I mean, they can't afford having both Veerling and Meadows. I don't disagree. It's early on Veerling. It's 39 at bats. That's extremely small.
But he had like what, 1 game before he got the re-injury. He's had such a disjointed year. I'm with you. I think this is premature.
But you can't put yourself back past the deadline.
Yes, exactly. You also can't say he's gonna make it happen. You don't have any certainty of that.
All we wanted, he's not like some people said on the text earlier. We refer to him as he's the savior that's coming. Nobody ever said he was a savior. He was an important piece on the team last year, and all you wanted was him to return to form. Now, somebody else had also pointed out he didn't play well in the playoffs last year.
Well, his track record in terms of who they expect him to be is much better than he's been to this point. Like if he gets back to 255, 260, we're not talking about an all-star or a superstar. We're talking about a guy that can be consistent and they can count on that. So I have no problem with them trusting that he's going to get to where he has been in his career. The issue is Parker Meadows. Parker Meadows has more time where he hasn't performed at the plate than when he has. And last year they sent him down. I don't remember when they sent him down. It's got to be around this time. Maybe it was a little bit earlier.
It was earlier.
It was earlier, yeah.
And when they brought him back up, he was able to be much more productive.
Yeah, because I think one of the peaks was with the Little League World Series. Didn't he have a moment in that?
Yeah. No, he came up in early July. He had a good series in Cincy. Then he got hurt again, remember?
Right.
And then
it was
he
up for
came
like 2
back
games.
in August, right around after they had sold Flaherty. But, I mean, just look at it here, guys. Meadows has to hit better. He has to be the guy that he was last year. That's why I liked him so much as a player. If he's not, I'm getting Jacoby Jones vibes.
Oh, no.
I know. Vierling has a 4.82 OPS. Tommy Kahnle in July has a 46.5 ERA. When you put these three players together, there's no reason why they wouldn't be doing 500 or maybe even a little worse recently. Mm-hmm. So those three things will not continue, okay? One will get sent down. The other one probably should work it out, Vierling, if you look at his career. He isn't even if he got his OPS to 6.75, at least he's contributing.
Well, I think the key, though, is he could be a guy who's not an everydayer, but on a postseason roster. Because of what AJ likes, he's a righty who can hit righties and lefties. He's a guy who can play infield and outfield. They love him as a base runner. So even if it's, hey, he's one of the final two guys on the roster and they use him strategically off the bench, I'm not giving up on Vierling, but what I don't want to do is say, I don't need an infilt. I have Matt Vierling.
Exactly.
Does that make sense? Like he can be the end of the roster, but that doesn't mean it precludes you or should stop you from looking to add.
And don't overlook the fact that Meadows in the last week or so has had kind of two sloppy defensive plays.
Oh, yeah.
It's like he can't hurt the team that way.
No.
Right, and I think he is pressing defensively because he has a lack of production at the plate. So he's trying to justify, hey, if I can make some spectacular plays in the outfield, and you don't want a guy going out there thinking I've got to do something spectacular, because then it leads to triples and balls that, hey, you dive for, they go by you, and now all of a sudden, hey, Seattle scores a run, and it snowballs.
248-539-9797. The Tiger headline from the first half of the season. What is it to you? We'll get to John's movie review. Popular movie came out over the weekend. It's 97.1.
Hey, it's Heather. Verizon thought of a lot of different ways they could show their appreciation to active military members and veterans, like rolling out the red carpet, providing a personal marching band, or throwing a bumping shindig. Well, at Verizon, they're doing all of that in the form of special military discounts. That's why they're giving military and veteran families mobile plans with the military discount starting at just $25 per line per month for 4 lines on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. Plus a 3-year price lock guarantee, excluding taxes and fees. Think of it as their way of flying a squadron of jets overhead while launching fireworks. Now that's what I call a celebration. Visit your local Detroit Verizon store to learn more. Discount for personal lines only for military and veterans. Approved verification documents required. $30 per line per month for 4 lines, less $20 account discount. Auto pay and paper-free billing required. For unlimited welcome plan in times of congestion, your data could be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply.
Came out this weekend, and it had a big-time debut at the box office, more than $200 million. Critics love it. Regular folks love it. Rotten Tomatoes gave it, I think, an 82 or 83. Yeah. John Jansen saw it right when it came out, which surprised me because you're not a superhero guy.
No, but Teddy is.
Okay.
And I'm a Teddy guy. So we went, and it was fine. It was entertaining. Not my genre of movies, but it was, I wouldn't say it was great. I wouldn't say it was bad. It was just kind of, it was extremely mediocre.
Well done. Roger Ebert, he is not, but
Yeah.
I know a lot of you went to the theaters this weekend to see this, and there was a lot of buzz around Superman as they want to reboot the franchise. They failed earlier in the last decade, and they want to reboot this whole universe, and sounds like it was a good movie. 248-539-9797. We got a few minutes before the news. We'll get back into the Tigers at 9:35, and a little NFL storyline as well. Big superstar team is listening to trade offers on. But you saw it, and
I saw it, yeah. Lex Luthor was very punchable.
Okay, that's good. He's the villain.
Yeah, he's the villain, so, yeah, I mean, mission accomplished there. Nathan Fillion as the Green Lantern. I just thought it was not a great job of casting. I would have liked to have different delivery, different actor in that. And I like
you
him.
like Fillion.
Yeah, I do like him.
You
I
just
mean,
didn't
I
like him
saw
in
him in
that.
Castle. I saw him. I've seen a couple of shows of what's that new one, The Rookie, that he's in. Some of my daughters watch that one. Walk in every once in a while, and he does a fine job. He seems to be more of a TV actor personality than a movie actor. I just didn't like him in that situation.
I'm sure he'll get his own spinoff in this universe because they're rebooting it. You just won't watch that one.
No,
I guess
no.
unless
Well,
Teddy wants to watch it.
Yeah, unless Teddy wants to watch it. Yeah, I'm just not a superhero movie type of guy.
So I had seen people say there's a shift in, like, superhero movies became very dark, like post Christopher Nolan's Batman, right? Like Gotham City and dark. And this, people said, is a little more like colorful and whimsical, and like Superman's story is not an overly complicated story. In the sense that, like, he fights for good, he's got all the
Right.
powers. It seems like this maybe return to more of that.
I'm very cautious in to talk about some of the things of this movie because I don't want to give away
Spoil
any
it.
spoilers.
Okay.
It's such a new movie, so I don't know that we'll ever do this topic again. But I thought it was fun. There's a lot of action, so if you've got young kids that are into Superman, it will hold their attention. There's a lot of action throughout.
Ticket text. Husband and I saw Superman last night. Other than Crypto the dog, I thought it was pretty bad.
Yeah, I didn't understand the whole dog thing. I just didn't understand
Was
why
the
they
dog
would inject.
from the other planet, or is the dog from
It's
Earth?
Superman's dog.
Okay, but I asked because did the dog come with him from his home planet or not?
They don't really explain that.
Okay.
At least I wasn't paying close enough attention. But yeah, he does have a dog that doesn't follow orders.
Okay.
Does he have a cat too?
No, you can't make. I mean that's the whole Batman thing. Catwoman.
Texter says Nathan Fillion is a Green Lantern, but not the Green Lantern. We have to lean on Greg here for some of this.
He is the Green Lantern in this movie.
His character's supposed to be a jerk, John. Movie was great. 5 out of 5. Signed, Jaden.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't. Yeah, fine. Some people are going to love it. Some people aren't. Some people think it's going to be right where I thought it was, right middle of the road.
Okay. 248-539-9797.
Heather, are you gonna take the kids
Any
to see it?
interest?
I have zero interest.
Yeah.
No, we will not. I will not see this until it streams, maybe, and then one night we'll watch it. No, my kids have never seen Superman. They don't even know who Superman is.
Well, at
Like
one
they've
point,
never seen a superhero show or movie.
Brooks will. I would think, and I'm not saying Emily won't, but I think Brooks will get into the superhero thing a little
I think
bit.
when he's older. I mean, he hardly watches TV now.
Right. Yeah.
And
but
when he does,
by
it's
older,
like,
3, 4, 5-ish.
yeah.
Yeah. He's waited his. The thing I like is when a kid says, who's 6 years old, I've waited my whole life to see this movie.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Or this was the best day of my life.
Yes. Small sample size.
Yes.
Texter says Superman is the dumbest superhero of all time. He can simply do anything and everything. Fastest, strongest, and the only thing that can stop him is a green rock. His secret identity is a pair of glasses. Just lame, Jeff and Petoskey.
Okay, fine. If you don't like it, that's
You're
fine.
not gonna like it.
Yeah, it's. I like the original Superman,
So that would like the who's the actor in that?
Christopher Reeves.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought he was good. I like that one.
Did you like Superman 2 with Reeves?
I don't even remember
Remember
it.
General Zod?
Yeah, but I just don't remember enough of it. We only watch it. I mean, we literally have that version of Superman, the original, on replay almost all day right now. Teddy is so into it. He wants that. His birthday is in September. Obviously, Halloween at the end of October. He wants Superman
Oh yeah, you got that decided.
themed birthday.
Yes.
He wants to be Superman for Halloween. So that's why we went to see it.
Text says I saw it. It had its funny moments, but it was too corny.
It was very corny. There were some, again, I don't want to ruin anything. There were some other characters in there where you're like, really?
Okay.
Yeah.
It's out. A lot of people saw it. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, there's a man in custody after police said he barricaded himself inside the Stellantis assembly plant in Sterling Heights over the weekend. Happened on Saturday afternoon. The man who was or is an employee at Stellantis barricaded himself inside. The building had to be evacuated. Employees working their shifts were sent home. There was a crisis negotiation team that worked with members of a special response team to help get this guy to surrender, but it took nearly 4 hours to do so. The suspect was taken into custody. A weapon was recovered. It's unclear what prompted the situation, but everything remains under investigation. Sad story, an attorney from Novi died on Friday while running in an ultra marathon in Colorado.
This, yeah. Is it 100
First off,
miles?
Yeah, 102.5 miles.
Yeah.
Which seems, I mean, when I hear a regular marathon, to me, that's crazy. I could never run 26.2 miles, but this was an
What was
ultra
the
marathon.
Cause of death? We don't know.
Unprovided. Yeah, she was running, 60 years old, was running in this race when she collapsed 3 hours in. So pretty early on into this long race. Rescue crews had to use like off-road vehicles, 4x4s to get to her. And then they also had to hike a quarter mile in this remote trail just to begin, trying to resuscitate her because of where they were running through the mountains, essentially. This, of course, wasn't her first ultra marathon. You got to start somewhere when you're going to start. But no, she had run others before. She had competed in many Ironman triathlons, mountain climbing. So this was not her first rodeo.
She was an adventurer.
Yeah, and in very good shape, it sounds like. So sad news there for sure. John Elway will not be facing charges related to the death of his longtime friend and former agent who died from injuries he sustained after falling off of a golf cart that was driven by Elway. I just can't imagine what he is feeling. It was ruled a tragic accident. Authorities say, the investigation is complete. It is done. They say Jeff Spurbeck's death was just a tragic accident. They did everything they could and found no criminal activity at all discovered. But man,
agent, longtime friend. I mean, I just can't. Yeah.
You would still I would hold myself accountable always like that. Even though it's not his mouth.
Yeah, you would feel responsible.
I would. Yeah. I would, because if it was me behind the wheel, I just would, even though it sounds like it wasn't his fault at all. But man, it's a tough spot to be in. Cleveland Browns rookie running back Quinshon Judkins found himself arrested over the weekend and woke up in jail. He was arrested on Saturday for domestic violence, appeared in court the next day. He was given a $2,500 bond, which he posted and was released. He was ordered to have no contact with the victim, also have no access to firearms. The Browns said, yes, we are aware of the situation and we are gathering more information.
Was it a longtime girlfriend or?
So I read one article, and it was report like a delayed report because it sounds like it happened at an airport. On July 7th, but was reported days after. And it was a former girlfriend, but had apparently traveled to see him as just friends. The article that I read.
Yeah.
So yes, they had been dating at one point in time. Were they in a relationship now? It doesn't sound like it. It sounds like they were more friendly with each other, but there's a lot. Yeah, exactly. Maybe not so much. Hey, the next time you travel, you might want to set your luggage somewhere other than your bed. So there's a new study that found that your suitcase may be a breeding ground for bacteria. More specifically, the wheels on your suitcase. They say they have 58 times, they're 58 times more dirty than a public toilet seat.
Well, I mean, it rolls wherever.
It sure does.
You're
so
going,
it rolls
so,
wherever you go. And a microbiologist basically said, we have found skin bacteria, environmental molds, and some fecal-associated germs, amongst other things, on the wheels of your suitcase, but also all over your suitcase as well. And they basically say, make sure... Experts say you should actually be washing your suitcase, at least wiping it down every single time you travel with it.
Spray it with Lysol.
Stony would do that, yeah.
When's the last time you cleaned your suitcase?
Never.
Never.
I mean,
Never, yeah. No, I mean,
never?
it makes all the sense in the
It does
world
make
because
sense.
especially if it's a carry-on, right? It's a roller bag.
Yeah.
You're going to take it into the restroom with you. It's,
Yes.
it's rolling
Pick up
through
all
the
kinds of
entire,
Everywhere.
Fecal-related
airport.
matter.
Sure.
But a lot of people do that. They wherever they're going, or they come home to unpack, and it goes right up on the bed
Yep.
to
Yeah.
then unpack, and you're opening it up. It's
Same thing to pack. Yep.
Just be careful where you set that. Finally, a study found that Mondays, well, we all know Mondays are no fun for anyone, but Mondays apparently are going to continue to suck for the rest of your life, whether you're actually working or not, because a new study found that Mondays stress us out even when we are no longer working, and a lot of retired people get stressed on Mondays too, and researchers think that it's because work week stress is just so deeply ingrained in us.
You've just been trained to be
Yes.
stressed on Monday.
Exactly.
So there's no escaping Mondays even when you retire.
Exactly. The Sunday
What?
scaries will get you.
Tuesday will be here before you know it.
It's true.
Heather with the news. All right, before the hour ends, we are going to talk about an NFL superstar. A team is listening to offers on him. And coming up next, a blessing in disguise. It's 97.1. Tigers pummeled over the weekend. Season-long 4-game losing streak. Outscored 35-14 to the Seattle Mariners.
Ouch.
Yikes. And the one they should have won on Sunday is the one they've won all year. The bounce back, get right, had a lead late. And Tommy Kahnle throwing meatballs. Will Vest walking batters. A bullpen that continues to implode. But John, it was a good thing. And I know that's where I lose you.
Yeah.
I lose you at losing is good.
It's never a good thing.
You immediately recoil. And I want to try to have the conversation with Tiger fans that this is a good thing. That this is a blessing in disguise. That this happening when it happened, the way it happened, as emphatic as it happened, adds urgency and desperation ahead of the trade deadline. I know Scott Harris is aware of his bullpen. But to this degree, it's undeniable and begs an additional amount of resources be spent on the bullpen. If he thought, hey, there's a guy out there in the middle innings I can pick up, throws new shapes that we don't have, okay, but now you need a back-end guy. You need a swing and miss guy. When Benetti's bringing up that you're 30th in swing and miss out of your bullpen, and it's as ugly as it was this weekend, you might need 2 arms. Like, John, I think this rearing its ugly head now, as opposed to a month from now, increases the urgency and the desperation for Scott Harris.
I don't think it changes the perspective of Scott Harris at all.
It
I
should.
think he was. I think he was very well aware that his bullpen was insufficient for winning a world championship. So what happened over the last couple of days, and really what's going on with Kahnle for the past month, I don't think it's not breaking news to him. So maybe this has changed. I think this is more of a fan conversation. This has changed a lot of the perspective of some fans. For all of those that said it had to be, Bregman. Well, Bregman's not going to be available because the Red Sox right now are currently in the wild card. They're
10
in the
a row.
playoffs.
Yeah.
And I think the message there is addition by subtraction. Devers no longer there. Now all of a sudden they're operating as a team and they're winning.
Yep.
So, but getting back to Scott Harris, I think he is. If there's a certain number of GMs or president of baseball operations that are more analytical than others. Scott Harris, I think, falls on I'm more analytic than others. He is looking at the numbers of Kahnle, of this bullpen, saying that's not good enough to win a World Series. It didn't take what happened on Sunday for him to realize, oh, light bulb moment, I need a reliever.
No, John,
and I don't think it added any sense of urgency. I think he has probably been looking at a lot of different relievers, and I've been saying it for nearly 2 months. If I'm saying it,
he is.
he is.
And
AJ Hinch is going to him and say, boy, I could really use another couple bullpen arms.
And look, maybe fans are the last to the scene here because best record in baseball, our S doesn't stink. We're fine. And then a weekend like this, you go, oh, we are not fine. Maybe this is more of a fan topic. But I think even for a Scott Harris, if you thought, boy, this was a 6 out of 10 problem for our baseball team, feels more like an 8 or a 9 out of 10 problem now. Does that increase the caliber of arm you add, the number of arms you add, making a move before the deadline and then on the deadline? Does this create more urgency for Scott Harris? Because if it does, it's a good thing. If it causes him to add even more than he would have originally because the problems are deeper than they were, that's a good thing. Figuring that out now, way better than figuring it out then.
Yes, but I've got to give the benefit of the doubt to Scott Harris to think that he thought that this was an issue long before Sunday.
But the level of issue, that's all I'm disputing is it became a bigger issue this weekend.
I don't think it changed his opinion at all.
But do you think it became a bigger issue this weekend?
For fans, yeah.
For the baseball team, it became a bigger issue.
I think it's been an issue. Okay, they lost a game.
Help me out here, people.
I think
it's a bigger issue now, but it's a bigger issue.
How many times have we taken calls? How many times have I said we need relievers? You keep saying, right-handed bat.
Both.
No, we need a reliever. We
Yes.
need to help the bullpen. So, no, it's not a bigger issue. I've been saying we need a reliever.
You're saying, how can the number one issue be a bigger issue? It could be more of a number one issue. 248-539-9797. We're reaching the stupid phase of this discussion.
Yes.
So we need other people to help us. 248-539-9797.
So what Jim is saying, John, we've done this a few times today, but again, the priority of how good the bullpen arm is that they add has probably been elevated. because of Canely. I think going into the last couple weeks, we all thought, okay, we're pretty good here.
You got Vest and Canely, and you're adding a 6th or a 7th inning guy.
And because of Canely's performance and the way he pitches, the bad's really bad.
Yeah.
Because when the changeup doesn't go where it's supposed to, it's BP. And so they need to add somebody that is capable of sliding into the spot Canely's been in this year if Canely continues to falter. If Canely has problems in the postseason. So let's say you're in game 1 and Canely gets in trouble and costs you a game, like yesterday or like this weekend.
Pick a day.
Yeah. Then the next day you have to have somebody to go to there instead of Canely.
And right now,
I agree.
you're looking over both shoulders. I think Tyler Holton's quietly settling back in, but bullpens can get unstable very quickly. And I think we're watching that happen. I mean, it's more than a month now of this.
Yes. And I've been saying it for more than a month. Please give us some relievers.
Guys, John's smart. He knew this was happening. Scott Harris
I'm
is
just
smart.
saying-
He knows this is happening. We're all a bunch of idiots who are late to the party.
What I'm saying is I am not a baseball analytics guy. There's a lot of numbers that I don't understand, and I'm not going to sit here and say. I'm just looking at it as a fan. Yeah. And as a fan, it's obvious. To me, it seemed obvious that they needed bullpen help and a couple of arms. They need it more so than they need a right-handed bat. Now, your argument is, okay, they may be able to get to the World Series. They may be able to get to ALCS, DS, whatever you want to say, but they're not going to ultimately be successful if they don't add that extra bat. You may ultimately be right, but I don't think they get there unless they address the bullpen.
We'll break down weighted run created plus later in the show. More analytics. What's XFIP? Nolan in Rochester, good morning.
Morning, guys. Thanks for taking the call.
How you doing?
Good. First of all, I'd like to say I'm fully confident that Scott Harris is going to do something. My biggest concern is the timeline of things, because we obviously know how quickly you can fall behind in baseball or lose a large lead. Obviously, they have the largest lead in the division, but by the time the deadline comes around, I'm not saying we could completely fall off the rails, but the bullpen is a major key to keeping us on track. I would like to see Scott Harris do something before the end of the month, the last day of the deadline. Me personally, just so that way you can kind of get a sense of relief, kind of see where they fit in and how things are. So that way, if you do need to maybe go out the end of the deadline and grab another piece, you can do that.
Yeah, like in a world where they make a deal this week while everybody's off, and you had a new piece to debut this weekend, let him settle in, and then you go to the actual deadline and you're not as backed into a corner.
I would much prefer that they did it today than the 31st. But I don't really care. They have enough of a buffer. If they lose, if at the trade deadline they're an 8-game lead versus 11.5, all right, yeah, okay, we're a little bit maybe closer to panic than anything else, but they're going to be just fine. What I want him to do is get the best available arms for the best price, and go ahead and let him work his deal.
Yeah.
And if it takes until the 31st, then so be it. But don't get to the 31st, only have one option, and then you end up with Erod, and you're like, well, okay, that was our only option. That's what I don't want. And that's the track record that he's had.
Yeah. Look, I don't want to put it out there that he's not going to do a good job at the deadline, because you're right. Last year, he handled that brilliantly. They ended up getting Flaherty back, and now they have Lorenzo in their top 100. It's clear they're going to add. He told us they're going to add. They also said they're going to be pragmatic. So I don't know, does that mean a level of, we'll only go so far? Like, we're not going to trade Clark and McGonigal for rentals. I get that. But is there a level where maybe he gets a little uncomfortable with his bullpen and he's willing to be a little bolder based on the current situation?
I think after the trade deadline, and we see what the Tigers do, we'll get a chance, because there's going to be other reports. Oh, well, this player was, Scott Harris had talked about this player, but the team wanted too much from Scott Harris. Well, what did they want? We'll find those details out. They always seem to end up leaking out, whether it's a week after the trade deadline or after the season. We'll find some of those things out. And if we get to that point and said, hey, they could have added Eugenio Suarez, or they could have added, Class A in division,
right,
but he didn't want to give up X, Y, and Z. Then we can make that the judgment.
Did he do it? Did he do what he needed to do? What was necessary for this team? Yeah, I mean those pictures will get colored in as we get to and past the trade deadline. And it's not even just like Class A or Kate Smith from the Guardians.
Right.
The
It's
Twins,
just a couple of names that people know.
Yeah, the Twins in division have Griffin Jacks, who's a big swing and miss guy, one of the better ones in baseball. Could you swing for one of their relievers? There's got to be dudes out there.
And those interdivision teams are all probably selling.
Yeah.
Like, I guess the Twins, Guardians, and Royals might see how they do the first week. See if they can gain any ground. But, I mean, they're so far back in the wild card race, they have to win the division, it would seem like. And that seems preposterous.
Guys, I don't think this team was winning a World Series going into the weekend, and I don't see it now. I'm in sell mode, fellas. Get what you can get for expiring. Okay, I'm not even reading the rest of this.
For the best record in Major League Baseball,
not even reading the rest
we
of
should be
this.
sellers.
What can you
Come
get
on, dummy.
for Glaber and Scuba? Okay, next. I feel like the Tigers are banking on Lang and others internally to come back to help with the bullpen. That's Kevin at work. Well, they can do both. I totally agree. This is a good thing. Losing sucks, but this team needs to feel it. There are no excuses if they don't make multiple moves now at the deadline.
I thought that was the case before they went on their 4-game slide. I say that sarcastically.
I don't know if you noticed, Tom had an outburst earlier laughing at the ticket text. Do you want to know what he was reading?
I do want to know, yeah, because I don't have the ticket text up in front of me.
Geez, I hope you guys have great makeup sex. Your phone calls on the Tigers, a little bit on TJ Watt, and Stoney's going to be in for crosstalk. Oh. He's got a stat he wants to give us. It's 97.1.
At First Merchants Bank, they believe that the real value comes from building strong communities and strong relationships. With their new branch opening in the Fitzgerald neighborhood of Detroit, First Merchants Bank is excited to offer a banking experience that's welcoming, attentive, and dependable. Their easy-to-use, secure, and highly rated app makes everyday banking a breeze, allowing you to manage your accounts on the go, and their local attentive bankers are your partners in success. They're going to take the time to get to know you, give sound advice, and provide solutions that work for you. In fact, it's exactly what they've done for me over the years, and they've done it for my entire family. So that's why they're my personal financial partner. With a passion for fostering community development, their team is committed to helping you and your neighborhood prosper. Experience the difference of banking with an award-winning bank that truly cares about your financial journey. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald to learn more about how they can help support you as well. That's firstmerchants.com/Fitzgerald. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
Phone calls, ticket text, thoughts on the Tigers. Good thing? Blessing in disguise? John's not going to go that far. I think it's a good thing. A little extra urgency ahead of the trade deadline. Let's get to JT in Detroit. JT, you're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you today?
What's up?
Good.
Good. Hey, I've been listening to you and your colleagues at the radio station for several weeks now saying essentially there are three categories of need for this team. A starting pitcher, a right-handed bat, and a bullpen arm or two. I think this past weekend series prioritizes the need for bullpen arms for sure.
In other words, if you were like, hey, what am I going to dangle my top prospect I'm willing to trade? Let's say it's Lorenzo. What am I willing to trade him for? If you were like on the fence, maybe I'd use him in a trade for a bat, or maybe I'd use him in a trade for the bullpen. This tipped the scale what happened this weekend.
I would agree. Bullpen.
Bullpen.
Yeah.
Pretty
Say it
loud.
for weeks. Yeah, bullpen.
Yes, John.
Bullpen.
Yes.
Bullpen. Can I say it again? Bullpen.
Do it fast in a row so we can replace the Bregman drop, please. Because he's not getting dealt.
I got a guy for you. You know, middle of the road dude at this point, had some success in his career. Kenley Jansen. So all you got to do is say Jansen, Jansen, Jansen.
That's right. Can never have too many Jansens.
Could he wear the number 77?
That would be amazing.
He wears 74 now.
Uh-huh.
Imagine. Then they have like a big game in the playoffs and Hinch is like, we couldn't have done it without Jansen.
All the drops we could have.
Or it goes poorly and I can blame Jansen.
Right, yeah, sure. Yeah, always the one that bringing up the negative. Sometimes they do relish in negativity.
Yeah, thank you for that.
We could get Jansen versus Bregman.
Yeah. See
in
who
a
wins.
big ALCS. John, home run derby is tonight.
Yeah.
Do you have a pick? Hand out a winner?
Yeah, I mean it's I'm going to go with I think who's probably the favorite.
Cal Raleigh.
Cal Raleigh.
Yeah.
I think his swing is one that doesn't need to be adjusted for the home run derby. His swing just kind of lends itself, obviously, to hitting a lot of home runs in the regular season. I'm curious though, not who's going to hit the most, but who hits the longest home run.
I mean, probably Cal. By the way,
I think it's O'Neal Cruz.
Oh, okay. Well, he's actually number 2 in the odds, which is wild. He's not even an all-star, but he's in the derby.
Right, and he's a guy that he swings for the fences every time, which makes him a little inconsistent, but his exit velocities are ridiculous. I think he ends up hitting the longest one, but I just think even though he's young, because he swings so hard, I think he gets wore out a little bit.
Does Raleigh hit from both sides in the home run derby?
I think he will just because he can.
Is there a benefit? Like, does it help with fatigue, or do you like lose some of you're in the zone?
That is something I'm not familiar with, so
okay.
I would say it maybe there's a benefit. I don't know. I mean, how many home runs are hit out of right field versus left field down in Atlanta?
The ballpark's almost identical. It's 225 to right, or 225. 320.
That'd be awesome.
Take the lefties. It's 325 to right, 335 to left. I'm going to go with James Wood.
Okay.
There you go. Plus 400.
He'll be good, right?
Yeah. Some good wood.
Put that one on T for him.
TJ Watt came up just really briefly, then I know Stoney's got a stat. TJ Watt, John, I feel like we're obligated to bring this up because he's in the news. Pittsburgh is allegedly taking calls on TJ Watt. We're not going to get TJ Watt, right?
I don't necessarily know that they're taking calls. What I heard was that they are exploring the value.
What does that mean? They're taking calls then. How do you get the value unless you talk to other teams?
Well, I don't really know. They're calling other teams to say, are you interested?
What would you give us?
Yeah, what would you give us?
I saw one of their Odyssey insiders on their Pittsburgh station speculated a second-round pick, to which I would say, here's a first. Let's get it done, but I know it's more complicated than that.
Yeah. It's much more complicated.
It's not going to happen.
It's not going to happen here in
Aaron
Detroit.
Rodgers, they're not going to give up their pass rusher.
Unless they're wondering, what do we do after Aaron Rodgers? If he's only there for a year, all right, they did the Russell Wilson and Justin Fields thing last year, Aaron Rodgers this year. They're going to have to figure out who their franchise quarterback's going to be.
Apparently things got ugly the last time Watt's deal was up, and they did the you're lucky to be a Steeler, and he did the you're lucky to have me. We'll see how it goes this time around. Stoney,
you have a stat?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Stat. I won't call it the stat of the day or anything like that.
No.
However, the last time I was working with Jim Costa, I think it was last Monday.
Yes.
Gov was here, and Mr. Costa did something that I've been known to do,
Stole a stone.
and I endorsed it, but I didn't actually go through with it as far as do the ceremony.
He's distancing himself.
No, I'm not this thing. I said I endorsed it.
Okay.
Jim Costa buried the Cleveland Guardians. And I just want to point out that since that, the Cleveland Guardians have gone 5-1. And they beat the Astros 3 straight games. So the burials, for some reason, don't work, but at least at least the Tigers are still up 11.5.
There's a resurrection?
Hopefully not. Hopefully the Guardians trade one of their relievers to the Tigers. But
Which one you want, Stoney? No?
I don't think so either.
What about one of the Twins relievers? Can we get one of their guys?
Probably can. Twins don't mind trading with the Tigers.
Yeah.
I don't think the
Give me, what is it, Duran?
Duran or Jax?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, everybody wants the best relievers out there. I just don't know if those guys are going to be all available or not. I think it's good to be a bad team right now. It is every year when you've got a commodity that teams want, like a bullpen arm, and a quality bullpen arm.
Could the Tigers use a quality bullpen arm?
No. 2 or 3 quality
Yes.
bullpen
Okay,
arms
there you go.
is the way I've responded to that. I've been consistent. For over a month now that's what they have to have at the trade deadline. Nothing's changed. It's only been reaffirmed. In fact, that's one of the questions we'll have for the people is that because there's a lot of people out there that said, gotta get Suarez, gotta get Bregman. Well, I mean, Boston's 10-0 in their last 10 games, and now don't look now, but they're already they're a playoff team right now.
So, which means they're not going to trade Chapman, which is the one I really want.
Which is the one that everybody wants, right? But people were really banging a drum for Bregman, and they're really banging a drum for Suarez. Well, if you're one of those bat people, as we like to call them, the bat people, have you changed to a bullpen person, or are you still a bat person?
The Twitchers are wondering because the Costa curse does seem to be real. You buried the Guardians. They're wondering if just for S's and G's, could you bury the Tigers? I mean, just do it over the All-Star break. That way they come out and they go on
a passive-aggressive way.
It's very passive-aggressive, which is, sometimes it's...
What am I doing that's passive-aggressive?
Just about everything.
Yeah, I mean, it's ironic what's happening, right? By saying you're burying these other teams, really what you're doing is burying the Tigers.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
But just admit Tigers, and then it goes the other way.
Right, yeah. Now you just need to switch the narrative and bury the Tigers.
Okay. I'll file that away.
John, when are you shaving next, by the way?
When am I shaving next?
Yeah.
Well, you think I should shave now?
I don't know. It's like the hottest time of the year, and you grow a beard. It seems kind of counterproductive
I've had
to
it for
me,
a
but
while.
what do I know?
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it looks scrappy, man.
Yeah.
Scrappy?
Scrappy. I
All
like
right.
it.
I like being scrappy.
I like this
if I could
baseball
grow a
team.
beard, I would, but I can't, so I don't.
I don't know. Lisa likes the facial hair, so...
Well, that's all that counts.
No.
So what's coming up today?
We'll talk about the
Happy
great
wife,
Tiger.
happy life.
Yeah,
So-
exactly. Yes.
The great Tiger bullpen. We have Champ and Chump.
Yeah, we do Champ and Chump. We'll offer ours up at 10:35. We, right out of the gate, you want to offer up your Champ and Chump, you can certainly do that. And do the Tigers have a Parker Meadows problem?
Conversation worth having. Next, 97.1.
Sweep is the betting favorite to win. Feature 40 pitches.
And good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Karsten Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator with you along with Stoney, who was in for Doug. Stoney looks very confused here in our kind of revamped studios. But you've done the show since we've... Oh, you haven't?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Because I want to sign on to the computer here, but there's no keyboard. The keyboard's for the other screen, I guess, and I might have to move over later.
There's another one over back there, but I'm not sure if that'll work with that. Yeah, I don't know if I can help you with that.
Okay.
I'd like to think I could, but maybe I can't. Things change, man.
Hey,
things change.
That's right. Yes,
you got to
they
learn
do.
how to adapt, right?
Yeah.
That's what we're doing here. Adapt on the fly. We had to do a little bit of that last week for sure, but we feel better about it now, ish. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. There's no computer. There's no keyboard for you.
No.
I'm sure it's close by.
Yeah, well, there's a keyboard there that's for that screen. So maybe I'll sit over there. I don't know. Whatever.
We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Look, we welcome you, the people out there,
Yes.
248-539-9797.
There was radio before there were computers.
This is true. Absolutely, 100%. But look, I think what's on everybody's mind, I mean, we don't have to go too far in depth of what's coming up on the show other than to say that 10:35, we're going to offer up our champ and chumps. But you can have your champ and chump of the weekend anytime you like. You can call us or text us. It's the same number, 248-539-9797. But Stoney, we're going to start with the Tigers. There's a number of places we can start with the Tigers, but why don't we just start with what's in our face, and that is a 4-game losing streak
Which
that they have. It's the longest losing streak of the season.
Mm-hmm.
Normally, they answer these losing streaks with winning streaks, and they go on pretty good runs after that. But we've got the All-Star break. So everything comes to a complete hold. I kind of feel like it's probably a good time for the All-Star break.
Yeah, it is.
Kind of recalibrate here.
And look, and I don't want to get too worried about what's ahead, but I will say that when they resume, and I'm sure we'll all talk about it after the All-Star game, they resume in Texas, who's a pretty good team, 5-3 in their last 8. The Rangers have outscored their opponents 53-30. And they are also, by the way, the second best team in the league in WHIP and first in ERA. And by itself, okay, they got to go play Texas, who actually, if I'm not mistaken, beat the Tigers in a series in Comerica earlier this season.
They did.
Conversely, now I know it's an 11.5 game lead, but the Twins are in Colorado. The Guardians are hosting the A's, and Kansas City's playing the Marlins. So it would be imperative, maybe that's too strong of a word, to the Tigers to at least hopefully go 2-1 against Texas, hold serve.
I'll just win the series. Yeah, that's how they've played all season long. They've only lost, 10 series all season long or something like that? So they've been very, very good this season. Obviously, there's still 21 games above 500. They still have a healthy 11.5 game lead in the Central Division.
They're still the best record in baseball.
Yeah, they're still
that means.
a really, really good baseball team. But it doesn't mean that they don't have their holes, which we all know every team has flaws. Even if you put an all-star team together, there's still going to be some kind of flaw there. This is, I mean, I was just about to say, this is a team that's not chock full of all-stars, and yet there are 6 of them.
Yes.
Which is kind of crazy to think about, and deservedly so with the way that those guys have played in the first half plus 20 games or whatever it is in the season, or plus an extra 15 games. they've got out to this lead, and it's nice to have this lead, particularly when you're going into an extended break here. I don't think they play again until, Friday? I think is when they start playing baseball again. So they got some time off here. And some of these guys definitely need some time off. And I think they're probably welcoming having the time off. But losing 4 in a row going into the break, that's not ideal. Of course it's not ideal. And it's been a breakdown all series long against the Mariners in all facets of the game. They didn't field the ball particularly well.
No.
They didn't pitch particularly well. I mean, Skubal got hit up. Casey Mize got hit up.
By the way, I want to ask you a question. I mean, it could be I don't want to make a big deal of it, so don't take it for what it's worth. Do you think they made a mistake by switching the days with Skubal and Mize? I think they did it for the All-Star game. I don't know, because originally Skubal was supposed to pitch on Saturday. They moved him up to Friday. It was still a normal rest, so to speak. You think that had anything to do with either of their struggles?
I don't think so.
Probably not.
No, and I don't think it matters. It's a short-term thing. It's, no. I'll answer your question.
Okay.
No, I don't think it matters even a little bit. I think what matters is that they didn't pitch well.
No.
Skubal, I was surprised that he got hit as hard as he did, that Mize got hit as hard as he did, that the bullpen got hit as hard as they did, that the Tiger hitters, they didn't get the big hit when they really needed it.
Except for Riley Green.
Yeah, and the solo home run that he had to give them the 4-3 lead yesterday, but that was short-lived.
Right, that's the one I meant. Yeah.
But beyond that, I mean, they didn't. When I said a big hit, I mean like you've got bases loaded, 2 outs, you need to deliver a double or a single, and that it just didn't happen. Certainly didn't happen often enough. You could find a couple of instances. Well, yeah, they had a hit here and a hit there, but not like what Seattle was doing. Seattle just pummeled the Tigers bullpen all weekend long, and that's kind of painful to watch when you start resurrecting guys' careers. Like Rodriguez. All of a sudden, he's back to being a real threatening player.
Rosarino had a good series.
Yeah.
Look, they got outscored 35-14 to the Tigers. They gave up 11 home runs.
Wow.
The most alarming stat to me is, if I did my math correctly,
here we go.
They gave up 21 runs after the 6th inning.
I think your math is probably close on that. If you're probably right.
Now, granted, a lot of that was the 9th inning on Friday, but still.
Oh, but it was every game they gave up runs.
Yeah. I mean, they had leads in 2 of them, right, up until the 6th inning, if I'm not mistaken.
I think there may have just been the lead in the game yesterday.
Okay, but they were close in one.
They got close, but then Seattle put more distance between them. Yes. It's a problem.
Yeah, it's a huge problem.
At least it was in the series. But that's really the bigger question is it a problem moving forward? Now, adding before the trade deadline, which is July 31st, so it's 17 days away. Adding before the deadline it's imperative the Tigers do something.
Yes, and look, Scott Harris said they would. I trust them. The question is, to me, if I don't know how many games they're going to let this go, but if it doesn't improve, within the first series in Texas, the hell with wait until July 31st. Let's get this done now before other teams go after some of your players that you want. And if you have to give up maybe a little more, so be it.
Well, I'm sure that a lot of teams want to take that approach, and the team that's selling is going to say, well, you know what, we're going to wait because they can. So I know I'm with you. I think everybody would like to say, just let's add now, and we don't have to wait. Let's not get into a bidding war at the end of right at the 11th hour by the trade deadline. Get it done now. But you can't do that unless the other team wants to trade with you. That's the whole 2 to tango thing, right?
Right.
That's the part of the deal that nobody knows. Nobody knows what Minnesota is saying or what the Diamondbacks are saying, what the Pittsburgh Pirates are saying. Nobody knows. If they're like, you're calling about Bednar, the closer in Pittsburgh, and hey, we'd like to bring him over here. Let's talk trade. If Pittsburgh is saying, yeah, you're not alone, and we've told everybody, back off until we'll be willing to talk trade 5 days before the deadline, and then we'll, best and last at whatever. Don't know what
approach teams take. Ask yourself what kind of approach you would take if you were the Pittsburgh Pirates and you've got one or two pieces in the bullpen that everybody in the league wants. Would you make a deal right now, or would you wait?
Well, sometimes if you wait too long, you don't get great value. Hello, J.D. Martinez, Alavila. However, I think I'd wait a little bit if I was those teams. Maybe not to the very deadline, but if you get offered something that you want, you should take it.
Well, in the meantime, because it is the All-Star break, there's probably not going to be a whole lot of action going on until, say, Friday.
No, plus they're all working on their drafts.
Yeah. Today is the second day of the draft. We'll get into the Tigers draft and what they did yesterday a little bit later in the show. But we want to ask the people, 248-539-9797. That's the telephone number, same number to text. When it comes to this team, if you were a bat person going into the deadline, have you changed it all now? I've always been a bullpen guy, that's what they needed to add to this team. And nothing's changed for me. I'm not thumping my chest about it because I'm not happy about it. I'm really not happy with what we saw over the weekend. And I'm also not going to make too big of a deal out of what happened over the weekend. I'm looking at a longer plan than just what happened 3 games against the Mariners.
Correct. Look, every team goes through this. They lost 4 straight games. I mean, the Yankees, the Dodgers, all these teams have gone on these lengthy losing streaks. Philadelphia, a lot of good teams.
Yes, and all these teams are also expected to add before the deadline, which is why people are getting antsy and why you're saying you want to make something happen now, and I'm not against that. I'm just saying that I think that everybody's going to want to try to do that, and the teams that hold the power, the bad teams in baseball that have the players everybody wants, they can dictate the terms, and we'll see what happens there. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. Well, they did rally. Unfortunately, they couldn't hang on to the rally. They were able to tie things late, and then they took the lead late. And then they gave the lead right back to Seattle and lost the game. The finale to the series, they get swept. That does not happen often. This team has been so good this season that's just kind of an abnormality. But because it's the last thing we saw, and you tack on a loss at the end of the previous series, it's now 4 games in a row the Tigers have lost. And I think people are starting to freak out a little bit. And I don't think it's necessary to freak out, but I think there are concerns. I think there are mild concerns and there are major concerns when it comes to this baseball team. But we're talking specifically about the bullpen and asking the people out there, 248-539-9797, same number to ticket Texas, and we'll get someone to ticket text in a second here. But asking people, if you used to be a bat person, like pounding your chest and hitting the ground and yelling in the top of your lungs, go get Bregman, go get Suarez, get that third baseman, bring him in. Have you switched over now saying that's not the priority? The priority really is the bullpen. I've said all along, I think it's the bullpen. I think it's the number 1 priority. I think it's the number 2 priority. I think maybe the third priority might even be a starting pitcher over a bat. I do not subscribe to the theory that they have to have this right-handed bat to the lineup. Not buying it. I think that you can add one, and I'm not going to yell about it, but I don't think it's your top priority. And I just think that anybody that says bat, you have to understand there's consequences that come with adding a bat to the lineup. And maybe consequences is the wrong word, but there's repercussions at the very least. You have to understand there's another move that happens. If you take somebody out to put it, let's say you add Suarez and put Suarez at third base.
Yeah.
Well, now you're displacing somebody else. So Colt Keith, who's had a hell of a last couple of months, now he's no longer playing third base. Where does Colt Keith play?
DH, I don't know.
Okay, Kerry Carpenter comes back this weekend. Where does Kerry Carpenter go?
He platoons in right field.
But platoon, right? This is what we're talking about.
Well, that's what A.J. Hinch is so great at.
He is.
Look,
but the guy
I agree with you. Bullpen is priority 1 and 2. I don't. But if you could get said bat Suarez, I'll worry about the other crap later.
I just think but I don't think it's crap to worry about. I think it's a significant thing to consider what has to happen because it disrupts everything is my point. And we went through this a little bit last week, Doug and I did, and it ended up being, it might be Parker Meadows is the guy who's squeezed out because what you might end up doing is having some kind of rotation where you're roving McKinstry all over the place. And McKinstry ends up being like a center fielder, and so does Javi Baez. Or McKinstry can play shortstop, and Javi goes to center field. Whatever that case is, that's what you end up doing. The other thing is, if you add a bat like Suarez, he's not a good fielder. So now you're making your fielding weaker, but you're adding a monster power bat for sure. There's no question about that. And I'm not against adding Suarez. I just think you have to talk it all the way through and understand there are moves that are consequences to this that could end up making you a little uncomfortable, let alone players that you have to give up. But that's a whole other thing. 248-539-9797. Some ticket text coming in. Champ and Chump votes early. Champ the Tigers for showing us who they really are so we can now check out Chump the Tigers for being bad.
Oh, come on. That's absurd.
Champ, Seattle Mariners. Chump, all the people saying the Tigers are the best team in baseball. We don't need to add anything. Not one person has said the Tigers don't need to add anything.
None.
Nobody has said that. Ever. And the Tigers are actually the best team in baseball. So I don't know. I mean, again, is this just recency bias because they've lost 4 in a row here and they got swept by the Mariners?
Yeah.
I think it's exactly what that is.
Yeah.
The entire pitching staff as a whole has the worst ERA in the American League over the past month, and this is the worst bullpen in baseball. If this pitching staff does not get addressed heavily at the deadline, they won't win a series in the playoffs, maybe not even a game. Well, I think it might be a little bit of hyperbole there. I would say this, that the bullpen has to be addressed.
Yes. I think everybody who has something that we call eyesight knows that their bullpen right now stinks. It does. It stinks right now. And they need to get better because it was wonderful last year. The whole chaos thing worked well. It's not working so well. I mean, you got guys, with all due respect, who nobody even thought he was going to be a major league pitcher. You got guys like Chase Lee, who one game he looks like he's great, and the next 3 straight games he looks like he can't throw a strike. Canely all of a sudden looks awful. Now, short sample size on the awful part, but he's been bad.
He'd been fantastic up until recently.
Tyler
which is
Holton, you thought he was getting it together, then he gave up a home run. I mean, even Vest, who's been their best, he walked guys yesterday that set up, them going ahead earlier. I mean,
yeah, it was a bad weekend for everybody, but some of these guys have had extended bad weekends, and it feels like you just throw blindly at the roster and at the bullpen staff, and you hit somebody with the H in their last name, whether it's Herter, Hannafy, Holton, Hernandez, a lot of guys that leave you going, are we sure these are the guys that we need to need to fortify to an extent, and let's add more to it. And I've been concerned about Chase Lee all season long because I worry that he's a novelty because he's a sidearm thrower, right. And I think they can be effective to a point. And if you overuse them, they get exposed, and then teams can figure that out.
Yeah, the novelty wears off.
Yeah. That's unfortunate. And the Tigers they've just got a bunch of guys that I don't have a ton of faith in, which is why I have no problem adding 2 bullpen arms. I think you can go ahead in addition and maybe audition some guys from Toledo. If Alex Lang is ready to pitch, let's see, he wasn't great last year, but can he give you something? They've got a pitcher down there. His last name is Summers, who they got from the Tampa Bay organization earlier, and he's pitched awfully well at Toledo. Can he offer up anything? Maybe, but you're going to have to go outside the organization and get top-notch bullpen arms.
And when we mean go outside the organization, we don't mean picking up a team that did a horrible bullpen in Philadelphia DFAs.
No.
Hernandez.
Going well, and I understand that there's an allure to Hernandez. Guy throws 100 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And that's exciting. But when he can't find a plate throwing 100 miles an hour, who cares?
That's why he was DFA'd.
Yeah, and then you end up, dropping something that's not 100 miles an hour and trying to get it over the strike zone just to throw a strike, and batters just waiting for it. So that's unfortunate. 248-539-9797. George is next up here, 97-1 The Ticket. Hey, George.
Hello. I want to talk about the fact that nobody really mentions that the Tiger batters strike out way too much, and the fact that they can't meet the ball. When I was teaching little kids how to hit, first thing I said is you look at the ball and you try to meet it. You look at the Tiger hitters, their head is to the far left. They're all swinging for the fences. All you got to do, meet the ball. That's the first thing I would teach them. Meet the ball.
Well, I think, first of all, these guys know how to hit. They know how to meet the ball. But you are correct, because currently, right now, they are 3rd in the American League with 848 strikeouts. They strike out way too much.
Yeah,
You're
does
correct.
Boston strike out too much? They've won 10 in a row. Do the Yankees strike out too much because they're just behind the Tigers? I mean, striking out is, and thanks for the call, it's part of the game. It's part of the trade you're doing, because now the Tigers are hitting a bunch of home runs, right? Home runs score runs.
Where are they on home runs? They're 5th in the American League, 124.
So in baseball, the Tigers are 8th in all of baseball with 124 home runs.
I just have the American League here. And Scott Harris has preached, command the strike zone, which means don't strike out a lot and get some walks.
Well, really, he doesn't want them to chase, is what
Correct.
he doesn't want them doing.
So they're 6th in the American League in getting walked. So that's middle of the pack, a little better than middle of the pack, right? Conversely, on the pitching side,
they're almost right in the middle. Yeah, 14th in all of baseball.
They're 5th in the American League in strikeouts and 5th in walks.
They are 4th in all of baseball in strikeouts. Okay. And they are, I forget whether we're in walks. Like I said, I think 14th in all of baseball in walks. But they're, like I mentioned earlier, they're trading it off because they're getting home runs. They're 8th in all of baseball in home runs, which they could not do last year. They couldn't hit home runs last year.
Right.
Last year, they were one of the worst offenses in all of baseball. Despite the hot finish, they were terrible. This year, their OPS is 6th in all of baseball. You take the strikeouts because you're productive. That's the trade-off.
Right.
Now, it does go against a little bit what Scott Harris has preached. I do agree with that, and it's kind of strange how this works, but he doesn't want the players chasing pitches. Sometimes you're just not catching up to pitches, which can be frustrating when you swing through a really good pitch, or if you take a really good pitch because you're expecting a fastball and someone breaks a slider over the plate or a curveball or whatever it is. That can be frustrating as hell.
It was like that reliever for Seattle yesterday. Was it Barsh is his name, I think, or Brash or something like that? He went behind the hitter. I forget which Tiger it was, 3-0, and then he threw 3 separate different pitches, and they struck out.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to Texas as well. We will offer up our champs and chumps of the weekend coming up in 5 minutes here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, good news. Stoney found a keyboard. Care to tell the people where the keyboard was, Stoney?
Right under my piece of paper that I was covering it. But
So it was right in front of you?
yeah, pretty much.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm not going to explain the reason why my wife would say this when I do something like that, but she would call me mid-tone, and we'll leave it at that. So if my wife is listening, I had a mid-tone moment.
Stoney, please tell me you went and got someone from engineering to get you a new keyboard.
No.
Oh,
I know, King.
Oh, my God.
I got up during the break, and because Tony's still like, because he's considering going, there's a keyboard over on the wall somewhere over here.
No, I was just going to go move over to where like Heather sits and just log on there. That's
so I got up, I walked over, and I'm like, what about that one?
Oh.
It's literally right in front of me. He goes, oh, yeah, okay.
I wish you would have called one of the engineers, Scott, Ryan, Robbie, anybody. Guys, I don't have a keyboard. I need a keyboard. I can't operate. Oh, you mean the one underneath the sheet of paper right there?
What about trying this one? This one, what do you think of this one?
Yeah.
This one look like it could work for you? Have you been able to log in and everything else, though?
Yes.
Okay, that's good, because it took me forever once we made the switch.
Everything's good.
I'm glad to hear. Glad to hear everything's good. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Some more ticket text coming in. Champ, Seattle for exposing the Tigers bullpen. Chump, a Tigers bullpen for imploding. That's from Rick in Ferndale. Champ is Ron Holland and the Pistons Summer League team. Chump, sadly, Tommy Kahnle. So Ron Holland in the 2 games has played pretty well.
Yes, he has.
He looks comfortable out there. He looks assertive. I watched I'm surprised. I think I watched more Summer League Pistons games than basketball than you or King did, and maybe even combined.
Probably. I had it on in background at one point, but after the Victor Wembanyama experience, where his first Summer League game he was awful, and then I remember one year the Pistons, almost won the title, or they might have a Summer League. And it just doesn't mean anything. So, you're looking to see whether Holland actually can. We heard about it. He was working on his outside shot. So, yes, that looked decent. And Chaz Lanier looks like he can shoot the ball.
Yes.
But that's it. I mean,
does that mean Chaz Lanier is going to play 25 minutes a game? Oh, no.
No.
No, I don't think he will.
No.
But I was encouraged to see that his shot also looks very smooth, looks very focused and good, and Ron Holland looked good. They had a couple other guys out there that played well.
Actually, the one thing I did learn from Summer League was watching the broadcast for the few minutes that I did, and realized that Tom Crean was doing the color commentary, and the guy who was doing play-by-play was like a younger version of Dave Pasch. He sounded exactly like Dave Pasch, and they showed him on the table, and I know it's not Dave Pasch, but this kid looks like he's like 22 years old.
And the other Pistons that I thought looked decent were Jenkins and Tyloo Smith.
Mm-hmm.
But it's Summer League. Like you said, there's not a whole lot to glean of it. It's kind of fun to watch. You see some highlights here and there.
If you're a fan of the Motor City Cruise, most of those players will probably be playing for the Cruise.
Well, sure, but these are also people who wanted to see play. Like I want to see Ron Holland make sure. I want to see him grow and mature and become a valuable part of this Piston team moving forward. And I think he had 28 points in the first game and looked pretty good doing it. In the 2 games combined, I think he's plus 40 on the floor.
And I think it's time to shut him down. I don't think we need to see him the rest of the way.
May not see him much at all. I think they didn't. They just did that with Cooper Flag.
Right, exactly.
So, and that concludes our talk of Summer League basketball.
Thank you.
Tim is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Tim.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Yeah, good. Champ, 7 Tigers, including Frankie, getting into the All-Star game. Chump, 6 Tigers and a Tigers organization this weekend for not staying focused. I mean, I told a buddy of mine that they are going to get swept this weekend. Let's get McKinstry in. Let's go. Mize is in. Hey, Frankie's in. Let's take pictures. Let's give them a hat, jersey. I mean, they got baseball to play still. But with that said, I think they're going to be fine. They still need some back end help in the bullpen.
True.
A lot of back end help in the bullpen. But I don't know. I just don't think they were focused, and that goes from the organization right down to Hinch. I really do.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it.
I'm not worried about it either. I think there is some validity to what he said. I mean, But actually, I don't know. All the hubbub of the All-Star, whether that affects their play on the field, I have no idea. That's something that, is intangibles that you can never actually quantify. I will say this, and I'm going to give Pat Caputo credit for this, on Fox 2 last night, where we were doing the show with Jennifer Hammond. They mentioned Frankie, the Bat Boy. But shouldn't Frankie really be called Batman? Because he's like an adult. He's not a Bat Boy, even though it says Bat Boy on his, jersey.
I don't know how old Frankie is.
He looks like he's got to be late 20s, right?
If he's late 20s, I'd be surprised if he were late 20s. But I don't know how old he is. Was it Frankie Boyd? Is that his name?
Frankie Boyd, yeah.
I don't know how old Frankie Boyd is to be the Bat Boy representation from the Tigers. But good for him for getting there. As far as the All-Stars are concerned, look, did it play a role in why the Tigers, did they look out of focus? Maybe it did. I don't know. I'm not going to put a ton of stock into it because it just, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter at this point because they have such a big, do not point. I know. Stop that. Because they have such a massive lead in the division and they're playing so well on the season. And now I'm not looking to jinx anything here. I think the All-Star game and the All-Star break comes at a good time. But these guys are deserving of being All-Stars too. It's not like it's, what a cute story. Let's put Zach McKinstry in the game. I mean, Zach deserves to be an All-Star. He's had that good of a season. Casey Mize deserved to be an All-Star. He was having that good of a season. So the three guys got voted in. I mean, they belong in there.
Well, I don't know if
maybe Javi doesn't,
right.
not as a center fielder, but
the only
nonetheless
ones
he's there.
The only ones you could say it might have affected their performance over the weekend might have been Skubal and Mize, because McKinstry hit a home run and he did okay. Javi with some really heady stuff again, like he always does.
I wouldn't say the All-Star game is why Casey Mize or Terry
No,
Skubal
I know,
didn't pitch all that well.
But if you're going to go there, those are the only ones. Riley Green certainly played well this weekend for the most part, right?
Yeah. I think he did. I have to go back and look at the numbers, but I mean, it doesn't matter. Riley Green just produces, and he's one of the best players in baseball at this point. I mean, he's turning himself into going from all-star to superstar right before our eyes. One hell of a first half of the season. First half plus another 15 games, whatever. Time now for Champ or Chump, or Champ and Chump, I should say. It's brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights. I will start, Stoney. My champ goes to Grace Kim. Grace Kim. Yes, the golfer. She won the Evian Championship. It's a major on the LPGA Tour. She was 4 shots back to start the day. Then she carded an eagle on 18 to force a playoff, and then goes birdie and eagle in the 2 playoff holes to win the tournament. Congratulations, Grace Kim.
Way to go.
It was unbelievable. Eagle, birdie, eagle finish. It's crazy.
My champ is Yannick Sinner, who just played an amazing singles final at Wimbledon to beat Alcaraz, and Alcaraz is a great player. And watching, top of the line tennis in those majors is, I love it. I know you don't, but Sinner was great, and the fact that he's not exactly a well-liked player because of the negotiated settlement for his illegal drug, steroids, or whatever the hell he got caught with a few years earlier this year, makes it even more interesting for me.
Yeah, I don't really care about tennis, but that's fine. What I do find interesting with Sinner and Alcaraz is that these two are going to be battling each other for years and years to come. They're the top 2 tennis players in the world, and they're matching up in every major final.
Yeah.
Which is pretty cool.
Yes.
My chump of the week, the Tigers bullpen. They give up 22 runs in 14 innings over the weekend against the Mariners. They blew the lead late yesterday. That culminates in a 4-game losing skid. The bullpen, my chump of the week.
Well, I'm going to agree with you, but I'm going to go a little more specific. And somebody
that.
mentioned him. And that's Tommy Kahnle, who did not retire a batter this weekend.
Wow. He gave up 7 runs and didn't retire a batter.
Did not retire a batter.
That is not good. There it is. This is the stat of the day. Deservedly so. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. If you want to participate via take a text as well, it's the same number to text in your responses. We're talking about the Tigers and the troubles we see going into the All-Star break. Look, the grand scheme of things, this team is a very good baseball team. 21 games above 500. 11.5 game lead in the division, and yet coming off a 4-game losing skid, had some Tiger fans going, uh-oh. We'll talk more about the uh-oh. Is it a big uh-oh? Is it a small uh-oh? And what's the difference? We'll discuss next year. 97.1, The Ticket. All right, that's some more ticket text coming in. Tiger bullpen is pathetic, but Meadows, Veerling, Rogers, and Sweeney not hitting is also a big concern. Too many holes in the second half could be bumpy. Rick and Waterford. All right, I think this is interesting because I think that the bullpen absolutely is going to be reworked here with more arms. The players you mentioned, Meadows, Veerling, Rogers, and Sweeney not hitting too many holes in the lineup.
Well, first of all,
these aren't all starters.
Right.
Meadows has been starting in center field for his defense first, and even faltered in the defensively over the last few days.
Bad week.
Not a good weekend for him, but he's a very, very, very good center fielder defensively. But not a good weekend for him. Vierling, Rogers, and Sweeney. Well, Rogers is your backup catcher, and by all accounts, a great guy behind the plate, but lacks the hitting tool. Sweeney, very good defensive shortstop, but again, lacks a hitting tool. And Matt Vierling, coming back from injury, is still getting up to speed. He was a guy who was counted on last year a lot. And I think a lot got made out about how good and how important he was for the team, because he was one of the few guys on the roster who I think actually had an above-average OPS on the team last year. But the team last year was so bad that he stood out for being above average.
Mm-hmm.
Now that the team is so much better hitting-wise, they've got a bunch of guys on this in the everyday lineup that are above average OPS-wise. Now it kind of exposes Vierling for perhaps being what Vierling is. But what he really is just an extra guy in the lineup.
Right. He's a good guy to have in the clubhouse. It's like I always said, every team needs a guy like Matt Vierling. You just can't have a lot of them.
Well, and that's where I wonder, do they have too many? Like, is McKinstry's having this year, it's an all-star year, but it's well above and beyond what he's ever done as a major league player in the past. I don't know if it's sustainable. I don't know if this is what we should expect from Zach McKinstry for the next 5 years of his major league career to be this good. But it does give me pause because I'm not ready to sit here and say this is the guy who has to be in the lineup every day, even though I think he does right now until he proves otherwise. But the Vierling, Rogers, Sweeney, and Meadows complaint that this texter has, or that Rick has, I think it's legit, and we probably should take a closer look at what Parker Meadows is doing or what he's not doing.
He's hitting 193 since he came back, 2 home runs, 36 strikeouts. And like you mentioned, he's always been a great fielder. I mean, he completely botched the play Friday, where it's just a basic fly ball to center field. He tried to make played hero ball instead of just letting the ball bounce and keep it, in front of him. And then yesterday,
I thought he dove too late. I thought.
Well, whatever. It was
but
still
both,
a stupid play.
Neither way, you don't try to make that play.
Yesterday, him and Green had that miscommunication, and I think he's the center fielder. He's got to take control.
It was a fly ball to left center field. Both outfielders came in on it. Riley Green deferred to Parker Meadows, and Parker Meadows looks like he was deferring to Riley Green, and the ball fell harmlessly to the ground. And it ends up being a compound problem. The first problem I thought was, because this means that Jack Flaherty won't pitch in the 6th inning. Because Flaherty had thrown like 81 pitches, I think, to that point. And now he's got to pitch to another batter, which is going to extend the number of pitches he throws in the inning, which probably gets him too far or too close to the point where you'd want. And maybe it was 87 to get thrown to that point. And A.J. Hinch didn't pitch him in the 6th inning and came out with somebody else, which was a problem because Flaherty was pitching pretty well to that point. But there is an issue with Parker Meadows. The strikeouts are a major concern. When your strikeout rate is over 30%, that's a concern. Now, is it just a recency thing, or is it? I mean, you mentioned it's 36 strikeouts in it's 109 at bats, let alone plate appearances when you factor in the walks. But he hasn't drawn a ton of walks. In fact, he's only walked one time in his last 34 at bats. So he's not getting on base. What he is doing is when he makes contact, he hits the ball hard. Unfortunately for him, he's had some bad luck of where it goes, right into somebody's mitt. He did it again yesterday, rifled the ball right into somebody's mitt. He did it a few times over the weekend, even into the outfield. But he's only hitting 206 in the month of July after a 187 June. That's not a big climb. And as you said, the average is still, when you add it all together, it's below the Mendoza line. His OPS for the month of July is 434.
Oy.
It's worse than what it was in June, which was no great shakes, when it was 594. Do they have a Parker Meadows problem? I think it's fair to bring up still.
Yes, it is. They have a problem. And look, we've seen it last year when he got sent down, right? He came back and he started doing well. Then he got hurt again. He came back and he was fine. I don't think there's a problem if you decide, you know what, he needs a little bit of Toledo in his life.
Well, and he may. And that's the thing is that, okay, and I know people would say, well, go trade, hold off on that. You could certainly trade, or do they have that other position? Is it already in-house? Does Javi go back to playing center field? But
Probably.
Then does Sweeney go back to playing every day at shortstop, and you start looking around at that. But if they wanted to, not saying they have to, but if they wanted to, they could look to Toledo and say, Akil Badu, come on back up. Hold on. I'm just saying why, okay?
No, bring anybody. But
837 OPS, hitting 265 on the year. He just came off a game where he had 3 triples in one game. He's doing much better, but it's a guy we've seen a million times before, which is, I imagine, the number one
Give
reason
me some
why
other names that they could bring up from Toledo besides him.
Justin Henry Malloy, who's got a 937 OPS, continues to hit there. He's hitting 336 there.
There you go.
He's done very well there. Otherwise, no, probably I don't need to see Brewer Hicklin. I don't need to see. Well, they just let the other one go. Margot, he's gone. But the other thing is just in house. You've got Vierling who can play the outfield. You've got McKinstry can play anywhere in the outfield you want him to, and you've got Javi Baez that can play out there as well. But does Parker Meadows need to sit, or not sit, but does he need to go to Toledo? He needs to play. He needs to hit every day.
As long as you promise me you're not bringing back Akil Badu, I'll do anything.
What's the aversion, the number one aversion?
I just don't think he's good. I mean, he's proven time and time again that he's not good at the major league level.
Fair enough.
I mean, it just the stats just, I mean, I don't have them, I'll look him up, but I mean, he got off to a great start. He's popular. He's got a cool name and all that stuff. He's fast. And
he's got a cool name.
Okay.
No, I mean, to your point, he's a 674 career OPS in the major leagues, in over 1,000 at bats.
Yeah.
So I mean, he's got his 1,000 at bats in the major league level, and
he is
what he is.
He doesn't have really a great arm from the outfield either, if I'm not mistaken.
No, but he's a guy who can run a little bit, and he can defensively. He's fine out there, but I'm not thrilled with it either. I was just bringing it up. That's one of the names that would be
I'd
brought
rather
up.
have J-Hen.
I would absolutely rather have Justin Henry Malloy, who can play a corner outfield spot, not very well, but he can hit. And the other thing is, like I mentioned earlier, you're going to get Kerry Carpenter back, and getting Kerry Carpenter back can move people around. Wenzel Perez, can he play some center field?
Probably.
Sure. McKinstry can play center field. You got Riley Green who can slide over to play center field.
Can Jones play center field? I don't know.
Probably not.
I don't want him there.
Yeah, I was going to say, and I'm not sure how much of Jahmai Jones I want to see.
I'd rather have him than Akil Badu.
Well, Jahmai Jones, the one thing he has done this year to this point is he's hit left-handed pitching awfully well. But here's another guy who he doesn't have many stats in the major league. It's only 167 at bats, but it's a 640 OPS.
It's 200 better than Akil Badu.
Yeah, it's nothing. Actually, it's below Akil Badu. But yeah, it's nothing to get excited about. The guys that get excited about, unfortunately, are playing at Double-A ball. But that's not happening.
No.
Yeah, we'll see.
Nor should it.
Nor should it. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Speaking of which, the Tigers did make some selections last night in the Major League Baseball draft. 4 of them, in fact, in the 3 rounds. They had an early compensatory pick in the
competitive
draft.
balance picks. I don't understand.
Yes, I don't either. I think they make it way convoluted, but the Tigers ended up with the 24th and 34th pick in the draft.
You know what was weird? Usually there's a few of the players that are there. There was nobody there.
No players there. No players there. But we'll talk more about the Tigers with you. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Big concerns versus small concerns. We'll break those down with you, I should say. We want your input on it as well. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket.
Cooling, yesterday's first round draft pick Jordan Yost spoke to the media for the first time today. He was viewed as a late bloomer by many. One reason why is his size. As a freshman, he was just 115 pounds. He's now around 170, and it's something he's worked on constantly.
Cages.
Round 4 of the draft begins later this hour at 11:30. The Tigers have the third to last pick in it. All-Star festivities continue tonight in Atlanta, as well as 8 sluggers battle for the Home Run Derby title. Mariners catcher Cal Raleigh is the favorite. He also has the most bombs this season among the participants, sitting at 38. He's followed by James Wood with 24 with the Nationals. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
So, Stoney, if we take a look at kind of players individually, right? Like one of those texts that previously were said the bullpen's pathetic. Meadows, Veerling, Rogers, and Sweeney not hitting also is a big concern. There's too many holes, and the second half could be bumpy. That was from Rick and Waterford. Some concerns for this team might be small concerns, small potatoes. Some are bigger concerns or major concerns. What would you look at and say, it's a small concern at this point? Or at least somebody that might be slumping right now that you're like, I'm not really worried about this. I think that this is fine. Or maybe somebody is having a great season and you think, yeah, there's going to be a fall. They're going to fall back a little bit, but it's not that big of a concern.
I would say, you mentioned who people mention in text, and only because he's not that important of a player. Veerling, I think he'll eventually get back to what he was, which is not great to begin with, but he won't be this awful.
If I'm looking for something that I think is a minor concern at this point, I think for me, I fully expect Zach McKinstry to drop off. I don't think he's the player that we're seeing right now, which is awesome to see right now and great to have this, first 90 something games of the year, and he's all-star worthy. But I don't think he's going to continue to be this player the last 70 games of the season. I think he's going to be fine. I think he's a guy who contributes everywhere because that's what he is. He's a jack of all trades. But I always go back to the phrase, I remember it was Dan Campbell said it before last year. I think Dan Campbell and Brad Holmes both kind of echoed this. Don't fall in love with your own players. And I don't want to fall in love with a guy because he's the good story.
Right.
Right? Because he's the role player, and everybody in this town loves a role player.
You know what's weird, though, Gator? That's what the Lions do. They fall in love with their own players.
Well, they have rewarded a lot of these players, yes. But I think most of them have been deserving of it. But with the Tigers and just in town in general, I think fans love the role player, and they build up the role player to be better than what they are. Zach McKinstry is having this all-star season where he has gone well above and beyond what any role player has typically done with the Tigers specifically.
Correct.
When you look at a Donnie Kelly baby, right? His numbers are so far better than what Donnie Kelly ever dreamed of. It's not even funny. But I don't think that's really who he is. Now, who he is can still be an above-average baseball player and somebody who needs to be on the field for 150 games because he's got the versatility to do it.
Right,
because
but he's not an all-star. Right.
No, yeah, I wouldn't expect him to be, and yet he's having an all-star first half of the season. He absolutely belongs there. But I think to me that's like a small potatoes thing. I'm not worried about that because I know other people have said, "Oh, he's not what he." Fine, you don't think he's going to be great. I don't either, but I don't think that's the biggest. That's certainly not the biggest concern. When you look along at the priorities of what this team has to address or what you're concerned about, if we get to the bigger stuff. And the bigger stuff is the bullpen.
Yeah.
It starts right there.
Well, you got to hope that Canely, this was just a weekend from hell, as opposed to what will turn into a season from hell for him.
Right, because I imagine his ERA prior to that was probably, I'd have to look it up, but I think it was in the twos.
Yeah.
At worst. It may have even been in the ones prior to that, but 7 earned runs without recording an out is not good.
No, it's awful.
That doesn't get it done. But Canely is it's frightening when you look at those numbers. 7 earned runs on 6 hits and 2 walks. He gave up the back-to-back home runs in yesterday's game. His earned run average after pitching against Tampa, we went 2/3 of an inning, no runs, was 2.84. After these 2 outings against Seattle, it's jumped up to 4.5. The ERA for the month is a miserable 46.29, but it's what
46.
Yeah,
wow,
it's what you did lately, right? And it's. I mean, you look month by month, he was amazing. In May, he gave up 1 earned run in 10 2/3 innings. That was in April. In May, he gave up 3 earned runs in 13 innings. In June, he gave up 3 earned runs in 11 innings. He's pitching great. And then this month happens. And he's had 3 horrible outings this month. Here's the other one he had was to begin the month back on July 2nd against Washington, where he did not record an out again, gave up 4 hits and a walk, 5 earned runs. He's got 3 outings this month alone where it's 12 earned runs without recording an out. Is it a problem? It's a problem lately.
Okay, you're looking at, so we're being a little negative here, which is fine by me. I know you're usually more positive. So if you're looking for guys that you're worried might regress a little bit, sticking with the same position, I think they need to have a better, I know AJ hates the term closer, than Will Vest.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think he hates the term closer because they don't have a closer.
Right.
They have guys they like at the back end of the bullpen and they want to put in the leverage situations. And I think AJ hates it because he doesn't want to have to pigeonhole his best pitcher out of the bullpen to only go the 9th.
Mm-hmm.
He wants him to go against the best 3 batters he's going to have to face to secure a win.
Right.
If that happens in the 7th inning, the 8th inning, or the 9th inning, then he'll act accordingly. But yes, I would agree because Will Vest is he's not a prototypical or even a typical type of closer.
No.
He's a good back-end bullpen arm and has been very valuable for the Tigers. And, I mean, his earned run average is 2.3. It's very good. You'll find a host of players that have better ERAs overall, more guys that get swing and miss, and that's fine. And that's why I want to add to it. If they could have gotten, like we mentioned in the crosstalk, Aroldis Chapman with Boston, right? Everybody likes Aroldis Chapman because he throws 103 miles an hour. He's not as good as he was, but he's still good. He can still find a plate. I wouldn't pitch him in back-to-back days, but that's me. But he's a guy that certainly would help out the bullpen, use him correctly, and he could be devastatingly good. Well, unfortunately, Boston's ripped off 10 wins in a row, and they find themselves right back in a playoff push because right now they would be a playoff team. They're not going to trade Aroldis Chapman unless things go horribly awry over the next 17 days, which I wouldn't anticipate because now they're getting Bregman back. I think that team is poised to make a move. In fact, Boston's typically one of those teams that will trade players to improve at the deadline, even though they got rid of Devers earlier, and it looked like they were going to go in a tank. They haven't gone in a tank. They've gone the opposite way. But there are certainly other arms. People have brought up Emmanuel Clase, and I think he's going to get moved from Cleveland. I just don't think that he's going to get moved from Cleveland to Detroit. I think somebody else will go get him. And it's interesting because he still has a couple years left on a contract, so he's going to cost somebody something to get.
The guy I think might be realistic, and check him out, is from the Colorado, not their major guy, Halverson, whatever, is Jake Bird.
Yeah, Jake Bird's is incredibly what he has done at home versus what he's done at road is beyond belief, because when you pitch in Colorado, you're supposed to be horrible.
Right.
That's not been the case.
Right.
He's been lights out at home, and he's been horrible on the road.
Well, plus you have him through control through 2028. So, man, he'd be somebody to actually look very seriously about.
Well, and I think a lot of teams are looking at him. Here's the good news. If you want good news about this, I think there's a lot of bullpen arms out there that could be had. Good arms on bad teams. Pittsburgh's got a couple of them. Bednar and Santana. You mentioned Jake Bird. If you look throughout, there are some teams that are going to be out of it, whether it's Miami or Atlanta. Baltimore has a couple of good arms that they could move as well. There's going to be plenty of movement. The Tigers need to get at least one of these guys. And I'd hope that they get a couple of these guys. Now, if you're dealing with Pittsburgh, is there a way to get both of Pittsburgh's bullpen arms in the same trade?
Oh, Bednar and Santana?
Yeah.
Or if you like third base, maybe you get Bednar and Falafa. He's a Gold Glove third baseman.
Is he playing third for them?
I don't know. I think so.
Because they have another guy on their team who's a defensive third baseman who has been rumored in trades.
Okay. Well, I'm just
yeah,
saying.
Falafa's been playing shortstop.
Okay.
So Brian Hayes is the one who's been playing third base, but he can't hit.
Okay. So there you go. You get Falafa, right? Put him at short. Hobby goes to center, and Parker Meadows goes to Toledo. There you go. There's your solution.
You got it all figured out.
I got it all figured out. No, I mean,
does it bother you that the Falafa doesn't hit? Although he hits 274, but his OPS is well below 700.
It's okay. It's not horrible. You have to give up to get. I mean, and you give up part of his game for he's a Gold Glove third baseman. That wouldn't be number one on my list, but if you're talking about dealing with Pittsburgh, could you get? I don't know if you could get Bednar and Santana. I mean, Santana would have to apologize to the Detroit fans, but other than that,
he's the one that took a
yes.
swipe at the guy in the bullpen, right?
Yeah,
that would be a problem.
Yeah, exactly.
You don't want to have that.
So let me ask you this, Gator, because you are an expert or close to an expert on the Tigers minor league system. Would you give up to get I'm not even talking about Chapman. I'm talking about like a Bednar. Would you give up Lorenzen?
Like
or whatever.
Lorenzo? I would.
Okay, good.
I would for the right move, I would.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that you have to look at it because, like you said, you have to give something to get something. I think that the Tigers have a little bit of depth in the minor leagues at that position, and he's certainly part of it. And he's just now starting to hit a stride a little bit with Double-A. He struggled to start the season there, but he's hitting a lot better now.
They have two offensive catchers.
Briseño is the other one who's at Double-A with him, who they're playing at first base.
And Dingler's young, first of all. And the other thing is they just drafted a catcher in the second round yesterday.
He's 18 years old.
I know.
Yeah. But yeah, that's something that'd be a player I could see them moving. I could see Jace Young being a player that gets moved in some kind of a trade.
Has he played any better in Toledo?
Yes, he made an adjustment at the plate apparently about 2 weeks ago or maybe a week ago, and it has paid off dividends.
Oh yeah,
last week he's done much better.
Give him a shot,
but let him keep marinating there and see what he can do with the minors. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. What do you see as a minor problem for this team versus what do you see is a major problem or concern with this team, and how do you want to address it? 248-539-9797. This is 97.1 The Ticket. Welcome back to the Carson Anderson Show here at 97.1 The Ticket. Stoney is in for Doug. Taking your calls and text at 248-539-9797. Let's go back to the phones. And Bill is next up here at 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Gator. Hey, Stoney. Nice talking to you again, Stoney.
Thank you, Bill.
You're quite welcome. Yeah, a minor concern for me would be the strikeouts. Now, I know, Gator, that they have, that's sort of a trade-off, and I understand that, and we all like the home runs, but in the playoffs, the scoring goes down, and bat-to-ball skills are, I think that gets more important at that time of year. Now, it's like I said, it's a minor concern, but because if they keep doing what they're doing, they should be fine. But a major concern for me is Canely, and I don't know what you guys think, but he's just this magic changeup man. What does he throw? That changeup 90% of the time or something? I don't know, but I'm thinking that he's gotten figured out a little bit. Maybe this is a trend. Because how do you go from? I mean, he was he wasn't lights out, but he was really solid.
No, he was pretty close to lights out, and then he's had 3 bad outings in July that have completely torpedoed his earned run average. He had been very, very good up until this point. The back-to-back outings over the weekend were horrible, 700 runs and didn't record an out, and they had one to start July where he gave up 500 runs and didn't record an out.
Here's the other thing, as far as worrying about him being figured out, I don't think it's that. I think if you look at some of the home runs, they've been right in the heart of the plate. Most of his it's not that they're sitting there with, the pitches anybody can hit. That's the problem, I think.
Okay. Well, yeah, that's definitely a problem, too. If he's lost, he's got to have command on that changeup because.
Well, yeah, the other thing is the changeup only works if your fastball is good enough to make the changeup work, right? I mean, because that's the whole point. It has the same kind of, arm angle and arm slot. You think it's a fastball, and here it comes out 10 miles an hour less, and you don't catch up to it. But if your fastball
that's my concern is, I mean, what has he got, an average fastball, maybe?
Yeah, I'm not even sure if it's average, but yeah.
Yeah, so I don't think he's got a good enough fastball to just.
Well, here's the thing, though, Bill.
Something up.
It was good enough for a long time, and thanks for the call. It's been good enough throughout his major league career. He's been a very good pitcher in the major leagues. He's been a very good pitcher this year. It's just 3 of his last 6 outings haven't been.
Right. He's pitching meatballs in the middle of the plate.
But that hasn't been a problem all year. It's been a problem over the weekend.
Right. His location. It's all about location.
Is that correctable? I mean, I'm sure it is. I don't think this is like all of a sudden he's lost it, and he's not going to be effective the rest of the way.
I mean, Professor Fetter, has to get his magic stuff together and figure out what's wrong with a lot of these guys.
And they've done a great job of that as an organization, and they've been able to get by with jumping on teams early. They haven't done as much of that lately, but that was the big calling card throughout, May and June, was that they would jump on teams in the first couple of innings and then just take your will right away. This team's been playing, I think I heard the stat this morning, they're 1 game above 500 since Parker Meadows came back to the team. Now, that's not all on Parker Meadows. It's just a little, notch that you can say, okay, since this has happened. And it's not a direct correlation. It's just, I think that it speaks of how the whole team has played, which is average baseball since getting off to an incredibly hot start where you'd be 20 games above 500 prior to that point. And, it would look a lot better, right? Before going into the weekend, they were 25 games above 500 in the middle of last week. And boy, we were like, this team, look at this.
I know.
Then you lose 4 games in a row, and attitudes kind of change.
Which is normal for baseball.
Yes, this is what happens in baseball. The great Los Angeles Dodgers are going through the same thing.
But what this is like a wake-up call and a blessing in disguise.
Now, why do you say blessing in disguise?
Because it's a blessing in disguise to certain fans who didn't think there was a problem with this team at all, that they were a great team. which I thought they were a very good team. It's a semantic argument. Yes, they had the best record in baseball. I just never looked at this team as a great team. It also could be a blessing in disguise. And I don't believe that Scott Harris, Jeff Greenberg, and their staff are fooled at all by what has happened. But let's say there's a 5% that, we can just ride this baby out. No, I think this is like a wake-up call saying, you know what? We do need help. And I'd rather find this crap out now than on August the 1st. Well, That's how it's a blessing in disguise.
I think part of that's accurate. I think the second part may not be, just because I think that Scott Harris is all along is, so we know what we have. We have to improve, and the easiest way to improve the team is to go ahead and add bullpen arms. I think they're going to do it in twofold. I think they're going to do it through trade, and I think they're going to bring up somebody from the minor leagues to help out.
They just signed some guy to the Yankees DFA'd, Hartlieb or something. I think he might actually have pitched in Toledo yesterday.
So I think that they'll do some things like that, but I think they're absolutely going to address it, and I think they'll address it with trading with another team to get somebody right now that can help the team now, I should say. It may take a couple weeks. Deadline's the 31st. We got 17 days to the deadline. Don't expect anything to happen here probably for at least a week, but I do think that we're going to start hearing names being mentioned, even though the Tigers are very tight-lipped about what they decide to do, but there are rumors that always will persist when it comes to baseball. The other questions are, do they need to address other areas of this team? Do you feel strong about the starting pitching, or would you like to see them go after a starter? We still haven't seen Alex Cobb. Not even sure if he actually exists in actual human form.
No.
They've had this rotation of guys that have come in to be that fifth starter, whether it's Gibson Long or Dietrich Enns or Cater Montero, and it's been met with mixed results. He had a great start from Dietrich Enns, his first start, awful the next start. Gibson Long has been kind of hit or miss. He pitched yesterday in Toledo, actually pitched awfully well in Toledo yesterday. And Montero has been more good than bad as a Tiger starter. And as a fifth guy, if your ERA is in the threes, I'm fine with it if that's your fifth guy. It's the front four guys that have to apply the pressure. You've got the best pitcher in baseball in Tarek Skubal, who did not pitch like that against Seattle, but it's one start. You've got Casey Mize, who's having an all-star season, who got lit up over the weekend against Seattle. I hope that's not a problem. Hope he gets right back to what he is in his next start. Reese Olson, how much faith do you have in Reese Olson?
I think he's been pretty good, even games where he hasn't, won or whatever. I think he's been pretty consistent.
And then you've got Jack Flaherty, who has been consistently getting better as his last few starts have gone, but it feels like it's the same start every time.
Right.
5 innings, 2 runs.
Right. He
more hits and
because
more
the
base runners than innings
bullpen's so
pitched.
crappy, he needs to go deeper into games.
And that's a problem that I have.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with Reese Olson. Reese Olson could look good, but he's not even getting out of the 5th inning.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd like to see if those guys can pitch a little bit deeper. It takes the pressure off the guys in the bullpen, and they're going to have to add more players to the bullpen.
By the way, you mentioned Alex Cobb, and in the world of second guessing, and granted it was a 1-year contract for Cobb, but did they? I don't know if he would have come back or whatever. They would have given him 2 years. Did the Tigers mess up by signing Alex Cobb, and maybe they could have gone after Matthew Boyd?
Well, I mean, come on.
I'm asking. I said
unfair.
that's second guessing. That's all.
Well, then it's not even a debate if you're going to second guess it, because second guessing Matthew Boyd's having a hell of a season and Alex Cobb hasn't pitched.
Yeah, because the Tigers went and got a guy who was hurt.
Do you think every team in baseball is regretting not getting Matthew Boyd?
Not every team. Most teams are.
Right, because he's having a year that he's never had before in his life.
I know, but
never had before in his life.
What I'm saying is going and spending money on a guy basically who was banged up,
right?
And who thought his career was over.
I will answer the question. I will take going on a guy who's got a better track record like Alex Cobb than a guy like Matthew Boyd who had a terrible track record.
Okay.
Matthew Boyd's career ERA with the Tigers was near 5.
He was pretty damn good against him in the playoffs last year.
Great, but what has he been?
He's been an average to below average pitcher.
He's been a below average pitcher, not even average. And then this year, he's having a hell of a season. which you can't predict that when you're going to be
I know
8 years in your major league career and all of a sudden it clicks. I think that's completely unfair.
I said it might be unfair.
97-1 the ticket.
Katie, you're right. Matthew Boyd has a career ERA of 4.57 as opposed to Cobb 3.83. Their whips are almost identical, though. 1.282 for Boyd, 1.273 for Cobb, and their average WAR close 2.8 to 2.1. So it's just that Cobb was coming off an injury. That's not reason to give a guy $15 million, in my opinion.
No, probably should have found a different pitcher altogether.
Yes.
And then Boyd was not going to. If they had brought Boyd back, I would have gone crazy. Would not have been happy about that. And then we would have been like, well, wait a minute. He's having an all-star year. He's been great this year. And he has been great this year. But he hasn't been great at any point in time during his career for half a season's worth.
Right. I mean, last year when he got traded at the deadline from the Tigers, yeah, he was with Cleveland last year, and he pitched in, 8 games, and it was 2.72 ERA. He was pretty good. In the playoffs, he was good. So he's figured something out the last 2 seasons.
Maybe. Maybe not. I would have preferred they got somebody other than Alex Cobb, I guess, is the way I look at it. And yet I was very happy that they got Jack Flaherty. So it was a secondary pitcher they're getting. And yet here they are 2 weeks before the trade deadline. And do they need a starting pitcher? I don't know if they need one, but I wouldn't be opposed if they did. It just adds and bolsters to the rotation. But when you get to the playoffs, you're not looking at a 4 or 5 man rotation. You're looking at a 3-man rotation.
Right.
So it changes dramatically in the playoffs. And then can one of these guys transition into the bullpen, which actually might be a good thing when you think about that. That if you're, let's just say for the sake of argument, Reese Olson comes out of the bullpen in October, you just made your bullpen better, right? You would think. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to that. We got some more ticket texts coming in at 248-539-9797. From Chevy in Detroit, I would classify these last 4 games as slightly alarming, especially in the bullpen. I'm not angry. I'm just slightly annoyed with how they played. Yeah, I was annoyed. I think that's a good way to put it. Parker Meadows sucks. Had 29 good games last year, and you all act like he's Ken Griffey Jr. No, I don't act like he's Ken Griffey Jr. at all. I think he's a player that I still think there's a very high ceiling for Parker Meadows. I think he's had some bad luck this year, and I think he's also struck out way too much. Tony, you pointed out his strikeout rate's over 30%.
Yeah, it's awful.
That's not good at all. But what he did last year, the second stint, after he was sent back down to the minors, and then when he came back from the minors, and then he had a slight injury and came back after that, this was a guy who hit over 300 for the team and hit with power and ran the bases awfully well and played a flawless center field. There's a lot to like. There's a lot to work with that. I'm not going to give up on Parker Meadows, but at the same time, I'm not opposed to sending him back to the minors to work on it.
This is a team that has World Series aspirations. Yeah. We're not sitting there waiting for players to develop just for the hell of it.
I sure hope that he is the center fielder for the next 5 years on this team. I really do. But if he's not, okay, let's find out, because the center fielder in waiting is now a AA. That's Max Clark.
Yes.
Who's another guy that plays a flawless center field, has ridiculous speed, and is now starting to find his power stroke as well. So there's a lot to look at with Max Clark. But look, there's big problems with this team, and there are little problems with this team. I think right now the biggest problem is the bullpen. It's been pronounced, certainly over the weekend it was pronounced, to the point where it was my chump of the weekend, as the Tigers bullpen gave up 22 runs in 14 innings in the sweep by the Mariners. That's clearly not good. And if you want to vote on your champ and chump, please get those in as well. 248-539-9797. Look, we have some champ and chump votes coming in here. Champ, Riley Green. Chump, Chase Lee needs to be in Toledo, and Matt Seelinger needs to be called up. Seelinger, another pitcher the Tigers have down there. If I can pull his numbers up quickly, he's pitched in 15 games this year, 22 innings, and he has 30 strikeouts in 22 innings, 10 walks during that time as well. His whip, walks plus hits per innings pitched, is right at 1. It's 0.99. A 2.01 earned run average. And here's one of my favorite stats to look at, his batting average against. 158. He's been devilishly good for Toledo. They have a couple arms at Toledo. Wouldn't mind seeing brought up in the second half. Seelinger is one of them, and Summers is the other one that I wouldn't mind seeing. He's pitched very well as well. Drew Summers, who's got a 2.21 earned run average, 28 strikeouts in 20 innings pitched, a 205 batting average against. So they have some options there, to be sure.
We just don't know how good they're going to be at the major league level.
Don't know. And I don't know much about those guys. I'm not going to blow smoke up your channel and say, oh, yeah, this is the answer. I don't know if they throw 99 miles an hour or if they throw all junk. I have no idea. But statistically, I would imagine with the higher strikeout rate like they do, they probably have a decent fastball. And the Tigers need to find some swing and miss pitchers to go at the back end of the bullpen.
Yeah, look, Kaley's had a rough month. I mean, he entered July with a 1.77 ERA, and right now at the All-Star break, it's at 4.50. He's had 3 outings where he did not register an out.
Yes, and in those 3 outings, he's given up 12 runs.
Yeah.
12 runs in 3 outings.
Mm-hmm.
No outs. Not good.
No.
Tigers are the champ for having the best record in baseball. The chump are these fans for overreacting to a bad series. I don't know how much overreaction we're getting. We're definitely getting a reaction out of it. And I think if the prevailing reaction is that they need to bolster the bullpen, it's hard to disagree with that because the bullpen has not been a strength for this team for the last, 4-6 weeks?
Right. Well, how are you overreacting? If you're sitting in there saying, oh, my God, we're going to lose the division because our bullpen, slight overreaction. Okay? You still lead by 11.5 games. If you're sitting there saying, we don't think we can win the World Series with this bullpen, that's not an overreaction. I think that's freaking reality.
I don't know if it's I would say this. The way they played the first half of the first part of the first half of the first half of the season, the first quarter of the year, how's that? That bullpen looked great.
Yeah.
It was as good as a bullpen as you'll find. And now it isn't. So I don't know if I would make an absolute comment like that, but I would say this. Here's my absolute comment. I want them to add to the bullpen at the trade deadline. Stephen Madison Heights, my champ. Grace Kim for winning the Avion Championship, which I believe is a major in the LPGA. It is. My chump, the freaking Tigers. I mean, now that could be the overreaction. If you're going to chump the Tigers as a whole, if you want to, I guess, again, it's a weekend vote, right? We do the chump and champ of the week.
Right.
And champ and chump of the week. It's fair enough. They lost 4 in a row. I guess you want to name the Tigers overall as your chump. So maybe I'm slapping myself in the face for getting upset with somebody that wants to take that approach. But again, it is a weekly vote. It's not a season long. At this point, they are still 21 games above 500. It's not a chump-worthy team.
No.
It's a very good baseball team that is going through a stretch right now. And now, here's the All-Star break, coming at a pretty good time for this team. Some guys have a chance to heal up and have healed up a little extra, like Kerry Carpenter, to get some extra days off, probably come back to this team at the end of the week. They got some guys that probably could use some time off. They played an awful lot of baseball to this point. And the Tigers actually might have played more baseball than just about every team because of they've made up a lot of these doubleheaders already. The schedule's been kind of crazy. Let's hope that that's the case. They just need some rest. They can get back at it. But they will be adding to this team, I have no doubt in my mind, over the next couple weeks. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Coming up at 12:05, Stoney, you and I talked about something before the show,
and
I think everybody has gone through it as well. We'll get to that coming up at 12:05. Take more of your calls and texts next here on 97.1 The Ticket. It's great to see our teams in the D back to their winning ways, just like the team over at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield is making sure that the customers win on every deal, and the deals at Sarah Chevrolet Southfield are unbeatable. You start with the Equinox EV or the Blazer EV, only $248 a month. Chevy Trax, only $289 a month. The Chevy Trailblazer is just $299 a month. All these unbeatable payments are with just $999 down. That's taxes and fees included. There's no games, no gimmicks. It's just great winning deals for their customers. Need more money for your trade-in? Sarah Chevrolet Southfield has you covered. They treat trade-ins like a highly sought-after free agent. That's big money, right? Huge money for your trade, up to $2,000 more. And if you're paying too much for service only to feel like you're in the cheap seats, Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will have you feeling like you're sitting right behind the dugout. Service is open every Saturday. Free loaner vehicles are available. There's no appointments necessary. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield will get you in and out quickly. Sarah Chevrolet Southfield, 696 in Telegraph, or go to sarahchevrolet.com. Together, let's drive.
Gator, you mentioned, and a texter mentioned Ms. Kim as a champ for winning the Levian.
The Evian.
Evian.
Like the water.
How about Chris Gotterup? I never heard of him before. He actually played in the Rocket and
the guy who won the Scottish Opens?
Won the Scottish Open because, you know, when you think of the great colleges for college golf, the great schools you always think of Rutgers. He went to Rutgers. He's won the Scottish Open. So way to go, Scarlet Knights.
Representing the Garden State.
Representing the Big Ten.
Well, that too. But,
damn right.
State that's known as the Garden State. I would hope they have excellent greens.
You would think so.
Excellent golf courses.
Yes, they do. Baltusrol, there's a few great ones over there in New Jersey.
I did. I was watching the Scottish Open for a little bit, and then I turned to something else. I don't know, it was Tiger Baseball probably. And then when I flipped back, I saw that he was being interviewed by Amanda Balionis afterwards. So I guess this guy won. I don't know anything about this guy. And she asked him one question, and immediately the guy was done. Like he couldn't talk because she noticed like he was kind of, his voice wasn't necessarily trembling, but you could tell it meant a big deal for him.
Right.
She goes, "Why are you so emotional? Why does this mean so much to you?" And he couldn't formulate words. He just broke down, and then he apologized, and she's like, "Oh, you don't have to apologize." And I always find that interesting, because I think we've all been in that vulnerable situation where you just can't form words together. Like I always find that with guys, if guys get emotional, they can't talk.
I know.
Women get emotional, they cry and they form complete sentences, and I'm like,
true.
wow, how on earth are you? Like, I've never been able to do that.
Mm-hmm.
If I ever shown emotion, I'm like, I cannot. I need to compose myself for several minutes before I'm able to come back out in front and say something.
Well, you know, if I was being interviewed by the lovely Amanda, I might be emotional too.
Oh my. Look at that. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number if you'd like to text us as well. It's the same number. We're getting some more feedback coming this way. This weekend showed exactly what they need. Starting pitching sucked, bullpen imploded spectacularly, and the offense was largely shut down. All three need to be addressed equally. I don't trust anyone in the pen, not Vest, not Tommy, not Holton. They need, at the very least, two bullpen arms, probably more.
Agree.
I don't agree with all. I agree with the last part. They need at least two, at the very least, two bullpen arms. That I agree with. What I say, I don't trust anyone in the pen. I trust Will Vest. I trust Tommy Kahnle. May not trust Holton as much. But just because Kahnle's had 3 rough outings in his last 6, I'm not going to discount the previous 30 that he's had to start the season. And Will Vest is the same way. Will Vest has been very, very good. He's had a couple of rough outings. That's it. The starting pitching sucked. Okay. Yeah, I agree. It did. You think we're going to need to rework it?
No.
I mean, all 3 need to be addressed equally is what this unnamed texter
I
said.
disagree with that. Could you use another top-of-the-line starter if one somehow became available? Sure. But when Jack Flaherty arguably is your 4th starter, you're in pretty good shape.
Yeah. And he might be the key second half of the season. If he's able to get back to the form that he had last year, and he's getting there. He's not there yet. He's, like I said, each game he's kind of getting closer to that, but he's still not there. He needs to have an outing where he goes 6 shutout innings for me to feel like that. But if he gets back to that point where he's the guy who's got that sub-3 ERA, that could go so far with this team, with a team that's already got the best pitcher in baseball, and guys like Mize, who's pitching really well, and Reese Olson, and limited starts, he's pitched well. Really like to see that. Bless your hearts if you think Scott will give up his precious prospects for win now players. He's building for 2030, not for 2025. He'll stand pat or, quote, improve on the margins. Well, I guess the precious prospects, as he says. If I'm looking at the Tigers organization, I'm looking at their precious prospects. Yeah, I don't want to trade Max Clark.
Or
McGonigal. I don't want to trade Briseño. I don't want to trade Bryce Rayner.
That's it.
And that's really it, right? The other guys are, kind of fair game. Lorenzo, I already said, okay.
Yeah.
Jace Young, sure.
Lee.
How Yuli, if you want to look at him as a prospect, I guess he can because he's still very young. And he's at the AAA level,
and he's doing very well there.
He's doing okay. Yeah, he is. I believe his OPS is like 770, something like that. He's doing all right.
Yeah,
and he's running a bit. But yeah, there are only 4 guys that I would say actually probably 5. There's a fifth one is the
Max Anderson.
Not Max Anderson. I think he's tradable, and yet maybe Max Anderson should be talking about more about being not tradable because he has been so good. Completely unheralded, even though he was a second-round pick. He's playing at AA right now, and he's doing awfully well with an OPS well into the 900s. But the other guy I was thinking of is Chris Rodriguez, who's like a 17-year-old international signing they have, who's way at the lower leagues, the lower levels they have right now. But I do think that Scott Harris would entertain trades for Jace Young or for Lorenzo. If need be. I mean, it depends what you're getting in return.
Right. I mean, they might trade, Marisol if they got something amazing.
Please stop with Badu. He's a 4A player. He's no good, and we've seen him play out repeatedly.
Thank you. Thank you.
I tend to think the Tigers have a lot of the 4A players, and I think that Akil Badu is the top of the list of the 4A players. I've seen enough of him with the Tigers. Would some other team want to have him because he's
no?
Well, hang on. Understand what I'm saying? You can't say no until you hear the whole part.
You're right.
Okay. If you were to add him with another player, a better prospect, because another team that's a bad team in baseball that has nobody, would they want that 4A player just to help fill out the roster to ensure that they get somebody else?
Maybe.
That's why I say.
So basically, we'll give you, prospect A, but you have to take Akil Badu to make the trade.
Right, because they want to create some room because they've got enough guys that are matriculating forward, but they get to the AAA level and they're met with a brick wall because there's 5 guys that are 4A players. They need to start moving on from some of those guys. If you can trade them away, great. Otherwise, it's DFA time.
He's cleared waivers. Nobody wants him.
That's also a good point. An excellent point from you. Look at it, Stoney showing up. My champ is Paws for all his funny signs behind the plate. My chump is everyone in Metro Detroit who thinks this series was the end all and be all. Ashland and Livonia. Did you see any of the signs Paws was doing?
I saw one of them that I can't remember. It was pretty funny though. Oh, he did something about the Supersonics.
One was bring back the Supersonics.
The other one was they should have given Marshawn the ball.
Yeah. I thought those were actually pretty funny.
Yes.
Those are the 2 signs that I saw.
Yeah.
I give Paws credit for that.
Mm-hmm.
That was funny.
Yeah.
The record says otherwise, but the Tigers are not a World Series team. The pitching is good, not great. The bullpen is a mess, and we lack professional hitters. This team needs significant improvement to truly contend for anything other than a crappy division title.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to go that far, but I will agree if they don't improve their bullpen, they're not going to get to the World Series or win it. However, I'm going to contradict myself. In this sport, when you get to the playoffs, anything can happen.
So when the Tigers are 15-6 against the American League East, is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. When they're 17-13 in interleague play, is that okay?
They haven't played who? They played a lot of. They played the Dodgers. They played the Padres. They played the Giants.
Yeah, they got swept by the Dodgers. Right. So now they're 17-10 against the rest of the National League.
They haven't played the National League East with the exception of Washington.
So that's coming up.
Correct.
Which will be fun to see.
First weekend in August.
I guess my point is this team has beaten plenty of good teams. Not only are they 15-6 against the East.
They beat the San Diego Padres pretty significantly.
They beat Seattle earlier in the year.
Yes.
Yes, they lost to Houston. They lost to the Rangers. Those are 2 good teams. But they went out and they beat the Cubs.
Yeah, the Cubs good.
They beat Milwaukee.
Milwaukee's pretty good.
St. Louis.
St. Louis, they said.
The 51-46 are above 500.
Yeah.
They beat the Padres. They beat the Giants.
Yeah. I mean, that's who they beat is irrelevant in this discussion because they've beaten some good teams and they've lost to some good teams. Nobody's saying that this weekend is make or break point of this season because it's baseball. If you pay attention, you see what happens to teams that you probably consider better than the Tigers.
Now, when he says they lack professional hitters, that's part where I'll agree on that to a point.
Because they strike out too much.
The strikeouts don't bother me as much if you're going to balance that with walking more, and they haven't walked as much as I'd like to see them walk. They've got too many guys in this team that just don't draw walks. I had to look back at it, but I think Dylan Dingler is one of those guys that just doesn't draw walks. Kerry Carpenter doesn't draw walks. Javi Baez doesn't draw walks. The guys who draw walks are, and I think Riley Green is another one who doesn't draw a ton of walks. The guy who draws walks is Gleyber Torres.
But they're not swinging at bad pitches
No,
where you would.
They're not. They're not doing the Javi Baez
Right.
dive bomb and everything. That's
Right. So that's why.
like Javi used to.
That's another reason why they're not drawing as many walks as you'd like.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Talk a lot of Tigers today. I want to switch gears a little bit coming up in the noon hour. Stoney and I had a discussion about something that I think everybody has gone through. Everyone has had this moment in their life where, like, really? You thought that was great? Huh. We'll talk about it next year. 97.1, The Ticket.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Tigers first-round selection Jordan Yost spoke with the media for the first time today. His size certainly limited him from getting scouted early in his career, but he's went from 115 pounds as a freshman to 170 pounds this year as a senior. When the scouts started showing up, they came in bunches. The Tigers just picked up lefty Caleb Blaze in the fourth round. The fourth round's going pretty fast right now. He's a college pitcher who did the last 3 years at Maine. This season he had a slim 2.69 ERA through 14 appearances. That's after bouncing back from Tommy John as well. His fastball reaches the mid-90s. Home Run Derby tonight, that starts at 8. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto from Oregon at 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, so we need to set parameters on this before we get going with this.
By the way, glad to see they're cultivating pitching from the Black Bears of Maine.
Did they just draft somebody or something?
Yeah, you just had it in the update.
Oh, I didn't listen to the update. I was
a left-handed pitcher from Maine.
All right, good to hear. So I assume this was over the weekend that you experienced this.
Yes, Saturday night.
And like I said, this is something that everybody goes through, but we have to set up some parameters because we do not want to put bad publicity out for restaurants. We love restaurants. We love going out to eat, and we appreciate that the restaurants are open again and we can do this, right? So what we don't want people is to mention the restaurant name. What you can do, what we prefer is you can mention the cuisine that is served. And the reason is this. Stoney, you went somewhere over the weekend.
Yes.
And you had been told repeatedly by people, oh, this place is the best. And in this case, I think it was pizza, right?
Pizza. It was really good. So that's what I was told. Really good. And I am I'm a pizza snob. And I like the East Coast New York style, like Tomatoes is New Haven, Supino's, Freddie the Pizza Man. I like Detroit style, too.
But those are different than New York style pizza. The New Haven style
Haven's
is
a little different. It's more well done. But
it's
I like
more thin crust.
Right. I like thin crust. I like slight walking around, like going to Brooklyn pizza place in Birmingham, walking around Birmingham with a slice of pizza.
A big slice of pizza that you can fold and eat.
Yes. And I like Detroit style too. You know, buddies, I mean, Louis in Hazel Park is really good. So we went to this place, and I'm not going to say where it is, or I will say this, though.
It's the pizza place.
It's a pizza place. It's not down. I'm not down on the place. Great cocktails, great apps, great waiter, really good ambiance. Ordered a pizza. And I got the make my own, so I went for the women who were with they like the margarita pizzas, with all that garbage on it. Anyway, so
is margarita just basically basil and cheese
and tomato and so anyway, so I got one with bacon and onion.
Okay,
all right. It was for a restaurant, a pizza restaurant, probably the worst pizza I've ever had.
Oh, my. Worst?
It was awful. At a restaurant. I've had, bad slices sometimes in malls or things like that,
right,
or at the ballparks and things like that. But at a sit-down restaurant that's known for their type of pizza, which is more of an artesian style pizza, so to speak. And I know it's not my style per se. I know I sound like Portnoy here, but it was not good. It was dry.
When you mentioned this to me before the show, I'm like, well,
yes,
where was it from? And then you told me, and I'm like, you know what? I've had the same experience.
Wow.
And with me, it was before I went to that place for the first time, all I had heard about from people, oh, you got to go. It's so good. It's so good. And then you go there, and I had it, and I was like, this is what you think is good?
Yeah, because
I don't know if I call myself a snob because I love all types of pizza.
So do
I love
I.
deep dish. I love Detroit style. I love the New York style, like the New Haven style, the brick oven pizzas. I love it all. And I don't care what you put on your pizza. What you put on it is your own business. You want to put pineapple on it, I'm fine with that. You can do whatever you want. I don't care. If you like it, well, if you like it, you like it.
I know.
So I'm not going to yell at people about it. But, and this isn't about pizza. This is just about a restaurant. Any restaurant, and we don't want the name of the restaurant. But how many times
have
you
say the restaurant? Or no.
No.
Okay.
Have you gone to a place where you were told, "Oh, you got to have this," and it's a specific item, and just and were you the only one that ever thought, like, "What are you kidding? You think this is good? This sucks." I remember watching some reel about 2 months ago. And I forget who the actor was. It was somebody who was famous. I think it was an actor. Somebody who was famous. And they said that years ago they were at lunch. They had a chance to have lunch with Donald Trump before he was president. And they go to sit down for the lunch, and Trump says, you got to have the clam chowder. It's the best clam chowder in the city. You'll love it. It's the best. And the guy said, okay, sure, I'll get the clam chowder. I like clam chowder. And he has it, and he's thinking to himself, it's okay. Nothing great. Nothing special. It's just, okay. And Trump kept saying, isn't it the best? Isn't it the best? He didn't want to upset Trump, so he's like, yeah, sure, it's great. Yeah, it's fine. And meets up with him again A couple years later, same thing. Oh, I got to have the clam chowder. Oh, yeah, I remember you saying it's great. I'll trade. The guy tries it again. He's like, thinking to himself, it's not all that great. Trump says, oh, it's great. It's great. And then a third time, they do the same thing, and it has a clam chowder, and Trump says, do you like the clam? And he says, you know what? It's really good. This time he says, good. And then Trump says to him, and I'm paraphrasing here, he says, see, you can tell somebody something enough times, and it'll make you believe it. Because he knew the guy didn't like it to begin with. But now because he's done it 3 times, and then the guy finally says, you know, it's pretty good, now he's believing it, which is a whole other political type thing.
Whoa.
But it's the same thing. I look at this with a restaurant.
Right.
Enough people tell you something is good. Do you end up buying into that?
I remember when I first moved here, I was told to go to a particular Chinese restaurant. I don't think it's in business anymore, so I could say it. It was in Windsor, Wong's in Windsor.
Okay.
And I went over there with Bernie Smilovitz and his wife. And I said, what is this? It's not very good. Then I was told, oh, there's this place in West Bloomfield, Rickshaw. Great Chinese restaurant.
I remember the rickshaw growing up.
What are they known for? Their Caesar salad. I said, what world am I living in?
Was it a good Caesar salad?
It was a decent Caesar salad, but what world am I living in that a Chinese...
I'm not expecting to get a Caesar salad.
That a Chinese place is known for their Caesar salad.
Well, I remember the rickshaw being great. I love the egg rolls at the rickshaw.
Yeah.
And the almond boneless chicken, if I'm not mistaken. It was delicious there back in the day of growing up in the mean streets.
I know.
But yeah, but I've been to places before where people say, "Oh, you got to get this item. This is the best steak you'll have." I go, "Okay, well, I like steak. Sure, I'll try it out." And I'm like, and they're like, "Oh, so good." Is it? What am I? I'm looking around. Am I missing something? I mean, it's fine, but it's not like the best I've ever had.
You know, you always wonder that maybe it was a bad piece of meat in your case, or maybe the guy who makes the pizza just messed up my pizza. That was a
Did he forget the sauce?
He might have. There wasn't very much. It wasn't saucy enough for me.
I remember I worked at as a delivery boy when I was a teenager. One year I worked at Buscemi's. They were short-lived in the mean streets of West Bloomfield.
Right.
They were for like not even a year. And I went to deliver a pizza to my friend's house. I was all excited that they ordered. I'm like, yep, and it made the pizza and it came out. And the key thing of Buscemi's, what you were supposed to do after every pizza, is then while it's being made, is you raindrop the pizza with the sauce. You grab a spoon, not a ladle, but a spoon, and you kind of hold it to the side, and it raindrops over the pizza. So they get sauce on top of it as well, and then you bake it in the oven, whatever. And I had forgotten that step. And I delivered the pizza to my friends and the family, and I was all excited to hear what they think. I'm like, what'd you think? Like, it was good. I'm like, you didn't think it was great? No, it was good. It was a little dry. I'm like, I forgot to raindrop it. Damn it!
Maybe that was it because it was dry. It was
Stoney, I got to ask a question.
Mm-hmm.
Was it bad pizza or just overhyped?
I thought it was bad pizza.
Okay, so it was bad. Did you stop eating it?
I still had
Great question.
Well, I got the small, which was like 8 slices. You know, and that was going to be I think I ate 4 of the slices.
So you ate half of it.
Half of it, and usually if it's good, I might actually box it.
Box it. You left the box. That's key right there.
Nope.
That tells me you didn't like it at all.
Did not box it.
If you're not taking it home.
Nope.
Because leftover pizza, we all love leftover pizza.
Yeah.
Kang, has this ever happened to you? Where everybody's just hyping it up like crazy. Oh, you got to try it. It's so good. It's so good. It might just even be a cuisine. Like I know some people will never try sushi because they just, and then you get talked into it and then they have something and it's like nothing that they probably should have been introduced to in the first place. And then they hate it for life.
Yeah, so I'm not going to say exactly what it is, and it's not even a restaurant, but it's a certain ethnic food, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So that could be anything, right? Their signature dish, I was told by people of that ethnicity, this is the best meal you'll have. This is the best dish, one of the best in the world, all stuff. I ate it for the first time, and I thought, it wasn't bad, but there's no need for me to ever want that again. You know what I mean? I never would ever ask for it again. Like, it was just that disappointing. It wasn't disgusting. It wasn't terrible. But to be your signature dish and what you would advertise. You know what I mean?
Right,
it's
what you
world
hang your
famous,
hat on.
right? Yeah, exactly. It's tremendously disappointed. So that kind of sucks.
That
you know?
hurts.
And then whenever I'm around this dish now, I have to just pretend that I'm just full.
Wow. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good over
I
here.
just, I had swallowed a big June bug earlier, so I'm just not really feeling it right now. But maybe later.
Yeah, pick them up. Yeah, you had a little protein there. I got you.
Gator, a person who you also know, says he worked at the rickshaw for 6 years when he was in high school, and then in college, literally the best tableside Caesar salad you ever had. Thank you, Felly.
I think I went to high school with a girl whose parents own the rickshaw, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, he shouted out Dave Lum, the owner of the rickshaw.
Well, different person I was thinking of. Yeah, nonetheless. If it's got a great Caesar salad, it's not what you're expecting, though.
No.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number.
It's also a Chinese restaurant around the Midwest. They serve them with bread. It's like,
you get bread at the table?
yeah. I was like, really?
I forget that.
Noodles, fried noodles.
Well, I get, but yeah. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Stoney in for Doug. Gators with you. Kang as well. We'll get to more of your texts and calls as we continue. Tigers, they drafted a kid yesterday that I got to believe that no matter how old you are, you're going to have an opinion on this. And I'm curious to see what people would say if they were put in the same position. We'll talk about it next year. 97.1, The Ticket. Hey, if you need a new garage door or you're having any issues at all with your garage door, you got to call the only people in town that know what they're doing. This is Precision Garage Door Service. They're amazing. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR. I'd tell you this because I've gone through it myself. Whether it was just simple repairs, they needed to come out to the house and had to change a battery out. That was a lot more complicated than something I could have done. Or if your garage door is running sluggish like mine was at that time, they came out with their experts. They diagnosed the problem. They fixed it right there in a spot because they got a truck that is just full of all the equipment that they need, and they can fix things right on the spot and get it done right the first time, which is awesome. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can check out their webpage and actually make an appointment online. This way you can schedule an appointment at a time that works for you at precisiondoormi.com. Once again, it's precisiondoormi.com. Welcome back to Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Stoney and Gator with you, taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. Let's get back to the phones. And D is in Detroit. D, welcome to 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, D. D.
Hello, can you hear me, bro?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Hey, man, check this out, man. I'm at work, man. And I thought, what's up, Stoney?
Hey.
Gator. Hey, man, I'm at work, and I thought I really worked with a bunch of sports fans. I love my coworkers, but I thought they were sports fans. Check this out, Gator. We're having a conversation. Say the Tigers end up with the best record in baseball, but get popped in the first round by, say, Tampa Bay or, hell, Seattle. Now, would that be worse than what the Lions just put us fans through? And I'm telling these clowns up here, hell no. For one, we didn't expect the Tigers to be this damn good. So if they do end up with the best record and do get popped in the first round, hey, we just got to live with it. The Lions, on the other hand, bro, after going to the NFC Championship game the year before, and then to follow that up with a 15-2 record, oh, yeah, we got home field advantage toward the playoffs. This is our year, Super Bowl or bust. Look what happened, bro. We got popped by Washington. So I'm telling everybody, bro, it's no comparison. If the Tigers get popped in the first round, which I hope they don't, you can't compare it, Gators.
Well, I think the thing, D, maybe it's different. Maybe you like football better than baseball. But as far as just the general landscape of things, I don't know. I think right now the way that Tiger fans are feeling because they have the best record in baseball, you expect them to make a long run. And if they get knocked out in their opening round of the playoffs, I think it would be very disappointing if that were the case.
Gator, it will be devastating. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say it won't be, but the Lions and all that hype, that's what I'm saying. The hype leading up to that 15-2 season, and then to say, oh, we got home field advantage throughout the playoffs, everybody in the state was like Super Bowl, bro. And look what happened, bro. And I'm still hurting by that, Gator.
Yeah, no, I hear you. But and as always, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. I think it's difference in sports, and also if you go back and think about the nerves going into the playoff round with the Lions against Washington. Yes, it was a 15-2 team. But it was a team that lost half their defense to injury, and then 2 plays into the game, there goes your starting cornerback again. And now you're without your top 2 or 3 corners on the team. 2 plays into the game. I think that you have to go back and remember what was going on at that time. But yes, the 15-2 record, the home field advantage throughout the playoffs, we had high hopes, and then they got dashed because of what happened against Washington, and it sucked. But because baseball is such a long season, and no, the Tigers weren't going to get a ton of hype coming out of spring training, and yet, isn't it kind of similar? Tigers came out of nowhere last year to make the playoffs.
Right.
They upset Houston in the playoffs. They lost to Cleveland, and then they fortified in the offseason, add a couple of players of consequence. Gleyber Torres is an all-star. They add Jack Flaherty back to the mix, who wasn't with them in the second half of the season. Obviously, he wasn't the first half, but now here he is for the full year. And Tommy Kahnle to help out the back end of the bullpen, which up until the last week had been an excellent move. And now they have the best record in baseball. I think now all that hype is built up that, yes, I think Tiger fans are expecting this team to do better than just get knocked out. And I think if they get knocked out in their first round of the playoffs, it'd be just as bad as the Lions did. The difference is that people like football more than baseball. That's
no, because I honestly believe that more people around here thought, even though you're correct with the defensive injuries, that it was going to be harder. Most people thought that the Lions had a real legitimate chance to win the Super Bowl, let alone get there. I think most fans are enamored with what the Tigers have done, but I don't think most people say we're going to win the World Series like they did for the Lions, personally.
I think people thought that with the Lions going into the season, and then all the injuries happened. And then you saw who you matched up against. You're like, oh, great, a mobile quarterback who's on a really good football team that they just, they went out and beat Tampa Bay in the playoffs, and here they go. it may. How about this? It's awfully close either way.
Yeah.
And I don't want to think about the Tigers losing in the first round of anything.
No.
So they've got plenty of time to
Well,
fix issues here.
chances are they're not going to lose in the first round. It'd be very similar to the Lions because they'll probably get a bye, just like the Lions did.
That's the point.
And they'll have home field advantage.
You would hope.
I don't know.
You would hope. Yeah. I mean, this is a very good baseball team. Now, do I feel as good about this roster as I did about the Lions going into the season? No.
No.
I mean, I think the Lions have an outstanding roster going into the season last year.
Right.
And then week by week, it just got decimated. And yet still offensively, they were outstanding. Defensively, they were devastated.
Mm-hmm.
So this is, I guess it's a little bit different too because of the talent that's on the team. But the talent that's on this team has them playing better baseball than anybody else in baseball to this point.
I got a text from our good friend, Dr. Terrence Foster.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to mention the places, but he says, I've been told over and over that the burgers at this place are fantastic and I can't stand them, which I know the place and I completely disagree with them. I think they are very good. And then he said, Pat Caputo told him the best Coney's in Detroit were at some place. I went there and he said they were awful. And I'll tell you the places.
I've had some bad Coney's before, and yet, but you still go back to the place for whatever reason, and then I give them another chance, and it gets better. Like sometimes it goes both ways, but it is more often than not. If it's bad once, it's bad twice.
Yeah, but how bad can a Coney be? But then again, people say
can
how
be
bad.
I can tell you, I've had bad Coney where it was
the chili was bad.
Not so much that it was the dog itself, like the dog wasn't cooked properly.
Oh, okay.
Didn't have the right snap to it, or the bun was stale. They tried passing off bun, or the onions they put on there, they weren't cut properly, and you get some too much of the peel is there. It's still in the. There are ways you can screw up a Coney that you should never screw up a Coney.
No,
but it has happened. Some text coming in on that. Poutine is very disappointing. Glorified bar food. Sam in the car. I love poutine.
So do I. I think it's really good.
But I get it because people will hype it up and say it's the best thing ever, best thing ever. Here's where I think poutine can go bad. If you don't give me enough gravy or enough cheese curd,
correct.
What's the point?
Right. It's like fries. That's all they are.
And fries with a side of curd, that's not good.
No.
Give it all at the same time. Friends took me to a new trendy Korean barbecue place. Holy crap, I would rather have been waterboarded. It was awful, John in Lake Orion.
Wow.
I went to a very well-known burger place. Metro Detroiters talk about this place like it's legendary. It was bottom 3 burger that I've ever had. Wow.
Did he say? He doesn't tell you?
He doesn't say no.
Okay.
Because we're not asking
I
for that
know.
because we don't want to hurt feelings in this one.
Yeah, if you're going to tell, you can text and let us know. We just won't read that on the air.
When I moved to Hickory, North Carolina, I was told liver mush was a great breakfast option to go with your eggs and biscuit. It's not bad, but I'll never order it again. Liver mush?
Never heard of it before.
Never heard of it either. Some people swear by this for breakfast food. I can't handle it. Corned beef hash.
I've had it like once or twice. It's okay.
I just don't like it.
I know.
I don't know what it is. The diced potato. Like I like potatoes. I like hash brown potatoes.
Yeah.
But when they're these diced and they're not caramelized and it goes with the corned beef hash, it just doesn't taste good. I guess I don't like hash.
Yeah. It's in Philadelphia. There's this, and I can't stand it. Scrapple. It's a loaf made from pork scraps, cornmeal, and some spices, and I think it's disgusting.
There was something I had once in my life when I went to the shore one summer, and friends of ours that were with us, a couple of those guys were from Pennsylvania, and we went to the sub shop, and they're like, they have scrapple, and they kept joking, you gotta have the scrapple. So I got they're like, don't go heavy on it. I'm like, all right, I'll have a 6-inch scrapple sub or whatever. I'm like, why did you make me get scrapple? And they said, just so you could say that you had scrapple. It was disappointing to say the least. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Again, the Tigers I want to get into this. The Tigers drafted somebody yesterday, and I think if you put yourself in the shoes of this player, you'd have to say there's a dilemma at the very least. We'll talk about it next year. 97.1, The Ticket. All right, so the Tigers are in the midst of their annual MLB draft. They made 4 selections yesterday. Competitive balance round gave an extra draft pick at number 34. They picked at 24 and 34, and then they had their second and third round picks yesterday. Today, it's the rest of the draft. They go through 20 rounds. One of the picks yesterday, the second pick that they made, the 34th overall, was a catcher from Long Island by the name of Michael Oliveto. Big kid, 6'3", 18-year-old, who apparently has a ton of power. And they really like that he's got a ton of power. Was not highly regarded in terms of the rankings of all these prospects, but apparently has a power tool that's quite high. And athletic, so the Tigers like that stuff. Good. I don't have a problem with that. Won't see him for the next 5 years, but that's fine. What I found is interesting that he is committed, had been committed, probably not anymore now that he's been drafted this high, but he'd been committed to Yale.
Yale, from the Ivy League.
Yale. So I thought about this. I'm like, okay, if you're the parents of this kid and you've got an 18-year-old who's clearly talented enough at baseball to be drafted and drafted high, like I said, 34th overall, would you rather he goes to the minor leagues and tries his hand at baseball, where he may flame out after 5 years or whatever, 6 years, whatever it could be for him? Or would you rather he goes to Yale, plays baseball at Yale, because that's how he's getting there, gets his, I don't know what he is academically, but clearly would have a scholarship there, and matriculate from Yale, so he has a Yale degree, and oh, by the way, if he's good enough, he can get drafted again after his third year at Yale, and go to the majors at that point.
Well, they don't have scholarships at the Ivy League. They have aid. Wink, wink. I don't know if Yale has a big NIL for baseball. So I'm not sure about that. I think the problem is when you go to college, you have this opportunity to play pro baseball. You think you have a chance, so you go through the minor leagues and go through that. And after 2 or 3 years, if there's no progress, then you just go back to then you go to college.
So I just did a quick Google search. How much does it cost to attend Yale University?
Here's my guess. Ready? Probably counting room and tuition, probably $80,000 to $90,000 a year, something like that.
It's a good guess. The total cost to attend Yale University for the 2024-25 academic year is $90,975, which includes tuition, room and board, and other fees. However, Yale offers generous financial aid, and many students pay significantly less than the sticker price, according to CNBC. Let's just say that it drops down. Maybe, let's say it goes to $50,000 a year.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of money to pay for a year of school, but it's Yale. As I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of the kid and in the shoes of the parent. And as a kid, you're playing baseball, you just want to play baseball. And the idea of not having to go to school and just play baseball is incredibly appealing. You know you're talented, you're being drafted this high, but there's no guarantees you make it. I mean, you can be drafted first overall, there's no guarantee you're going to make it. And your baseball career can be done before you're 25, and then what do? That's the whole thing, right? I think even as much as I love sports, I might have a hard, I guess, well, for me it's different because I was not a good student and I did not like attending school. I guess maybe I'd fall into that category. I'll play baseball. My parents probably would have killed me if I chose playing baseball over going to Yale. So putting yourself in the shoes of a parent, which you are, I'm not,
Mm-hmm.
beautiful twin girls, had they gotten accepted to Yale, or they got a chance to play, be drafted into some professional sport, how would you have advised them?
I would say follow your dream. If your dream is to play professional sport, let's say, I don't know, Well, my daughter got a partial scholarship to Georgia for equestrian for D1. She went and then she transferred to Michigan State after a year. But I told her to, go for it, whatever. And I would tell them to do the same thing. Now, it wasn't Georgia or Yale, so So, you know what? I would say if I was his parents, say, if you want to play baseball, go for it. If you don't get it, go to a different college, or if we can afford Yale, we'll afford Yale. And maybe, and I'm just making this up, but knowing where he lives or where he's from, Hauppauge, Long Island, my guess, not 100% true, is that his parents can afford to pay for Yale.
Well, fair enough.
And I have no idea.
It's just easy.
That could be wrong. That could just be a stereotype of Long Island. But yeah,
I just thought it was interesting because it was, you see all the time that kids pass up college to go sign with their baseball teams. If you're a first round pick, you're signing bonuses anywhere from a few $1 million up to whatever $8 million as a signing bonus. Which is great, except you really look at that and how much money is that really in real terms. You chop it in half basically, and that's how much it is. And then your career could be done after just a few years. Or you could hit it big and live up to the potential and end up having a long career in baseball and make hundreds of millions of dollars. But that's the crapshoot that is professional sports. I thought it was interesting because it's Yale. It wasn't like he was vacillating between, I'm committed to play at
LSU.
Right, which is a great baseball school. Right. But academically, it's nothing special.
Correct. By the way, the most famous people from Hauppauge, Long Island include, Gator, Bud Harrelson, former shortstop for the Mets, Lori Loughlin.
Lori Loughlin?
Yep.
The actress?
Yep.
Ooh.
James
who got in trouble for getting her daughter into school.
James Higgins, the BC hockey player, was just drafted by the Boston Bruins. And somebody that you might know, because I never heard of before, Candace Knight, the vocalist and lyricist and the wife of Richie Blackmore.
Oh, from Blackmore's Night. Yeah. Yes. Richie Blackmore, the guitar player from Deep Purple and Rainbow. Mm-hmm. And now just performs with his wife. Yeah. And they do a lot of acoustic stuff. Yeah. Very medieval type music.
Yes.
It's really interesting. And she has a good voice too.
And did you see what this? I saw a video that was posted by, I think it was Tigers Minor League Report or Roger Casilio. I think that's his name, who does a lot of minor league baseball stuff for the Tigers. The kid is he's a Rubik's Cube savant. They showed a video of him solving the Rubik's Cube in 20 seconds.
I've never understood. I mean, that's all just it's just memory, right? It's not with the Rubik's Cube. But I always tried to, when I was trying to solve it or get a side or get a couple sides to it, it was like with a specific thing. This is how I'm going to try to do this. The people that can solve it in 20 seconds, I don't think it's a mathematical mind. It's just like they've been taught what the formula is, and they're able to rotate the cube or whatever.
I guess my daughter.
To get it to that point. I've always been fascinated by it.
One of my daughters used to be able to do it within 2 minutes, I think, which was, to me, it's a day. You could give me, I swear to God, you could give me a Rubik's Cube, and it would be, I don't know, 5 years before I would get it right.
I would never get it right.
Never.
I had one when I was a kid, and the most I could get were a couple. I don't even know if you can actually get 3 sides, but if you could, that's what I did. I basically got it half done, maybe.
Right.
And I just dropped interest. But back in the day, I mean, you had the Rubik's Cube, and that spawned all different types of stuff. Then you had the snake, you had the pyramid, you had others that were kind of cool. But I was never good at that thing. Plus, it depended on the cube itself. If it was, if it moved well, some moved better than others when you would spin when it started cranking the cube around. But that's kind of crazy. The Rubik's Cube people.
Do you have a unique talent?
Like that? Maybe not like that. And it's not a motor skill talent. at times in my life, I was able to pick off, like, in the mid 80s, I did I was a big professional wrestling fan. I knew everything about professional wrestling when I was 16 years old. Everything. And you could ask me anything and I knew the answer to it. I can't do that anymore like I used to, but.
Where was Baron Miguel Cicluna from?
Well, they said you're going. I Germany. I don't know.
The Isle of Malta.
Was he from Malta along with John Bonello, a former referee, who was kind of local, actually. Tag team partner was Randy Scott back in the big time wrestling days in Detroit. But yes, it's stuff like that. I was kind of a little bit of a savant like that. And actually, we did something over the weekend where one of my friends is a bit of a savant when it comes to disco music. To the point where we're at this event at a party on Saturday, and one of my friends grabs the phone and goes and starts pulling up disco songs. And within 5 seconds, she knew every one of the songs, the name of the song, and
was
who
she
sang
listening when we did? Remember when we did National Disco Day a few weeks ago?
Yeah, she works during the day, so she definitely wasn't listening. But at the same time, while she was doing
She
that,
should have
then
gone
I
to the
said,
Odyssey Rewind. What kind of friend is she?
"It's a good point. I'll shame her later on."
Yes.
But to that point, I did say after that, I said, "Well, you could try me with 80s hair metal." And then they started going through 80s hair metal songs, and I had them like that. But that's not a motor skill, crazy skill like some people have. But maybe you have it. Maybe you have that crazy skill, like solving a Rubik's Cube. 248-539-9797 is the telephone. If you want to brag about yourself, feel free. You want to talk Tigers? Feel free. We'll do it next. 97.1, the ticket. Hey, make Builder's First Source your destination for professional window and exterior door installations. And I'm going to take a drink of water. Excuse me for that. You can add value and beauty to your home with trusted brands like Anderson, Pella, Therma-Tru, and more. Then you can have your new windows and doors installed properly the first time with our expert builders at Builder's First Source installation team. You can have it done right with quality products and services. You can just visit one of their locations in Clinton Township or Shelby Township, or online at buildersfirstsource.com. That's buildersfirstsource.com. Welcome back to the Carson Anderson program here in 97.1 The Ticket. Gator and Stoney with you today, taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. Let's get back to the phones. And Jake is next up here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Jake.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
All right.
So I got a champ and chump for you. But after my chump, I want to follow up if you guys don't mind.
Okay.
So my champ would be Joe Pavelski for winning the American Century Celebrity Open there in Lake Tahoe.
Yes.
And then my chump would be the entire Tigers lineup, more specifically the bullpen, as you guys have been talking about all morning. But I wanted to bring up something Doug's been saying for the last couple of weeks. I forget how he narrated it, but it was something along the lines of there's a storm brewing. And right now I feel like there's a little bit of drizzle coming down on the Tigers. What's your level of concern right now for the Tigers and having a 4-game losing streak being their biggest losing streak of the year?
Well, I'm not terrible. I guess you go ahead first, Tony.
If you look at baseball this year, well, not every year, there's teams that some as good as the Tigers, some is better than the Tigers, obviously ones that are worse, that have had losing streaks of 7, 8 games. So that in itself does not concern me. What concerns
me, because if you look at the Dodgers, right? Look what happened to them. They went on a
right. What concerns me is the bullpen. I don't believe that they can win a World Series with this bullpen.
Oh, absolutely. I agree with that 100%. They need. I don't think there's a huge sense of urgency. Like we need to go right now, but I think in the next 2 weeks we need to go and dip into someone steady in the bullpen.
Yeah, I think. I guess. And thanks for calling, Jake. Where I'll disagree with Stoney a little bit is I can't rule them out of winning a World Series this year with the bullpen that they have. I think they're going to add to it, but I think that the back end has been awfully good for all of this season, with the exception of the last 2 weeks. I think Will Vest has been dynamite for this team. Tommy Kahnle had been great, and then 3 of his last 6 outings, he's been awful, where he hasn't recorded an out, and he's given up 12 runs during those 3 outings. That's terrible. But prior to that, it's been great. Now, is that going to stop me from adding? Absolutely not. I'm going to go out there and I'm going to unturn every stone. I'm going to knock on every door. And I'm going to try to get the best bullpen arms I can get. I don't want to look at the margins. I want to go get a high-end, back-end bullpen arm, somebody that has a high strikeout rate that I can just continue to add. And then you know what I'm going to do, Stoney?
What you going to do?
Then I'm going to go out and find another one.
Yes.
I want to add 2 arms to the bullpen.
And then you're going to find another one. You get a reliever. Right. You get a reliever.
Which likely comes from the minor leagues, but the first 2 that I'm going to go are going to be from other teams right now. I want to get I want to get 2 significant arms to add to the bullpen, because I think the Tigers, the bullpen as a whole has too many holes. When you look at all the H's that aren't pitching all that well right now, the Herter and Hannafy and Holton and Hernandez. I mean, that's a lot going on there, guys that are disappointing.
The 3H club.
It's a 4H club, and it's not good.
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, does that mean that all these guys are going to be gone from the roster? No, it doesn't mean that. I'm just saying I wouldn't mind if they moved on from a couple of those guys, specifically to add others.
Right.
Like Bednar from Pittsburgh is probably my number 1 guy. And you had brought up, I think, Jake Bird from Colorado would be another great addition. Although I am a little concerned with the splits that Jake Bird pitching away from Colorado. He's nowhere near as good as he has been at Colorado.
Which is bizarre.
Which is bizarre as hell. And yet I think if you look at the game log, you'll see that maybe that's just because he's had a few bad outings on the road that have really cost him. Otherwise, he's been pretty good. Nonetheless, I'll take Jake Bird and I'll take David Bednar. And then I'd feel awesome about their chances if that were the case.
Jake mentioned Pavelski winning the celebrity golf.
Yeah, the American Century.
I do want to. Maybe I should have given Charles Barkley my champ for not being last this year. He finished ahead of such notables as Ray Romano, Joe Theismann, Trevor Lawrence, Miles Teller, Larry the Cable Guy, George Kittle, Baker Mayfield, The Miz, Grant Hill, Catherine Tappan, Rich Eisen, and the last place was Dylan Dreyer.
I didn't realize he was better than those. I knew he finished 69th is the
Yes.
number I saw associated with
That's
him.
true.
I would have thought that the quarterbacks would have a better chance there. I always expect better from quarterbacks like Joe Theismann or from
Right.
Baker Mayfield and Trevor
Trevor
Lawrence.
Yeah.
Apparently they're not good golfers, huh?
I guess not. Well, the former quarterback who did the best was Tony Romo.
Right. Well, here's what I love about. I do love this event. This is one of my favorite events every year.
I went one year.
Did you?
Me and Woj we did our show from there. Only Wojo because he had a death in the family, couldn't go. So we went. Aaron Ward was my co-host for the weekend.
Former Red Wing.
Former Red Wing, and it was great because you were set up like Thursday and Friday by the driving range, and you interviewed everybody. My favorite interview I've ever done, I wish I still had it on, was interviewing Barkley, and Lambier just walks up. He was done, and we interviewed the two of them together.
That was pretty cool.
And it was great. And Roger Maltby actually did a live on-the-air analysis of my swing.
Well, that would have been
It was
something.
great. He says, you have the takeaway of Jim Furyk, but the downswing of Charles Barkley.
That's not what you want to hear.
No.
That's not what you want to hear.
But he was accurate. Matt Ryan did pretty good. Tony Romo, like I mentioned.
No, a lot of typically the quarterbacks do very well. But it's interesting when you bring up Tony Romo because his name's always associated with trying to make the U.S. Open and try and make cuts and stuff like that. And he fancies himself as being this excellent golfer, which I'm sure he is. But I used to hear the same thing about Michael Jordan all the time.
Oh, I know.
People, how great I'm sure Michael Jordan's a very good golfer.
It's a different level between you.
But that's what people don't understand. They don't know the level that you have to play at to be a pro golfer.
The difference between the country club or even the club pros who give the lessons that are PGA members who are really freaking good. The difference between them and the real pros is night and day, let alone guys like Jordan and some of the guys who do well on these. We had a little local presence in there, John Smoltz from Lansing, in Michigan State.
He always does
He came
well.
in second, and former Spartan pitcher Mark Mulder.
He always does well. It's like the same five guys.
I know.
Every year, which is
Aaron Rodgers did actually pretty well. 16.
he's when he plays, he's a very good golfer.
We always get a performance from Jack Wagner, ladies and gentlemen.
Right, Jack, from the soap opera actor and from
Dearborn's
Melrose
own
Place.
Derek Lowe, former Red Sox.
There's another one. Yeah, pitchers and
hockey players.
Some hockey players, but usually it's pitchers and quarterbacks that do well. It's Billy Joe Hobart was another one that used to do really well on that. But that's always been one of my favorite
Derek
events.
Carr. I thought his shoulder was messed up. How can he golf?
But I used to love that event on TV, and it snuck up on me. I totally forgot that it was on this weekend, and then by the time I tuned in, I caught the last three holes of the event. I'm like,
And there
that's
was
not enough.
And there's the casino was Harrah's there. I don't know if it's still called Harrah's. And at night, Charles Barkley singing karaoke with Marcus Allen, and it was just unbelievable. Gov playing poker with Spud Webb and Rick Neuheisel. I mean, it was a lot of fun.
That's something. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Talking about the Tigers and the problems that they had over the weekend against the Mariners to get swept. It's now a 4-game losing streak going into the All-Star break. Break probably comes at a good time. Stoney seems to think this is a blessing in disguise. He'll describe what that means, and then we'll also go into depth on the Tigers have a Parker Meadows problem. Not only that, but coming up in the last hour, I also want to talk about a rumor target out there that Stoney is tired of hearing about, and yet it's only going to get louder. We'll get to that coming up at 1:18. This is 97.1, The Ticket.
By the way, Gator, on X, formerly known as Twitter, I'll always still call it Twitter.
That's what it is.
Max Clark has tweeted out a 6-hour road trip to Erie. Time for another Q&A. So people were asking him some interesting questions, and the one I found the most fascinating was they asked him basically, what would you do if you weren't playing baseball? He said he was going to go to law school and special in cybersecurity.
Interesting.
Yeah. So of course I had to throw a question out there because
of course you did.
Yeah, and he's from Indiana, so and he didn't answer it. Mellencamp or Springsteen? That was my question for him.
Well, from Indiana,
I imagine it would have been.
Well,
Mellencamp.
but even him, but he's too young to really.
Well, but I mean, his parents. I mean, listen to the radio, or they might have it. I don't know.
Axl Rose is from Indiana.
Well, somebody asked, "What's the most overrated skill or tool scouts and pundits talk about, and the most underrated?" He says, I don't know if there's really an overrated. I think the most underrated is baseball IQ or the ability to understand swing/throwing mechanics and analytics. Interesting.
Well, I'm very much looking forward to
so read some of that
his
stuff.
minor league season now that he's at Double-A. He's risen up quickly through the ranks, and he joins his teammates from West Michigan, now moving on to Erie with Kevin McGonigal.
His pick for the home run derby by today
and Jose Briseño
is James Wood.
Yeah, well, I could see that. Tough to go against Cal Raleigh with the home run derby tonight.
You know what? I'm glad you brought up Cal Raleigh because I was there Friday night. And if I didn't know any better, because there is testing, I mean, his home run, not the grand slam, the other one, looked like he just like flicked the bat with like one arm. I mean, it's like, I couldn't believe he got the ball out of the ballpark. It was such an easy, carefree, wasn't even a power swing. He's unbelievable.
You barrel it up and you let the pitcher do the work, throwing the velocity in there, and you hit that. I mean, I've always marveled at like the tale of two iconic home runs by the same guy, and Kirk Gibson. The home run that he hit off Goose Gossage in '84 in the World Series that Tiger fans remember so wonderfully, as we should. I mean, got all of it, right? It was this beautiful golf swing, just whomp, there it goes, gone. Just destroyed it. The home run he hit for the Dodgers in the '88 World Series in Game 1 that won it in the extra innings. That swing to result in a home run is one of the life's great mysteries to me. Yeah. I don't know how he did, but it's like a similar thing where he just kind of leaned out over it and tried to throw legs. Yeah, he had nothing and somehow muscled it over the wall in right field for that iconic game-winning home run. I never know what to expect with baseball. It's just contact is contact, man. And sometimes you get great contact out of it, and he did, without question. He's got two of the most iconic home runs in baseball history. Ben is next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Ben. Ben. You, Ben.
Ben is gone.
Ben is gone.
Which is a good...
Yeah, because I didn't want to deal with Ben was going to ask.
I know.
We won't have to worry about that. Speaking of which, actually, we'll get that at 1:18. I want to get to the rumor that you're tired of hearing about, but it's not a baseball rumor. We'll get to that, like I said, at 1:18. But you mentioned before that you think this weekend could have been a blessing in disguise.
Yes.
For the Detroit Tigers.
Well,
elaborate on that, please.
Well, first of all, for their fan base that was convinced that they were good enough to win it all without doing anything, and not everybody felt that way, but a good proportion of the fan base did. I think it's a blessing in disguise because now you can wake up. And I'm not one of those who thinks that Scott Harris and company believed that they were good enough to do that too, but maybe it's a blessing in disguise where, all right, we got to address this quicker than I might have wanted to, which is wait till the deadline and then make moves, maybe do it like tomorrow. Try to start making some trades because you want to get this done before somebody else might get the closer or the reliever that you want. And if you have to pay a little more, fine.
I think what other teams might focus on more than what the Tigers have focused on is the definition of the word closer. Because A.J. Hinch doesn't like the word, I think it helps the Tigers because they don't have to be locked into got to get the closer from Team X. Mm-hmm. What the Tigers are going to look to do is to get the guy who can get swings and misses from Team X. And I think that's probably more important because they don't, the way they look at the end of game situation, it's about matchups always when it comes to the pitching staff. And they want to match up their best back end arm against the best that he'll have to face. And if that means it's the 8th inning and you bring out your quote unquote closer to pitch the 8th and somebody else pitches the 9th, that's what he's going to do. So other teams might focus on got to have the closer from, whatever. Let's say it's Emmanuel Clase. They got to have Clase. He's a closer. They got to get him. Okay. You can focus on that. But what the Tigers would rather have is the guy that isn't defined what he is. He just gets guys out because he get the swing and miss.
Right.
And maybe that works to their benefit as well.
That's what they need more. They need relievers who can strike guys out. And you're sitting there saying, well, as long as they get guys out, they don't have to be. No, there are times where you got to have a swing and a miss.
Yeah.
Because a ground ball out sometimes leads to a run if the guy's on third base.
Which is why it was intoxicating for them to go ahead and take this chance on Hernandez, because he can get the swing and miss because he's got this 100-mile-an-hour fastball. The problem with it is that he still hasn't been able to control it, let alone command it. Control is finding the strike zone. Command is working the strike zone. And he does not have command, nor does he have control. So that's the problem with Hernandez. But it's enticing because you see the talent, without question. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Got some more ticket text coming in. Regarding the player, Michael Oliveto, the second pick from the Tigers, 34th overall, 18-year-old kid from Long Island who had a chance to go to Yale. Still has a chance to go to Yale here, but I'm guessing he's going to take the offer from the Tigers to play to start his minor league baseball career. And I said I thought this would be a dilemma if you're a parent. If you've got a kid that has the opportunity to use his talent to get a degree from Yale, that maybe you'd rather see the kid use that as opposed to just go ahead and try his hand at achieving the dream of playing Major League Baseball by starting off in the minors. And part of my reasoning was go to Yale, and after 3 years, you get drafted again. And you'll be just a year away from getting your degree, for the most part. Not everybody will do it in 4 years, but that you can be on your way to getting that degree. And you might even improve yourself, your draft standing, because maybe you've had a heck of a year or two at Yale, and now you're a top 10 pick instead of being the 34th pick overall. So got some ticket text on that saying he can always go back to Yale if he flames out in baseball. I don't believe the Ivy League has athletic scholarships. They don't. They offer grants, and there are ways to finagle around without having an athletic scholarship. But does he get to go back to Yale? If he's not going to be there to play baseball, is he going to Yale?
Maybe.
Don't know. Well, maybe. I don't know. That's the thing. I don't know what his scores are in ACT and all that stuff. But, Yale is pretty exclusive. And if he's got an opportunity to get there because of baseball, hard to pass that up to play minor league baseball is my point.
Maybe he'll do the inverse of Danny Wolf. He'll go to Michigan, and then he'll go to Yale.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Slot value for the Oliveto pick is $2.8 million. He's not worried about tuition when and if baseball career ends. No, because you cut that in half, and that's how much money he would have left over, and that would clearly be enough to pay for his school no matter where he goes.
Right.
But my point is, I don't know if he's going to be able to go to Yale if he doesn't go there now.
Well, unless you're going to be, I don't know, specialize in something that they only have at Yale, is it really that big of a difference besides the prestige?
Yes, I think there's a big difference with getting a degree from Yale as opposed to getting a degree from, no offense necessary here, Tennessee.
Okay, yeah, but there are still Vanderbilt, Northwestern. There are other really good schools.
Yes, there are.
That aren't Ivy League if
yes, but if the only reason you're getting into those schools is because you can pitch, and you're going to try to go in afterwards. If I get drafted as an 18-year-old, I've got an offer to go to Yale, and I turn that down because I'm going to go play minor league baseball. And then I realize after 4 years, this baseball thing is going to work out. Now I want to go back to school. Are you going to be able to go back to Yale?
Maybe.
Because, again, it all depends if you've got the test scores as a high schooler to get yourself in there. if the only reason you got in there in the first place is because you're athletically gifted, that's my point, is hard to pass that up, because 4 years down the line, if you don't have the academic wherewithal, those skills to get in, and now those doors are closed to you, yes, I think it makes a difference. The prestige of the school would have made a difference, because if you're an average student, but you get to go to Yale because of baseball, and then you graduate with a Yale degree, it means a heck of a lot more.
That's true.
That, I guess, is my point. I go with the minor league route over Yale, just because the opportunity for you to always go back to school and play baseball after a few years, if the minors don't work out, is always there.
I don't know if you can go back to school. You can't go back to school and play.
No, because he'll always be smart. Well, I don't know if he's, again, I have no idea how smart the kid is or not. If he would have gotten into Yale if he didn't play baseball, I don't know. However, the opportunity to go to the majors will not be there after a few years at Yale. Just like how NFL players leave school and can always go back to get their degrees later. That's Tim in Farmington Hills. Different from that standpoint, starting off at a school, get drafted into the NFL, and if you haven't graduated, and then you can go back, you can always do that in football. The other way around, not so much. It doesn't seem to work out that way. The opportunity to go up to the majors may not be there after a few years at Yale. It may not be, but I think it probably is. If you're drafted 34th overall and you decide to bypass the draft and go back to college and go to college, and then you're there for 3 years and you're draft eligible again, if you are good enough if you're talented enough, wouldn't you expect you to have a chance to actually to improve your draft standing?
You would think.
You'd be drafted again. Now, you're taking a chance. Are you going to be better than 34th?
Yeah.
Don't know. You might. You may not be. But if you're not, if you're still drafted, then you're 3/4 of the way there with your degree.
You know who played baseball at Yale? Ron Darling. And I believe the current general manager of the Red Sox, Craig Breslow.
George W. Bush, wasn't he there?
Yeah, but I'm talking about Major League.
George Herbert Walker Bush, not George W. Bush.
He was a first baseman.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Stoney is tired of this player and rumors, and see if you agree or disagree. We'll talk about it next year. 97.1 The Ticket. Kang really dashed your hopes there. I got excited too, Stoney.
Yeah.
I'm going to admit, I was looking it up during the break, and
I know.
And nonetheless, Kang was just playing the fool.
Mm-hmm. And I'm the fool.
Sorry about that.
I'm sorry, guys.
It's okay.
I mean, look, Max Clark is answering questions on Twitter, and everybody's submitting their questions, and he's replying right away. And Stoney submitted a question, and the question was, because he's from Indiana, you said Mellencamp or Springsteen.
Yeah, I'm sure his answer would be Mellencamp.
Even though Springsteen has nothing to do with Indiana.
No.
But everything to do with you.
Right.
I can't believe it. I mean, that's the part to me that's the funny part, is that you went with one person from Indiana and John Mellencamp, and one person not from Indiana, which is Bruce Springsteen.
Yeah.
And then Kang said during the break, hey, Max Clark replied to you. And Stoney Kang, you should have seen it.
Oh.
He was so excited.
I wish I could see you guys.
The validation, right. We wish we could see you too. The validation, the anticipation of the validation in Stoney's eyes was incredible. And then he couldn't find it. He's like, I can't find it. And I start looking. I'm like, oh, wait a minute. I got to be able to find this. And I'm like, wait a minute. I don't see it either. I see Stoney's tweet question, but no reply. And then Stoney lets you know that he can't see it. And then you reveal the awful truth.
That, of course not. He wouldn't answer that question.
Yes.
He's 12 years old. So we got a ticket text, though, Stoney.
Yeah.
Follow-up for Stoney is, would he ask Bing Crosby or Frank Sinatra to Max Clark? I don't know. Maybe he'll answer that one. Maybe we can try that one.
I might ask for like a Christmas song, Bing Crosby or Mariah Carey.
No.
But I'm not going to. I'm done asking him questions.
Yeah, if he won't answer that question,
Right.
stop talking to him.
Kang, why don't you text him and say, give him the phone number and see if he'll call
Maybe I'll
in.
ask him Kendrick Lamar or Drake.
Oh, yeah, but have him, tell him to call in.
To call in? All right.
Yeah, why not?
He is on.
It's worked for you before on
Yeah,
something, right?
yeah, uh-huh. That's true. That's true. All right.
We
I'll
did
see.
have.
Where they traveling to again, Stoney?
He's going back to Erie.
Back to Erie? Okay.
Back to Erie from Grand Rapids.
Is that where he's? Oh,
Well, he was in
get a
Atlanta
stop,
for
right.
the Futures, flew to Atlanta, flew to GR, now is driving to Erie.
Yeah. You could say Michael Jackson or John Cougar Mellencamp would be a better, because they're both from Indiana.
Yeah, there you go.
That's true.
See, that
But
would-
in Stoney's defense, he did say drop anything. So you went with literally
That he did.
anything.
Yeah, he was dropping something. Yep, without question. I got some ticket text coming in regarding the crazy talent that you have. We mentioned that Oliveto was a guy that the Tigers draft pick at 34. He can solve a Rubik's Cube in like 20 seconds or whatever it is, which is kind of crazy. I can throw playing cards extremely fast. I was able to throw an Uno card into a piece of drywall, and I've been able to draw blood with a debit card. The last one was an accident, Tyrus and Troy.
Oh.
That is impressive. Gator special talent is his Jim Leland impersonation. Thank you. But I like to look at the motor skill stuff more than just being able to mumble. Get through the state's practice. We got a good race out there. We have to improve. I just forgot the Bullpen. I've always been a huge movie buff. I have a massive physical media collection of movies. I can quote any movie that I've seen and that I like word for word. It drives my wife crazy, but impresses my friends all the time, especially with comedy movies. That's from Marlon and Walt Lake. Yeah, people that can quote movies, yeah. And then you go back and you realize that you didn't get a quote quite right.
I know.
Happens all the time. My friends, I used to call that caddyshagging a line, because everybody would quote Caddyshack,
right.
and then you'd find out, well, that's not exactly the quote. And then we'd say, oh, you totally shacked that line, is what we would say.
Yeah.
Guys, my 16-year-old Earl solves the cube in 29 seconds. It's all algorithms. The speed is only limited by hands, physical speed, and dexterity. That's from Rob. So I'm saying it's a formula that you can, right 2, left 1, up, down, whatever, all that thing, right? I just not good at that stuff. I can name just about any band from only hearing a few seconds of a song. I'm very good with 80s hair metal and classic rock. That's from Cord and Alpina.
I'd love to have Cord go at it with Gator.
I'm pretty good at 80s hair metal.
I know. That's sweet,
I'm pretty good at classic rock. Nowhere near as good as I am with 80s hair metal, but pretty good. Just saying. Not going to argue with that. All right, something else you had brought up.
Yeah.
This morning, something you wanted to talk about, and it's something it's getting bigger as time goes on, and I thought it's something that was similar to this, but this is just something that you're tired of hearing about, and I'm not sure why you're tired of hearing about it when it seems like this is something that might happen, not necessarily for our team, but this might actually happen.
Yeah, and it's the TJ Watt stuff. Maybe because I fell for, we might have a chance at, Myles Garrett. Or we might have a chance, and I knew we wouldn't get any, or Max Crosby. I realized that wasn't going to happen. Now, the TJ Watt thing, because there's some animosity going on, here's the deal. I don't want to hear another thing about TJ Watt until he either re-signs with or shows up in Pittsburgh or is traded. Because I don't want to be teased again and again. And I don't think this fan base or any fan base should be teased again and again. Just let it happen if it's going to happen. And I still don't think it's going to happen.
I find it wild that...
And the fact that his trade value appears to be just a second-round pick is mind-boggling to me.
Well, is he 30?
He could be 38.
I'm just saying, but this is how. But you know how this works. When you get a guy going into the end of a contract, and teams know they're not going to get somebody over the barrel on this. If a guy wants out because he wants a brand new contract, and that contract could be a record-setting contract, there are very few teams that are going to be entertaining that can actually entertain it. And I hear you. You get frustrated hearing constantly because of Max Crosby last year. Got to get Max Crosby.
Right.
And then Max Crosby, by the way, suffered a season-ending injury too that nobody likes to talk about. The Myles Garrett stuff, and then all of a sudden he goes back to where he was. Trey Hendrickson is one that will not die.
Right.
Still doesn't die. In fact, I saw a story over the weekend from Yahoo about it, where it quoted Jeremy Fowler from ESPN saying that the talks have resumed with the Bengals after the team wrapped up minicamp back in June. Tom Pelissero from NFL Network said that Hendrickson is not looking to reset the edge rusher market on an extension, but his demand could change. And then all signs pointed to, hey, the Lions should offer a 2026 second-round pick and more to go all in and attempt to make a deep playoff run, which, as radio hosts, we hear this every single day, and we're like,
right.
We get tired of talking about it because, yes, you can, but what nobody wants to write in any of these articles about these guys, nobody wants to write how much it would cost in real terms, not just let's throw a couple draft picks that way and magically it's here.
Well, evidently
it's not that. It's you have to give them an extension.
And evidently the Steelers don't want to guarantee money at his age. He's 30 years old, and he's coming off a season where he was not great late in the season, and I get that.
He's also playing on a team that's kind of quit from the organizational standpoint. And they're punting, and they're going to
talking about quit?
They're going to reboot with Aaron Rodgers.
They haven't quit. They're all in, baby. They got Aaron Rodgers. They got DK Metcalf. They're all
this
in.
would be great. This was 5 years ago.
I know. I'm being facetious.
That's my point. This is ridiculous. So I can see why he'd want to get out of Dodge because he's still like, I want to. If you're TJ Watt, like I want to play and I want to win a damn Super Bowl. I'm not going to do it here playing with these guys.
My point is, I just don't want to hear another word about it till something happens. That's all. I'm just sick of it.
Do you want to hear that the Lions are involved?
No, just tell me that it's done.
You don't even want to go through that.
No, I don't want to go through that. Because then we'll find out that they Lions only offered a third and they could have got him for a second, and I'll lose my mind.
I would lose my mind too if that ends up happening.
Yeah.
But that's not what's gonna crush any idea of a trade like that happening or Trey Hendricks from happening.
Yeah.
It's the extension you have to sign the player to make it happen. They're not going to sign. The Lions aren't going to sign one of these guys to a 4-year, $150 million deal with lots of guaranteed money while they still have to sign their own guy who's 7 years younger and give him the money. They can make. I've always said this. I think they can do it for a couple of years, and then you've got real hurt, because then you got to go down the line and realize, oh, that just cost us Sam Laporta. That just cost us Jahmyr Gibbs. Well, now what? Well, great. We've got bookend defensive tackles, but we just lost a couple of massive pieces to the offense because we gave these guys the contracts. And yeah, that's what people don't look at. They don't realize.
Right. Well, every team has to go through that.
In the meantime, if I can do this now and keep these guys together for 2 years.
And maybe win the Super Bowl so you don't have to worry about anything else.
Yes, then you could probably win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Which is why people want to go for it.
Yes.
248-539-9797. This is 97.1, The Ticket. What's the Lucy or Phyllis filler? Oh, Phyllis Diller. Is that who they mean? Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program. Gator and Stoney with you today. Taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. I got some ticket texts here, Stoney. People want to help you out with Max Clark. And maybe some other questions you can ask Max Clark.
Okay.
Hey, Max, Judy Garland or Betty White? You prefer Liza Minnelli? You want to make it a little younger? Hip it up that way? Stoney, ask him how he feels about prohibition and women's rights to vote. Hey, Stoney, Lucille Ball or Phyllis Diller? Stoney asked Max Clark, John Cougar Mellencamp or Bruce Springsteen? Max Clark is like 20. 20 years old.
Yeah. But maybe, like, my kids grew up with hearing Springsteen in the car and in the house, like, occasionally. And, one of them really likes him. Maybe because he's from Indiana, maybe his parents played a lot of Mellencamp.
Right, but the funny part is that then you threw it in there against Springsteen, which has nothing to do with it. That's just the Stony part, which is why you're Stony.
Yeah.
So wait, so one daughter likes Bruce and the other one does not?
No, they both like him. They've gone to some shows, yeah. It's weird. One of them really liked them early on, and then they switched. So, I don't know.
Things changed up.
Yeah.
I got you. Understandable. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We talked a lot of Tigers today. We'll continue to talk some Tigers. And why? Well, because it's the All-Star break.
Yeah.
Got the home run derby going tonight.
Do you have any idea? Is McAfee going to be the new Chris Berman? I know he's somehow involved in this.
Oh, I don't know.
Maybe he's going to just do introductions. I don't know.
I don't know. Don't know if I really care about that part of it. Look, once the derby starts, I'm just there to watch the bombs. I don't care about the commentary. I've never really cared about the commentary on it. I just want to see how far they can hit it. I'm curious how high the exit velocity gets up to. Are we going to see exit velocity beyond 120 miles an hour? That would be something if you see that. Are these guys going to be they always crush it, right? It's always crushed. How is it going to look with that backdrop at that stadium? Is it going to look good? What's the weather like tonight? All types of questions about it.
We're going to have 100 little kids in the outfield.
Right. Is one of them going to go off, with holding his head and then have to be, escorted away because he got hit? You guys asked me that last week. How do I feel about having all the kids in the outfield?
Yeah.
I don't feel good about it. And it's for their safety. That ball, when it's not a home run, you've got a ball that is a line shot at 115 miles an hour, and it's just seeking a target.
Yep.
I don't like the idea.
Seeking missile.
I mean, the kids out there, I think they're into it for the first few minutes, and then they become kids, and their minds start to wander, and they're like, they're no longer enamored with the idea that you're there on an actual stadium and seeing the outfield for the first time and being out there. I think that after a while, they just forget all that, and then they go back to talking to each other or picking their nose or whatever it is that the little kids do. And then next thing you know, one gets picked off by a line drive, off the bat of Cal Raleigh, and then we got trouble.
Hey, by the way, Gator, the NHL has announced that their schedule release will be Wednesday during your show at 1:00 on Wednesday.
Oh, so is this where we do the 82-game schedule? We go ahead
game
and
by
pick
game.
a game by game?
You're going to go game by game. There is a opening night triple header Tuesday, October 7th that has been announced.
Okay.
5:00 start.
Oh, 5:00 start.
The defending Stanley Cup champion Florida Panthers will be hosting the Chicago Blackhawks. Then at 8:00, the New York Rangers will be hosting Sidney Crosby and the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Assuming Sid the Kid is still there.
Right, which is going to be great because former Penguins coach Mike Sullivan is now the head coach of the New York Rangers. So I understand why they did that. And at 10:30, if you can stay up, it'll be Ken Holland's LA Kings hosting the Colorado Avalanche.
Interesting. Not
no
Connor
Canadian
McDavid.
Teams.
Not Connor McDavid.
No Canadian teams.
I would have thought that, how about you could go Avs and Oilers would be kind of fun to start the season.
Yeah.
Maybe you want, I don't know, maybe it's just me. Maybe you'd want to help promote the best players in the game to start the season rather than the LA Kings.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing against the LA Kings. It's a really good hockey team. But if I have the chance to make a schedule, I'm going to go and say, I can cherry pick anything. Great. Let's go Avs, Oilers, Nathan McKinnon, Leon Draisaitl, Connor McDavid, Cole McCarr, throw them all out there.
Or, you know what else I would
Cale
do?
McCarr.
I'd have the Toronto Maple Leafs hosting the Las Vegas Golden Knights with Mitch Marner.
That could be saucy.
That would be my game.
That would be saucy. Do that. Let's have fun with that. Instead,
Yes.
no. Pittsburgh and Chicago. I'm sorry, was it Pittsburgh and the Rangers?
Pittsburgh and the Rangers, Chicago and Florida.
Nobody cares that the coach is going over to another team. Nobody cares about that. And the Rangers are boring anyway. And then to get Pittsburgh, an aging Pittsburgh team, hang another year on Sid the Kid.
Yeah.
I mean, I get, okay, it might be his last year in the NHL, maybe. But, he had plenty of time to go through the pomp and circumstance of a Hall of Fame career. Do I need to have the first game of the season with him?
Yeah. I hope the Wings, if they open at home, it's against somebody decent. Just, I don't know. I don't want to see. I don't.
You don't want what?
I don't want to see the Utah Mammoth opening night. Nice name. I just don't want to see them opening night.
I just like to see a win opening night for the Red Wings. That's what I'd like to see, without question.
Mm-hmm.
With the Tigers, we had talked very briefly about this, so we need to address this a little bit more. Do the Tigers have a Parker Meadows problem? Now, he has struggled this year, without question. He, last year when he came back from his quick injury stint after spending time in a minor, started the season, hit less than 200. I think he hit like less than 100, actually. And then went to the minors, got his swing back, came back, got hurt right away, but then came back again and hit basically 300, passed through over 300 for the Tigers the rest of the way. Hit with power, played a flawless center field, added speed on the base pass. There's a lot of reason to get excited about Parker Meadows. Get to spring training, and then he has this nerve issue, and it sets him back. He misses all of spring training, misses the first couple weeks.
That band's rehearsing pretty well.
Their practice makes perfect.
Mm-hmm.
But he was working on some things in the minors to get healthy again. Finally does. Played enough games down there where they thought, let's bring him up. And he has been slow to get going. Looked like he had it going for a few games, and then no, not so much. Hit less than 200 in June. He's hit just over 200 in July. Add it all together, and it's still below 200 for the season. And then you add in over the weekend, a couple of really uncharacteristic plays for him in the field. For a guy who I've always touted as being one of the best defensive center fielders in baseball, he went all out for a ball he should not have.
Tried to make a hero play.
And the ball got past him, and it really, if it was anybody else in baseball, probably 90% of the people in baseball would have been an inside the park home run.
Right.
It was not in this case. And then they had the play in yesterday's game, late in the game, not late, it was halfway through the game. It was in the fifth inning when Jack Flaherty was working quickly, trying to get out of it, and fly ball to left center field. And both he and Riley Green start charging in on it, and Riley Green defers. Fine, you're center field, you can have it. And he just let it drop because he thought that Riley Green was going to get it. Miscommunication.
Parker Meadows needs a little Toledo love.
He might need some Toledo love.
He does.
And I'm not against it. And at this point, the Tigers do have an opportunity to this is where your roster helps you out. Your roster flexibility helps you out. You've got a number of guys that can go and play. Obviously, Javi Baez played center field while Parker Meadows was out in the first place.
Yep.
And played it to the level where he's now the starting center fielder in the All-Star game for tomorrow night for the American League. He can go out to center field. McKinstry can go out to short, or Trey Sweeney, some kind of combination thereof, whatever you want to do. And let Parker Meadows work on things. In the meantime, if you want to bring up somebody, you can bring back up Justin Henry Malloy, who's hitting awfully well at Toledo, and just to have another bat in the lineup, a platoon bat for whatever you need to do. Not to necessarily play the outfield, but because the replacement's already there in-house. So you're just bringing up the best bat you can, or bring up another bullpen arm, if you need to add to that, if you haven't maxed out the number of pitchers you have. But they do, I agree with you. I think they do have a Parker Meadows problem.
Yep, and maybe it's just mental right now. He's going through something, and he just can't. It's a confidence issue. Maybe that's it. Maybe the break will be good for him. See how he does down in Texas, and then if he continues after this series, if they don't do it sooner, you have to send him to Toledo.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text. Do you think the Tigers have a Parker Meadows problem? And is it easily solved in-house? We'll discuss that next with you here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, is your garage door completely tanked on you? I mean, it's just not working right at all, and you don't know what to do? Let me help you out. Call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service today, because they are the experts when it comes to garage doors. They can help you out. They have the expert technicians that come out, diagnose the problem, and fix the problem right away. And if it comes to the part where you need actually a new door altogether, they've got a warehouse that is chock full of brand new garage doors waiting to be installed. So in some cases, they can install a brand new garage door in 24 hours. That's right. They can get it done really quickly for you. I know this firsthand. A couple years ago, they actually came out and redid my garage doors at the house. Could not have been happier. They walked me through the entire process, showed me all of the options that I had, and I chose the doors that were perfect for me and perfect for my house, and I could not be happier. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can schedule an appointment online at precisiondoormi.com. Welcome back to the Karsch and Anderson program here on 97.1 The Ticket. Gator and Stoney with you today. Taking your calls and texts at 248-539-9797. Talking a lot of Tigers today. They're still doing some drafting on day two. not a lot to tell you about what's going on. These are 4th through 20th round draft picks that nobody's going to know a whole lot about. We'll give you some information on that perhaps on tomorrow's show, but this isn't anybody we're going to see anytime soon. They've drafted some pitchers, high school pitchers, some college arms. Yesterday, they went with a couple of high school kids early with the first couple of picks. One a shortstop, the other a catcher. And then they went and got a pitcher, a couple of pitchers, I guess, later on in the second and third rounds. Interesting collection of talent. Who knows how good they really are until we see them in the minor leagues, and then you'll say the same thing. Well, who knows how they really are until they get to the major league level. And at the major league level right now, though, the Tigers have a dilemma. I'm curious to see if they see it as a dilemma, Stoney, the way that we are with Parker Meadows and what's happened with him. Because he has not been the player that we saw at the end of last year that was, wow, boy, was I excited about this guy. Hitting for average, hitting for power, playing great defense, running the bases. He was, in a lot of ways, the perfect prospect. And yet this year has been a disaster for him, both with spring training, with the nerve issue, and how he has started the season just off to an incredibly slow start.
He's been awful. I mean, it's just that simple. I mean, 36 strikeouts. I mean, 193 batting average, his 2 home runs. And like you said, this weekend was not good for him fielding, which is basically his calling card, that and his speed.
Yeah, his 545 OPS, that's on-base percentage plus slugging percentage. I mean, it's like 180 points below league average. It's not good. League average is around 715. Mm-hmm. It's not good. He has hit the ball hard, more than just on occasion. Unfortunately, he's got some bad luck to it, either right at guys in the infield on line drives, or they've been hard hit ground balls to people in the infield, or it's just been registered as an out in the outfield. In the end, they're all outs. I suppose the hard hit rate, I don't even know if the rate is all that good, but that's something that the Tigers brass can say, okay, this is something we could look at as a positive, but you have to do more of it. And you've got to do less of the swinging and missing, or less of the taking of just called strikes, because you mentioned that strikeout rate of 30% or whatever it is. That's awfully high. And for a team that has an issue with striking out already, that's not what they need. You don't need to add to that with a guy that's not hitting well.
Right.
You got to find ways to get on base. And to this point, his walk rate is only 10%. So that's not good.
I do want to mention I was there on Friday night, and I know people that were there over the weekend as well. The crowds were they were sick. It was loud it was like a playoff atmosphere. It really was.
Was over 41,000 on Friday night.
Yes.
And then 36,000 each of the next 2 nights. It was a huge weekend.
And a lot of them for Friday night, Scooble obviously pitched, but that he was originally supposed to pitch on Saturday. A lot of people did stay. I didn't, for the Jordan Davis concert that took place like 45 minutes after the game. So big night, and they just basically laid an egg on all weekend. It was a weekend that's celebrating the 25th anniversary of Comerica Park. They had the old PA announcer there. I forget his name. They had they brought back some of the veterans and other things, like Heather worked yesterday as
did she?
Yes.
I did not know that.
Yes, she did. Yeah. So
the lovely Heather
yes,
from,
that's right.
from
They
the morning
brought back
show.
a former DJ. They brought back a lot of former players and things like that.
That's cool. Mm-hmm. I didn't realize that was taking place. Yeah, they're celebrating the anniversary of the ballpark all throughout the season, I guess, but they really kind of make it happen this weekend.
Yeah.
It would have been 25th anniversary at the beginning of the season, but that's okay.
Yeah, it was nice.
Yes. I mean, I remember when the ballpark opened up on that cold, frosty morning.
Against Seattle.
Against Seattle, yeah. It was unbelievable. I remember watching a player from Seattle emerge from the dugout. This is a couple hours beforehand, to take a look at the sleet that was coming down. And I don't know what he said, but I'm guessing he said sort of expletive, like blank this, turned around, went right back into the clubhouse.
Well, before that, he looked at the scoreboard and said, boy, that's off center a little bit.
Is that where it's supposed to be? Yeah.
By the way, some trouble for a former Lion I'm reading about here. Teddy Bridgewater has been suspended by the high school that he coaches at, Miami Northwestern, basically for alleged impermissible benefits provided by the program, because the kids can't afford certain stuff. So he basically has asked fans and other supporters to give money. I'm sure he gave money himself for some of the kids.
And they say you can't do that. It's against the rules, even though it may be for the best of all reasons.
Right.
But we don't know. Let that story play out and see what happens there. But I hate to hear stuff like that. If that happens like that, it's like you're doing your best to help somebody out. And it's against the rules for whatever reasons. It's against the rules.
Right.
It's like, well, unfortunately, a lot of programs have been eliminated.
What's weird is he hasn't retired officially from the NFL yet.
He's going to wait for his December call-up.
By the Lions, yes.
And we'll see if that happens again.
Well, he's better than Hendon Hooker. Better than him in the playoffs.
Well, we'll see if that narrative continues to play. It may continue to play out.
Never know.
I hope it doesn't. I hope that we're going to get through the end of training camp and it's put to bed, because I expect we're going to see an awful lot of Hendon Hooker.
Oh, we're going to see a lot of them in that first game, in the Hall of Fame game.
I think in all the games.
Him and what's the other quarterback, Brendan Allen? Is that this guy's name?
Yes, Brandon Allen.
Yeah, Brandon.
I would imagine we're going to see an awful lot of Hendon Hooker. Yeah. So the Lions know for sure if this is the guy that if something happens to Jared Goff, that they can go and hand him the keys and say, here's the offense, go with it. I have high hopes for him. I think he's a very talented quarterback, but we shall see if that's going to be the case. We'll know full on, I think.
By the way, I should mention, because tonight being the home run derby, maybe we should save this for tomorrow. But one of the great moments in Comerica Park history was the home run derby, and I was sitting, I think, a row in front of you where they had the media and the bleachers in right field, and basically Bobby Abreu was hitting every home run to you.
It was right in my area, yeah. I ended up with two derby home run balls that day, one from Abreu and one from Big Papi, David Ortiz.
Mm-hmm.
One was funny because it bounced off it was well over our heads and bounced off the back wall by the concourse and then rolled down the steps right to me. Just kind of leaned over and picked it up. And the other one was hit on the fly, and I just didn't have to move. I stood up and had my mitt out and caught it. And yes, I brought my mitt. I'm not afraid to admit it. I didn't care. But caught two home run balls. It was nice.
You take it from a kid?
No, I did not. And boy, did I get tired of hearing that. Give it to a kid. Give it to a kid. So the first one I got and I put in my pocket. And the second one, when I caught it, and I told the guy who was with me, was a guy who was like a 21-year-old who used to work at a radio station at the time, but had moved to Milwaukee and was working there and came into town for the All-Star game. He goes, you catch another one, give it to him. I'm like, sure. And I did, and I just flipped it to him right away. Like, here you go.
Yeah,
and I got yelled at by fans.
You know what, kid?
Like, give it to a kid. I'm like, I'm going to give this one to the ball that I had. I'm like, I've got a nephew at home that would love this.
I've always wanted one of those, and yeah, I'm keeping it. Now, the one that I got, I'm like, technically, I don't think it counted, but you know what? In my world, it counted. It was batting practice. I was there with Fox 2, and it was McGuire was hitting batting practice, and he hit a foul ball, and I'm like, and that's mine.
Oh, was that when he came to town with the Cardinals? And he was kind of like a Richard to Jennifer.
Yeah.
Remember that?
So.
Yeah, he was not a very nice human being.
Yeah.
But anyway. By the way, great Trevor Francis Detroit Express reset on Friday. That was great.
Stoney, you're probably the only person that got that.
I know.
Most people, it went over everybody's head. Like,
I don't know.
You want to go Keith Furphy?
But for Trevor Francis scored 4 goals in one game.
Trevor Francis was an outstanding soccer player.
Right, like you did it. Yeah, we were in
that
demographic. Yeah, like, oh my God, Trevor Francis was Detroit Rockers.
He was the Express.
Detroit Express.
They played at the Silver. That was the NASL.
And they rode that momentum for like 2 years.
Yeah. And then they moved to DC.
And then soccer. What's coming up on your show later today?
We got a question for David Hall and a lot of Michigan fans because he spoke out again. He crawled from under his rock. But your emotions, your feelings, whenever you see or hear anything from Connor Stallions, for Michigan fans, where does it put you? How do you feel about this guy?
I think he should just go away. I don't want to hear from him ever again because of what he did. You can argue whether it was funded or how much impact it had. He cheated. Okay? They cheated, got caught.
There you go. I'm glad you said they.
The program is under, a black
'Cause he-
eye from certain people.
Oh no, he tried to clarify and be like, "Well, if we cheated, we didn't really cheat. I mean, we cheated, but we didn't really cheat."
Yeah.
Well, have fun with that one today.
This is what we do.
That's coming up next year. 97 won the ticket.
Did Jeremy just shout out a different radio station? Nice quality control. All right. Rico, we're going to jump right into this because we've already done an hour of this show off the air. So I'm just going to lay one thing out, and then we got to talk through something, because a certain host at this station, who will remain nameless, there's nothing new. And I go, okay, well, we see the world through completely different lenses. Before you invariably begin fat-fingering texts into your phone labeled Sparty Radio, I just want to caution you about something. If it's Sparty Radio to talk about the news of the day, what is it when you willfully ignore the news of the day? Well, at best, that's Wolverine Radio, or at worst, it's bought and paid for radio. So do what you want. Just remember something. I never dodged the Nasser thing when my school was front and center. So we're going to talk about two words that should inflame you, but seemingly give some of you a boner. The words Connor Stallions. Now, I'll explain the boner part when Kenny begins reading, but this is a wild story, and I am doing this under the guise of Michigan fan. What is your reaction when you hear the words Connor Stallions? Because he lost his mind on social media again this weekend.
Yeah, he did.
And it was in response to Sonny Dykes, head coach at TCU, being asked at Big 12 Media Day about Michigan's cheating. Now, I will say this. I do find it deliciously ironic. Sonny Dykes has been asked about this more than Jim Harbaugh and more than the standing head coach and a guy who I think common sense says benefited from cheating, Sharon Moore. And before you say, well, Jim's in the NFL, I will tell you that Roger Goodell's own words are, the NFL will not be a safe haven for college cheaters. They could suspend Jim. The story's right there, guys. And for Sharon, the story's right there. And before you say he can't comment on an investigation, neither could D'Antonio and Izzo for a guy they'd never met. It didn't stop anyone. Okay? So now that PSA is out of the way, let me read to you the quotes. And Rico, stop me where you want to jump in.
Okay.
And I want to unpack this. But this is all about what is the reaction from a Michigan, because I can tell you the last thing I'd want to hear is Connor Stallions. I would be angry that this sociopath is still bumping his gums. And by the way, contradicting himself left and right.
Mm-hmm.
But basically, Sonny Dykes was asked again, and he took the reporter through the thing again. Basically, look, we had intel that the stealing was going on. We had heard it was next level. We changed some stuff. We left some stuff. We found out early enough before the game we could change a lot. Remember, they had 3 to 4 weeks to prep, not 5 days. We had dummy signals, and that's why Michigan looks stupid. I think we all know that now in retrospect.
Yeah. Because TCU was like, Michigan was like a double-digit favorite in that game. Like, that game shouldn't have been close.
Right. Now, from June, Sonny Dykes said the following. Mind you, only Buckeyes and Spartans care. That's another narrative that's just not true. Sonny Dykes said the following in June. You don't want the adage to be, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. That's not the world we should operate in. The problem, according to Dykes, isn't just the act itself. It's that to many, cheating looks like a part of the blueprint for success. And if the NCAA can't or won't rein that in, it risks losing its grip on the one thing that keeps the sport upright, trust. Once again, TCU employee. So Stallions responded, and I'm going to read this. You stop me when you want, because you made several good points off the air. And Michigan fan, you can do what you want with this. I just need to know, because what Kenny's going to read to you is amazing, albeit not surprising. Here's Connor Stallions doing us all the favor of chiming in. To save everyone's time so we can move on from the same recycled story from Coach Dykes, I'll provide more details and we can wrap this up. Who the F are you, vacuum boy? What, are you kidding me?
Oh, no. Well, let me just stop you right there. He's upset that Sonny Dykes is taking a victory lap on him. His ego, his hubris. He can't handle the fact that I cheated and it didn't work, and Sonny Dykes has the receipts. So, well, let me just put a bullet in this thing and tell you why it didn't happen the way that it said it happened.
We lost because we turned the ball over and had poor game tackling, and TCU played well. Congratulations. The same way we won the Natty when I was not with the program because we blocked well, tackled well, and took care of the rock. Welcome to the game of football. Since people are so intrigued by signals, the entire air raid communication system is the OC signaling to the QB and the QB signaling to the receivers, USC, TCU, etc. It's all the same. They're all the same signals too. And TCU kept everything from coordinator to QB the same, but had dummy signals and some new ones from QB to receiver. But that didn't matter because I'm watching the coach and seeing what they changed in real time. Similar to Ohio State changing their signals. They changed their route concepts and run concepts, not their formations and pass pro, which is all I care about. To say anyone, in quotations, fooled me is admitting you have no idea how signal deciphering and protecting works.
Hold on.
You want to stop there?
Yeah, let's stop there for a
Go
second.
ahead.
So to say no one, basically, I'm smarter than everybody. You won the game, but it was because you just made, we turned the ball over. You made a few better plays, but you didn't outsmart me. I outsmarted you, even though we lost the game. That's his pride. That's his ego.
No team has ever, quote, changed signals, meaning they don't recycle the same signal to have a different meaning because that would confuse the 18-year-olds on the field more than it would confuse me.
Once again, I'm smart. I mean, all I hear is Fredo right now from The Godfather. Well, I'm smart.
I got passed over.
Right. You can't outthink me. You would confuse your own players before you would confuse me. Right. I'm that smart.
He's so smart. He's a broke vacuum salesman in the lowest paying job in college football. But I digress. But he had a pipeline to the head coach. Here's the one thing I can't figure out. You're basically admitting you know your opponent has no recourse for the cheating because week to week you can't change up what you're doing. No one who's played football is going to tell you otherwise. You can't. Meaning, once you have everything you need, the opponent is pretty much helpless on a week-to-week basis. Okay. There were games where I relayed 0% of the time, all the way through 99% of the time. No one is forcing you to signal. Oh, okay, so your cheating is now my problem. Rutgers and Minnesota didn't signal. Yeah, and Greg Schiano almost had a stroke at halftime of your game. If you go back and watch, he knew what was up. Nebraska didn't signal until the second quarter when they were down 14-0. If you don't want teams to steal your signals, then don't signal. Once again, your cheating is now my problem. Okay. Any team signals on offense is trying to force the defense to signal so they can steal it. There's no advantage unless you're trying to prevent a sub or it's 2-minute. If that weren't true, you'd see the entire NFL go up-tempo to find advantages. But you don't. And it's still going on today in college with coach comms. No, that's a rule they changed because you cheated. Notice how teams signal, it's because they're up-tempo. The continuous attempt to correlate signals to wins and losses is funny. There were 7 games in my time at Michigan where I knew almost every signal. 2021 MSU, 22 MSU, 22 PSU, 22 OSU, 22 TSU, 21 Georgia, 21 Wisconsin. We lost 3 of those games because we didn't tackle, and Georgia was historically good.
Okay, let me stop you.
Stop again?
Yeah, let me
Go
stop
ahead.
you right there. 2021 MSU, correct?
Yeah.
That's the K-9 game, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, the reason why you lost that game is because Michigan State did something, Mike. Mel Tucker, it was a one-off. It was a no-huddle offense. It was quick tempo. Michigan was getting caught. And I think every Michigan fan remember, it was too many men on the field. Why? We're not going to let you get set up. We know you know our plays, but we're not going to let you bring in the personnel to do that. And if I remember correctly, a lot of K9's touchdowns came off of those broken plays where you were trying to get set up. We're not going to let you do that. So to sit there and say, well, we lost that game. You knew the plays. They knew you knew the plays. And they said, well, we don't have to do the snap count the way you think the snap count's going to be. And that's why you lost that game.
Here's your problem. And this is it's a problem if you're a Michigan fan, is that I don't think anyone wants to hear from this guy, but wait, we'll give you that evidence to the contrary. The other problem is he's outing himself. Because now it went from, well, I don't know if I was on the sideline. Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Dude, we left that a long time ago. He is now sitting here saying, oh, no, I had all their signs. Oh, but when we lose, it's not because the cheating didn't work or me. It's because of blocking and things. Here's your problem. If it didn't work, Connor, or it had no mitigating circumstances you're selling us, then why were you employed? And why were you funded? See, this is where the NCAA can't go. They don't have subpoena power. Who paid for all this? Why was Connor sending people to dozens of games? And if it didn't work, why did you have a direct pipeline into the headset of the OCDC and your head coach? Just, come on, you're telling me? That's why the most dishonest thing that was ever said on these airwaves was by John in the morning. No competitive advantage. Boulder Dash. Because the reality is, why do you watch film? Why do you want to see formation and tendencies? Why, when Luke Kuechly would call out draw, 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 did the offense go kill, kill, kill? Look, if you know what your opponent's running, you're going to win. 99 out of 100 times. So which is it? See, this is my question to Michigan fan at large. When you see Connor debt spiraling on social media again, what is your reaction? That's all I'm looking for.
Yeah.
So you do what you want with it.
And for those saying, well, you guys are just bringing up, no. He hit social media. He felt the need to stand up for his reputation of how smart he is and how his system worked. The system that never really happened, but as time goes on, it did happen. He's telling you, I cheated, we scouted you, and we knew all your plays, but occasionally we would lose games. Yeah, when teams did something different. And for the TCU game, the one reason why that worked, Mike, because you're right, week to week, you can't change your plays.
No, and
when you have a whole month.
If I'm a Michigan fan, I badly want to move away from Stallions.
Man.
I want to move on from Stallions. But I want to have Kenny read something. And I know it's not, I hate social media, but Kenny perused. I want to have him deliver something next. And we'll get some of the phone calls. How many more times do we have to hear from Connor Stallions? I don't even understand how this guy is given air.
If I was a Michigan fan, I would want him excommunicated. I would want nothing to do with him. But then again, he's the gift that keeps on giving, Mike. Could be one of the reasons how you got your quarterback. If you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, there's only one place to go. Hamilton Chevrolet and Warren. Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Why? Because Andrew Pavlik and his sales staff want to be your Chevy dealer. So whether you're looking for a sleek sedan, a tough truck, spacious SUV, heck, even a drop-top, Hamilton Chevrolet has an inventory of brand new 2025 Chevys, and the selection is best right now. So no more waiting months for your dream car. Nope, none of that. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that'll fit your lifestyle and your budget, including the July Rico deal, a 2025 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 for $279 a month for 24 months. Walk into Hamilton with $995 down, and you'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Okay, so we're just getting warmed up on a Monday, and if you're tuning in and going, well, why aren't you talking about the Tiger? There's nothing new. They need bullpen arms. They needed it last week. They need it today. They'll need it next week. They have 17 days to get it straight with the trade deadline. I'm not freaking out about a loss to Seattle. I'm not freaking out about a 4-game losing streak. They're up 11.5 in the division. I wanted to start with the Stallions thing because David was annoyed by Stallions. I, as a non-Michigan fan, every time this guy talks, I just see red. He is deranged. He's a narcissist. He's a sociopath. It explains why Harbaugh got along with him well. They're both the same person. But it's more, what's your reaction to it? Because that spiraled on social this weekend, attacking Sonny Dykes, who, by the way, why is he being asked about Michigan cheating more than Michigan players who have left? Or Sharon? Like, look, Big Ten Media Day is coming quick.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's safer to ask Sonny Dykes because he's down in a different part of the country, and we can kind of talk about this. Because if you bring this will not be discussed at Big Ten Media Day because, Mike, the media will cannibalize themselves. Whoever asked that question, oh my goodness, at that immediately, he's either from Columbus or East Lansing.
So you mean doing their job?
Yes, David.
The people will be doing their job because what I'm sick of is I'm sick of hearing from Connor Stallions and him talking like he is the program. We and I and all this is what we did. And dude, stop talking. The special comes out. I don't need a special from him. I don't need to hear about his background. I don't need to hear about how he did this, how he did that. I want him so far away from this program, it's not even funny. I am tired of hearing his name. I am tired of seeing and reading quotes from him. I'm done with him, but it seems like Michigan isn't done with him.
Michigan will never be done with him, David, until Michigan finally comes out, gives him his championship ring, and says he was the main reason why we won this title.
Oh, but hold on. You don't get to say that because by saying it, you're admitting that cheating mattered.
Oh, no. I understand, but this is why he keeps hanging around. His ego is he's chomping at the bit like, you guys know it was because of me or why we won this title. Give me my flowers, and they won't.
Now, here's the thing.
They can't.
I think there are a lot of rational Michigan fans on this. The Michigan fans I know, they don't want to hear from Stallions no more. David, right? But take a listen to this. Is Kenny available, David?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Kenny, you perused, because when this went viral this weekend, naturally there are responses. That's how social media works.
Yeah.
Would you like to read? You've canvassed this, and are you comfortable saying this is the vast majority?
Yeah, I would say out of the comments section, it's a pretty gross vast majority.
Okay. Just read a few, please.
Call it what you want. Your opinion doesn't remove the national title, no matter how much you moan. That's one. More fodder for people who don't know bleep about football is another one. Oh, wow, you mean TCU used dummy signals like every effing high school in America? Get out of here with that weak-ass BS. Of course they use dummy signals. Teams do that all the time. In-game sign stealing, that's what everyone does.
That's not what the scandal's about, but thank you.
No, it's just, but all these ones are all talking points of exactly what we're doing here. It's cheeseburger all over again.
No, I just, again, I'm still amazed the fact that this guy was allowed to resign and wasn't fired. That's still crazy to me. David, what's the ticket text before we get to the callers, brother?
Enough with Connor Stallions. Just suspend more for a couple games, fine Michigan, and let's move on.
Okay,
I'm sick of him.
Time out. Hold on. Here's all I can say. I've never pretended to have any belief in the NCAA, and I've never sat here and told you what I think is going to happen. I have no expectation. I don't. But riddle me this. If it was just a 2-game suspension for more and, quote, move on, wouldn't this have been resolved earlier? Wouldn't Michigan not have had to have fired their representation and law firm midstream? Wouldn't it have never gotten to a COI? A negotiated resolution should have been easy. Mm-hmm. So the only thing I'm left doing, and again, guys, I don't really care. My team can't get up off the floor. You know my opinion about all of it. You cheated. It's factual. You get to have your fun. I get to have mine. But if there's really nothing and you, quote, just suspend more and move on, then why are we here?
Mike, if it was really nothing when the NCAA came to Ann Arbor, They didn't ask you to come there. They came to you. They came to your crib. You all left. Didn't want to talk to them. You ghosted the NCAA. If it was nothing, you sit there, you hammer it out over a cheeseburger if you want, and you're done.
Different
We move
scandal.
on.
Different scandal.
I understand. But just the irony of, let's go have a cheeseburger.
I know. Go ahead, David. Then I'll get to the callers, bud.
From Tony and Macomb, he says Connor Stallions couldn't remember if he was on the CMU sideline, but now he's Rain Man.
Well, okay. First things first. The dumbest thing Stallions did was the mockumentary. That's not a documentary. He lied on camera to the NCAA. That's Connor. Like, stop. So again, look, every time he talks, if I'm a Michigan fan, I would just be annoyed. But the problem is, even when he was away from the program, certain people platformed Connor.
Boom.
They platformed him. They sent him to games. Then here are the photo ops at the Rose Bowl in places that if I were a Michigan fan, this guy never should have been. How about what Rico said? I know it was a zinger. And yes, it's about the money. But why was this guy so wrapped around your quarterback you were desperately chasing when he's not a part of the program, but there he is at Belleville?
Oh, no, that wasn't a zinger. That's factual, Mike. He all of a sudden left his job, non-paying job, to go to Belleville for the final week for the playoffs to help out the quarterback who ended up going to Michigan, who was committed to LSU.
Yeah, it would drive me nuts. And I have no comparative. There's no comparative to any of it. There's no comparative to what the scandal was. I've never seen anything like it. It was just different, right? Like, I'm used to money and lunch bags and stuff, but
no, we saw this in real time. When the Big Ten, Tony Petitti calls Michigan State and says, hey, guys, I normally don't make this phone call, but if you don't want to play this game coming up this Saturday, no harm, no foul, we will just move away from it. Nobody's getting fined because if you're, they know your plays.
Actually, if you don't score, you didn't play. We're so terrible, it doesn't matter.
Mike, let's stay focused.
I'm sorry.
Let's stay
We're
focused.
just bad at football.
I know, Mike. Stay focused.
All right.
I will read this text from Jason. He's kind of on that line saying, personally, I blame the Big Ten and the NCAA. They should have handled this 2 years ago. We would be done, wouldn't hear from Connor. That's Jason.
Yeah, but, okay. God, you're going to make me defend Michigan. In real time, I don't think you had enough to stop a season. I said it back then. I'll say it now. That's the genius of cheating in the NCAA is that you never get the punishment in real time.
No, but see, I disagree because you did, because you literally had Connor Stallions on the sideline of CMU.
But we didn't,
So you could have stepped in and said, what is going on here?
I agree. But Rico, here's the problem. They don't have subpoena power.
Okay.
No,
you're right.
How about this?
But this is one of those where we watched it.
I know.
A lot of times you find out about the story because a kid does an interview on a podcast or a TV show 3 years ago. Yeah, Tennessee gave me this bag of money or this happened. I thought it was fake when people kept saying, like, dude, look at this dude with the glasses and the laser beams coming out and all of this. I'm like, that's not, wow, that is real.
I know, but I never realized it was what it ended up being. And honestly. So look, I from an ideological standpoint, I agree with you. It's idealistic. I don't know how. Look, the NCAA normally takes 4 or 5 years. This is going to be under 2. It's been fast tracked. I don't know. I have no idea what's going to happen. I just know one thing. I don't want to hear or see Connor Stallions again.
Yeah.
And I'd love to know John's opinion about it, but they couldn't be bothered to talk about it today. 248-539-9797.
I'd love to know Michigan fans' opinion of it. Like,
we're going to talk to the fans.
Is this guy a cult hero of yours, or?
Well, look, it seems like on social he is, but then when you talk to real human beings, like I have several Wolverine friends. I know that may shock people. They hate this guy. Some of them now hate their team. Okay, I'll leave that for you. But on socials, you're right. He's football Jesus. It's a very weird thing, and that's why I thought we could do this today. And also, too, it's just another example why you can't trust the media. You just can't. And whether it's something as important as Epstein files or Hunter Biden's laptop or the country being run by a mummy in an auto pen, and either side or both couldn't be bothered to report on it, it's no different with college. I mean, the fact that the LLC story never got investigated, never to be heard from again, when there are people on the beat of Michigan football, the specific beat.
The vacuum cleaner, LLC.
It's this, right. That was dissolved the day that this
No,
all broke.
this is just for those who are like, what LLC? Yeah, that's what it was.
Like when you put someone's name on an LLC and they don't know it, that's a felony. Or if you did have your name on there, it means you're in business, which means you're ineligible. Like things like that. That's, again, there is a general and justified mistrust of media. And it's bled from politics to sports. It's the same thing now. So, yes, we'll get to your calls on the Stallions portion. I don't expect you to care about media. We'll do that next. 97.1. All right, we'll get to the people. Yes, later on, we're going to get to some Tiger stuff. Nothing earth-shattering, but Connor Stallion spiral, David's upset. I totally get it. I would not want to hear from Stallions anymore from a Michigan fan, but it just doesn't stop. And I think he only hurts your case. And again, the COI is going to drop the punishment in the next X amount of days or weeks, not months or years. It's cringeworthy. So I just want to know what you guys think about hearing from him, because online, he's a hero.
Yeah.
In real life, when you talk to callers, people, they hate this guy.
And the fact that it seems like every time he opens his mouth, Mike, his story changes, and it's a new version. It's a different twist. And it went from, I don't know what you're talking about. It went from, I was the lone wolf, the lone gun. Just blame it all. Like Michigan had their chance to just he was willing to take all the blame. No? Okay. What about this story? Like I said, I don't care. I can't remember if I was on CMU sideline, but you can remember all of these different plays? Really? Are you smart or not? Oh, no, I'm smarter than Sonny Dykes. I mean, yeah, he beat me, but it's only because of this. Like, I knew the plays. He just beat me because we turned the ball over.
What is your reaction to hearing from Stallions again? You do what you want with it. Our man Bishop's going to bat leadoff today. Bish, nice to hear from you again.
Michael, how are you, my friend? Brother Rico, 06, my friend.
What's happening, Bishop? I'm going to leave you and Mike alone.
Oh, stop it.
I'm going to turn my mic off.
Stop
This is you and Mike.
This is a peaceful summit with Bishop.
It is. And I'll tell you why it's peaceful, because, Michael, I was really hoping you would lead with, why Tommy Canely is so bad, or, the sweep, or, any of that. You could have even talked about the quarterback room at Michigan being unsteady, but you lead with this. So now I'm bound by law to talk about it, and I'll tell you in 2 words, nobody cares anymore, especially Michigan fans like us. It is something that we enjoyed at the time, much like Alabama or Georgia that had some sort of decided advantage in winning multiple championships. There's a thing, whatever that thing may be, that's going to help you to get over the top. For us, let's say it was Connor Stallions. For them, maybe it was a giant bag of Southern money for, like, everybody on the team, which I will add, I think drove many of these country coaches out of football because they no longer had that exclusivity, and now everybody has the bag. But I digress. All I want to say, Mike, is no one really cares about it. I think right now we're going to get what we're going to get. But I have to close this, Mike, with a question. It just seems like, man, for 20-some-odd years that I've been talking to you, man, you just want to get that pound of flesh from Michigan. So I ask you, what will make you happy?
You're not going to like my answer.
What? Well, wait a second. And before, I'm going to give you the second part of this.
Yeah.
What will make you happy, and what will make you leave it alone? The blue wall is going to be what it is, Mike. Mike, it is what it is.
See, there it is.
25 years.
Bishop,
Mike,
I'll give you my answer. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Let me just
I'll listen off the air, guys.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
No problem.
Cool.
You're good.
All right.
Peaceful. That
was personal growth.
What I want really has nothing to do with you. What I want is for my football program to pull its head out of its ass and be able to stand up for itself again. Okay? That's where the talking ends and the play starts. Now, in the absence of that, the whole, what is it going to take for you to leave it alone? See, you get in trouble there. And I'm not going to do power rankings of atrocities. I'm not going to do a false equivalency. No, cheating in football is not the same as some of these other things I'm going to bring up. What I want, Bishop, in no uncertain terms, is for the media to do its effing job. Because you don't have to let go of the fact you were promised the Epstein files, and you're not going to get them. You don't have to let go of the fact that our country, the greatest country in the world, was run by a senile mummy and an auto pen. And the other side of the aisle decided we're just not going to report on that. Like, you don't have to let go of things that are inherently wrong. Now, the nobody cares thing, I disagree with. I think you have to ask teams that were affected. Now, your guy was on our sideline. That's something that's just beyond the beyond. I don't think you have to let go of anything. What's going to happen to you? I have no faith in the NCAA. So I don't care. I've never been heavily invested in it. I've gotten what I've wanted out of this, Bishop, in that you don't get to claim that you're some integrity champion. Okay?
Leaders and best.
Yeah, you're just as dirty as the rest, and that's cool. You know what I want, though? I'd like to be at a radio station where it's not left up to me, where everybody just does their damn job.
Okay, I'll take it.
No,
I get what you're saying.
No, that's what I want.
Right, yeah.
Because what happens is, by everyone else turning a blind eye to an actual story, then it gets labeled as Sparty radio. Well, flip the script. The other 8 hours of the day are Wolverine radio with the play-by-play team on the air. So what's that? So, Bishop, I'm not being evasive. Nothing that happens to your program really matters. Mine can't get off the floor. You have been proven to be cheaters, and that's all I cared about because you cheated. But the rest, it's just, I get tired of this place being able to just selectively pick what we're going to talk about. No, the news is the news. Just like Hunter Biden's laptop wasn't convenient. It needed to be talked about. How about the fact that the president turned into an ice cream eating mummy? Needed to be talked about. And yes, just like now, we were promised certain things, and now we're told, oh, you're still talking about this? Let's just move along. No, wait a minute. You promised the list.
Right.
So I'm exhausted after 20 years of it. It's this, dude, it's the same thing that happened when the Dr. Anderson thing happened. Oh, just not going to talk. No, you don't get a choice. Just like I didn't get a choice that I had to talk about my coach flogging his dolphin in a hotel room and costing himself $82 million. I didn't get a choice about Larry Nassar. I did it every effing day. I didn't take a vacation. In fact, I interrupted a vacation because I was summoned to talk about it. You know what I want? I want a little bit of equality.
So you're saying certain media is just willfully willing to just plead ignorance, and we don't want to do anything about this.
And
I don't want to put my
think
neck
that's
out
right.
there. I don't want to be that person. I don't want to be associated with this. So it's easier to get along than to
And in the end,
disrupt
it's sports,
this.
Rico. It's not important. It's sports. You're not a Boeing whistleblower. It's sports.
No, but I often think like this is one where, yeah, if you're that young reporter, this is your story right here. But nothing. I know, like you said, you go through. Mike, it still amazes me that I've yet to read the expose on the whole Ward Manual rent-a-car to Xavier Simpson.
Remarkable.
It happened. It happened right there. As ridiculous as the story was, it was laughed off, and I'm like, and nothing.
Dude, I remember the day that the ex-color analyst on the broadcast turned play-by-play analyst went on an unhinged radio interview attacking the character of sexual assault victims. No one talked about it. Nope, good old Sparty radio had to.
Right.
Well, I don't know. It seems like news when a guy basically goes on air, sounds like Donald Sterling, and goes one step short of saying he's got AIDS.
Right. Well, you found out, well, who's a real son and who's not a real son.
He does drugs. He drinks.
He's a fake son. He's a real son.
Okay, well, none of that matters if you were raped by your doctor. Just throwing that out there. So, Bishop, I know that's long-winded, and I do apologize, and I hope you're still with me. What I want is just a level of honesty. Just call a spade, what I've done for 20 years, even when it's inconvenient, even when it's my teams. I'd like the other side to actually do that. That's all. The penalties or whatever, I don't have any faith the NCAA would do anything real anyways. Now, do I think it's something? Yeah, because if it was nothing, this would have been resolved. But, I mean, who are we kidding here? It's not going to be 1987 SMU, so what does it matter? We're going to play the games. But that's, I'm sorry. I know that was long-winded, but I really wanted to answer Bishop's question, and nicely.
No,
I think I was nice. We'll get to more of the phone calls. I know we got to get some football in. We can continue. And yes, we will get to the Tigers. But, guys, I would ask you, what's changed?
4-game losing streak, Mike.
It doesn't matter. They looked a little bit checked out this weekend. No big deal.
A little bit.
Okay, 11.5 game lead in the division.
They were already at their tea time.
All righty then. Sunshine's got everybody thinking about weekends up north, including the Tigers. Moran Buick GMC. You can lease a 25 Sierra Crew Cab, $229 a month. Sierra's perfect. All the towing needs you have: boat, camper, jet skis. Or 25 Buick Envista, $319 a month. Both 24-month leases, $999 down. Inventory rolls in daily. MoranExpress.com. They got you covered. Also, the loaner vehicles with the service, certified service. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. On Telegraph, just north of Eureka, in Taylor, or online, MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, we'll get back to business in a moment. I do want to touch the table on a little football, not the cheating variety, real football. Rico Beard.
All right, so we've been doing like the 25 top 25 things because, in NFL. So from the year 2000 till now, how about the top 25 NFL moments?
Like individual plays?
Or moments, not plays, but just moments. For example, an honorable mention is Damar Hamlin's return, after the what happened out in the field. Or another one is the Saints surprise onside kick
in the Super Bowl.
Jim Mora's playoff rant in 2001.
Oh my God! Okay, this is all over the board. Here's what I would
moments,
ask.
not plays, moments.
But here's what I would ask.
Okay.
And David, Kenny, I'm going to need you guys to play along here. We're going to need hints. When you open this up to moments and not just plays, come on. We'll all be just bouncing off the walls here.
Can I guess a moment right now here?
Sure.
Can I go Beyonce halftime lights out?
No, David. It did not make the list, but that Super Bowl's not in here. But here's your hint. There are a lot of Super Bowl moments on this list.
All right. When Cam Newton openly quit on his team and didn't dive for the ball on the ground.
No.
Damn it. Okay, I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll guess another one since you said Super Bowl. Let's go with the 99-yard interception return for James Harrison.
David,
you
coming in.
You are something else.
At number 4.
What about the comeback? The
28-3.
Yep.
Kenny at number 2.
I like how Kenny casually is just like, that comeback thing.
Tom Brady, 28-3.
I was trying to remember the score. It was 28-3.
Yes.
Oh, there was a slight comeback.
Something happened, I think. I don't
Michael?
know.
Yeah.
A couple of these involve your team.
All right. Mario Manningham's catch. My favorite Wolverine ever. He led us to the second title in 2011. Was a dime by Eli, but Manningham with an unbelievable catch.
That wasn't the helmet catch, was it?
No, that's David Tyree. That's in 07. Bubblegum catch? Okay, I'm on the board. Number 1.
David Tyree is.
Yes.
Yeah, that's number 1.
Go look at that Manningham catch. I may hate Wolverines, but I buy that guy dinner.
But there's more on there.
Giants ones?
Yes. There's one that, come on. Everybody tries to simulate this play.
The OBJ catch?
Wait a minute. In a meaningless Monday Night Football game?
Yes.
Okay.
Number 11.
Great. And his career was all downhill from there. Give us a hint.
I got one. Nope, I don't need a hint for this one. Philly special.
Good one, David.
Number 9.
Really good one.
There's two that I'm kind of wrestling between. And they're both Marshawn Lynch. The one time that they didn't hand it off to him, and the I think it was 2011. He had that monster run.
So which one do you want, Kenny?
I think more iconic would probably be not handing it off to him because that created more.
The interception.
Yeah.
Malcolm Butler's pick at the goal line.
Yes.
Never forget, Russell Wilson claims that in his third step after the pick, God talked to him.
Can I also guess the
Russ,
run? Also,
no.
what I was talking about.
I wish Russ would have never said anything now. Oh, no,
Yeah,
Russ.
God said, Russ, no.
But I'm with Kenny. It was Seahawks, Saints, Beast Mode was born.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Kenny, you should have stuck with that one because that was number 3.
It's one of the greatest runs you'll ever see.
Yeah.
We mentioned one with the James Harrison. David, there's one more from that Super
Santonio
Bowl.
Holmes in the corner.
Yeah.
Yes.
There, to hell with you, David.
All right.
That catch ruined everything. I was rooting so hard for the Cards and Larry Fitzgerald.
They almost did it, man. They almost did it.
Think Tennessee Titans.
1 yard line. Derek Mason or Kevin Dyson or whoever it was. Just a yard short.
London Fletcher stopped him.
What about the Minneapolis Miracle? Has that been brought up yet?
I was going to guess that next. Good one, Kenny.
Yes.
Now, hold on. Wait a minute. Minneapolis Miracle, yes.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, the Minneapolis Miracle is different, but the Minneapolis Miracle is 15.
Music City
Music
was
City.
2000.
Yes.
That makes the list. Frank Wycheck.
I was thinking 99, but you're right. It was 2000.
That made
Can
the
you
list.
name the quarterback for the Bills that day?
Frank Wright.
No.
It was that wasn't Wycheck.
Oh, it wasn't Flutie, was it?
No. I think it was Rob Johnson.
Really?
Go back and look. I know it wasn't J.P. Lozman, but just look. But Music City Miracle and Minneapolis Miracle.
Music City Miracle, number 8. Minneapolis Miracle, 15.
Okay. How about Dre Greenlaw blowing his Achilles while celebrating and ruining Rico's life? Is that on the list?
See, I gave you good things. You know what, David?
My team is so bad.
David, I'm just going to give you one right off the rip because, Mike's mean. The Miracle at the New Meadowlands. The Giants.
No. Matt Dodge was instructed, do not kick this to Deshaun Jackson. Matt Dodge, an idiot rookie punter from East Carolina, proceeded to kick it right to the most dangerous man in the NFL. Eagles return the punt for the win with no time on the clock. Bar none, it is the modern version of the Miracle at the Meadowlands featuring Joe Pisarcik. It was one of the worst losses of my life.
Yes.
Where is it?
That's number 20.
Not that I'm bitter.
Well, that's what you get for the Dre Greenlaw.
I deserve that.
Okay.
And Mike, you were right. It is Rob Johnson. Flutie started 15 games that year and then got sacked because they clinched. And Rob Johnson started in the playoffs. What?
And Rob Johnson wore a do-rag for inexplicable reasons. He had like a Michael Penix Scully cap on. It was amazing.
This next one happened fairly recently last year. Another one happened in a playoff game.
Okay, let me guess the playoff game. Is it 13 seconds? Chiefs Bills.
Yes.
Wow. Good for
23.
you. That is still going to be the Bills' best opportunity. That opportunity, you'll never have it again.
David, this one probably hurts you at 24.
Ooh.
Because
the Steelers lose every playoff game.
Right.
No, but it was who they lost to.
This wasn't losing in the regular. Is this playoff game?
Yeah.
Oh, would this be the
Jags?
COVID? How about the COVID year where the first play of the game they snapped it over Roethlisberger's head?
This was 2012.
That was not good.
I laughed my ass off.
This was 2012, and this guy's no longer in the league. He was kind of a joke in the league.
Oh, this was Tim Tebow. Oh, my gosh. I hate that play.
In Denver, the slant pass.
He got lucky, man.
At 25, I'll give it to you. The Saquon backwards leap.
Totally overrated.
How's that on the list already?
It's totally overrated. It's a nothing moment in a game.
It's moments.
I understand it was an interesting thing. It's not even a move. It was silly.
At 22, the Michael Vick walk-off in 2002.
Against Minnesota.
Yes.
Overtime.
Yes.
That basically was like the Michael Vick Experience commercial, but in real life.
Yes. We watched, was it? Favre was on that team. He was quarterback of that team.
Can I throw one? This is, David, I'm going to be wrong, but any of Robert Griffin III's rookie, holy hell, who is this guy? Like read option, 80 yards against the Rams. It was like the longest quarterback run I'd ever seen in my life.
Not in
Okay, I just didn't know if it was a moment.
Question: did the Dennis Green thing come up yet? I'm not sure. They are who we thought they were.
19.
Do you know who they played?
I do, but go ahead.
No, I want to see if Kenny does, because earlier he cited 28-3 as that comeback thing.
That would be, I think,
He
the
says
Bears.
it in the rant. There you go.
Yeah.
You want to crown the rest? Crown him.
Oh, we thought they were. We let him off the hook.
Also, he's dead.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Is he really?
Man.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace.
Tom Brady unretires 2022.
Ugh.
How about
That's number 21.
Tom Brady at Bezos' wedding? Guy's an assassin.
Uh-oh.
Did you see who he's linked with?
Yes, I have.
Go look. Sydney Sweeney, Sophia Vergara. I mean, Madon, this guy, he's all over the place.
I mean, he was
He had a
married.
ball at that wedding, man.
I mean, he was married. Now he's not.
Nice.
All right.
I'm aware. I'm just
Do
telling
you, man? All right. This one Richard Sherman versus Michael Crabtree.
Man, snatching chains and disrespect and fights and oh man.
At 17, Terry Porter's pick 6 in the Super Bowl, making sure that the Saints got their first Super Bowl.
Thank God.
At 16, the River City Relay in a match.
City Relay.
Jags Saints. It was like 3 laterals.
Well, then where's the Dolphins? The Miracle in Miami against the Patriots.
That's a great one.
That was a far better relay drill.
Hey, not mine.
Okay.
At 14, Brett Favre's dad game after his father had just passed.
Monday Night Football against the Raiders.
Yep. At 13, Favre's return to Lambeau, 2009.
How about Favre bilking taxpayers in Mississippi?
That too. At 12, Devin Hester's kick return in the Super Bowl for Peyton Manning.
To hell with Devin Hester. The Giants also kicked a way too long field goal, and he returned a field goal on my team.
And the other one that we did not get was Aaron Rodgers throwing not 1 but 2 Hail Marys to Jeff Janis. So, and 2016.
Good poll. Wow.
Those are your top 25 NFL plays according to CBS Sports 97.1.
3 o'clock, good to have you with us. Yes, we will mix in some Tiger talk, but we have people who want to talk about what we opened with. So out of respect, we'll get back to them. If you're just joining, here's your Cliff Notes. Sonny Dykes was asked about the Michigan cheating, again, at Big 12 Media Day. Sonny Dykes gave his answer. Connor Stallions went ham on social media. And I'm not going to reread the whole thing, but the highlights are basically, I know everything except it has no impact. There were some games I 99% of the time gave the play, other games 0. He's all over the place. And David, when we walked into work, David's had enough of Connor Stallions. I want to understand the difference of the following. A, real people, Michigan fans I know, right? Friends, even just acquaintances. They're all tired of Connor Stallions, and they're tired of the story, and they just want their punishment and go from there. Social media, as Kenny has highlighted, Connor Stallions is a bit of a hero. Which side are you on with this? Because it's very bizarre to me. If I were a Michigan fan, I'd want this guy to live in like Angola and just never be seen again. Just stop. Because again, what he's doing is, and the NCAA is going to, whatever they decide to do, I have no idea. I'm not in the business of that prediction. I don't believe in them. But he's out here on social media basically admitting to the cheating. He's admitting to what it is, but then in the same breath, he tries to devalue it. Mm-hmm. Well, if it's meaningless, why was it so funded? Why were you sending people to every game on the planet? Which is it, dude? It's just, again, he's a narcissist. I do think he's an unstable human. And, Rico, you said it best. He can't handle the idea someone outsmarted him.
He can't handle the idea that somebody outsmarted him, and he can't handle the idea that he can't get his flowers yet. Like, it was because of him. He just needs somebody to acknowledge, yes, if it wasn't for your expertise in sign stealing or code breaking or whatever term you want to use, that's what he's looking for. And that's why he keeps coming back and keeps popping back out, because every time somebody says something, it's like, no, it worked. Okay, it worked, and we got a title because of that. So somebody acknowledge me. But they're not.
So I just want to know what side of it you're on. We'll get to the ticket text later. We obviously can rap about the Tigers a little bit. Nothing groundbreaking. No one's freaked out. Yes, they lost a couple ball games in a row. Woo! Let's go to Matt on a cell, 97.1. Matty, what's going on, pal?
Good afternoon.
Matthew.
To all of you. Yeah, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, brother. What's up?
Good afternoon. So when I read that stupid thing that he posted, it made me think of Billy Madison, the speech that the guy gave where, he said one of the stupidest things you've ever heard, and everyone's that dumber having to listen to it.
Yes.
I just wish he would go away.
Yeah.
Like, dude, you're not even relevant anymore. Go away.
Why is it some part of the fan base deifies him, Matt? What am I missing there?
Deifies, like hails him as a hero.
Yeah, I don't get it.
Because that's the that's the U of M cult, man. Go green.
Oh,
U of M cult.
No, Matty, I can't even muster the words. MSU's got to learn to score the touchdown play a few more times. But no, it's a weird thing because all he's done, and there's always this weird flex. All he did is bring shame upon you. The biggest thing Michigan had going for them was we don't cheat. We don't do what the SEC schools do. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm fine if you're willing to cash in those chips. But this is the guy that did it. And not a lot of fans are good with that. But yet online, he's turned into a hero. That's all.
Yeah, because he delivered something that Michigan hasn't had in a long time, just a flat-out, outright championship since, 97 it was split, but this was theirs, and he gave it to you. He hand-delivered it. He made sure that everybody knew what it was. But the thing that always gets me is how the story just keeps changing to he was a low-level assistant to who, Connor, what?
Well, Again, I mean,
it was a lone gunman to now there's photos of, I was never on the sideline of CMU. There you are. Well, you know what? And there you are standing next to the coach. And there you are doing signals. And then all the coordinators and the coaches are mimicking your signals and relaying them to the players. Like, we see this, but we're told not to believe any of the stuff that we see.
Yeah, but and again, look, I just wish the punishment would happen because this is beyond the story itself is done. I just need to know what happens. For me, Rico, I approach it, nothing will happen because I just think the NCAA is a bunch of feckless losers. But
see, I'm with you. I initially was with you, Mike, except for the problem is if the NCAA does absolutely nothing.
Well, everybody just cheat their ass off.
You've now made it just open season, and all you need to do instead of paying NIL is just have a collective for whatever fine you have to pay.
Oh, I like that.
And that's how much your trophy will cost you.
A little slush fund.
Pretty much.
Dig it. Let's go to David, 97.1. David, what's going on?
Not bad, guys. How you doing?
Good, David. What's up?
There's so many avenues and so many directions I can go with this topic, and I obviously living down here in Ohio have had to deal with it plenty, and since the topic got brought up many moons ago during the national championship season. So my part of it, and you kind of brought it up before the last break, before you went to football and today, and it reigns true even to this side. And unfortunately, in the life we live today, politics and sports seem to keep crossing paths left and right, and just amongst each other. And what do I mean by that? Just like the Epstein files, I don't think we're ever going to truly understand or know what really happened with Connor Stallions and Michigan football in 2023. I'm with David. I want him to go away. I want him to be shot to the moon. But I also, I'm 43 years old, and things just don't make sense on the other side of the topic as well. So I have a problem with it. I have a problem with it as a whole. I meet everybody halfway, and I have never argued anyone on the fact that he sent people to games to videotape with their phones and yada, yada, yada. I've never argued that fact. The problem I have, and I've also not argued the Central Michigan aspect of it. The problem number one I have, so he agrees to leave. Why has Michigan never talked to him?
What do you mean? Just so I understand.
Michigan has never talked to the man from the day. I don't understand how the AD, how the coaches, and they have all of this great rapport, and they have all of this great correlation, and they're all together. They're all doing the same thing. Yet the guy gets fired, and I
he
know what
didn't. He didn't get fired. He resigned, which is another.
Right. He quote unquote. I put it in quotations.
No, I got you, brother. Can I offer you an answer? I'll offer you my theory. You can shoot it down. I'm doing this. It's not in an authoritative manner. I think the reason they haven't is they can't. They were all in bed with him. Every assistant benefited. Okay. Everyone was accessing the documents. There are multiple videos and pictures and the laminates and the hand gestures. David, I don't think they can.
Okay, so that peels back the other part of the onion. Now I go back to Michigan State side and everybody else's side of this. Okay, so if you want to, as Michigan, claim that you are as innocent as you are and that he had nothing to do with the reason why they won the national championship, but you also, out of the same side of the other side of your mouth, want Michigan fans to believe he's just this lower staffer who had nothing to do with this. So if I'm supposed to believe this as a Michigan fan, how do you not talk to the man to know what he did?
Right. Well, and again, remember something.
Get our story straight.
Well, remember something.
Right there.
Go ahead.
No, exactly what he said. That story keeps changing, David. I'm with you. It's like, can we just come up with one thing and we can then move on? But you keep hearing every time he speaks, something new comes out.
Well, and again,
And
I
that's
mean,
what I mean. Like,
David, you talk
Go
about
ahead, go
peeling.
ahead.
No, you're good, brother. It's just you talk about peeling the onion back and look at, what is it? 13 staffers have either been show caused, fired, or moved on. There's a distinct reason for it. And I mean, even Sharon, it felt like Sharon was going to be the fall guy. He's a repeat violator, and now there's 6 level 1s on the program. He deleted the text messages. You had Patridge telling kids how to answer the NCAA. You had Connor taking evidence out of the football bill. I mean, David, look, I mean, it doesn't take CSI to start to add things up. I mean, you want to understand reality. The reality is it was a broad-based cheating scandal. The lone wolf theory dies in the opening moments of this because a lone wolf, low-level, nobody, nothing burger does not have access to the headset of the head coach, OC, and DC by whispering in their ear. There are videos of Harbaugh taking his headset off to hear Connor Stallions. I've worked a sideline. Rico's worked sidelines. No low-level staffer is getting within 50 feet of a coach, and if they are, they would have their head taken off for interrupting anything.
Oh, yeah, it better be, Coach, we got bad news about somebody in your family,
Right.
and you need to take this phone call.
Coach, don't kill me, known as dead.
Yeah.
That's it.
Because other than that, yeah, they're
Your
dialed
wife's
in.
water broke. Time to go.
Right.
That's it.
Right. Other than that, yeah, if you're not a part of the crew, yeah, what are you doing on headsets?
My whole thing
First of all,
is,
how did you get on headset? Who are you, son?
my
Who
whole
is this voice?
deal is, if I'm a Michigan fan, I don't want to hear from Stallions no more. This weekend that's embarrassing. But I can't answer David's questions fully. I can offer you a theory. But every step of the way, it just points to everybody was involved. And look, I know Roger Goodell probably won't do it, but you can go back. Ian Rappaport wrote a piece on it. The NFL will not offer safe harbor for cheaters in college. Jim Harbaugh should be suspended.
Right.
Now, will he?
No,
probably not. But again,
they need that team in LA to flourish.
and again, that's the dishonesty of the world, which is simple to me. You'll never sell me Harbaugh didn't know. That's outrageous. Coaches know what their players ate last night. They know who their players slept with. They know their favorite cereal. They know what car they drive.
Especially as somebody who is so hands-on like Jim Harbaugh.
Correct. Yeah. But that's not the point of the topic. I'm just answering David's question. We'll get back to the point next, which is when you hear Connor Stallions in the news again, what's your reaction? You've been injured in an auto accident. Now you're drowning in medical bills. You're dealing with insurance companies. They don't care about you. Injury attorney David Feminino, the call you need to make immediately. You need David. He'll fight tooth and nail for you. Get David, get paid. That's not just a catchphrase, although it's a good one. It's a promise. You're going to get to work. Call David Feminino, 855-65-CRASH. Go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right. And I will say this, shout out to all the Michigan fans. It's been a very civilized, calm conversation.
Even you and Bishop.
It's because I don't have this, I'm not in rapture about it. But when I see Stallions in the news again, it angers me, and I don't even like the place. If I'm a Michigan fan, I would lose my mind. But here's the thing. Look, part of the reason you do this is, and I'm fascinated by this, is the media going to have the same energy with Sharon next week at Big Ten Media Day as you're having with Sonny Dykes at Big 12 Media Day? Sonny Dykes has been asked about this now 3 times.
Let me help you with that. No.
Why?
Because it's not a big enough story, because they're going to want to know. Bigger story is, I don't care about what happened a few years ago. Who's going to be your quarterback this season?
Yeah, but
that's going to be the
yeah, but here's the problem. The guy you're talking to may not be on the sidelines for it.
I understand, but that's
like Sharon Moore is a repeat violator, and if he is hit with a show cause, he can't coach there.
But Sharon Moore and that Michigan staff, Mike, and you see this, and I know geekiness on the recruiting trails, they're acting as if nothing's going to happen. It's going to be business as usual.
Yeah, and that's fine.
And
players don't care now anymore, by the way, because players want the money. And Michigan has a wonderful NIL program.
But you're not going to ask him that question at Big Ten Media Day because, well, that was in the past. That had nothing to do with me. Or, I can't talk about an ongoing investigation.
No, that's fine. Neither could D'Antonio and Izzo for a guy they'd never met. It didn't stop them from being hounded. It didn't stop factually MSU players being coached that they couldn't even smile in the locker room.
Right. And here's the other thing. Let's be real. Most of the people who are going to be at Big Ten Media Days are somebody who owns a website.
Or finish their question with Go Blue.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, Coach,
I guess
that
that's my whole
championship
point.
was awesome, wasn't it?
And like I said, I know I don't want anyone to get uncomfortable. Politics, both sides of the aisle, you see the same type of faux media reporting. Again, whether it's on the right with the Epstein thing, whether it's on the left with, Biden's clear medical decline that they refuse to report on. Yeah. It's not honest.
Right. But
just do the job. What's the problem? It's sports, for God's sakes. It's not as serious as the things I just mentioned.
Right. But and also, Mike, look, I can't prove this. Looks like, seems like, feels like. Sharon can't say anything because Connor delivered his quarterback to him. He would have nothing if allegedly Connor didn't go to Belleville and make this happen.
Once again, this is an effective exercise when you become an adult. Put the shoe on the other foot. This is Ohio State, and Ohio State has a guy execute a huge cheating scandal. Whole staff's involved, and that guy leaves the program only to then become an incel to help deliver the quarterback to the school.
Yeah.
What would the reaction of Michigan fan be?
I can tell you. I mean, they're still upset over the crazy wide receiver coach or whoever.
Zach Smith?
Yeah. So I can only imagine it. Pitchfork and torches ready to burn down Columbus.
So my point is, don't attack the messenger, attack the message.
Right. But if you ask that question out in Las Vegas, Big Ten Media Day, Las Vegas.
Oh, it's in Vegas. Nothing says Big Ten like this. Quintessential.
Enjoy the slots.
Oh, God. Are you serious?
Yes. It's in Vegas. If you ask a question, I know what city they're from. They're either from one of two cities because they're the only people who care about it.
Yeah, but there's your problem. A, that's not true. And B, I don't need local to do much of anything. National, it's right there for you.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the other problem. When you say, that was 2 years ago. What about the teams you screwed over? How about the fact that the Big Ten midstream did something I've never seen them do? How about the fact that Michigan said they were going to fight it in amicus briefs and they got thrown out of court on their ass? How about the fact that the Big Ten openly talked about the rage among all member institutions?
Mm-hmm.
No, the idea when you say, well, can't we move on? Yeah, you move on once you get your punishment. I mean, guys, again, it's sports. This isn't even real life. But if the idea is, well, we can't do anything because it was 2 years ago, then everybody should just cheat their balls off.
And that's what I think the NCAA is going to have to worry about. If they come out with this sense and it's just Michigan, it's a $5 million fine, slap on the wrist, then that tells me if I'm all of the big boy schools, okay, Notre Dame, let's get a $5 million slush fund and let's just cheat whatever we got to do.
You know, it's funny because Kirby's smart, you know, with Georgia, basically, I feel like it's cheating. NIL is something you pay kids once they're at your school, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, it's pay to play. But how is it that Kirby, with a straight face, and this is part of why I've lost a lot of luster for the sport of college football, he openly said players currently committed to Georgia are being paid in high school $20,000 a month to maintain their commitment. Mm-hmm. How is that NIL? They're high schoolers.
It's
you know what I'm saying? So
no, right. It's NIL on the back end, meaning we will add to your NIL so long as you stay committed to us. We'll tack on that extra $80,000 because you stuck with us for
Hell,
those
if
final
I know
4
that
months.
Kirby's paying $20,000 a month for me to maintain the commitment, I'll commit as early as possible. That's a $250,000 a year.
You're not lying.
As gross as that is, guys, I actually love that he does that, and I think any major program should also be like, why aren't we doing this? It's scummy, it's weird, it's bad. I don't like the direction.
Kenny,
but
it's two different things. Now, hold on. You're not wrong, so don't take it that I'm saying that.
Yeah.
I'm saying it's cheating.
Oh, it absolutely
It's
is.
absurd.
It's cracked. The system is cracked that they're able to do that.
You're circumventing the rules, and guys, what this is why you need that CEO, whatever you're going to call him, to step in. I know exactly what that is, and that's going to end right here, right now.
If we could just get him some Ubers, that'd be a little bit better for us.
Okay, then we'll go to Ian, 97.1. Ian, what's going on?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Afternoon, Ian. How are you?
Doing well, thank you. You asked how I feel when I hear the Stallions news, and as an MSU alum, the word I would choose is bliss. It's just every time this guy opens his mouth, it's like when Trump goes on his midnight rants about, don't look over here at the Epstein files, look over here at all this other wonderful stuff I've been doing. It's just it amazes me that if it's such a non-story, he has to keep opening his mouth about how it's such a non-story. The parallels with the Epstein thing has just been blowing my mind all weekend. And the fact that guys like Bishop or other Michigan fans have to call up and tell you how much they don't care should tell you everything you need to know.
Yeah.
But honestly, Michigan fans should be happy that this keeps coming up because it distracts from all of the other nonsense going on in their athletic department. I mean, we don't really talk about the whole Mozzie Smith gun charge thing. We don't really talk about the Robert Anderson thing. We don't really talk about the, volleyball coach mysteriously disappearing into the night. We don't talk about the COVID hockey violations because this keeps becoming the main focus.
It is truly, in my lifetime, Ian, I mean this, for all the criticism and hatred that I have thrown at the SEC and their cheating ways, what Michigan's athletic department has executed in the last 5 years, the fact that there hasn't been a 60 Minutes expose or Paula Levine camping on their campus, it's really a masterclass. It's quite exceptional. Oh, and by the way, your OC casually having his house raided.
I'm sure Paula Levine is just stuck with a delay at the New Jersey airport, but she's on her way to report on that one.
Yeah, you know it. And Dan Murphy's all over it too, right? But again,
Absolutely.
and Ian, that's the thing. Much like when people, whether it was the right this weekend with the let it go on the Epstein stuff, or whether it was the left with, oh my God, you're talking about the laptop again? Yes, because right is right and wrong is wrong. And Ian, from your perspective as a state guy, yes, this directly impacted you. This broke the week of our game. We were offered the opportunity to not play. This idiot was on our sideline. Yeah, you don't I love the let it go thing because, Rico and I have been making some jokes off the air that have to stay off the air. But if you use other things in life and say, oh, get over it, you sound completely ridiculous. It's just now you don't have to let it go. Come on, it's crazy.
Nowhere outside of the world of sports would this be, well, I'd like to think, would this be acceptable? And I grew up in Birmingham, Alabama, so I remember the early days of Saban when the University of Tuscaloosa was the largest Ford dealership in the state. and they were, basically moving kids, families, into better living situations just to come get them play at Alabama.
Yeah, and you
But
listen.
that's nothing compared to this.
No, this is insane, and we're up against it. And I do apologize. I know we got to get to pay some bills. We'll come right back with more of this. Some of the ticket text 97.1.
Hey, change is always happening. Hey, it's a part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands, artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that will remain the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing a 5-year price guarantee. Yes, Mike, it is booming. It means you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprise? Hey, life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on the Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
All right, I'm going to get to the callers. If you're tuning in and going, what the hell is this conversation about Michigan and cheating? I didn't do it. Connor Stallions put himself in the news, and the media put this in the news this weekend when Sonny Dykes was asked about it again at Big 12 Media Day. And Stallions went on another one of his, verbally a manifesto. I don't even know if it could be, I think that has to be written. The point is, Stallions contradicts himself a bunch, and it's just every time he speaks, if I'm a Michigan fan, I would be in rapture. Like, stop talking. Why was this guy not paid off and NDA'd? Why on earth is this still a thing?
Good point.
So we've asked you your response, because on social media, he's a hero. You can go look at the articles that are posted, and then Kenny read some of the quotes. Real life, we haven't had a single fan call in today going, I love him. They all want him to shut up and just stop. So that's what we were talking about. We can get to the phone calls. Obviously, we'll get to Tiger baseball a little bit. Nothing. Hey, guys, newsflash. They're going to still need a bullpen arm or 12 in an hour.
What about tomorrow?
Yes, as well. David, ticket text first, then the callers.
Ticket text here. Connor Stallions is an absolute legend and next-level genius. Would hire him in a heartbeat. The teams that losing during the sign stealing need to bring a class action lawsuit against Michigan so they can get and have discovery.
Good luck. But again, this is why Michigan never wanted this in court. That's why they got thrown out of court with the amicus briefs. If this got to court, you trigger discovery and subpoena. The NCAA does not have that. The only reason Michigan is getting got, and again, whatever the NCAA does or doesn't do, they got dimed out by their own people. Mm-hmm. That's the only reason, because the NCAA can't force you to talk. That's why when the NCAA came to town, Michigan lied to them. They just, we'll be here. NCAA sent a team in, and we're tumbleweed all over Schembechler Hall.
Mm-hmm.
So all Michigan has done throughout it is aggravating circumstance, which ratchets up what the charges are. Look, again, no clue what will happen. I'm sure as hell not going to put a lot of stock that they're going to get hammered. I'd be nice if they did. But the point is, the NCAA, if this was a nothing burger, no pun intended, this would have been settled. If the Sharon thing were 2 games only, they never would have done the committee on infractions, right? Or am I naive?
No, it would have been over with.
But yet Connor's still talking. What are you doing? Big Ten Media Days next week.
He didn't because he wanted to put a bullet in Sonny Dykes and okay, let's just end this, okay? TCU won the game because we turned the ball over and they made more tackles. That's why. It wasn't because of my advanced scouting, because it was flawless. I'm paraphrasing, but that's kind of what he was saying. I did my job. The team didn't do what they were supposed to do. We should have won that game.
Kids are playing their tails off and the coaches are screwing it up.
Yeah.
Somehow I've heard that in my life before. All right, we'll go to Chad, 97.1. Chad, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mikey, Rico, thanks for taking the call.
Hey, How are you, buddy?
You know, it's so funny. I watched Casino recently this weekend, and then the story breaks out, and I'm like, it's so funny how many parallels there are to Casino. Like in the beginning when Pesci is narrating it, he's like, now it's up to this guy to skim all the money off the top without anybody getting wise, right? And then at the end, when they're having the little meeting in the courthouse and they decide to whack anybody that knows anything, and then Pesci's narrating it again at the end, and he goes, and then anyone who knew anything wound up getting whacked. And it's like, I think about how did Kansas basketball be so rogue and nothing happened to them? And UNC basketball or Auburn with Cam Newton or Bama, some of these programs that were so rogue and nothing happened.
You know why?
And that's all.
Chad, because the whole world is a con. That's all. It's everything. I mean, do we need to go to the political element of this? Left and right?
No.
How does Nancy Pelosi make $150,000 a year, but she's got a net worth of $50 million? Come on, the whole world's a con.
Don't even get me started on that. But what's funny is I'm thinking to myself, is the Iceman still around? Can we send him to go shut Connor Stallions up? It's like, I didn't have a problem with the cheating. For me, it's if you want to beat the SEC and the SEC invite, you better be as dirty as they are. But it's like Michigan does everything wrong in the aftermath. Like, I used to be so mad. Like, how come all these programs get to cheat their asses off, win titles, and no one says a word? Well, that's because when the NCAA comes knocking, I think they cooperate. I think there's a little bit of – and I'm not mad about the cheating. I'm mad about how they're handling it. Connor Stallions won't shut up. They want to fight everything. Like, they could have made this so much easier on themselves going, you got us, what do you need from us?
Correct.
And instead, they're doing the polar opposite. It's like, once you know you got a lot, like, if you know anything about Quack Quack Ruggiero, Gotti should have shut him up himself. Instead, it's just like it's like they're doing everything to spite themselves.
Well, and again, Chad,
that's why it's such a story.
Chad, you just got to it. It shouldn't be a story right now. If they would have done this right, they win the title. I've never told anyone involved with U of M, you don't have to be mad about the cheating. I've never made that ask of you.
Oh, you haven't.
And you don't get to tell me. I mean, come on. You screwed with my school. Like, come on. You cheated. I don't have to be happy about it. My point is, Michigan made this a story for 2 years. This could have been over. They could have self-imposed real penalties with real teeth. They could have had a postseason ban last year.
Man, I think the NCAA wanted them to just step up, do this job, and we don't have to get involved with this.
No, but I'm making the point you've made, and you're so right about it. They could have just come out with a self-imposed deal, launched Sharon out of a cannon. They weren't going to make the playoff last year. This would be over.
Yeah.
In my heart, I believe it would have been over.
Mike, even if they didn't fire Sharon, but they said, you know what, you're going to be gone for 6 months, and there's a bowl ban, and it's done.
And if you're a Michigan fan, you don't have to care. Let me repeat that for the people in the back. I'm not asking you to care. The people are calling out of their own volition. I've just asked, what do you make of it that Stallion's in the news again? Oh, no one's saying that. ESPN picked the story up. I don't know. Is ESPN nobody? I mean, do I wish bankruptcy on that company? Yes. The point is the website is still trafficked by a lot of people. ESPN picked the story up. Don't get mad at me. It's all because Connor Stallions keeps doing this. And it's amazing to me. Why does he keep talking? Dude, you're the reason that program is getting eviscerated by anyone with a brain.
His ego won't let it go. This is all him, man. He needs everybody to know I was the architect. It was all me, my game plan.
But by saying that,
I know.
You're also saying that it matters.
I know.
Come on.
And that's why I said, if he keeps talking, more and more will come out. And one day he's going to say something that's like, oh, I probably shouldn't have said that.
248-539-9797. We get more to people.
Yeah.
It's weird. I had somebody at this station tell me there ain't nothing new to talk about.
Move along.
Weird.
Move along.
You sound like a parrot.
What?
What? Nothing to talk about. Nothing to talk about.
Because that's what he sounded like when I was reading the text he sent me. Brett, there's nothing new.
Read something.
Here's Heather with the news. All right, now listen. You paying noticeably higher energy bills in the summer? That's not a good thing. Two of the top areas of home that cause your AC to work harder, your roof and your windows. And if your roof's not ventilated, well, money's going out the window there. And if your windows are old and not sealing, forget it. You're dead in the water. The best advice? Call Victor's Home Solutions. Schedule a free 21-point roof and window inspection. They'll go over every square inch of the roof and attic, make sure it's properly ventilated, and they'll examine each window. And the best part, there's no slimy dirtbag sales techniques here. If they find anything and it needs attention, usually an inexpensive repair is going to get it done. Now, if you need a new roof, want a new roof, you need new windows, they'll knock $500 off. No payment financing until 27. Choice just comes down to whether you want to start saving money or not. 21-point roof and window inspection today at Victor's, 734-773-1100, or online anytime at victors.com. All right, I want to knock a couple of these calls down, and then I do want to move on because there's other fish in the sea here. People are passionate about it. We can wrap. It's really just, what is your reaction to Connor Stallions put you in the news again? You tell me what you want to do. The rest of it, no, I don't expect you to care about certain things if you're a Michigan fan. I've never asked you to. So with that, let's take a few calls, and then we can move on to some other stuff. Fair?
Fair.
I do want to mix in real football. Let's go to Brady, 97.1. Brady, thanks for hanging. What's going on?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Good, Brady. What's up?
Hey, I'm a Michigan fan. I mean, I know I'm young. I'm 18, but I've been watching football consciously for, say, 15 years. I played the game through high school. But I'm just like, anyone who watches football, like, yeah, Michigan they have to be punished somehow. Maybe if that's, just a simple punishment or just something symbolic. But anyone who watches football, anyone who knows football, if you watch the Rose Bowl, they beat up on Alabama. Even their offensive line, the defensive line, they just dominated. Any sign stealing isn't going to make a difference in a game like that, and it sure is not going to make a difference in a game against Central Michigan. Because that team's never going to beat the 2023 Michigan. They're just not going to beat that team no matter what, no matter how many sign stealing there is. And when I hear Connor Stallions, it's just like should be all Michigan fans. It makes me upset because it just keeps pushing this narrative that the national championship needs to have an asterisk through it. But that I've said it before, but anyone who watches football needs to see that that's just not a thing because Michigan dominated every team they played.
Well, hold on.
Well, Brady, if that's the case, then why did he have a system in order to do all this where it wasn't just watching on TV? He sent people to other games. If it's no big deal, you don't waste the time and resources and effort.
No big deal either. No, I know, but then maybe the Michigan football needed to be more separate. But obviously, Harbaugh's he's in the NFL now.
Right? But the NFL has already said it's not providing safe harbor for cheaters in college.
Yeah,
that's Roger Goodell.
I'm not in the court of there should be nothing done, no punishment. But I'm just at how much impact could that have possibly had?
Well, let me do this.
Let
me do this. Let me step back from it. And I'll offer you something. So when at the height of the scandal, they polled over 100 offensive, defensive coordinators and head coaches in college. 80% of them said it had a significant impact and at least was worth 7 points a game. Now, those are coaches, Brady, at the highest level.
Yeah.
I don't know how to fight that.
Well, when the NCAA commissioner comes out, a week, 2 weeks after the national championship, and says that they had no whatever advantage.
Yeah, so you're referring to Charlie Baker. Let me caution you with Charlie Baker. And Brady, listen. No one's telling you don't enjoy it or give it back. You do whatever you want. I'm just shooting you straight now. Charlie Baker is a carnival barker, Brady. He is not the president of anything. Charlie Baker is the figurehead for the playoff. The playoff is separate of the NCAA. The playoff is no different than WWE. It is an entertainment product. So what Charlie Baker is doing is trying to make sure his event still has a level of credibility. He can't go out there and say, well, we may have to take this away later. It's no different than when A.J. Hinch will come on the show and, look, Cookies will ask some good questions. You're not going to get certain answers. Why? A.J. Hinch has a fiduciary responsibility to the organization to not put them in a bad spot, just like Charlie Baker did. If you're going to use Charlie Baker as a crucible of truth, I can't help you. And by the way, did I miss where it was 38-3 against Alabama?
No.
Boy, domination looks pretty weird when you need a 4th and goal stop to win a game in overtime, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That looks a little bit different, doesn't it?
Oh, no. I get it. I understand. And look, Brady say, no, I'm not mad, but you can't just downplay it because if that's the case, this was different than, hey, we were watching your game footage and we noticed this.
Again, though, is why, and Brady, if you're out there, I'm not mad at you, but why are those calls happening when that's not even the topic? I'm not asking you to validate or invalidate the cheating. This is about Connor putting you in the news again. I didn't do it. ESPN picked the story up. You calling in and trying to justify it feels like guilty conscience to me. You don't need to justify it. You do you. I'm going to be over here. You enjoy your natty. I'm over here laughing at it. And those have been the rules since the fall of 23. I never demanded your team stop playing. I never told you not to take the pictures, go on the trip with your dad, do whatever you wanted to do. I made a deal with you. But you don't get to tell me what to do. That's it. You're on one side of the street, I'm on the other. Why are we getting calls about it? It's not even the topic. I'm asking.
No. I think he just wanted to say this is a no big deal. And
then that's
we
fine.
should move on.
All right, well, you don't get to tell me to move on. I didn't put it in the news again.
That's true.
And when
this
the
ain't just me
COI
and Mike waking up one day. Hey,
No.
Mike, let's talk about Connor.
Hell no.
This
because
was
this is-
him.
On a top 100 things that I would like to talk about, this is 101. There's no resolution to this. I'm never going to convince the other side. They're not going to convince me. You get nowhere.
Right.
So I don't want to do.
The only thing I'm waiting for is, and here is the punishment. And now we can finally put this to bed. And I promise you, neither side is going to be happy.
No, because I do think there's a number of people who will want something that is just not on the table, right, as a punishment.
They're not going to burn down Ann Arbor. No.
Then
But
the
I don't
other
think I don't,
side
I don't
is-
think it's going to be, well, you know what? Time served and things and stuff. And you know what? We're going to move on.
No, and again, the reason Rico says that is not hopium. No, it's simple. If this was just a 2-game suspension for Sharon, this would have been settled a year ago. It would have been done, a negotiated resolution, and it's over. If it was simple and it was a 2-game suspension, why did Michigan fire their law firm and hire another? If it was 2 games, wouldn't everyone just look around and go, dude, take the deal? Move on.
Right. You fire your law firm because it's like, well, it's really no point in paying you. We're just going to take this 2-game suspension. Thanks.
So,
no thanks.
again, Rico's, I want to make sure, like, there's no hopium. There's just rationale. Like, why would you go through a committee on infractions? Why would you drag the story out? You telling other people to move on, why don't you tell your school to move on?
That's the other thing. And David, as a Michigan fan, I just don't understand. Why doesn't Michigan just distance themselves from him and say, you know what, from here on out, this man's not allowed anywhere. We're not talking about him. Just no more.
Well, I can give you some beliefs of why I think they're not doing it.
These are David's opinions and do not reflect those of 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.
I think he knows where the bodies are buried. I think he knows certain things, and they know, oh, crap, if we say this or if we do this or we tell him to stop, then he's just going to release everything on us and now we're done. That's what I believe. Because they really should just say, please, we don't associate ourselves with him. He is not a coach with us. He doesn't speak for us.
Just as easy as Michigan could have just took a punishment and moved on, this is just as easy to me. Like, why are we still dealing with this guy? This guy's done. He's gone. He's going to be erased from history. We will no longer speak his name at the University of Michigan.
Pay him and NDA him. Seriously.
You're so right. You are so right.
Here's the thing. He would do whatever Michigan wanted him to do. He was willing to fall on the sword and say, it was all me. They had no knowledge of what I was doing.
But remember, they got dimed out from another staffer. You got to remember that. Connor can say whatever he wants. You can say 2 + 2 = 5. It doesn't make it true. Remember, that's how we got the line about Harbaugh telling his staffers go up to the line and then cross it. You had Patridge telling kids how to answer the NCAA. You had evidence destruction. I mean, he can say whatever he wants.
True.
But my point is, don't do more of this. Because when the punishment, look, there's a chance. What is the punishment has to happen? What is it? Normally 60 days after the COI?
I think we're close to 30 days away, right?
Right. I think the punishment will happen like
Next
right
30
before
days.
the season starts, or like week 1 of the season,
or the morning of Big Ten Media Day. See, if I ran the NCAA, that's what I would do.
And still nobody would talk about it.
Right? There's nothing new.
So this new transfer quarterback you guys brought in.
Oh, my God.
You know what?
If you can't laugh, what's the point? Come on. All right, little football. That's enough.
Yeah.
No, there's going to be no more. Let's get a little football in the mix. And yes, we can talk Tigers. I will do it in a very specific way with you. And you got it's a choose your own adventure book. Next, 97.1. All right, let's touch table a little football. I know it is, in the minds of many, a slow week, but there's always stuff going on. Music, please.
Guys, it is time for the quarterbacks. Too high, too low.
Okay. And later this week, we are going to do a full quarterback symposium to solve the mystery once and for all. Where does Jared Goff rank? But that's for later in the week. Yes, David.
So, Rico, let's start with you. Put a quarterback's name out there, and I'll let you know where he is.
Oh, I love Brock Purdy. I'd like to apologize. That was terrible. Hold on. I would like to sincerely apologize to you. That was unfair.
That's fantastic.
That was uncouth. That was unsavory.
Dude, Brock Purdy.
I know.
Do you want Brock Purdy?
Well, there's nothing to say.
There's nothing new.
All right. I'm going to go Josh Allen.
Josh Allen. Okay, Josh Allen is number 2 on this list. Highest ranking, 1. Of course, everyone's going to get that. Lowest ranking, what do you think the lowest ranking was?
6.
3.
4.
Honestly, he should be number 1. I mean, Mahomes is just turned into check down Charlie.
Well, I'll give you Mahomes. Yes, he is number 1.
Yeah, but that's number 1 on name alone right now.
Correct.
It's meritorious because they win Super Bowls, so you just assume.
And that's fine.
He's not the reason they are winning.
No, it's a defense, a running game, and the refs. But look at the yards per attempt. It goes down every year. Now, look, he could bounce back this year. Rashee Rice is healthy again. They've added some weapons. But to me, Josh Allen's doing more with less.
Just for guess, what do you think Mahomes' lowest ranking was?
2?
Yeah.
4.
Ooh, slander.
Okay. Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy. Let me see where his name is. I got to keep going.
You didn't say it right.
He is on the also receiving votes category.
Okay.
For what? Driving a tractor?
Okay.
I had to keep searching and searching and searching.
Yeah, keep scrolling. He's right down there by Jackson Dart.
Almost wasn't on the page. So next guess, Mike.
Joe Burrow. I will say Burrow 4.
Joe Burrow is number 3.
Ooh, so close.
On the list. Highest ranking?
1.
1.
Mm-hmm.
Lowest ranking? 5.
Yeah, and again, just because I look at things a certain way, it doesn't make it right, but more with less. Doesn't have a great defense like the Chiefs have. Doesn't have the benefit of the refs being in your pocket. It does have some really good receivers, but that offensive line has not been his friend over the last few years. I think Burrow's incredible.
Let's go with Lamar.
Lamar Jackson.
17.
Out. You close out the top 4 here because he is number 4. Highest ranking is 1. Lowest ranking?
7.
8.
6.
Damn. I'll leave this to Rico. I'm biased and can't be trusted.
You really can't. I didn't know quarterbacks trigger you this way. David, I think for Lamar, he does everything in the regular season, and the biggest knock for people like Mike and the biggest Lamar haters, when it comes to the playoffs, you don't see that same success as he does in the regular season. So,
thank you, DJ.
Okay.
Thank you,
Let's
DJ.
see if we can close out the top 5 on this list here since you got the 4 here.
Jalen Hurts.
Okay. Your guess, Rico, for number 5?
That means it's not Jalen Hurts. Let's go with...
I have not confirmed or denied that yet. Hold on now.
You didn't.
Jackson Dart.
I'm trying to think what other quarterback. I would say Hurts. Stafford.
Number 5, Jaden Daniels.
Wow. Too high.
Highest rank is 5. Lowest rank, 10.
Yeah, it's too high. It's a rookie year, and it's too much too soon. I'm not ready to go there yet.
He's got to prove that. By year end, he could be. I'm going to say too high on that.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is when you have to back it up with another year so that you're not that. I hate to make him the poster child, but you're not C.J. Stroud. You're not Jordan Love, where you were able to do it consistently. It's why we look at Joe Burrow differently than we do other quarterbacks, because he's done it year after year on bad teams, but he still produces.
Does this feels like we're ranging in Justin Herbert territory, doesn't it?
Well,
like the six range ish. If we're already out of the top 5.
What do you mean? Oh, with
Justin Herbert. That's your guess here?
That is my guess, yes.
He is number 7 on this quarterback
Right,
list.
it feels right. He's got to win a big game.
What is his highest ranking, you think, Kenny?
7.
4.
3.
Okay.
Lowest ranking, unranked.
Somebody had him 3?
Yes.
Look, you.
It wasn't me.
No, you've liked him since
No,
college.
I've liked him,
and
but
you
I've
were
also
right.
said
you were right.
This guy is yet to win a big game. So
I think they're going to have a really good year, but it's probably too high.
He's going to be Lamar to me if he goes out and bombs again in the offseason.
I'll be shocked if they don't win a playoff game this year. I think Harbaugh will get it rolling.
So where is Jalen Hurts?
Hopefully nowhere.
Jalen Hurts, number 9.
Wow.
Highest ranking, 6.
Okay, here's the problem that I have. If you're going to have him down at 9, how can you have Mahomes at 1? Because you could say the same is, okay, Philly won the Super Bowl, but it wasn't all because of Hurts. You can say the same about Mahomes. Like, they're winning, but it's because of the defense. I don't get it, but it's not my poll.
Where does this put Jared Goff, by the way? Because if Hurts is not, I have no concept of this list.
But this is why our symposium is going to be interesting. Because, again, you haven't heard the name Baker Mayfield yet. I think there are plenty of people who would take Baker over Goff in
about
NFL
Stafford?
circles. Matt, again.
John Matthew Stafford.
Look, he's still playing really high-level football at age 37. Yeah, well, we beat him Yes, you have squeaked out a couple of games. He don't have the cast that Goff has. If you put Stafford on this football team, this version of the Lions, newsflash, you might already have a Super Bowl.
That's hysterical, by the way, because what was always Lions fans' biggest critique about Stafford is, he just doesn't have the right supporting cast.
Right, but now you've got something that is like a dream state. Yeah, look, for me, Goff probably's 8, 9, or 10.
So you guys are right. You all guys have mentioned 3 quarterbacks during the discussion. They're on the list. Here's where they place. Jared Goff is 8th on this list.
Mm-hmm.
Highest ranking is 5. Lowest ranking, of course, will be unranked.
Yeah.
Mike, you mentioned Baker Mayfield. He's number 10 on this list. Highest ranking 5. Again, lowest ranking would be unranked.
I'm going to say Baker is too low. He has had go look. Mm-hmm. He's had a couple incredible seasons.
With changing offensive coordinators, seems like every year.
Yeah, and being asked to sling it around the yard 50 times a game.
Yep. And then you mentioned Matthew Stafford, who is 6 on this list. Highest ranking 4th, lowest ranking unranked.
Okay, the unranked is ridiculous. He's still tough as nails and plays really good football. He's in my top 10. I think it's debatable how high, but this is what our symposium is going to handle later this week. These are the battles that will be fought.
Oh, yeah. How far can you put Brock Purdy on the list?
I think Purdy's going to be in conversation in that 9 to 15 range. I think it just depends how we settle it.
I think he's unranked.
I'm not.
You think that was me. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm sorry.
Apparently, they weren't serving grits over the weekend.
Well, let me give you the honorable mention. The honorable mention was C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love.
There now, Jordan Love's the guy. If he stays healthy, he's going to be in that top 5 next year.
Did I hear Aaron Rodgers?
No.
Aaron Rodgers was in the also receiving votes category, along with Kyler Murray, Dak Prescott, Tua Tagovailoa, Bo Nix.
You know what's interesting? Yeah.
Wow.
How about this with Tua? As much as I'm just kind of done with it. He's had 3 straight seasons of over 100 quarterback rating. How is that possible? Now he's missed a lot of time, and etc.
Well, you want to know why? Because a lot of his game, Mike, it's very 7-on-7 ish. It's a lot of short passes and a lot of yak yards afterwards. So yes, that's why he puts up great numbers, but that doesn't relate to great wins.
Well, no wins.
Okay,
that is in football today.
Hey, guys, let me tell you about Lawrence Tech. And right now, Lawrence Tech is getting ready to hold Preview Day. It's happening at LTU on July 25th and August 15th. So if you're a high school student and you're getting ready to start your pre-college journey, looking for a great college experience, make a visit to LTU on one of those days, and you'll learn about the scholarships, the tech jobs. Specs at LTU will also be there and more. You got to go to ltu.edu/admissions/visit to set up and sign up today. You don't want to miss this. It's July 25th through 15th. If you're in high school and you're trying to figure out what you want to do,
be curious, damn it.
You want to give LTU a look because they're going to tell you all about the scholarships they have for you. Like I said, the tech jobs, the different things that they have. And if you want that Specs at LTU experience, Specs will be there as well. ltu.edu/admissions/visit to sign up today. Don't wait. Start your future today at LTU.
All right, let's turn our attention to the Tigers. And much in the way none of us glitter our chandelier after they win 4 in a row, I'm not going to freak out they lose 4 in a row. Rico, you and I talked pre-show. They probably had one foot out the door for vacation. They got dusted.
Yeah.
But the point is this. We've had so much talk about the deadline. 17 days away. Nothing I say today matters. It's all about 17 days from now. They have an 11.5 game lead in the division. Oh, but they didn't play good baseball. Wah. Okay? They played a wonderful first half. Mm-hmm. The needs are the needs. So here's the question. I want to take starting pitching out of the equation for the sake of this exercise. I want to make an assumption that between Skubal, Olsen, Mize, Flaherty, and potentially Estelle Getty, they'll have 3 arms for the playoffs.
Estelle is back.
Estelle's back. That they'll have 3 arms. That the starting pitching's fine. I want you to choose your adventure. Same thing for you as a Tiger fan. I want you to tell me the more pressing need. 2 bullpen arms or a right-handed bat. And again, that right-handed bat probably has to play third base. Hate to break it to you, but your all-star, to me, should have come up with that ball yesterday. A really good third baseman comes up with that ball. I'll leave it alone. The point is, I've been screaming it from the mountaintops now for weeks. It's the bullpen for me. They just don't have enough reliable answers. Now, I'm not going to bail on Tommy Kahnle, okay? Couple of rough outings. I know Stoney was breaking his chops. He didn't retire a single out this weekend. The point is, I'm going to put Kahnle in the good pile long term.
Really? Okay.
Just long term, because he's shown it. He's shown pedigree. He's done it for my team.
He'll fix this.
Yes. Will Vest, good pile. But outside of those 2, they got nothing. All the heroes of last year, those guys are dead and gone. Bo Brisky's dead. Holton stinks. Again, it just, I need 2 high-leverage bullpen arms. That, to me, is the biggest need. Now, do I want a big-time right-handed bat? Of course I do.
But if you had to choose one.
Correct. If Scott Harris is only going to put one present under your tree, what is it? For me, it's got to be the relievers. And I do. I think you need 2 of them.
Yeah, especially now that Boston's hot. I think the Bregman thing and all of that's going to go away. So,
find somebody else. Why? That's what the money's for.
So, I agree with you. I do think that this team, they were on vacation. They were celebrating the fact they had 6 All-Stars. They were celebrating the fact that Javi was in the lineup and Gleyber Torres and Skubal was going to be the starting pitcher and Mize made the team. They didn't seem focused to me with the Mariners. They thought that we could just roll out there and do what we normally do and we're going to take this series. And Seattle was like, well, if you're not going to be focused, if you don't want these games, we will take them. Now, yes, I agree with you. I'm now shifting towards the bullpen.
Really?
And this guy has been taking a few strays in this show, but I'm going to give Cookie some credit on this. Maybe this was the best thing that could have happened to the Tigers. Because now over the next week, management has to see what we saw. Guys, this duct tape and chewing gum bullpen that we have, it's falling apart. It's not going to work long term. We just had our first 4-game skid. That's not the time to panic, but we have to make improvements. And if you're going to hold Scott Harris to his words, he said on this air that, hey, we're going to see the problems and we're going to try to address the problems. Something very similar to that.
Yeah.
That's your most glaring need.
Take it a step further. With an 11.5 game lead in the division, hell, I hope they lose 4 of the next 5. Make it 8 or 9. Because I'm with you. What I don't want, and I'm being tongue-in-cheek with that remark. Nobody freak out.
But it's happening at the right time.
That's my point, is I don't want Scott Harris getting high on his own supply like some of the GMs in this town do. Mm-hmm. Like, I think Brad Holmes is way too confident with the in-house solutions. I want the Tigers to go all in because that's what you do when you're serious about winning a World Series. So, yes, I agree with you, and I agree with Jim.
I'm not down with losing, ever, or a 4-game losing streak, but because you have such a big lead over your division that you're probably going to win anyway, this was the best time because there is no game today or tomorrow. So the taste in the mouth of Scott Harris and everybody was that. Seattle came into your park and took these games and scored 35 total runs in all of those games. Yeah. And you had a chance to win some, and your bullpen couldn't do anything.
No, this bullpen right now. And
you lost the Scooble start.
Well,
I'm just saying, it's like everything that could happen happened in this stand.
It's baseball. I'm not worried about it. I mean, hell, you had Seattle get swept out of New York, and they blew a game to the Yankees where they were basically no-hitting them in the bottom of the 8th. They lost 6-5. They come here and sweep you. Rico, your point, keep the main thing the main thing. You're right. The bullpen, as I see it now, I'll allow for Lang to come back or Canely to be better. Guys, the bullpen in the way it's currently constructed, you'll be out of the playoffs in the first 5-game series. Because you can't win this way.
Right.
You don't have arms that are going to go 8-9 innings. It's not 2013.
Yeah.
And this bullpen without you have to get to Will Vest to use Vest.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, Rico, to me, it's the bullpen, but I totally think they need both. And I heard Stoney mention this earlier, which is, basically, if you want a right-handed bat and 2 arms, they got to make 3 trades. And they're probably not going to go there. Well, why? Why?
Well, because they like their farms.
Okay, then. 248-539-9797. I want to hear from you guys. Look, it happens. All right, they lost 4 games in a row. If it makes everybody in the room less confident and more apt to make a trade, I say good. Lose 5 in a row.
Best time.
Because this division is wrapped. They would have to go on a historical losing streak to blow it. The rest of this division is garbage. And I honestly believe 3 of the 4 teams will be sellers. So, yeah, I'm actually okay with them getting a taste of their own blood. It was going too good for too long.
Man, best time for it to happen because I'm quite sure Harris and a lot of the other GMs and stuff are in Atlanta right now for the All-Star game. So, hey, hypothetically speaking, if I were to offer you this, what could I get in return?
I give you a choice of one, guys. High leverage reliever or a right-handed bat. Which are you choosing? Can't have both, even though we know we need both. Now, if you still want to do this crap where you don't think they need at all a right-handed bat, I would encourage you to call a different show. Respectfully. Because I don't exist in that world. If you think Jahmai Jones is saving you in the playoffs, fine. Here's the other thing, and I'm not going to do what the other shows did. Parker Meadows stinks right now, but I can tolerate it because even if he just plays defense, I know we had a little miscommunication, but even if he just plays center, I can hit him 9th, and I'll live with it. Because what he brings defensively, elite. Veerling has only had 39 at-bats. I'm not going to go crazy. Has he been good? No.
See, but here's the thing, and you just said it, though, Mike. You're right. I'll take Parker Meadows. I'm okay with what he's doing. I'm not okay, but I'll take what he's doing at the plate because of his defense. But that's another reason why I need another bat in the lineup. Veerling, we saw what he did in the playoffs last year. I can't trust that. Zach McKinstry, I can't trust that in the playoffs. Javi Baez, I can't trust that right now in the playoffs. Torque, can't trust it. Dylan Dingler looks great, but can I trust it right now in the playoffs? No. Right now, the only 2 bats I can trust are Green and Torres. So I need another bat, especially if Parker Meadows is going to be in my lineup for defense only.
Okay.
I feel like David just yelled at me.
I'm sorry. I always sound like I'm yelling. I will stop that one day.
No, but again, I mean, there's a very real chance Javi finishes by September. OPS plus goes south of league average. I think he's down to like 108. And to David's point, I mean, some of these guys, look, Riley Green is your star. Riley Green has had a really good first half, okay? And especially the power. But you know what's going to happen in the playoffs? He's going to get hunted. And AJ's not going to be able to take him out of the game. He's going to get hunted by lefties.
Yep. They're going to figure out, you know what? He swings at a lot of these balls. He strikes out a lot. Only throw this pitch to him.
Which I'm just making a point is like, look, if you want to hunt Riley and have a lefty in the game, well, I'm going to have a dynamite right-handed bat staring you down the barrel. You're not going to get a Rico Beard BOGO here. You're okay. Oh, you want to look sweet against Riley? You're either going to burn a reliever or, best part, now rent's due. Now you're going lefty-righty against my stud. That's the piece they're missing.
No.
Unless you talk to other shows, they got 9 Babe Ruths.
No. But I do think that, yes, you have to go out there and get 2 arms in the bullpen because you can't afford to lose leads. When you're up 4-3, you have to be able to close that thing out and win that game, especially
Reality
when it
is,
comes to the playoffs.
you don't have a pitcher that's going to go more than 6 innings. Okay?
Yeah.
If we're really honest about it.
Yeah.
If Scooble got you 7, it's a blessing. The reality in the playoffs, it's tenser. It's better at bats. It's harder matchups. You need 9 outs at the end of these games. Yeah, Rico, I'm with you. But I want to hear from the people. Now, again, if you call up and say, look, I know the bullpen's shaky. This lineup scares me in playoff time, right-handed bat, or we don't get to use the bullpen. It's a credible argument. And for the people going, oh, my God, they have the best record in baseball. Guys, you got to zoom out from that. Great. You have the best record in baseball in the worst division. You're a good baseball team. You're going to make the playoffs.
Right.
This is about winning a World Series.
Well, that's just it. You have the best record in baseball. Now, what are you doing to get better?
Thank you. You said it in a much better way than I did. All right. Weather's got everybody heading up north. Road trips. How about Moran Chevrolet, the number 1 selling Chevy dealer for 2024? They have the 25 tracks, 1RS, $279 a month, 36-month lease. They also have the 25 Equinox EV. You can lease it now, $199 a month, 24 months, and only $999 down. Both deals. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. I do want to correct one thing I said, and I do apologize. Parker Meadows has been so bad at the plate, he's actually a negative WAR. So I just wanted to correct myself. I didn't look. I knew he'd been terrible in his 100 at bats. Rico, I was just saying I wanted to offer a correction to people before we get to the phones. Parker Meadows has actually been so terrible. His defense hasn't overcome it. He's a negative WAR. He's a 54 OPS plus. I still am going to believe he
Not
will.
quite Javi negative from last year. Right?
No.
Okay.
I still believe he will get it a level of turned around. Now, I don't think it'll be last year where he was leading off in the playoffs, but enough to keep him in the lineup. And he's a valuable player. But yeah, I mean, that's a dreadful 100 at bats. It just is.
Yeah. Sorry about that. I made the trek to see the producers, so.
Yeah, I
just hopped off the flight.
The renovation. Got to stop. All right, let's go to Alan, 97.1. Alan, how you doing, buddy?
Good. I agree with everything you said, especially with the Parker Meadows. You have to go, if you only getting one addition, it's got to be bullpen arms. Because as you said, you're not going deep in the playoffs. Even if you add the best bat, if they're not going to get it, but if they got Alex Bregman or something like that, if you don't address the bullpen, it's not going to matter. The team, as well as they've been doing, the team is still very flawed. I still think they need a leadoff hitter. I really, really like Colt Keith. I think he should be batting third or fifth or sixth or something like that. I like Glaber at second.
Yeah.
They really need a Stephen Kwan or somebody to set the table, and you got to get on base in the 1 or 2 spot in the postseason. So
the issue is they're so left-handed dominant. That's the problem. You got to have somebody from. No, Alan. I'm agreeing with you. It was just the particular name you brought. They need a right-handed bat.
Oh, I agree. I'm just saying they need a leadoff hitter and a right-handed bat. And one thing we know, I don't see them going to Somerset Mall. They're going to be going to TJ Maxx and Marshalls, and that's not the worst thing in the world as long as they upgrade. But that's how I think they're going to approach it. They have to add. You can't stand pat. They're not going to have the same record or the same winning percentage the second half of the season. That's very unlikely.
No. And again, Alan, I view it as like the Pistons in the Eastern Conference. Take advantage of a year where the Yankees lost their Scooble in Garrett Cole to a season-ending injury. Take advantage of it. This is not a good American League. It's a bad American League. You're in a horrific division. Take advantage of it. And you're right. They might go more conservative than any of us like. But I'm with you. As long as they add, then it's a different conversation of did we add enough. I would find it stunning, Alan, if we get through the deadline and they don't do anything. That would be malfeasance.
I agree. I can't see that happening. It'd be malfeasance plus stupidity.
I'll take the combo meal, Alan. Sure, but no, I believe they'll do something. But I want it to be impactful, because if you get seduced by a regular season record with the factors I just listed, then you're not keeping your eye on the prize. Mm-hmm. Are we good enough to beat the Dodgers, the Mets, the Cubs in a 7-game set? How about this? Are you good enough to beat? I can't believe I'm saying this.
Toronto?
The zombie Astros. They're back again.
Yes, they are.
This time without advanced scouting.
I would say, and this is where I'm gonna hold Scott Harris to his word. He said he's gonna look at their weaknesses and try to fix them. This is a glaring weakness. It couldn't have happened at a better time, because it forces you for the next week to chew on that 4-game losing streak. Not happy for it, but man, if you were ever going to have a 4-game losing streak, it's now, because he has to see what we all see. This bullpen, I thought maybe it would be better. It's not.
But
it could cost us a series in the playoffs.
You can change could to will.
Okay.
I'm trying to be positive. As currently constituted, this bullpen will end your season.
Right. Yeah, right. Well, Scooble can only pitch maybe 2 games in that series. And he's going to come out of the game
90 pitches.
Yeah.
And in the playoffs, 6 innings, 90 pitches is about right.
Unless it's a game, like in a 5-game series, it's game 4. And you know what? Yeah, we're on the verge of elimination.
Yeah, then you can stay in too
out there
long and give up a grand slam.
I'm trying, man.
You don't need to try. You can just deal in facts. 6 innings. That's reality.
Yeah.
Let's go to John, 97.1. Johnny, what's going on?
Not much, guys. I mean, there's no doubt. I agree with everything you're saying. A couple things, though.
Yeah.
First off, anyone that's ready to, like, pack up the season is probably either a new fan or an absolute boomer who's been watching, like, every other game and is like, oh, my. I think I heard Mark Ryan. He's like, don't call in and say it's just baseball. Well, you know what, Mark? It is just baseball. You're going to win 4 games. You're going to lose 4 games. I would be surprised if we don't have another 4-game skid.
Yeah, by the way, Johnny, it took till July 16th to lose 4 in a row. I think we're okay.
You know what the funny thing was? Real quick, John, remember I wanted to do the topic like, what will happen first? They'll win 6 in a row or lose 4 in a row. Well, they've lost.
It happened.
4 in a row.
It's like, who cares? 11.5 up in the division. Done.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't ask for a better spot right now, especially going into the All-Star break. It's perfect timing. But the number one argument I have for us prioritizing bullpen arms over, obviously, I love Eugenio Suarez. I love Bregman. It's not going to happen. The reason we need relievers, specifically ones in high leverage situations, is look at last year. We were 2 games away from going to the ALCS with essentially the same lineup minus Gleyber Torres, and Andy freaking Ibanez won us a game, and he's not even on the squad anymore. So it's like, we have the same roster. You have guys showing up now. And if we added 2, I want Griffin Jacks. I know you've talked about it, Valenti.
Yeah.
Griffin Jacks is a freaking stud.
Beast.
Now imagine Aroldis Chapman walking around Detroit. The guy would have a blast in Greek
He's
Town.
throwing 100-mile-an-hour sinkers at age 37. Yeah,
He would have a blast in Greek. I mean, imagine Aroldis at the bars.
Okay, no, we're not going to. No, John, let's just keep him at the hotel. We do not want that. I want you to pitch, and I want you to go home. And there can be no firearms in the house.
It's a funny image, though, right? I mean,
yes, but John, I hear you. But no, like a great example is the Chapman thing or Griffin Jacks. Oh, everyone's blanket statement, and I'm guilty of it. Well, it's a divisional team. If you pay the toll, it's going to come down to, guys, this is a good deal. I know it's the Tigers. We got to do it. Right. It's the same thing with Cleveland. Look, if Cleveland ends up selling, they got several guys that can make you better. Do I think they'll do a deal with you? Probably not, because you don't strike me. There's no proof yet that Scott Harris is willing to overpay to get what he wants.
No.
Now, the closest we got to was Bregman. You didn't get him, but they did a A-plus job in offering, I thought, a more than fair deal. You can't harangue the organization about Bregman. He got paid more than Aaron Judge for this year. He went to that team. I can't make fun of the Tigers.
No.
Because if you did that, it would be ridiculous.
But not, yeah, you can trade within the division. It is possible. It may be a little bit of a tax.
You can also trade for guys that haven't been mentioned. The guys that are mentioned most in the rumor mill are the guys that get dealt the least.
Mm-hmm. It's the one that surprised you, like, whoa, where did that come from? Yep, you're right.
Correct. 248-539-9797. David, a few ticket texts, and we'll get to a football today.
Ticket text here says, Dylan from Clarkston says, biggest need for the Tigers right now is a back-end swing and miss reliever as well as another reliever. So he is definitely on the arms.
I want 2 of them. I want a righty and a lefty. I'm completely with that texter.
Paul, our guy Paul and Frazier says, given a choice between the 2, I want the arms, Mike, but we need both, but I'll go with the arms here. Someone else texts in, and in bold letters, over and over again, says, bullpen, 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 bullpen.
He ain't wrong.
The Tigers must have bullpen help. If there is one spot that needs help the most, it is definitely that. Do we think we have the guy who can close out the Yankees in Game 7? No.
No, and look, as good as Will Vest has been, I'm not going to mistake him for Mariano Rivera. Like, there are some bad teams that have really good relievers. Giving AJ, and AJ doesn't believe in a defined closer role, giving AJ more tools is a good thing. Mm-hmm. That's all I'm trying to do.
Situational, yeah. It works.
But I'm not going to freak out about Canely unless in about 10 days, 12 days, it looks the same.
Around.
That'd be different.
248-539-97. Rick, you got to understand something. I watched Tommy Canley with my team go basically a month without throwing a fastball, and nobody could hit him. I didn't even understand it. I watched Tommy Canley every day.
I remember when you said that, and now it
would drive me nuts because if you would throw one fastball, but look,
just one?
he's got pedigree, he's got credibility. I got to give him a few more outings. Okay. All right, Howie's. They got a bell ring on that. Okay. Listen, Hungry Howie's has got a large one-topping pizza deal, $8.99, dough made in-house, 100% real cheese, and over 20 toppings to choose from. The deal is limited time only, but the best part, it's not confusing and promo codes and Rico yelling booming. It's simple. You just go to hungryhowies.com or you download the app, start the online order, and it's online carryout. You do that, you get the pizza for $8.99, large one topping, limited time only at Hungry Howie's. All right, we'll get back to business in a moment. I do want to touch table on a little football, not the cheating variety, real football. Rico Beard.
All right, so we've been
Yes.
doing like the 25 top 25 things because, in NFL. So from the year 2000 till now, how about the top 25 NFL moments?
Like individual plays?
Or moments, not plays, but just moments. For example, an honorable mention is Damar Hamlin's return, after the what happened out in the field. Or another one is the Saints surprise onside kick
in the Super Bowl.
Jim Mora's playoff rant in 2001.
Oh my God. Okay, this is all over the board. Here's what I would
moments,
ask.
not plays, moments.
But here's what I would ask.
Okay.
And David, Kenny, I'm going to need you guys to play along here. We're going to need hints. When you open this up to moments and not just plays, come on. We'll all be just bouncing off the walls here.
Can I guess a moment right now here?
Sure.
Can I go Beyonce halftime lights out?
No, David. It did not make the list, but that Super Bowl's not in here. But here's your hint. There are a lot of Super Bowl moments on this list.
All right. When Cam Newton openly quit on his team and didn't dive for the ball on the ground.
No.
Damn it. Okay, I'm done. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll guess another one since you said Super Bowl. Let's go with the 99-yard interception return for James Harrison.
David,
You are something else.
At number 4.
What about the comeback? The
28-3.
Yep.
Kenny at number 2.
I like how Kenny casually is just like, that comeback thing.
Tom Brady, 28-3.
I was trying to remember the score. It was 28-3.
Yes.
Oh, there was a slight comeback.
Something happened, I think. I don't know.
Michael?
Yeah.
A couple of these involve your team.
All right. Mario Manningham's catch. My favorite Wolverine ever. He led us to the second title in 2011. Was a dime by Eli, but Manningham with an unbelievable catch.
That wasn't the helmet catch, was it?
No, that's David Tyree. That's in 07. Bubblegum catch? Okay, I'm on the board. Number 1.
David Tyree is.
Yes.
Yeah, that's number 1.
Go look at that Manningham catch. I may hate Wolverines, but I buy that guy dinner.
But there's more on there.
Giants ones?
Yes. There's one that, come on. Everybody tries to simulate this play.
The OBJ catch?
Wait a minute. In a meaningless Monday Night Football game?
Yes.
Okay.
Number 11.
Great. And his career was all downhill from there. Give us a hint.
I got one. Nope, I don't need a hint for this one. Philly special.
Good one, David.
Number 9.
Really good one.
There's two that I'm kind of wrestling between. And they're both Marshawn Lynch. The one time that they didn't hand it off to him, and the I think it was 2011. He had that monster run.
So which one do you want, Kenny?
I think more iconic would probably be not handing it off to him because that created more.
The interception.
Yeah.
Malcolm Butler's pick at the goal line.
Yes.
Never forget, Russell Wilson claims that in his third step after the pick, God talked to him.
Can I also guess
Russ,
the run? Also,
no.
that I was talking about.
I wish Russ would have never said anything now. Oh, no,
Yeah,
Russ.
God said, Russ, no.
But I'm with Kenny. It was Seahawks, Saints, Beast Mode was born.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Kenny, you should have stuck with that one because that was number 3.
It's one of the greatest runs you'll ever see.
Yeah.
We mentioned one with the James Harrison. David, there's one more from that Super
Santonio
Bowl.
Holmes in the corner.
Yeah.
Yes.
There. To hell with you, David.
All right.
That catch ruined everything. I was rooting so hard for the Cards and Larry Fitzgerald.
They almost did it, man. They almost did it.
Think Tennessee Titans.
1 yard line. Derek Mason or Kevin Dyson or whoever it was. Just a yard short.
London Fletcher stopped him.
What about the Minneapolis Miracle? Has that been brought up yet?
I was going to guess that next. Good one, Kenny.
Yes.
Now, hold on. Wait a minute. Minneapolis Miracle, yes.
You're right. Yeah, the Minneapolis Miracle is different, but the Minneapolis Miracle is 15.
Music City
Music
was
City.
2000.
Yeah.
That makes the list. Frank Wycheck.
I was thinking 99, but you're right. It was 2000.
That made
Can
the
you
list.
name the quarterback for the Bills that day?
Frank Wright.
No.
It was that wasn't White.
Oh, it wasn't Flutie, was it?
No. I think it was Rob Johnson.
Really?
Go back and look. I know it wasn't J.P. Lozman, but just look. But Music City Miracle and Minneapolis Miracle.
Music City Miracle, number 8. Minneapolis Miracle, 15.
Okay. How about Dre Greenlaw blowing his Achilles while celebrating and ruining Rico's life? Is that on the list?
See, I gave you good things. You know what, David?
My team is so bad.
David, I'm just going to give you one right off the rip because, Mike's mean. The Miracle at the New Meadowlands. The Giants.
No. Matt Dodge was instructed, do not kick this to Deshaun Jackson. Matt Dodge, an idiot rookie punter from East Carolina, proceeded to kick it right to the most dangerous man in the NFL. Eagles return the punt for the win with no time on the clock. Bar none, it is the modern version of the Miracle at the Meadowlands featuring Joe Pisarcik. It was one of the worst losses of my life.
Yes.
Where is it?
That's number 20.
Not that I'm bitter.
That's what you get for the Dre Greenlaw.
I deserve that.
Okay.
And Mike, you were right. It is Rob Johnson. Flutie started 15 games that year and then got sacked because they clinched. And Rob Johnson started in the playoffs. What?
And Rob Johnson wore a do-rag for inexplicable reasons. He had like a Michael Penix Scully cap on. It was amazing.
This next one happened fairly recently last year. Another one happened in a playoff game.
Okay, let me guess the playoff game. Is it 13 seconds, Chiefs-Bills?
Yes.
Wow, good for
23.
you. That is still going to be the Bills' best opportunity. That opportunity, you'll never have it again.
David, this one probably hurts you at 24.
Ooh.
Because
the Steelers lose every playoff game.
Right.
No, but it was who they lost to.
This wasn't losing in the regular. Is this playoff game?
Yeah.
Oh, would this be the
Jags?
COVID? How about the COVID year where the first play of the game they snapped it over Roethlisberger's head?
This was 2012.
That was not good.
I laughed my ass off.
This was 2012, and this guy's no longer in the league. He was kind of a joke in the league.
Oh, this was Tim Tebow. Oh, my gosh. I hate that play.
In Denver, the slant pass.
He got lucky, man.
At 25, I'll give it to you. The Saquon backwards leap.
Totally overrated.
How's that on the list already?
It's totally overrated. It's a nothing moment in a game.
It's moments.
I understand it was an interesting thing. It's not even a move. It was silly.
At 22, the Michael Vick walk-off in 2002.
Against Minnesota.
Yes.
Overtime.
Yes.
That basically was like the Michael Vick Experience commercial, but in real life.
Yes. We watched, was it? Favre was on that team. He was quarterback of that team.
Can I throw one? This is, David, I'm going to be wrong, but any of Robert Griffin III's rookie, holy hell, who is this guy? Like read option, 80 yards against the Rams. It was like the longest quarterback run I'd ever seen in my life.
Not in
Okay, I just didn't know if it was a moment.
Question: did the Dennis Green thing come up yet? I'm not sure. They are who we thought they were.
19.
Do you know who they played? I mentioned Northville Lumber for a long time. I want to see if Kenny does, because like earlier he cited 28-3 as that comeback thing.
That store. They stock all colors.
The Bears? The rant. There you go.
All the time and at the absolute.
Want to crown the rest? Crown them.
Whether you're a builder.
Oh, we thought they were. We let them off the hook.
Northville's got you covered.
Also,
go to
he's
their
dead.
brand new
Rest
showroom.
in peace.
Is he really?
And you
Rest
see
in peace.
is in
Tom Brady
times, go back.
unretires 2022.
Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trek
How about
Superstore.
Tom Brady at Bezos' wedding?
NorthvilleLumber.com.
Guy's an assassin.
Uh-oh.
Did you see who he's linked with?
Yes, I have.
Go look. Okay. Sydney Sweeney, Sophia Vergara. I mean, Maron, this guy, he's all over the place.
I mean, he was
He had
married.
a ball at that wedding, man.
I mean, he was married. Now he's not.
Nice.
All right.
I'm aware. I'm just
Do
telling
you, man? All right. This one, Richard Sherman versus Michael Crabtree.
Man, snatching chains and disrespect and fights and, oh, man.
At 17, Terry Porter's pick 6 in the Super Bowl, making sure that the Saints got their first Super Bowl.
Thank God.
At 16, the River City Relay in a match.
City Relay.
Jags Saints. It was like 3 laterals.
Well, then where's the Dolphins? The miracle in Miami against the Patriots.
That's a great one.
That was a far better relay drill.
Hey, not mine.
Okay.
At 14, Brett Favre's dad game after his father had just passed.
Monday Night Football against the Raiders.
Yep. At 13, Favre's return to Lambeau, 2009.
How about Favre bilking taxpayers in Mississippi?
That too. At 12, Devin Hester's kick return in the Super Bowl for Peyton Manning.
To hell with Devin Hester. The Giants also kicked a way too long field goal, and he returned a field goal on my team.
And the other one that we did not get was Aaron Rodgers throwing not one but two Hail Marys to Jeff Janis. So, in 2016.
Good poll. Wow.
Those are your top 25 NFL plays according to CBS Sports. 97.1.
Five o'clock, good to have you. So, programming note, couple of them. A, the Stoney and Wojo Invitational, Wednesday. A lot of people texting about it, asking. We're ready to rock. Bob and Michael join us. It's the yearly tradition, and we have a little twist because a couple of days Rico's on vacation. Stoney and I were sitting around. We have gained access to some of the legacy drops. From the Stoney and Wojo show. So we are going to have a legacy division. We're going to have our legacy division. We're going to have the other half of the bracket be normal style of what this year produced. Mix and match, and away we go. So that'll be Wednesday. Also, Part of this is for Rico. Part of this is for Kenny. Part of this is for humanity. Netflix does sports documentaries in a fabulous manner, whether it was Drive to Survive, whether it was Full Swing, whether it was Race for the Crown. They do a great job. SEC football, any given Saturday, presented by Netflix, debuts announced today, August 5th. Anything behind the scenes, SEC, I'm in. So August 5th on that. And Odyssey.com rewind if you want why Connor Stallions is in the news again. We handled that. Did the Tigers last hour. Rico, a question for you and the people.
Yes, sir.
MLB All-Star break, something or nothing. You and I are simpatico on this.
It would be a nothing.
Okay. We used to love this.
Brother, when the home run derby first came out, man, I'm like, yeah, I want to see, some of the, because unlike the slam dunk contest, you actually had hitters going out there, and it was like, okay, they're going to knock the cover off the ball. And it was Chris Berman with the back, and now it lasts about 5 hours.
You will not watch the Derby?
No.
You will not watch the All-Star game?
I may watch the first inning of the All-Star game.
Scooball Skeens?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's my question, people. Where does this rank on your priority list tonight and tomorrow? The Home Run Derby and the All-Star game. They used to be midsummer classics. They used to be something we were excited about. And look, I'm honest about it. I didn't understand all the hand-wringing about the Tigers with 4 All-Stars or 5, or this guy got snubbed. Who the hell's even watching? But if it's important to you, tell me. But I really wanted to know whether tonight's Home Run Derby or tomorrow's All-Star game is going to get some of your attention, all of your attention, none of your attention. And I'm not flippant about it. I'm just honest about it. It will get none of mine. 0.0. I can catch the Home Run Derby highlights. The event, as you put it, Rico, totally drawn out.
Right.
Needs to be reformatted. I'm glad there's no Tigers in it. It messes up your swing. And the All-Star game, no value. Don't care. I'm not being rude. It just means nothing.
Yeah. I mean, they tried to make it, the winner, now that side gets the home.
Signed 10 years ago.
Yeah. But no, the Home Run Derby was cool, but now it's so many, it turned into NBA rock and jock, where it's like, well, if you hit this target, you get 5 extra swings. And now you get the bonus time. And now you get this. And now you get that. And this ball is going to be worth 3 times as many. It's like, I don't care anymore. It's something that after about an hour of watching home runs go out the park, it's okay. I've seen it. It's only so many times you can crush the ball.
248-539-9797. Kenny, David, where do you come in on this? And again, don't be shy if you love these events. And no one's judging you. I'm trying to figure out if anybody still does. Because for all the hand-wringing and arguments about it, I don't really think anyone's watching.
See, I'm a little different when it comes to this event tonight because I am not a fan of the Home Run Derby. But my son, my oldest, loves baseball.
Is that the good one or the bad one?
That's the bad one.
They're both good.
Oh.
So
you know what? He's been mean to me. That's the bad one, Mike.
So because of that, I'm going to use it as a, bonding moment, and we're going to watch it together. I'm not looking forward to it, but we're going to watch it. But it's stale now. It really is. It truly is not worth watching. And Kenny, he asked me earlier, says, just ask your son a question afterward. Was he really interested? Did he really like what he just saw?
Because is this not the barometer? Isn't this what this event is for? It's not for us. It's not for the older folks. It's for the kids that are, getting excited about about baseball. People that actually want to get into the sport. You draw a kid in with, these are the best players that play the game. Watch this. These are the best home run hitters. What do people love? Home runs. This is for kids. I don't think this is for us.
It used to be, Kenny, but now you're right. It's not. And now you don't even really get the best hitters in there because it says it messes up their swing.
Well, I'm glad you said it. Here's the list of players that I'm wholly uninterested in watching. Okay? Now, if you gave me Ohtani versus Judge in a one-on-one, $10 million to the charity of their choice, all right, you got my attention. Cal Raleigh, which is a great story. One problem. Plays for Seattle, which nobody watches. He's a catcher. Nobody cares. Junior Caminero. James Wood, not the actor. Byron Buxton. Brent Rooker. Matt Olson. Jazz Chisholm. And O'Neill Cruz. Who the hell is tuning in to watch that crew?
Yeah, we've gotten to the Max McClung era of the home run derby.
Yes.
I was going to ask you that, David. Does this feel like the MLB's version of what the NBA does?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Kenny, it is, because back in the day when I was loving this slam dunk contest, everybody wanted to be in the slam dunk contest. It was, it took pride. It was Jordan, Dominique. It was like big time names, and then it slowly evolved. Spud Webb, and now we're at Matt McClung, who's technically not in the league.
How about this one? Nationals, under 500, stink. Twins, under 500, stink. A's, under 500, stink. Pirates, under 500, stink. Olsen, Braves, under 500, stink. Yankees, we can't stand Jazz Chisholm, stink. All right, Caminero's good. Nobody can name him on the Rays. And that gives you Cal Raleigh. We just got done telling you. Who the hell watches the Mariners 10:30 at night?
And Seattle's probably thinking to themselves, hey, Cal, it's okay if you don't win this thing.
I would have turned it down.
Don't screw up your swing.
He's had one of the great first halves of any catcher in the history of the sport. Yeah. You know what I'm not doing? Anything to my swing.
Because that's been the biggest knock, is that after the All-Star game is over, a lot of the people who participated in the home run derby weren't the same person anymore. And that swing was affected. So, yeah, at that point, I stopped. And it just takes way too long. The All-Star game, like I said, because of Scooble Skeens, I'll watch the first inning. But after that, yeah, it's probably going to lose me. I'll see the highlights.
248-539-9797. And look, maybe the lack of interaction with the listener is proof in the pudding, which is people generally aren't going to call up to tell you what they're not going to do. And the All-Star game tomorrow, it's the same thing. I mean, if you want to tell me you want Scooble v. Skeens for one inning, okay. I'm not mad at you. It's free country. Do what you want. But it's really a commentary about all of these All-Star games. The Pro Bowl, NBA All-Star Weekend, NHL. They're all done. They're past their prime or their usefulness. I think society's moved on. And the players have moved on. I hate to break it to you. The only reason the Tigers have 6 All-Stars is because a lot of people said, I don't want to be here no more. Look at Matt Olson. He got told 48 hours ago, you're in the home run derby. Why? Acuna, double birds.
Yeah.
Like, the players don't care. Fans don't care. The season is dreadfully long. I mean, think about it. If you're a Tiger fan right now, you know what you're waiting for? The playoffs.
Yeah.
It's July.
And here's the thing, Mike. This used to be the only All-Star game that was worth watching because you actually had people trying. Because NBA, NHL, no defense being played. We can say that, correct? In football, yeah, I don't even know what that was. They finally just gave up and said, let's play dodgeball. But in baseball, pitchers wanted to get the batters out and the batters wanted to hit the pitchers. It was actually a game that was worth something to see. And now it's, I'm just going to opt out of this. And yeah, I don't even understand the point of the All-Star games anymore. I think that they've gone just the way of the pagers.
248-539-9797. David, ticket text if you'd be so kind. Something, nothing. NMLB All-Star the next 48 hours. Tonight, the home run derby. Tomorrow, the game. You're getting nothing from me. You guys are free to do whatever you like. Do not care.
Someone says the home run derby is still one of my favorite events in sports. I love watching it every year. Someone else is calling us a boomer. Keep whining, boomer. The Midsummer Classic is still far and away the best all-star event and will draw big numbers.
Okay, hold on. I'll let you finish, Mike. Yes, but compared to the other all-star games, that's not saying a lot. NFL abandoned the Pro Bowl. Just gave it up. They offered it in Hawaii, and people were like, yeah, I can just buy a trip to Hawaii myself. I don't really need you to send me. I make enough money. NBA, NHL, there's zero defense being played at all. They're just out there yucking it up. So compared to those three, it is the best of all of them, but that ain't saying much. The bar's low.
Can I revisit the text for a minute?
Yeah.
David, can you reread that for me, please?
Keep whining, boomer. The Midsummer Classic is still far and away the best all-star event and will draw big numbers internationally.
How did we arrive here? It's a question about what does it mean to you? And the response is boomer whining things and something about an international audience. I must have missed doing radio in Brussels. Yeah. Like, how did we arrive here that is the response?
Yeah. And take Shohei out the game, it ain't doing that great internationally.
Well, why do I care what it does internationally? I care about what it does in Detroit. And I care about the listener and whether you're watching or not. Like, I feel like a lot of times I ask questions.
And it's like you're talking to soccer fan. Well, it's the best thing overall overseas.
Then you can tell me why and tell me you enjoy it, and that's fine. But it's like I'm hosting Celebrity Jeopardy, and I go to Rico, and his answer is Texas with a $sign. And it's like, Threve. That's not an answer. I was just like earlier, we did the Stallions thing of him being back in the news and what your reaction is to it, and I got people trying to re-adjudicate the cheating scandal. It's not even what we're talking about.
People hear what they want to hear. I'll summarize it as that.
Okay.
In 2025, you passively listen, you hear that trigger word, and then you get to typing away on your phone. Oh, you boomer, you this, you that, you screwed this up, you angered me, I'm upset, I'm triggered, and now I need a mental health day.
There's none of it. Well, there's nothing to be upset about. I'd say, hey, you know what? Why I said it. Watch it if you enjoy it. How the hell am I a boomer? Because I don't want to watch the All-Star game. If I were a boomer, wouldn't I be up here pining for the days of like Earl Weaver and Ray Fosse?
Right.
I didn't do that. I said that the home run derby stinks. Here are the names.
Yeah. It's gone the way of the slam dunk contest. It used to be fun, and now when your own players are opting out and they don't care,
okay,
why
boomer.
should I?
Yeah, okay. Boomer.
So I guess Acuna's a boomer. He opted out of the home run and the All-Star.
Bro, everybody opted out.
And it's at his crib.
You're so right.
He couldn't be bothered to get out of bed. Right. Boomer. We'll get to the people next. 97.1. Rico, please, I have business to attend to here. Summer's heating up. What are you waiting for? You're going to wait till it's 1,000 out and your AC dies? Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Upgrade your system now. Save up to 1,000 on that new AC. Or 1,000 on a new generator or a new furnace. You get what's going on here. Call for details. Schedule your free in-home estimate. It's Mastercraft, honest work. Great same-day service when you call before noon. It's mastercraftheating.com. All right, straight to the people. Little MLB All-Star break discussion. Home Run Derby, All-Star game tomorrow. Some, all, or none of your attention. Apparently, if you say none, you're a boomer, according to Unhinged Ticket Texter. It's not for me. And the Home Run Derby, look, if you give me Judge versus Ohtani, 10 mil to charity, it's a showdown. Let's rock and roll. Guys, I'm sorry, but 99% of America's got no idea who James Wood is. Yes, he's an elite prospect with titanic power, and he's a really good baseball player. Nobody's watching.
I'd even take Freddie Freeman. Give me something.
Oh, you would, you homer.
Yeah, he's a Dodger.
I love my Braves.
He's
He's
Dodger.
a Brave for life, and you know it.
Dodger.
It doesn't matter. And I don't acknowledge his grand slam against the Yankees as a Dodger. Let's go to Dylan, 97.1. Dylan, what's going on?
How you guys doing?
Good, Dylan. What's up?
So first off, Home Run Derby hasn't been worth a damn since Abreu and Josh Hamilton went crazy.
Yeah.
The All-Star game hasn't been good since it actually gave you home field advantage. So boomer guy over there can take rocks. I mean, it doesn't do anything for anybody. And honestly, I would have watched it for Scooble, but then he decided to whine and cry about all of his guys not getting in.
I didn't understand it. Well, how about this? I understood what he was doing. He's being a good teammate. It doesn't mean I have to, stand and applaud. I'm like, really? Come on now.
What's he care? He's not going to be here in 2 years. He's not going to extend.
I'll leave that alone.
But I did want to talk trade deadline, if I can.
Sure.
So basically, biggest needs 100% are pen guys. Definitely the back end guy, and then just somebody to kind of throw in there because you've seen Canely for a while, but he's not an elite back end arm. Best can get it done, but he's not an elite back end arm. Obviously, you would love to get a Roldis, but the Red Sox decided to play. I think Bednar and Jake Bird would be two great pickups, but again, are they the back end guy that you really need? A name to kind of throw in there from the Twins is Danny Colombe. He's pitching to like a sub-1 ERA right now, and he's been sub-3, I think, the last 5 years.
I'm going to be interested to see what the Twins do. Look, I think the Twins have three guys. And Duran and Jax are going to be on that list too. I'm with you, Dylan. I just don't. Look, the Twins 2 straight years have reduced payroll. They are not acting like a serious organization. And if the Byron Buxton rumors are true, then Dylan, I got news for you. The first call you make is for Griffin Jax.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm willing to take less. But, man, if the Twins are selling, no one's got better stuff than you. So forget the divisional thing. If you pay the freight, maybe we can get better. But, no, Dylan, I'm with you. I think they need 2 high-leverage guys. I do. Because, again, you might want to use Will Vest before the 9th inning. AJ doesn't believe in defined roles. So it's the idea of giving him more levers to pull. I think they need 2 of them.
Absolutely. And I mean, once you get to the postseason, you got starters coming out of the game in the 4th, 5th inning. You gotta have the arms to make it through.
Yeah, and I guess actually when you get to the postseason as well, Dylan, like if you're not in the rotation, you're moving to the bullpen, so that's technically an extra arm in the bullpen. But yes, you have to supplement this bullpen right now because I don't think that this is something that's going to get you past some of the better teams in the playoffs. So the best time for this 4-game losing streak was right now.
Yeah, and honestly, if losing a few more games gets them to make more trades, I'm in. Go ahead and drop a few more.
Because you can afford it.
Look, the rest of this division is selling.
Oh, they're only 8 games up now. No, I'm just saying if they lose more games.
Right.
I don't think it's going to be a panic in Detroit.
No. Well, and again, half the town doesn't think they need anything.
Fair. But then again, you're a boomer. So.
Thank you. Let's go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, what's going on, pal?
Hey, Mike, All-Star game is the All-Star game. It's the elite of the elite, those that are available. It's great baseball, great pitching, hitting, running, catching, throwing. You can't poo-poo that, bro. I know that's your shtick. Come on.
Jeff, it's okay if you love it. I'm not mad. I love it.
It's okay. The Home Run Derby is liquid poo-poo. I get. Right?
Hey, Jeff, I'm reaching across the aisle to shake hands with you now.
I love you too, Rico. Even though I'm a Michigan fan, I love you too, bro. Okay.
I can't watch the home run derby anymore.
How about this? I'll meet Jeff in the middle.
Why?
If you
I'd
asked,
rather wet myself.
If you asked me to watch one of them, it would be the All-Star game, not the home run derby. I can meet you in the middle there.
Talent. Look at the talent. Look how they spin the ball in the best of the best arms, coming at those batters, and they don't get a chance to develop a sense of what the pitcher's trying to do to them. It's all new. It's just wow.
Jeff, I'll say one thing. And again, this isn't I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I have no problem if you love it. Part of the reason I don't like it anymore, this is where I'm going to sound like a boomer. I will own this boomage.
Okay.
These players are not players anymore. They're commodities. They make too much money. They mean too much. I don't have any patience for exhibitions when my players are making this type of money. Because if you go out there and you get hurt, I don't care if it's an oblique strain. Mm-hmm. You now are impacting real life.
Right.
This is ha-ha time. And the history books are going to say you made the All-Star team, whether you went or you didn't. So I say the same thing in any sport. I don't understand. Now, the Pro Bowl's different. They do it after the season. Even less people care.
Right, unless you're in the playoffs or you're in the Super Bowl, and then they're exempt, but everybody else is out there watching you play dodgeball and Battle of the Networks.
Correct. But it's just for me. I'd prefer if Scooble didn't pitch. I'd prefer if the Tigers didn't play. The last thing you need is anything impacting a historical season.
I'm not even going to say it because I don't want it to happen. But you're right.
Boomer.
You don't want anything to happen in that game.
I don't like the Olympics for NBA players. Why? Same reason.
Yeah, roll an ankle and now you're done. You blow out something. No, I liked back when Randy Johnson's out there mowing people down. That was fun to watch. They were deathly afraid of him.
Boomer.
The National League is like, was it John Kruk was like, nope, I'm not batting.
He put the batting helmet on backwards.
Yeah, he did.
Go to Todd, 97.1. Todd, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys, I'm going to get nostalgic on you. I remember the days as a kid when the All-Star game meant everything. Me and my buddies would get our baseball cards out with the little banner on the bottom that said All-Star, have them out for our favorite players, watch the game, be excited about it. There was none of the other peripheral stuff going on. It was just pure baseball with the best baseball players out there. We were excited for the opportunity to see our favorites, and we loved it. Now I'm approaching 60, and I could care less.
Boomer. We're all boomers, Todd.
Yeah, we are. I'm with you.
Todd, you know what it is? I just think society's moved on. The things like the innocence of the All-Star games of days gone by, the nostalgia, I don't know. I just feel like they serve their purpose. We're bored by it.
I agree. I remember just them all lined up on the first base side and the third base side, and they'd come running out of the dugout. It was exciting. But, to the previous caller, I don't think these are the best of the best anymore.
No.
And
the best don't play.
Mike, and to your point, Mike, I don't want our best to play because it might not happen. It's just one inning. But you know what? It might happen. And then what?
Todd, if it was up to me, Scuba will go out there, face one batter, and he's done. That's it.
No, I'd have him go out there and deliver a speech, tip his cap to the crowd, and then get on an airplane and go home.
Mm-hmm.
I need you.
He can throw out the first pitch. That's it.
I wouldn't even want him doing that.
Dave, here's the compromise. One batter. That's it. And now you're done.
Listen, it's just.
Go ahead, put his arm in the ice, and
248-539-9797. All right, I almost ran you over right there. How about that? How about that personal growth?
It is.
Personal
you
growth.
Sure? You don't want to? Okay. All right. Well, got. Yeah. All right. You know what? Here's the thing. This time next year, I'll be able to watch the Saratoga races in my basement thanks to Matrix Basement. They're getting the project started right now because what happened today was the first day they delivered all the material to the house. Matter of fact, I was on the phone with Mike when they knocked on the door. They're going to get this thing done. How did it all start? Well, I had a free consultation with them. They came up with some great ideas. I tweaked it, and they came back, and they showed me what my basement was going to look like. I loved it. They tailor-made it just for me. You could do the same with Matrix Basement. You need to do this, and you need to get this done right now. As a matter of fact, if you start now, you'll be ready in time for football, because that's what I am hoping for. Check out matrixbasements.com. You'll get a ton of great ideas. You'll see some before and after photos. My photos will be there soon. We got some befores. The afters, they're coming. Matrix Basements make it easy to turn your basement dreams into reality. Go to matrixbasement.com right now.
Guys, it is time for the quarterbacks. Too high, too low.
Okay. And later this week, we are going to do a full quarterback symposium to solve the mystery once and for all. Where does Jared Goff rank? But that's for later in the week. Yes, David.
So, Rico, let's start with you. Put a quarterback's name out there, and I'll let you know where he is.
Oh, I love Brock Purdy. I'd like to apologize. That was terrible. Hold on. I would like to sincerely apologize to you. That was unfair.
That's
fantastic. That was uncouth. That was unsavory.
Brock Purdy.
I know.
Do you want Brock Purdy?
There's nothing to say.
There's nothing new.
All right. I'm going to go Josh Allen.
Josh Allen. Okay, Josh Allen is number 2 on this list. Highest ranking, 1. Of course, everyone's going to get that. Lowest ranking, what do you think the lowest ranking was?
6.
3.
4.
Honestly, he should be number 1. I mean, Mahomes has just turned into check down Charlie.
Well, I'll give you Mahomes. Yes, he is number 1.
Yeah, but that's number 1 on name alone right now.
Correct.
It's merited because they win Super Bowls, so you just assume.
And that's fine.
It's not. He's not the reason they are winning.
No, it's a defense, a running game, and the refs. I mean, look at the yards per attempt. It goes down every year. Now, look, he could bounce back this year. Rashee Rice is healthy again. They've added some weapons. But to me, Josh Allen's doing more with less.
Just for guess, what do you think Mahomes' lowest ranking was?
2.
Yeah.
4.
Ooh, slander.
Okay. Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy. Let me see where his name is. I got to keep going.
You didn't say it right.
He is on the also receiving votes category.
For what? Driving a tractor?
Okay.
I had to keep searching and searching and searching.
Yeah, keep scrolling. He's right down there by Jackson Dart.
Almost wasn't on the page. So next guess, Mike.
Joe Burrow. I will say Burrow 4.
Joe Burrow is number 3.
Ooh, so close.
On the list. Highest ranking?
1.
Lowest ranking? 5.
Yeah, and again, just because I look at things a certain way, it doesn't make it right, but more with less. Doesn't have a great defense like the Chiefs have. Doesn't have the benefit of the refs being in your pocket. It does have some really good receivers, but that offensive line has not been his friend over the last few years. I think Burrow's incredible.
Let's go with Lamar.
Lamar Jackson.
17.
Out. You close out the top 4 here because he is number 4. Highest ranking is 1. Lowest ranking?
7.
8.
6.
Damn. I'll leave this to Rico. I'm biased and can't be trusted.
You really can't. I didn't know quarterbacks trigger you this way. David, I think for Lamar, he does everything in the regular season, and the biggest knock for people like Mike and the biggest Lamar haters, when it comes to the playoffs, you don't see that same success as he does in the regular season. So,
thank you, DJ.
Okay.
Thank you,
Let's
DJ.
see if we can close out the top 5 on this list here since you got the 4 here.
Jalen Hurts.
Okay. Your guess, Rico, for number 5?
That means it's not Jalen Hurts. Let's go with...
I have not confirmed or denied that yet. Hold on now.
You didn't.
Jackson Dart.
I'm trying to think what other quarterback. I would say Hurts. Stafford.
Number 5, Jaden Daniels.
Too high.
Highest rank is 5. Lowest rank, 10.
Yeah, it's too high. It's a rookie year, and it's too much too soon. I'm not ready to go there yet. He's got to prove that. By year end, he could be. I'm going to say too high on that.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is when you have to back it up with another year so that you're not that. I hate to make him the poster child, but you're not C.J. Stroud. You're not Jordan Love, where you were able to do it consistently. It's why we look at Joe Burrow differently than we do other quarterbacks, because he's done it year after year on bad teams, but he still produces.
Does this feels like we're ranging in Justin Herbert territory, doesn't it?
Well,
like the 6 range ish. If we're already out of the top 5.
What do you mean? Oh, with
Justin Herbert. That's your guess here?
That is my guess, yes.
He is number 7 on this quarterback list.
It feels right. He's got to win a big game.
What is his highest ranking, you think, Kenny?
7.
4.
3.
Okay.
Lowest ranking, unranked.
Somebody had him 3?
Yes.
Look, you.
It wasn't me.
No, you've liked him since college.
No, I've liked him,
and
but I've also
right.
said
you were right.
This guy is yet to win a big game. So
I think they're going to have a really good year, but it's probably too high.
He's going to be Lamar to me if he goes out and bombs again in the offseason.
I'll be shocked if they don't win a playoff game this year. I think Harbaugh will get it rolling.
So where is Jalen Hurts?
Hopefully nowhere.
Jalen Hurts, number 9.
Wow.
Highest ranking, 6.
Okay, here's the problem that I have. If you're going to have him down at 9, how can you have Mahomes at 1? Because you could say the same is, okay, Philly won the Super Bowl, but it wasn't all because of Hurts. You can say the same about Mahomes. Like, they're winning, but it's because of the defense. I don't get it, but it's not my poll.
Where does this put Jared Goff, by the way? Because if Hurts is not, I have no concept of this list.
But this is why our symposium is going to be interesting. Because, again, you haven't heard the name Baker Mayfield yet. I think there are plenty of people who would take Baker over Goff in NFL
Stafford?
circles. Matt, again.
John Matthew Stafford.
Look, he's still playing really high-level football at age 37. Yeah, well, we beat him Yes, you have squeaked out a couple of games. He don't have the cast that Goff has. If you put Stafford on this football team, this version of the Lions, newsflash, you might already have a Super Bowl.
That's hysterical, by the way, because what was always Lions fans' biggest critique about Stafford is, he just doesn't have the right supporting cast.
Right, but now you've got something that is like a dream state. Yeah, look, for me, Goff probably's 8, 9, or 10.
So you guys are right. You all guys have mentioned 3 quarterbacks during the discussion. They're on the list. Here's where they place. Jared Goff is 8th on this list.
Mm-hmm.
Highest ranking is 5. Lowest ranking, of course, will be unranked.
Yeah.
Mike, you mentioned Baker Mayfield. He's number 10 on this list. Highest ranking 5. Again, lowest ranking would be unranked.
I'm going to say Baker is too low. He has had go look. He's had a couple incredible seasons.
With changing offensive coordinators, seems like every year.
Yeah, and being asked to sling it around the yard 50 times a game.
Yep. And then you mentioned Matthew Stafford, who is 6 on this list. Highest ranking 4th, lowest ranking unranked.
Okay, the unranked is ridiculous. He's still tough as nails and plays really good football. He's in my top 10. I think it's debatable how high, but this is what our symposium is going to handle later this week. These are the battles that will be fought.
Oh, yeah. How far can you put Brock Purdy on the list?
I think Purdy's going to be in conversation in that 9 to 15 range. I think it just depends how we settle it.
I think he's unranked.
I'm not.
You think that was me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Apparently, they weren't serving grits over the weekend.
Well, let me give you the honorable mention. The honorable mention was C.J. Stroud and Jordan Love.
There now, Jordan Love's the guy. If he stays healthy, he's going to be in that top 5 next year.
Did I hear Aaron Rodgers?
No.
Aaron Rodgers was in the also receiving votes category, along with Kyler Murray, Dak Prescott, Tua Tagovailoa, Bo Nix.
You know what's interesting? Yeah.
Wow.
How about this with Tua? As much as I'm just kind of done with it. He's had 3 straight seasons of over 100 quarterback rating. How's that possible? Now, he's missed a lot of time and etc.
Well, you want to know why? Because a lot of his game, Mike, it's very 7-on-7-ish. It's a lot of short passes and a lot of, yak yards afterwards. So, yes, that's why. He puts up great numbers, but that doesn't relate to great wins.
Well, no wins.
Okay.
That is in football today.
When it comes to IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. It's simple. They're not a random tax organization or some phone service. These are real lawyers. Jerry used to work for the IRS. They will be your buffer. And you don't have to talk to the IRS no more. They'll save your time and hopefully your money. So visit abrahamandrose.com today or simply call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again.
All right, we talked about a couple things today. We hit upon, for Michigan fans, how do you feel when you keep seeing Connor Stallion's name pops up and he says this and he's commenting on that? And we just kind of wanted to see where, take the temperature of the room of the Michigan fans because, pre-show, David, you weren't too happy about that.
And I'm still not happy.
David's still not happy. You can use the Odyssey Rewind if you want to hear the first 2 hours of the show. Also got in some football today's. And, David, for some reason, hates Brock Purdy. I don't know why, but you know what? That's between you and him.
I do not hate Brock Purdy.
You
I
do.
just had to search down the page.
Yeah, it was how you did it. Well, let me just keep searching and searching. Oh, wait, no, that's not him either. Okay, you're just being mean.
Is this how we're going to start the work week, guys? A little bit of infighting here?
No. Once again, David, I came in. Hey, David. Yeah. Wow. Okay.
He's on that, though. He does that sometimes.
He does.
Very bizarre.
I know. Violence. David chose violence this morning.
I'm sorry. I'll be much better. Let me get some ticket text. Maybe that'll help out a little bit. I'm 51. I have zero interest in the home run derby. The All-Star game in 2025 does not mean anything to me. Okay.
I'm with him. The home run derby is a thing of the past, but it became like the slam dunk contest. The All-Star game, and maybe it would be different if the Tigers were not in the thick of things to win it all, and then you would be excited. I really wouldn't I don't want to see any of the Tigers out there because I don't want anybody to get hurt. I don't want anybody to get injured. I just need you to get back to Detroit and try to fix this 4-game losing streak. Go ahead, Dave.
That's fair because if Mize goes out there and, oh my, not watching tonight or tomorrow, not worth my time, even with the Tigers playing. Game itself went downhill after interleague changes year ago. That's fair.
Yeah. Now, you know what? I think actually just the whole interleague thing kind of took away from the All-Star because back in the day, they never saw each other. It was only in the World Series.
You could see the other guy.
Right. So that's what made it something because it's like, well, what would happen if this pitcher had to go up against this hitter? And now it's like, yeah, just wait. You'll see it.
Right. You'll see it in September. You'll see it in May. Yeah.
You'll see it in April.
I'm 25, and we have a group of 5 of us going out to the bar and watching. Biggest draw is the betting. That is Sam in a car.
I mean, that could be the answer for everything is betting. Whoa, Joe.
Losers. Who goes out to a bar to watch the All-Star game? Geeks and losers.
Probably the same people who put up the Major League Baseball mock draft.
Whoa, Joe, he's going to watch the home run derby.
Oh,
Who
the
does
derby.
that?
Oh, my God. What's below a loser? I'm kidding, whoever that is. I mean, people have all sorts of reasons to go out to the bar with the boys, right?
I was about to say, do you really need a reason? It's like going to Las Vegas. Do you really need a reason? You just go.
No, but do you start questioning the dudes when they say, yeah, we're going to go to the bar and watch the WNBA? That's different, isn't it?
David can hear you, Wojo.
Oh, is he a big WNBA fan?
Yes, he is.
Are you really? Hatchet? Oh, I'm sorry. No, I'm just saying it's not normal.
I'm watching with my son.
Okay.
Bonding. That's it.
Okay. I'm not judging. Never judging.
Yeah,
a little bit.
Go ahead. Just call me a loser. Just go ahead and do it.
He's a big WNBA fan.
I'm a little bit of a loser or a judger. No, I get it. You know what? My mom, all 84 years old of her, is a huge WNBA fan. Like huge, down in Florida, in her house. What channel is it on? Where's Caitlin?
Wow, so now I'm being compared. Okay, all right, that's cool. I'll
Let's
watch
see.
it by myself, me and her.
Let's see. 38-year-old or whatever Hatchet is, and 84-year-old white woman. Okay, same. That's. You know what? It's bringing people together.
This is driving Miss Daisy.
You know, she has been looking for a driver. We're thinking about doing that. Would you like to spend time in Florida, David?
I don't think so. I'm good.
You know what, Joe?
And her name's not Daisy.
Wait. Do you have a 4-hour show?
No, 6 to 8.
Oh, I was like, Rieger's not here.
No,
there's no baseball to save you.
No, there's no playoffs, and there's no anything.
Wait,
I'll tell you this.
About to pull a 4-hour show.
No, I'll tell you this. And you know him very well. Rieger's a sneaky little son of a bitch because he looks way ahead on the schedule and says, oh, yeah, I hate All-Star Week. There's nothing else going on. So he snatched that for a vacation, which is fine because I'm in town. We got our little drops tournament on Wednesday, so that's fine. But it does leave me, mostly solo for which not my problem. It's the audience's problem. I mean, they're going to realize how much they miss the Rieger kid and all his contradictions and annoyances.
You two are funny.
Yeah, I do. I will miss the kid because when I make one of my dumb jokes and make fun of him, there's nobody to laugh. It'll just be like,
you know what? Just get some sound effect laughing on the drop board.
I will do that. I'll talk about the All-Star game as well and the Tigers. And I have one thing about the Tigers. I've been bullish, of course, on the Tigers and telling people not to worry too much. There's one thing that makes me start to worry a bit, a big bit,
all right,
a medium bit.
A medium bit? And we'll have that medium bit next. 97.1.